He does not care. They are making this push on Absters. They want to get the Spirit Link Totem. They want to close out this game. The move. This is their last chance. Beautiful Fear coming in. Lasso from Houston. And that's it.
Who's gonna fall? There's no darkness, there's nothing. The hunt comes in. The Spirit Link Totem gets dropped. Sam I Am. Echo pushing for the win here. There's the imprisonment on the Sea-Doo.
I mean, Trill's obviously going to want to play this out here, but I think it's really unlikely. He's doing it. There's no way! There's no way! No way! 23! Liquid to the Grand Finals! Getting shot on Tuna. Another swap onto him. He doesn't have bar skin. He's got Trinket. He's being greedy. He gets out of his Trinket. KO. Hula Bang. Move to Championship Sunday. They catch him out of bear form. If After gets some damage in here, Void Torn fully channeled. Another amazing swap onto Dex. How is he going to survive? He's being way too greedy. After clutches it out. And the move crushed Lava Lava.
Looking good here for Liquid as they do it. How? Guz lives at 1% again. I can't believe it. Ironbark lands. Guz just loot. Nightmare. Calvish is dead. Nick is dead. What do they have for Kearney? Do we have a gouge? Do we have a stun? The double pull comes in from Nick as he's looking to turn the tide of the fight, but a full kitty shot lands. A cheap shot on Calvish. Gouge on Kearney. Peekaboo, the boy wonder, making place here on the road. And they close it out.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the final championship Sunday of Dragonflight. My name is Aya. I'm joined here with Zico, Ven, Super Tees. We're, of course, getting Lithian just a little bit later. The final moments of AWC for this expansion are coming to a close today. We're going to be crowning our European and our North American champion today, Ven.
Yeah, and it has been a long road to get to this point, all the way back in February with AWC Cup #1. These teams have been on a journey to earn points and get into that top 4 position for the Dragonflight Finals. 2 of these teams had to go through the brutal gauntlet on Friday as well. But in Europe, we can take a look at the bracket and exactly how it did unfold yesterday. Echo had an amazing performance, besting Streamer Zone and CHIBAKU TENSEI, earning their position in the finals. The best seat in the house to just watch this lower bracket play out today. And then in North America, it was a little bit of a different story with the move kind of showing up. I feel like a lot of people counted them out, and they really had an amazing performance, beating VOIDGG and POMP, which has been kind of their kryptonite for the entire season. So they're in the finals. They get to see how it's all going to play out. And of course, all of these teams, it's been a lot of work, like we said, but there's a lot of payoff here with the prize pool. $300,000 with that first place team walking away with $70,000 per region. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting. The games were amazing yesterday, and I can't wait to see what's in store for us today.
I'm so excited as well. I couldn't have said it better myself. And we've seen these teams on some incredible journeys, some highs and lows. We've seen them change up the meta recently, especially in this weekend's Cup. Super Tees, anything that stand out to you recently?
Yeah, I mean, in both Europe and North America, I mean, you don't even need to take my words. We can take Lontar's words. He was very impressed with the performance of Judge Waz, as Waz played a Retribution Paladin for the first time on broadcast here, and they played a Demon Hunter Resto Shaman, and this composition was so important for them to beat CHIBAKU to get into the grand finals. It paid off big and could have big ramifications on what compositions we see here today in the final day. But also in North America, Absturge was very happy with WizK's performance, so much that he remade the meme that LePomp made of the shamans with the Rets, and for some reason Vanguard's is catching some strays on this one as well, but he is confident in WizK on that Ret Paladin. They beat LePomp in a mirror in one of the matches in their series, and now they're just waiting in the grand finals for an opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, speaking of CHIBAKU as well, we all predicted them for our first place team, essentially, especially you, Zico. Given the performance that we've been seeing from them so far this weekend, if you could change it, would you? How do you feel like they're going to be doing at the end of the today?
I mean, they had a nail-biter series against Echo. I really feel like it could have gone either way. They could be sitting in the grand finals, and they're looking hungry, in that lower bracket. And I feel like Ret hasn't been the only kind of surprise that we've seen this weekend. There's been a lot of switch up, a lot of people kind of bringing in these last-minute changes. And, of course, Mercy on CHIBAKU TENSEI showing us the Destruction Warlock yesterday was a joy to watch. He's always, when we interviewed him after they won a cup, he was telling us that, when he gets to play the Warlock, he's always going to be happy. and that you know, it's his favorite class basically. So for Mercy, hopefully we get to see him again on the Warlock. He looked strong on it yesterday. And also, you know, with the addition of Blizzo to this roster, I feel like they have a lot of answers. They have a lot of potential, and they just need to deliver today in that lower bracket final that where they're awaiting for their opponent.
Yeah, certainly do. You know, despite our predictions, they are down there in the lower bracket facing elimination. They're going to be playing the winner of the first match of the day. It's going to be Lava Lava versus StreamerZone.gg. Of course, Ven, StreamerZone.gg, that's the team that made it up from the gauntlet. How do you feel like they performed so far? How do you feel like they're going to perform against Lava Lava?
You know, they didn't look bad yesterday. I think against Lava Lava, they've done quite well in the past. Their jungle cleave it's really strong. So obviously with Casu playing the Marksmanship Hunter and the Beast Mastery Hunter, it gives them a little bit of flexibility. They have PMake on the bench on the Mage, but I think it's really unlikely we see PMake in this matchup, and I kind of feel like this is just going to be one of those games where Streamer Zone, they lead with their jungle cleave, which is their strongest composition, and Lava Lava kind of sticks to their guns as well. I mean, maybe we see the Elemental Shaman, looked really good from Guz yesterday, and that's kind of what I'm anticipating for this one.
All right, okay. No, I think that's totally fair. Supatis, any guesses on what we want to see in that blind? How important is a blind in a situation like this? I mean, it's got to be a really stressful decision to make just normally, but now considering how much is on the line, I'm sure it ramps it up even more.
Yeah, I mean, Lava Lava, they're aware that their cleave comps are going to be countered by the Mage of PMake, so they're likely going to have to play some sort of elemental-based composition and just make it work. But obviously, they watched Streamer Zone in the Gauntlet and how close their games were with Swapsy. And the fact that Streamer Zone beat Swapsy in a similar matchup, with that Elemental Shaman being a main focus for their team's composition. So they're certainly not going to have a cakewalk here against them.
No, definitely not. And then, like I said, the winner of this one, moving on to face off against CHIBAKU. Zico, is there a team that you feel like might be more prepared just in terms of the comps, how you've seen them perform this weekend against CHIBAKU?
I feel like... yeah, it's a tough one because both of these teams are basically playing one comp. Like, I mean, they have other options as well, but most of their games they're going to be locking in, you know, the Elemental DH on Lava Lava, and most of the games on Streamer Zone they're going to be locking in the jungle. And I feel like CHIBAKU has an answer into either one of those. So it's really going to just come out. It's really going to come down to who can perform better on the day, because you might look better on paper, and you might look better than a certain team heading into the tournament. But, you know, we saw it with the move yesterday. For me, they look like the worst team in North America heading into this competition, and they're sitting in the grand finals. So this is still, you know, the top 4 teams, and anybody can come out on top. So I feel like Lava Lava is probably a little bit better suited, though, for the matchup. I would, if I had to, like, make a guess.
All right, well, we can only find out whoever does win this if they are prepared for CHIBAKU TENSEI, because every single team in Europe and NA has been firing on all cylinders, Ven, and it feels like just every time we see each and every one of these teams, we see them develop a little bit more, push a little bit further, you know, make a new spec, figure out a new strategy. It's been so exciting to see, but the wait is over. It's game number 1. Gates are open. Lava Lava versus Streamer Zone GG.
Yeah, it's going to be a long road for these teams. Elimination series after elimination series to get to the grand finals. Lava Lava going to be leading with carries actually on that Arms Warrior. So curious to see how this does work out. In the past, I feel like it's a good, solid defense, but very susceptible to crowd control. Stormbolt out onto Casu. Guz taking a huge hit of damage, and that's a big overlap. I don't like that. Guz already having to trade out the Astral Shift as well as that Burrow. That's a lot of defense used by Lava Lava.
Yeah, and carries also trinketing in that exchange. Relza is in Spirit of the Redeemer, spamming out the heals, but now it has subsided. Tony looking for the Cyclone, actually gets it there onto Guz. Didn't have an interrupt available. Tony looks like he wants to push in there over onto Dex for a potential crowd control chain here. Casu moving in as well, looking for the freezing trap here potentially. Tony needs to set it up though. Needs to find a stun onto Dex for Casu, and there it is. Chastise stun actually coming in from Relza into a full trap, and Guz now with no shield wall. They get the Cyclone out of that as well from Tony. Big pressure coming out from Streamer Zone. How is Guz going to deflect it? Looks like he's going to be completely fine here. He traded out his stone form racial there to remove all of those bleeds from Tony, and it's enough defense here, but that's going to be a long cooldown on that racial.
Yeah, Guz just taking a position at the pillar, trying to avoid Casu's rapid fires, but they're swapping onto carries. He's taking some pressure. No dive of the sword going to be available, so susceptible right now to these swaps. Streamer Zone mixing it up, but slowly but surely, Guz and carries are going to start building up some pressure. Luckily for Relza, his mana is looking good at this point. He's been able to dispel off the flame shocks and really kind of limit the damage Guz has been able to do. And if he can stay ahead of those flame shocks, it's going to put his team in a good position to continue this pressure. Tony forced in bear form for the time being. Carries getting aggressive. That was a beautiful static field totem there by Guz, keeping them both locked down and allowing carries to get some cleave out.
Oh, potentially for a trap to get it onto Dex. Nice Cyclone onto Karras as well. Tony could be swapping that to Dex, and he will. But Tony seems to be the one who's actually fallen behind on this exchange, despite Dex being in crowd control. Relza now catching a full fear, but he has Will of the Forsaken. He is playing that undead, so really nicely done there by Relza, picking that racial, and he's going to be able to get out of these warrior fears with that. And Casso now going to be taking a little bit of damage. Guz in a stun. Tony looking for the Cyclone as well. Finds it as they make a swap over onto the warrior. Carries just respecting the situation, popping die by the sword instantaneously to keep the pressure going with that avatar.
Yeah, aim shots coming in from Casu, and those aim shots can be really scary. Guz does not want to mess around. Pops the Astral Shift preemptively. Relza right now in the Spirit of the Redeemer getting at a bunch of heals, but game is going to start getting spicy. Relza's mana is starting to get chunked through really quickly here. But at the same time, Dex might have to go for a drink. He's got the Shadow Meld. I think he's going for a drink right now. Cassie's trying to shut it down. He recovered just a little bit of mana, and those drinks are going to be really important for Dex in the future. Some pressure here on the Tony. He's just going to line of sight. Relza, on the meantime, if you look, he's across the map. I think he's going to sit down to try to recover some mana. Guz leaps in, shuts that down. And I think Lava realized a big win condition for them in this match is just their overall pressure on the Elemental Shaman Warrior. They can deny the drinks from Relza, they can keep up their damage, and they can survive. That's a clear win condition for them.
Yeah, and Dex pre-Iron Barks this setup here, so they're not even going to send the trap onto that one. So really nicely done there by Dex. And you're absolutely right. It's all going to come down to the Druid getting his drinks. If he never drinks and Relza never drinks, Relza wins on mana. But Dex can stealth drink like he's doing right now. Tony looking for him. He doesn't know where he is. Dex is getting full mana right here. No. He's going to come out there, pop the Innovate. Doesn't want to get too greedy with the gulps. He's going to just come back and still have a sizable lead in the mana department. And Relza, I don't think he's going to be able to find those same drinks as easily. So the win condition here for Lava is pretty clear. But Dreamer Zone, if they can get these 3-2-1 setups down, they can definitely kind of run Guz over.
Yeah, Guz right now in the midfield getting a bunch of procs on that Elemental Shaman. And he can just end the game really quickly. Gets lucky with big Earth Shocks and Lava Bursts and Ascendance procs. Could be really scary against that LA Shaman. Carries in the meantime, taking some pressure. He's just going for it, though. Dap of the Sword trades out. Wants to maintain his pressure onto Casu here. Tony looking for a Cyclone. Unable to find it. Dex just positioned so far away. Finally gets stunned into a trap. But Tony's so pressured, it's hard for him to find offense. Finding the bash now onto Carries. Carries could be in trouble. At the same time, though, Tony's getting slain by Guz on that Elemental Shaman. Spirit of the Redeemer from Relza once again getting a bunch of free healing, recovering his team, but dampening is ramping up. We're close to the 5-minute mark, and inevitably it's going to get to be too much pressure for these healers.
Relza is out-manaing Dex, despite the fact that he got 2 drinks and the fact that Guz and Carries are doing more damage and forcing Relza to heal more. Dex is still falling behind here, so I think it's a lot of good switching here between carriers and of course Guz, but Dex as well getting swapped to here. And I really like this from Streamer Zone. Just make sure that you're swapping around, text the Resto Druid, make sure that he has to halt multiple targets. And Rel's actually sitting down for a drink right now in the back with the Guardian and the Lightwell active. I think he was able to get just a smidge of mana, but it could be enough. But huge damage onto Tony. That drink will cost him a Void Shift. It will cost him the game. It cost them the game. What was that damage? Lava coming in game number 1. And I feel like it was a little bit of greed there coming out from Relza. He thought, I can drop the Guardian, I can drink with this, let my kind of passive healing do the job for me here. But it costed him everything.
Oh, Ellie Shaman looking good there. I mean, that was insane. He went for the drink, he came back, he used the Void Shift, and they just killed him through it. I mean, Guz and Carrie's doing an outrageous amount of damage there in those final moments. Excited to see exactly how it did play out. So this is where Relza, he decides to go for a drink, I do believe. You can see Tony, he's got basically no defensive cooldown, so it's a bit of a risky time to pull something like that off. Tony tries to get some damage rolling. Look at Relza. He's behind the pillar, not moving, trying to get out of combat. Tony's in bear form, camping it out. And this is where he takes a big spike of damage. Carries right now, Blade Storming. Lava Burst coming in. They get the Void Shift. So here's the Void Shift. Tony goes to full health. And then almost as soon as he's full health, he's just dead once again. Like, look, I cannot believe that they just took him down through that. That's crazy.
That's crazy. He was in bear form too.
I think he switched
for a lot
out
of that warrior damage, and then he switched towards the end there into cat. But still, very surprising amount of damage. Lava, basically killing him through two.
What are we looking at?
What?
Okay.
334k. Wait, what is this triple mortal strike? 257, 270, 334. My goodness, look at carries, bro. He is pumping.
I'm going to look at his build really quick. I think he might be playing Unhinged, which is like when you Blade Storm. Yeah, he is. So he's playing Unhinged. When you Blade Storm, it's really good against like a single target. If you Blade Storm, you cast Mortal Strikes while you're in Blade Storm. So it can be a lot of pressure you have out. If it's single target, it's all going to be on exclusively the Feral Druid. And that was just a crazy amount of damage coming in from the Warrior. And this is what I'm talking about. I feel like the comp, I love, yeah, there it is, Unhinged. So
yeah,
the Warriors will opt for a different talent, but if you're looking for that single target burst, this can be a really, really good strategy. So, and kind of chop down the Feral Druid. Warrior, honestly, I think is like one of those specializations. We talked about it. Like, you know, there's a lot of attention being given to the Demon Hunters and the Outlaw Rogues and the Balance Druids, but you're seeing some of these other specs kind of rise up and put on the performance. Yesterday was the Rep Paladin. Today we're seeing some good Elemental Shaman, some Warrior. Like, there's lots of good things right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And I really feel like it's going to come down to who can kind of figure those things out and kind of min-max their builds, figure out, you know, the matchups. Like we saw a lot of crazy things. You know, we saw, what did we see yesterday? We saw Assassination Rogue, DK. We saw, you know, a lot of kind of things that you typically don't see, but that's the beauty as well of the finals, because you know, these are the four teams that are going to be playing. Okay, we need to prepare for their main comps. We need to prepare for other things that they might have. And that's when you can see kind of these surprising picks come out in the blind and just grab a quick win. And with how many game fives we saw yesterday, that blind pick is super important. Streamer Zone, though, going to be running it back on Empyrean Domain, the exact same matchup here against Lava.
All right, bigger map. Smaller pillars. That's probably what Streamer Zone's looking for here right now. If you're Casu, you definitely want the smaller pillars. It's your biggest kryptonite on that Marksmanship Hunter, but I'm surprised with how much single target damage we're seeing coming in from Lava. They need to not drop the ball. And this map could backfire on them as well, because Dex has a lot more room to kind of blend in behind the pillars. Like on the Grand Arena, for example, there's not that much space between the pillar and kind of the back wall where you can hide and Shadow Meld and drink. But on this map, there's a lot more options. Like, it's easy to lose track of the Restoration Druid. We're going to be looking for Streamer Zone to make sure they're tracking that Shadow Meld. That's going to be the biggest moment for Dex to kind of disappear and try to recover his mana.
Yeah, I feel like if they can shut down the drinks of Dex, they will win this on mana. But at the same time, with the amount of pressure that Lava was able to kind of generate in that last game, I think that it's going to be a really, really tough one for Streamer Zone. And I actually feel like they need to try to go after Dex a little bit more. They did it towards the end of the match, and his mana was just disappearing as soon as they did. So if they can get more of those kind of assaults over onto Dex as well, I think that's going to be good. Maybe even just play, you know, like how you play like Munkin DH, and you just try to control the DH the whole, sorry, you play Munkin MM against DH, and you're just trying to control the DH the whole game with like traps and just like steel traps, roots, cyclones. Maybe they should have a similar strategy where they're just throwing diamond eyes on the warrior, they're throwing roots on the warrior, and then they're swapping to the warrior as well. And then a lot of the time they're just hitting Guz and Dex. I don't know. Streamer Zone, they're going to need to figure it out. They are the jungle experts here. And I feel like this is one of those matchups where the jungle actually can win. They just need to kind of figure out the best way forward to victory. This doesn't feel like Lava are bringing in like a super hard counter.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the way Lava won that last game was a giant surprise. Relza had tons of mana. Tony died through Void Shift. Like that was surprising, at least to me. So obviously Lava capable of lots of burst damage. Streamer Zone, they didn't look bad in that last game, though. I think they played a pretty good game offensively. They just need to put all the pieces together and not kind of fumble in those final moments. But Once again, really tense elimination series here. Both these teams, they got a long road ahead of them. They want to meet Echo in the finals, have a shot at that giant prize pool. So see how this does go. Right now, the gates will open as Streamer Zone and Lava Lava move towards the center of the map.
All right, let's see it here. Game number 2. Streamer Zone really needs to find the equalizer in this one to stay in the series. Lava Lava looking to deny it. Can they do it here on Tolron Arena? Dex right now throwing out the hots. Tony actually might open onto Dex. It looks like they're going after Dex here. I like this opener a lot from Caster and Tony. They might kill him in the opener. Triple DR rake stun coming in. Dex, Trinket, Barkskin, Renewal. But he holds on to the Tranquility bubble basically there. So it's a physical damage immunity when he will use that Tranquility, which is going to be his lifesaver on that next setup potentially. Really good opener coming out from Streamer Zone. They're controlling Guz. They're going after carries. And I think a strategy like this is exactly what they need to be employing.
Yeah, it's the most effective strategy against a Restoration Druid. You really have to just go after who does not have the most heal over time effects. And if you can go after the Restoration Druid, you can take them down really fast. Dex is incredibly vulnerable for the next 20 seconds without his Bark Skin available. You're going to have to see some amazing peels coming in from carries and Guz. Tony looking for a Cyclone, but immediately gets denied. Great pummel there by carries. First shot gets faked. Nice job by Tony. Gets grounded, though, and he just cannot find it. It's just really difficult for the Feral Druid. He's not getting pummeled. It's getting reflected. If it's not getting reflected, it's getting Earthshocked. If it's not getting Earthshocked or Wind Sheared, it's not getting Wind Sheared, it's getting grounded. And then you have to go through Blade Storm. And it's really, really difficult for Tony to actually land these Cyclones.
But he's going for one onto Guz here. So now, are they going after carries or are they going to go after Dex? Still 20 seconds on his trinket. Dex knows he's a very spicy target right now, so he's going to pre-bear form. They're going to scattershot him, and instead of going after Dex, they're just going to trap him DR, go after carries. But this is what you want if you're Lava Lava. You kind of want carries to be your target. So if you're on Streamer Zone, it's fine to hit carries, but as soon as he gets full heals, like he has triple Life Bloom rolling, you definitely want to swap off. But right now, carries is taking a lot of damage. Dex is in the back line, though, having no issues whatsoever deflecting the situation. And the good news for Dex is, well, he's got all his cooldowns back. Karras is still falling a little bit behind, though. Dex has a little bit of catch up to do. No Nature Swiftness available, no Tree of Life available there as well. But yeah, he's actually just going to hot him up and then sit down for a drink, potentially. Is he actually drinking in stuff? There's a cat. There's a little hyena next to him. But Dex, yeah, he's able to drink and get full mana here, man. And Tony could be in big trouble. Guardian comes out. Heralza with some beautiful heals. They get the Cyclone there onto Karras as well. Both teams recover, but Dex again with the mana lead.
Yeah, Guz doing a good job right now, just getting out all kinds of pressure. Heralza burning through a lot of his mana. Power Infusion comes in. Spirit of the Redeemer. So whenever he's in this angel form, he can just cast heals. He can't be targeted, and it's all free of cost. So it's a really good way for him to bounce his team back into the fight. Guz right now getting chastised. Mamestun here onto carries. He trinkets out. Does not want to mess around. He wants to keep up the damage, going for the Blade Storm, but Tony avoids all of that damage from those Mortal Strikes. Big Stormbolt, though, he gets caught, forced into bear form, and just going to be trying to stay as durable as possible. And he can't get those Cyclones out. Dex taking a little bit of fire. I do wonder, though, if Streamer Zone should be trying to focus more on going after Dex. That initial kill looked like it was so good, but they've just struggled to really find him. And I don't know if that's just because Dex has really good positioning or what, but they're really just not opting to go after him. Full Cyclone does land. Where are they going to go? Looks like they're going after Guz, but Tony gets shut down with the Shockwave. Carrie's playing a great defense.
Yeah, and it looks like Tony wants to bleed up Dex a little bit there, but decides to abandon the push. He gets a Cyclone onto Karras. Guz is still going to be the target of choice here for Streamer Zone. I kind of agree with you, but I do think that Dex is making it extremely difficult for Streamer Zone to kind of target him. And Relza is sitting down for a drink on the other side of the pillar, but he does get shut down. He gets a fear, though, onto Karras, and Relza does hold on to the mana lead now. Was able to get a decent amount of mana there without anybody on his team dying this time. Tony is going to just be tanking it out in bear form. Guz actually applying some flame shocks here onto Relza, trying to get damage rolling. Tony in a bash right now, could be in big trouble. Beautiful knock there with the static totem as well, as Guz is just unleashing just all of the elements right now onto Streamer Zone. But they're going to give him a little time out there with the Cyclone. He's actually going to trink it out offensively. Dex sitting down for a drink, but they do catch him with the trap around the corner. Tony, though, is actually going offensive here, getting a Cyclone. Beautifully done. It's going to force to die by the sword onto Karras. Maybe even more. Dex forced out to trinket there. And the Streamer Zone, not only do they get the drink, but they also get enough pressure to force Dex trinket.
Really nicely done there. So they can do that. Good pressure. Guz just lighting everyone up with the fireworks of the Elemental Shaman. Oh, Relza going for a drink. Guz is forced to move forward, but he does shut it down. Nicely done. Relza really doing a good job with the dispels this game. Once again, going to divine him. Tony's so incredibly low on health. We saw what happened in the last game. He needs to be very careful. Carrie's put out a lot of pressure. That was kind of off the screen. Tony almost went down. He's got no bark skin. Got basically nothing left except his survival instincts. Need to be careful, but he's just so low on health. His health is just up, down, up, down, up, down. With the amount of damage he's taking from carries and Guz, he's forced back to the pillar. Relza's struggling to keep him alive. They're putting a little pressure here on the carries, but we talked about it. The mana lead for Streamer Zone, really, really important. As dampening gets higher, it becomes a lot more difficult for Dex to keep his team alive. Streamer Zone just needs to stay in it. They make a swap on Dex. He gets fully maimed. Can they take him down? Dex pre-bear forms the setup and gets the bark skin off. So a lot of damage mitigation. They're going to abandon the chase, but I really like this. Go after Dex. If he's going to get cheeky and move in, you have to punish him.
Yeah, and he also got intervened there. I wonder if Karras is playing the safeguard. But right now, Karras in trouble. Trinket's out of the bash, trying to get aggressive. Gets the disarm here onto Kasu. Kasu dropping the steel trap and just building up a little bit of distance. Tony now in a lot of trouble, taking a lot of damage down to 50% HP. Trying to stay alive, but they get a nice chastise there onto Karras into a full Cyclone. And now Guz could be in trouble. Do they find the Cyclone onto Dex? They do. Guz, what are you going to do? He trades out the Astral Shift. They might have to burrow on top of it. No damage coming out there as Tony does get feared by Karras. And Lightning Lasso coming out here onto Kasu as well. Relza dispelling the Flame Shocks in the back line. Doesn't have Spirit to do for another 30 seconds. Tony could be in trouble. How is he going to navigate this? No Guardian Spirit available as well. This could be the Void Shift. Kasu also taking a lot of damage here. He will have to res his pet. Is he going to get it? He manages to find that res pet. Tony now getting gripped back to Relza as Karras is really starting to dig deep with the damage, but he gets caught in a stun. Rapid fire coming in from downtown, doing a lot of damage. If they can find something onto Dex, this could be a big moment for Streamer Zone. Tony, though, needs to stay alive. He needs to kind of balance this game of cat and bear form perfectly. And does he pre-bear that? No, he has to trinket because he was caught in that Stormbolt in cat form. So Tony now down important defensives. Guz down important defensives. Dex still has his trinket, which rotated back up, but things are not looking too good for Lava Lava.
Oh, it's looking scary. And like I said, it's going to become difficult for Dex to heal through this pressure. Dampening is getting high. We're at the 7-minute mark in the game. 35% dampening. A full trap lands on Dex. At the same time, though, if Guz gets his Flame Shocks rolling and can just explode in an Ascendance, Tony might just go down. They need to be careful. This pressure from the Elemental Shaman is really high. Tony's in bear form once again. He's behind the pillar, but the damage is overwhelming. Mind control on Guz. Relza realizing he can't heal through the pressure. He just needs to stop it with that mind control, but a risky play. Full Cyclone on carries. They're making a swap here on Guz. He's in the middle of the map, but it looks like he's going to be completely fine, and it's Streamer Zone that is absolutely falling apart right now. Kasu getting destroyed, Tony getting destroyed, Relza struggling to keep them alive. He's basically no healing cooldowns left. Kasu's forced into the aspect of the turtle. He needs to avoid damage, but after that, there's really nothing here for him. Lightning Lasso comes in. If carries can't connect, it could be the game. Guz does get shut down. Unfortunately, not able to totally channel that out. Dampening is just so critically high at this point in the game. Someone's going to fall here soon, Zico.
Yeah, and it could be Castle right now as he drops to 20% HP. The Guardian is going to save him for a second here, but here comes the Blade Storm. Here comes the unhinged damage from Carius as he looks to chop up Tony here. The Void Shift coming down from Relza. They swap to Relza. Can Relza stay alive? Kasu, meanwhile, also getting blasted by Guz. The pressure from Lava is sinking in. This volcano is about to erupt all over Streamer Zone unless Relza can work some miracles, can work some magic. 43% dampening. They're making a push. Cyclone on low HP onto Guz. What are they going to do? Carries behind the pillar as well. Kasu might just be the hero they need. Aim shot connects. Huge damage. And Kasu will take him down around the corner. What a hero for his team. Relza somehow, some way managed to keep them alive for just long enough to find that kill onto the warrior. But I don't know, man. How convincing was that? Streamer Zone. They find their window, but I feel like Kasu could have easily died right there.
The thing is, like, I don't know who dampening favors in this matchup, right? Because it's like you have so much kind of spread pressure for Streamer Zone or for Lava. You have spread pressure on all members of Streamer Zone, but Holy Priests are kind of good at dealing with that, right? Like you get the Light Well, the Prayer and Mending, the Renewing. Like you have a lot of AoE healing, and if you're dispelling the Flame Shocks, the damage kind of falls off. But on the flip side, Streamer Zone, when dampening is high, they can just single target people down. Like, look at Carries right now. He trades out his Die by the Sword. Guz taking a little pressure. Tony's just going to move in to try to avoid damage. He gets a full Cyclone on Guz as well. So completely slowing down the damage of Guz. And you can see carries, he gets cycloned. Tony moves forward. He gets the cyclone now onto Guz. And this is where they put the pressure onto carry. So these cyclones make it really, really difficult for Dex. He's already working with basically no mana. And unfortunately, he connects the Iron Bark, but it's just too little too late. Cassio has all of his cooldowns up with the True Shot aura and is able to just snipe down carries, being an absolute legend on that Hunter and tying up the series.
Yeah, that's. I wonder who it favors. I'm not sure, but I feel like Tony definitely made some big plays here. The fact like they pushed out onto Guz, they get him low, he gets bashed, then he's forced to kind of retreat. But before he does that, he does a DR stun, gets Guz's trinket right there, and then they retreat behind the pillar. Then Karius is pushing in for the win. And they manage to get a Cyclone onto Karius, which is what kind of enables them to continue to go forward. So they get Karius Trinket right there with the bash, and he thinks we're going to win. Cassio with a nice scatter shot there to slow down Guz. Then as soon as Karius connects here onto Cassio, he actually got cloned. I'm pretty sure he still had Reflect there, but he gets cloned, and then they get this setup, stun, and as soon as it's about to end, they switch it and get a clone. And this way, Relza doesn't ever have to deal with the damage of Guz and Karius at the same time, because Tony is kind of just dismantling them with these cyclones, and that's what allows Cassio to actually go in and get the damage off. Because if they don't have that cyclone on the warrior, for example, or if they don't get that cyclone onto the shaman, well, as soon as Cassio steps out, he's just gonna be met with death from just the overwhelming amount of spread damage that Lava had going. So really good stuff coming out for Tony and Streamer Zone. But now we are going to Hook Point, where I feel like this could backfire.
Yeah.
I really feel like this could backfire. Like playing a Resto Druid on Hook Point is probably the worst experience you can have.
Yeah, I mean, I am really curious about this one because I wonder what it is about the big maps that they like. Didn't seem like it actually paid off for them that much. I think this is going to allow Streamer Zone to play really, really aggressive, maybe go after decks more in the match. We'll have to wait and see, but it does seem like from these teams' picks, Streamer Zone, they like the big maps. Lava, they like the small maps, but I really don't think it is a huge advantage either way. But I do like the fact that we're kind of just seeing, and this has kind of been the theme of this weekend in a way. I mean, we are seeing some people ult on things, but we've seen a lot of teams just kind of ride with their main compositions, right? As far as they can take it, just play those main comps, the classes that they're the most comfortable with, and they just play it at such a high level. It's a joy to watch.
It really is, and I kind of, this might be my own personal bias, but I love it when the teams that make it really far like this are teams that are kind of like specialists at one comp. They kind of just try to figure out how to play that one main thing into most of the kind of field and still do well. I think it's so fun to watch kind of these masters at these comps go at it and find win conditions in matchups where, you know, most people can't. We are all tied up. Streamer Zone versus Lava. Loser will be knocked out of this tournament in 4th place. Winner, well, they will have a chance to go up against CHIBAKU Tensei and potentially against Echo, who are waiting in the grand finals. So lots on the line. $300,000 are being given away this weekend to the players. So definitely want to put their best foot forward here. Don't want to be eliminated in 4th when there's so much more money you could be making if you manage to get a little bit further. Right now, Lava versus Streamer Zone. The gates are open. This is the swing match for Streamer Zone. They need to win this to be able to get that game 5 potentially advantage. Lava, they need to shut it down right here. But I feel like Streamer Zone have a really good win condition here. It's hard for decks to get drinks, and it's easy to target decks. So I feel like going after decks is going to be very important, but they're going to go after Guz in the opener. Immediate trap coming out. Guz responding with the Astral Shift, but this time he's not going to overlap it with the Burrow. So he's going to hold on to the Burrow. A little bit better opener here for Lava compared to game number 1.
Yeah, looking a little bit better. Tony using the bar skin right now. Lightning Lasso coming in, and kind of wonder who the best target for them to go after is. It seems like it is Tony, but whenever he's in bear form and playing defensive, it's really difficult to actually take him down, like push him over the edge. So we'll have to wait and see. I think for Lava, it's likely going to be just cleaving as many people as possible. Going after Relza, you can see they're all kind of rotting down right now, but Relza's just going to be spamming out Dispel. It's a really effective strategy. You get off the lava or the flame shocks, And that's going to really limit the damage that Guz can do. Big setup here on Dex. He's in trouble. Has to trade out. Oh, just a bark skin. Is he really going to greet it? That was a really close call, but plays it calm, cool, and collected. Doesn't trade out his trinket. Still has the Iron Bark, but he gets fully trapped. Nicely done there by Casu. And Streamer Zone, Zico, they're playing this a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, Dex actually did use his Heart of the Wild there. So still a lot of pressure here onto Dex. What is he going to do? Finally applies some Life Blooms on himself behind the pillar, but Tony catches him in normal form. Casu's there to load up the damage. If they had a restun right there, I'm pretty sure they could have forced Dex Trinket, but unfortunately, Tony wasn't able to get that, and now Carius is all over Casu here, looking for the damage. Swapping over to Tony, but he gets stunned. Nicely done there by Tony as he looks to limit that warrior damage, now making a swap over onto Guz. Casu in position to potentially get some crowd control here onto Dex. Dex has no healing over time effects currently onto himself. In Tim stun coming out into the trap, and they're going to go after Guz, who presumably has full HOTS, but he is stunned. He can't use that Astral Shift, taking a decent amount of damage here from Casu, and Relza in the backline as well, adding in a little bit of extra healer damage, but it's not going to be enough to force anything major, and instead it is going to be just Casu again who is going to be taking the damage.
Yep, it's Tony moving forward. They're kind of just all on top of Dex right now. It's really trying to limit any kind of drink potential, make sure he's a target to swap to. He has to worry about those heal over time. In fact, Tony, though, just taking an unhealable amount of damage. Relza keeping him alive with the Guardian Spirit, but that was a very close call. Now they're turning attention onto Guz, and sparks are flying in this match at about the 2.5 minute mark. Full scatter into a trap onto Dex. Guz still low, but opting not to trade out that Astral Shift. Dex has a lot of healing available for him in that Incarnation Tree of Life. Full bash. Tony looking for a Cyclone. Can they stop it? He gets the full, like it's grounded. Nicely done there by Guz, grounding up that Cyclone. And now Tony's going to get Storm Bolted. And Tony does not have an easy job. But if he can land those Cyclones, that's going to be their ticket to winning.
Yeah, casting against LA Shamans, not a great time here for Tony, but he's going to have to do it. He's going to have to manage right now. His team needs him. And I really feel like the easiest way to victory for Streamer Zone has to be to go after Dex. Like, he's got no HOTS on himself. He's being super efficient with his mana. There's a rip dot ticking onto Dex, so it looks like Tony wants to kind of get a couple of bleeds onto him, go after Guz, and then maybe swap over with a Maim with the bleeds already doing some work. Innervate coming out here for Dex as he looks to summon his trees and spam out a lot of heals onto his team. This is going to be Streamer Zone under heavy fire here with Dex having so much healing in the backline. He actually goes for a Cyclone there onto Casu. It's a low Cyclone. They leap over to Tony, but Tony fake casts the kick of Carius right there, so he gets a precognition around the corner, but now Tony forced into bear form. There is the bash coming out. Is Guz going to be able to get the grounding there? Doesn't have it available, and it's going to be a full Cyclone now. Swap over onto Guz with the Maim stun. They get a full freezing trap onto Dex. They stun him on his trinket. Tony, though, is taking a lot of damage here from Guz, just a lot of return fire, but he fake casts the wind shear, gets the low Cyclone with that precognition. Can they get a follow-up? It doesn't look like it. Carries is there to shut it down, but they're just swapping the carries. He doesn't have a lot of life blooms here. He wants to get aggressive here with the Mortal Strike spam in that Blade Storm, but still Tony and Relza are able to survive it, and now it looks like Streamer Zone, they have Dex's Trinket, there is an opening. Who are they going to go after? Carius has no die by the sword. He could actually be a better target than Guz right now, as Guz still has his Astral Shift, but the best target, of course, is going to be Dex. If Tony can survive this right now, almost getting blasted here. Void Shift coming out for Relza, Angel Form, full panic mode engaged here for Streamer Zone, as Relza manages to get his team back up from the brink of defeat.
And that all started with carries. He had a beautiful, intimidating shout that slowed down both Tony and Casu. Dex went for a drink, recovered 100% of his mana. So not only did Tony almost get one shot, but Carey set his team up for a drink. That was beautiful crowd control. Great play. Dex in the middle of the map, though, just getting soloed. Casu is taking him down. He needs to be careful. Tony, though, gets caught into the Storm Bolt. He gets gripped to safety, back and forth. Only looking for a Cyclone once again. Finds it here on the Guz. Carries could be the target that does fall once again. Dampening is getting high, but Dex has so much mana. I think he can stay ahead of the damage, just pre-healing everyone, pre-hotting everyone. But by doing that, he's going to be burning through a lot of mana. And somehow Relza also recovered a bit. So both teams even. We'll have to see how it does play out. Guz getting low. Needs to be careful, but wants to push the pace. Wants to keep up his flame shocks. Wants to get the damage rolling. But a big setup here onto Guz once again. Dex not in crowd control. They just cannot find crowd control on Dex in this situation. They might just kill him through it, though. Full Cyclone lands. Dex can't heal him. Guz is forced to trinket, realizing he doesn't want to allow them to build up that kind of snowball pressure, and allows Dex to heal him up. But that was a close call.
Very close call right now onto Tony here as well. Guardian is going to be, hopefully for Relza, enough to keep him alive. Tony ducks around the corner and is getting dispelled on those flame shocks as well. But in that previous setup onto Dex, Tony actually had Incarnation rolling. So I think they were going for a KO there, but he wasn't able to connect. Now looking to connect onto Guz. They get the bash, they get the full trap onto Dex, but no Cyclone. They do get the Cyclone as well. Tony, though, gets stunned by Dex. Almost gets pulled back there on the grip too. Guz really putting up the pressure here on to Streamer Zone. Tony looking for the defensive Cyclones, not able to find him. Caster's getting disarmed right now. Tony with the Bark Skin active does find a Cyclone onto the Warrior. Caster pushing in, looking for crowd control over onto Dex. There's a full trap onto Dex. He's going to trinket that immediately, keeping his team aggressive. And now, once again, there is an opening onto Dex, but I feel like he's going to be making it very difficult for Streamer Zone to go for those switches, as he is constantly positioning behind a pillar, which is making it very difficult for Caster to actually reach his target. But now Carius and Guz doing a lot of work onto Tony. Dereza just spamming smites in the backline. I don't know about that, but Guardian Angel does come out onto Tony, and it looks like Streamer Zone will recover. And now they have a real opportunity, kind of pushing Lava back to this pillar. They have a real opportunity to set something up here, Ben.
I'm scared, though. Carries no dive of the sword. There's no astral shift. They might be able to take him down. Casu, True Shot or not available for some time. I don't know if they're going to get to that point. Tony in a Stormbolt getting low on health. This small map making it difficult for him to escape. A beautiful, intimidating shout. And he gets sniped. Relza just a little too late there with that trinket. And ultimately, it's going to be Lava that pulls off a win. And I think Carey's had a phenomenal performance in this game. His stuns, his fears, really on point. And is ultimately what allowed them to close out this win.
Yep, you're absolutely right about that. That fear, that stun into fear was perfect by Carius, because the fear not only stopped Relza's healing, but also it stopped Tony from using renewal, and he actually died to the damage before he could get it off. There was a little bit of a gap, but he wasn't able to access it. We're going to see it here on the replay. So this is a little bit prior to that. They're pushing in, they're getting good pressure, and Guz is definitely feeling the damage. But at this point, this is when they go after Tony, and I think this is after he gets the Guardian as well. So Tony drops low. Relza manages to pick him back up a little bit, but then he gets dragged in, and Stormbolt connects, and then I think it's a Shockwave, that like a micro CC. Tony gets, okay, there's the stun. So he could have renewaled right there between the Stormbolt and the Fear, but once the fear was on him, he couldn't actually use it. So for Tony, he had that little gap there, but he wasn't. He was trying to be greedy. He was still making a decision in that moment. Not sure if his healer was gonna, manage to keep him safe, or if he was actually gonna go down there. So Carius definitely putting up the damage, putting up the pressure, and also these fears. He did, get a full drink for Dex earlier with a fear, and also almost killed Tony when they got the Void Shift. So it's basically two back-to-back huge fears. And this is the moment I'm talking about. Stormbolt, right now he can use a renewal. Right now. Can't use it anymore. Unlucky. And then he dies.
Unlucky. Did Incarnation too. So it was, if they had survived that moment, I think it would have been really scary for Lava, but really well-played game by both sides. And Lava, I don't know. This team, like I said, I've been kind of building them up a bit. They kind of came out of nowhere. They're sticking to, their main compositions with carries on the Warrior, Guz on the Elemental Shaman, Dex on the Druid. And they've been putting on a show. They're playing comps that not a lot of other people are playing. They're playing at such an incredibly high level. It's difficult for these teams to kind of go toe-to-toe with them. And maybe they could have a dream run. How insane would it be if Lava actually makes it through the lower bracket into the finals and wins the entire thing? Like, that would be crazy.
That would be absolutely fantastic, and not something that anybody could have predicted for sure. I feel like Lava, I feel like, if we're being completely honest, this tournament, for me at least, it's about CHIBAKU versus Echo. Like, who is going to be the king of Europe? And for me, I'm looking at those two teams. But to be fair, in North America, I counted out the move. I thought, okay, it's all about, Team Liquid here and Le Pomp, and I was wrong. So I could definitely be wrong. It could happen. Anything can happen this weekend, apparently. Judge Waz is in the finals. Wizret is in the finals, We're seeing Asa, DK. We're seeing all these, like, Scooby-Doo cleaves come out. Anything Warlock is possible. Yeah, Destro Warlock. Just anything is possible here in the AWC. Streamer Zone, though, going back to their comfort here on Ashamain's Fall, looking to tie up the score and take us to a Game 5. What do you think, Van? Can they do it?
They definitely can do it, but Streamer Zone is not going to make it easy. I think both these teams are just so incredibly strong. Couldn't ask for a better first game of the day, but Lava Lava just one away from doing it. They're one away from closing it out, sending Streamer Zone out of the tournament in 4th place and getting one step closer to that grand finals against Echo. Just a few seconds here before the gates open.
All right, match point for Streamer Zone. Lots of money on the line, prestige on the line. They came from the gauntlet. They had to take out Hooly Bang in a nail biter to even be here today. Now they need to make it count, or Lava Lava is going to be walking away with the dub here. And Kasu loading up an aim shot. Where is it going? The question is, it's going to be Dex, but doesn't look like they're going to find any more pressure back at the back of that, because guess what? Carius is there, and he gets the disarm, he gets the shockwave, he gets the shutdown onto Kasu, playing a kind of midfielder or like backline for his team there, and just making sure that no harm comes to their goalkeeper Dex.
Yeah, let's see what goes down. Tony right now already trading out that Heart of the Wild and the Bar Skin, trying to just bolster his defense, looking for clones. Carries is going to Blade Storm out of that one, so kind of immuning there after it landed with the Blade Storm and continuing this push on to Tony. And like I said, if you're a Feral Druid, this is a matchup that is a absolute nightmare for you. Warriors and Elemental Shamans both have so many tools to shut you down. And if you're messing around in caster form too much looking for clones, that's when you fall behind on health, you're getting stunned, and things get really, really difficult. So Tony, if he can pull it off, he's going to be one of the ways his team wins the game. Big game shots coming in here from Kasu as they are turning their attention to Guz. Astral Shift is just going to immediately trade, and I think it's a good trade. They want to stay ahead on damage. They want to stay ahead on momentum and not allow Streamer Zone to build up a lead.
Yeah, and Streamer Zone are still trying to push, kind of force the issue here, but still plenty of defensives onto everybody. Everybody still has their trinkets on the side of Lava Lava, so not expecting any major ghost to be happening here in the next minute, but a full trap is secured onto Dex. They could maybe get Carrie's trinket here. Not even going to get that. Are they going to get the die by the sword? No, they get the Cyclone on low HP to follow it up with the scatter shot onto Dex, but he's out of crowd control, and as soon as Carries comes out of crowd control, Dex should be able to pick him back up. Shockwave connects onto Kasu, as he does take a little bit of damage. Relza ducking around the corner, trying to dispel these flame shocks as much as possible. Actually sitting down for a drink right now with Shadow Meld. Relza has actually swapped over to a Night Elf Priest to be able to drop combat a little bit more often. Actually, I'm not sure how I feel about that. They did lose the game on a fair previously, so I don't know. But of course, Streamer Zone knows how to run this jungle better than anybody else. Dex actually sitting down for a drink now as well, and he's going to come back with full... No, okay, no. Still actually behind in the mana department, so good pressure coming out from Streamer Zone, kind of shutting down that drink. Relza is forced to Spirit of the Redeemer, though, because the kind of return fire coming out from Lava Lava is too big.
Yep. Every time he uses the Spirit of the Redeemer, should be able to fully recover. Now Dex getting swapped to. Big rapid fires coming in from Kasu. How are they going to respond? It's going to be a bar skin. Full Cyclone, though, by Tony, mixing it up. Really keeping Lava Lava guessing here. Astral Shift gets traded out, as well as the Ancestral Guidance. Guz doing what he can to try to convert some of his damage into healing to help out Dex just a little bit. Full Cyclone once again on Dex. Guz gets fully stunned. Can they take him down? These are beautiful Cyclones from Tony, and that is going to be what wins them the game. It's all about those Cyclones, how they can deny the heals, how they can find the setups, and how well Lava Lava can shut them down. Relza forced back to the pillar once again. Guz in the midfield, just putting out lava bursts on everyone, getting the damage going. Carries leaps over, but he gets caught into a stun. Full Cyclone. Nope. Blade Storm coming in from Carries. Doing a great job slowing down Tony's offense.
Yeah, and now Tony finds himself in a shockwave at half HP. Relza definitely doesn't want to be dealing with that right now, and he's doing a lot of efficient healing. A stun comes out onto Dex. I don't think Cass is going to be able to find that trap around the corner. Nice defensive fear coming out there for Carries, as well as the Guardian does get popped here for Relza. I think he wants to drink with this Guardian, but Guz is there, putting him in combat, and it's hard for Relza to drink because Guz totems go around the corner, so he can drop like an Earth Grab totem, for example, behind the pillar, and that's still going to hit Relza out of line of sight and put him in combat and stop his drink. So Guz has a very important job to do. Make sure to keep the flame shocks rolling onto Relza, and make sure to keep track of his positioning, because he wants to Shadow Meld and drink at some point as soon as his team kind of has pressure. Right now it's going to be Tony under some fire, though, as Carries That is a very preemptive die by the sword coming out for Karius, but he just wants to stay offensive. He wants to stay on target, and right now he is doing insane damage, 106k DPS onto a bare form Pharaoh, but now finally put in a timeout with that Cyclone. Dex sitting down for a drink. Relza sitting down for a drink as well. Dex gets stopped. Guz is in a scatter shot, so he can't shut down Relza, and Relza is actually getting mana with this drink. Really nice setup here for Streamer Zone. Now they need to make sure that they're shutting down the drinks from Dex for the rest of the game, and they have themselves a nice late game win condition.
Let's see. Once again, Spirit of the Redeemer comes in. Dex behind on mana. Dampening is getting higher and higher. Let's see if Carries can set it up. Like, there's basically two things that can go on right now. Carries sets up a drink for Dex with a nice intimidating shout. Or, I mean, he might just outright die. He's really going deep. There's the intimidating shout, but it's at a moment of desperation, not a moment Dex can actually recover his mana. So there's the intimidating shout, but what does it really do besides just keep him alive? Unfortunately for Dex, just not going to find that window. They might just take down Tony, though. They can overwhelm with damage. We've seen it before. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, Tony's still just tanking it out in bare form with that Guardian Spirit. Guz now is going to be put in a Cyclone. He trinkets out here offensively. Roar of Sacrifice trades for Casu, trying to keep his team offensive. Dex is no trinket. Carries is no trinket. Guz is no trinket. There is an opportunity here for Streamer Zone to potentially close it out. They also have the late game advantage. Lightning Lasso onto Casu. Full Cyclone onto Dex. Carries could be in a lot of trouble here. Potential if Casu can get out enough damage. You'd have any follow-up out of that Cyclone. Doesn't look like it. There's the bash connecting. A little bit delayed, though, as there was a gap. Carries now fake casting or using the spell reflect, but he does get fake casted on it. Tony on the back foot running, getting blasted here by these lava bursts coming out from Guz. Tony fake casts the shock, gets the Cyclone. No, gets grounded there by Guz. Nicely done, but now there's no grounding totem, there's no reflect, but there is a fire elemental stun there on to Tony, which will shut him down. And now Guz in a fear stun onto Dex. Here's the 3-2-1. Here's the perfect setup. Can they take him down? Holy Fire's coming in. Do they have any follow-up CC? They're going for the Cyclone. Not able to find it. Carries will survive there, but it was his rallying cry being traded in that situation, and the chain is not over yet. He might still die. The rally falls, and so does Carries. We are going to a game number 5. Streamer Zone put up the brakes here, and they find themselves a beautiful setup right there with the fear on the shaman, with the stun trap on the healer, follow-up cyclones, and they take the warrior down.
Oh my goodness! I was just gonna say that's exactly what you want to see. Like if you're you ever heal a solo shuffle when the warrior's in trouble, leaping behind the pillar, it's like, okay, great. Like we got a moment to breathe. Maybe we can recover. But I think maybe Carries had a false sense of security there, because although he did get away and his health was going up, the setup wasn't over, and I guess Dex couldn't fully top him off. But you can see some blows being exchanged here, and this is where Streamer Zone is all kind of rotting down. But this is what the Holy Priests kind of specialize at, healing through the spread pressure. This is the start of the setup. We get a full trap on Dex. Carries is getting low. He leaps away, and it looks like he might be able to actually recover. Dex connects some heals, but then this Cyclone lands, and I think Carries realizes, okay, I'm still in trouble. Casu and Tony are just all over him. Guz gets kicked, so really good job by Casu landing that interrupt on Guz. Any kind of off-heal shenanigans get shut down immediately, and that was the really clean setup by Streamer Zone.
Yeah, that's perfect. And this is the danger, right? When you don't have any trinkets left, this is kind of what I was talking about. If you have three trinkets down, sure, there is the late game advantage where you can potentially just MM somebody down, and your healer has mana and Dex doesn't. But there's also this, which is nice too. And I do think Carries had a false sense of security there from that rallying cry. I do believe it's still active on him at this point, and then there, I think he took a big chunk of damage from it falling, and then he got bursted. Relza is there with the Shadow Word Death killing blow. And as you know, Van, Shadow Word Death, when you're in 20% or lower HP, will deal bonus damage. So Relza probably sent a pretty big one there at the end.
Go sharing his newly found priest knowledge. But I kind of wonder, like,
be able to say what I do.
I kind of wonder if, I mean, this might sound crazy, and I know Gnome is so important for warriors, but I wonder if Carries really is going to be the main target, if he should switch over to Dwarf. Like, you're going to get rooted a little bit more, but during those really clean setups, although look at the damage. I mean, this is mostly Casu. What, like 323,000 aim shot, 214,000 aim shot, 170k arcane shot, giant rapid fires. Like, that was basically all Casu there in those final moments. So I don't know if Dwarf is actually going to save you. But it might help a little bit. I don't know. Help prevent the all-ins. I'm sure Escape Artist is getting really good value, though.
I'm getting some intel about that actually. So he's running a talent called Bitter Immunity, which restores 20% health, instantly removes all disease, poisons, and curses affecting you. So Karius already has like basically a dwarf racial that heals him in his talent build, and maybe that's why he's opting for the gnome to have that plus the uptime.
Or maybe you could use both, double dwarf. You know.
That's a fair point. That is definitely a fair point. And there it is, Bitter Immunity for Karius. But yeah, I mean, he has to pick his poison, right? Does he want the bleed removal, or does he want the uptime on the warrior? I think both are. You can make an argument for either side. To be honest, of course, I'm a big fan of dwarfs, so I would like to see the Dark Iron Dwarf come out, but we'll see what he decides to do. Guz is playing that, which is of course super important for him, and just having a stone form for one of those setups, it's like having an extra defensive, like an extra shield wall or something, because Tony's damage will be completely nullified. So shouldn't be enough to take somebody down if you don't have those bleeds rolling. But Lava versus Streamer Zone, game number 5. This is it. Everything is on the line. If whoever loses this game is out of the tournament, winner will advance to their lower bracket final and have a chance to go up against CHIBAKU TENSEI, Ben.
I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of game 5s today. I just don't know what it is. I feel like game 5 is just the smell is in the air. And it just makes the series so much more intense. But this is a very small map. We got Dalaran Sewers, Lava, Streamer Zone, all tied up 2-2. One of these teams is moving forward to play against CHIBAKU TENSEI. The other will be eliminated. It's all coming down to this.
Yeah, let's see it. Here, Guz moving in, gets the Flame Shock over onto Relza, starts hammering down with the Purges, trying to remove that Fortitude buff. Trying to get a little bit of damage rolling as Casu is sitting in stealth. Tony is still in stealth here as well, looking for the opening. They're going after Guz. Big aim shot connecting there onto Guz. Relza's there with the Holy Fire. Going for the mind control, actually. Is he trying to jump Guz down behind the pillar to get a full trap onto Dex? Guz actually kind of trapped in no man's land, but he has free line of sight there away from Karius. So not sure how much I like that. Casu is just blasting whatever he can hit at this point. He's hitting Guz. Guz is out of line. All right, I'll tap to the Warrior. All right, the Warrior's out of line. I'll tap to the Druid. He doesn't even care what he's hitting as long as he's hitting something and dealing that Hunter damage. And currently he is at the top of details, looking to snowball that even further. Guz gets low Cyclone out of that stun. They get a Maim stun there onto Karius as well. Tony now looking for a swap over onto Dex potentially. No, he stuns him into a full Cyclone. Relza also there for the Fear potential, but there is the Tremor Totem available onto Guz, and he's not gonna decide to go for that. Instead, they're gonna go for big damage here onto Guz, dropping to 10% HP. The Dwarf ratio comes out for Guz. So much greed for Guz. He is going to use the Astral Shift, but my goodness, that was just, that was way too greedy, honestly.
Casu on that Hunter is just looking absolutely lethal. We've been following him in this game. Just aim shot, rapid fire, aim shot, rapid fire. Everybody's dead. But finally, Lava is finding some pressure of their own. Rel's at 100% mana at this point of the game, though, just spamming out smites. He's feeling confident this map might backfire. They're going after Guz. He's got basically nothing left. Might have to go into the burrow and hide underground, but looks like Dex is going to recover him. Regrowth's coming in. Now they make a swap on carries. He's cycloned. And honestly, Streamer Zone, this is looking like their best game so far.
Yeah, Streamer Zone right now, they can smell it. They have done it before in the past, winning these game 5s at a disadvantage, but they're going to need to do it right now against Lava. Trying to sit down for a drink, I think. What was Dex doing over there? Look, yeah, he actually was. Dex just randomly drank in the middle of the map in front of everybody. Got a little bit of mana there, and a little bit could be what turns the tide of this game back into his favor. Full trap onto Dex as he gets Chastise stun. Actually, I think they broke the trap with the Chastise stun a little bit prematurely. I think they wanted to maybe set up a swap out of that, but it was still on diminishing return. A little bit unlucky for Streamer Zone as Tony interrupts the Lightning Lasso. Casu munching a disarm here from Karius as well, as Karius looks to duck back to Tony. But look at that waterfall. Oh my god, that waterfall actually so annoying for Karius. Can't get the charge onto Tony, and Tony is just going to get a complete reset here as a result. Now getting stuns onto Guz. They have a trap onto Dex. Not enough damage though, I think, just yet to force anything. But Guz actually, what? He gets knocked behind the pillar, and that is going to be an instantaneous burrow for Guz.
Yeah, Ancestral Guidance and burrow forced out there by Guz. Casu really making plays on this Hunter. It's just so impressive to watch him play the Marksmanship Hunter. going after all 3 targets. Nobody is safe. Aim shots coming in once again. Guz, though, getting a big lava burst, and Tony could be vulnerable. Realizing that, trades out the bark skin. Guz with no defense, though. There's a huge opening here for Streamer Zone. They get the Chastise onto Dex into a full trap. Guz is all alone. He trinkets. He's on the run, but he might just fall. Casu, he trinkets out of the disarm. Gets caught into the intimidating shot. Looks like it will get shut down, but we'll see how much healing Dex has. Incarnation Tree of Life. That was really good peels there by carries in those final moments, but a really close call. Streamer Zone had a clean setup.
But it did cost Dex his trinket, and if you look at the cooldowns right now, I'm a little worried for Guz. He's got no trinket, he's got no tremor, he's got no astral shift, he's got nothing, and same thing for Dex, he's got no trinket. He can pre-Iron Bark the next setup, and he's going to have to do it, because the next setup could have a fear in it as well with Relza if he decides to push up and go for it. Can I get a Cyclone here on the Karis? Here it comes, big damage. There's a kick, there's a stun onto Dex, into a full trap stun onto Guz, and they are swarming this man. Tony going for the early Cyclone, and here comes the Chastise, here comes the damage. Does Relza have a DR fear out of that? Doesn't look like he's going to be pushing in for it, just going to sit back and do as much damage as possible, but it looks like Guz will be able to stay alive, weathering that storm. Dex not able to pick him back up to 100% just yet. Still holding on to the Iron Bark in that position too. Really good defensive kind of cooldown management. They know that not just that setup, but the following setups as well could be scary, so they're going to have that available for them for that next setup. And Tony, in the meantime, is taking a lot of damage. Scattershot onto Carius into a Cyclone. He trinkets out offensively. Tony almost getting caught in cat form. That beautiful shift into Bear, and Tony should be able to stabilize with that. The fear comes out for Carius as well, as now Streamer Zone looks to make their push.
I think Dex got a little mana there, a little bit of mana, and that's going to be really important moving into this point of the game. We're at the 5-minute mark, 23% dampening. Things are getting crazy for both sides. Casu going after the Warrior, and I think Carries might be the main pressure point here. They've been mostly going after the Ellie Shaman, but in dampening, it seems like they do favor that Warrior. Aim shots coming in once again. Mind controls being channeled out. Full stun on Dex. Casu going for it. He gets the full trap. Tony's low on health, though. Looks like Dex won't get trapped, or I think a Trent ate it. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but Dex does not get trapped. He doesn't have to trade out his trinket. He's able to just continue getting those heals up. So that setup from Streamer Zone is going to fail just a little bit, but with no trinket, no dive by the sword for carries, Zico, I really think if carries overextends, he could easily go down.
Speaking of that, I think if he overextends, he could go down. And look where his Carries right now. He's behind a pillar in a stun right now. Might just go down. Chastise coming out onto Carries. There's a nice counter shot onto Dex as well. If they have anything onto Dex, they could take down Carries. And that Iron Bark is going to subside in this Cyclone for Carries. But he does manage to get picked back up. Tony now in a little bit of trouble. Guz is going to trinket out of a stun. Tony's going to be happy with that exchange. Go back, go for a Cyclone onto Carries. And Casu is pushing forward. Another fear coming out there. Carries is really trying to limit Casu's damage here as he has True Shot active. Tony looking for the Cyclone, but he gets knocked away there by Guz. But Casu now finds a trap out of thin air onto Dex. Instantaneous trinket there for Dex. And this is just looking, like you said, this is looking like Streamer Zone's best game. They've had pressure the whole time. They're ahead on mana the entire time, and they're continuously forcing cooldowns with these setups.
Yeah, Caster right now, he knocks Carries into the open, and they might just take him down. He's way out of position. Triple Shockwave comes in. That might be just enough for Dex to keep him alive. A great push there by Streamer Zone, but the damage is starting to overwhelm. Caster's getting low. He's forced to sacrifice. He's forced to turtle. Tony's got no defensive cooldowns. Relza really struggling to keep his team alive. Spirit of the Redeemer comes in. This should recover them, and they can make a push once again, but Tony's health is just continuously going down. He uses the bark skin overlapped with the Spirit of the Redeemer. That was a great counter pressure there by Lava, but equally so, Streamer Zone, they almost got away with a win on carries.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, and Guz actually used his Astral Shift as soon as Dex got trapped there, so they didn't want to commit the stun, and now they're going to do it late. There's no Astral Shift, there's a full trap, huge damage onto Guz. He has the burrow, he might need to use it. The intervene comes out over onto Guz, but he gets DR stun. Surely with that Cyclone, he's going to have to burrow. What? There's no burrow, and Streamer Zone will advance to the lower bracket final to go up against CHIBAKU TENSEI. Lava completely dropping the ball there towards the end. They had plenty of time to burrow. The setup, you could tell it was so clean. I don't know what they were trying to greed there. We're going to have to see it on the replay. Did he maybe stone form and thought that it would be enough or something? I'm not sure. We're going to just have to see here exactly what level of greed that was.
I mean, it was next level greed, Zico. That was insane. We see some close calls here. Guz barely holding on. some great offensive pushes. I feel like Streamer Zone, they had a phenomenal game here. Cassie doing a great job with his explosive traps, just knocking people out of position, creating opportunities for his team. The bursting shot, yeah, the knockback. So that worked out really nicely for them on this map. But we can see here exactly what happens to Guz. He's got the stone form, which is great. You remove the bleeds. That's fantastic. But you know what it doesn't do? It doesn't stop Cassie from just shooting you with arrows and rapid fires and stuff. So I think Guz, he greeted a little bit too hard here. Here comes the stone form, as you can see, but Dex is still in a trap. He's got Burrow. This is the best opportunity to Burrow. He gets a DR stun, and I mean, at what point are you just going to go into the ground and hide? I actually think it should have just been even without the stone form. Just save the stone form, go underground, completely immune to damage. Too difficult at that point to recover, but I mean, it's easy in hindsight, looking at the slow motion replay. Things are fast, lots on the line. Your whole season's right in front of your eyes in this final game. So yeah, Streamer Zone capitalizing on that, and they will be the team to advance.
And that's the thing, right? You really hit the nail on its head there. This is the highest pressure situation that you could possibly be in for Lava Lava. They're coming in. It's a game 5. It's a nail biter, and that's when the nerves can get a little bit high, and you can make a little bit of a misplay, make maybe some miscommunication, and you're gonna pay for it, guys. Honestly, what happened before this was the genius part for Streamer Zone, because the reason why Guz doesn't have his Astral Shift is because Streamer Zone, they made like a fake push before this. They like ran in and they stunned Dex, and as soon as they stunned Dex, Guz popped Astral Shift at full HP, and they're like, okay, we're not doing anything, we're just chilling, it netted them, like here, this was the beginning of that Astral Shift, and then they're in that situation, like here, right here, look how preemptive that Astral Shift is, right there. It's just like, okay, well, I guess we're not doing the setup. And then as soon as it fades, then they launch the attack. Cass is sitting in a clone. They have plenty of time here. They just need to survive, get the Guardian out. And at this point, there's a bash on the carriers. And this is when the setup's coming. There's no trinket on the decks. There's no Astral Shift. You have to instantly burrow out of this. But the intervene gives him a false sense of security, makes him think, oh, yeah, well, maybe I can just stone form. He gets stunned as soon as he does stone form. And then at this point, even if he burrows, like right there before he dies, he will just die to the bleeds there. So it's like too late. Yeah, it had to be much quicker. As soon as he came out of that sun, just stone form burrow. But unfortunate for Guz and the rest of Lava Lava. They had a phenomenal season and honestly been a super fun team to watch. They basically only stuck to this comp or the Demon Hunter version of this comp, like trading out the Warrior for a Demon Hunter. And they were able to really give us some high quality matches. So GG's for Lava Lava for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ben.
I was going to say salute to them. A really fun team to watch. They stuck to their guns. They almost made it here in such a close game in this top 4, but ultimately it will be Streamer Zone that prevails.
Yep, certainly will be. Streamer Zone, the team that came out of the EU Gauntlet, continuing on in the bracket. They're going to go against the favorite to win here in the European region, CHIBAKU TENSEI, down there in the semifinals, facing elimination once again. Streamer Zone GG, quite a different team, though, than Lava Lava. Zico, do you feel like this is going to be like a good enough warm-up, a good enough round to have leading into what might be the hardest series of the day for them?
Yeah, I feel like the road is not going to get easier. No. It's 5-5 against, Lava Lava, but now you're dealing with CHIBAKU TENSEI. Lava Lava, at least, versus Streamer Zone, it's kind of a fair fight. Like, you guys play one comp, we play one comp, let's see who wins. Right. But against CHIBAKU TENSEI, it's not a fair fight. You're going to see Mercy, he's playing Boomkin, he's playing Warrior, he's playing Warlock, they got Blizzo, he's playing Warrior, he's playing Demon Hunter, they got, all of these crazy comps that they're going to be bringing out, and all they need is one comp against Streamer Zone to really find what they need to kind of take them down. So I think Streamer Zone is going to be in for a really tough one, and if they somehow, some way manage to beat CHIBAKU TENSEI, well, guess what? Echo is also waiting in the wings for you.
Yeah, it's going to be a long journey for them regardless. I think this is going to be a serious matchup as well. CHIBAKU TENSEI, they've been waiting. They're ready to go. I'm excited to see if Streamer Zone GG is going to change their comp up or stick to what they know and what they're clearly trying to prove that all they need is jungle. So we'll see if they switch it up a little bit. But before we do that, before we head to a break to get to that series, we're going to do a spell guessing segment here. Y'all know the drill. Whose spell is it anyways? We're going to try to decipher some spells based on just a little bit of information.
Right.
All right, I'm excited. I'm getting my mage card back. What? Ooh, okay, which icon is Likara's teaching? Okay, so C looks like Tree of Life,
Yep.
right? And A looks like I forget what it's called, but it's also some druid. It's not Likara's teaching. It's some druid like a healing thing.
Yeah, it's for sure B or
So
D.
it's B. Yeah, it's B or D. And I feel like
think
B
it's D.
looks closer to C. Really?
Yeah, I think B looks like renewal. It's not. Is it? Like, I don't know. I think it's D because I don't know what Lakara's teaching is, and D looks the least familiar to me. So that's what. Yeah.
Looks like some kind of art and wield ability. I don't know.
But Super T said
I
we're
think I'm gonna go with
disappointing
B.
him. What does that mean? Like,
Oh, maybe. Wait, maybe it's A. What's the name of A? I've seen that icon.
it looks like
I've
something
seen that
about
icon.
something like
it look.
something to do.
it-
I think
it
it's like
feels like a druid.
reforestation or something. That's what it looks like. That's my guess. I don't know. I'm going with D. I don't care what Super T says.
I feel like it's called something seed. A is called something seed. So I'm going with B. I'm going with B. You go with D.
We have all our bases covered. One of us is.
I'm going with D just based off a process of elimination, but I also don't know what that is.
All right.
Oh, it's
it's
B. Wow.
There it is.
Hey.
There it is.
Or Sid. Okay. 15% and gains 1 additional charge.
Okay, something gets 2 charges and is 15% more effective. What could be? Does double time? Does it give more damage? No, I don't think so.
They're making these.
Improve,
Oh,
purify.
they've got some.
It's not.
Conflagration.
It's not Call of the Sun. I don't think it's Call of the Sun King.
No, it's improved conflagration. I think, or complete. Yeah, I think it's improved conflagrate.
Yeah. Well, let's just go through process of elimination. Call of the
Purify
Sun King is
Spirit,
like.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say improved purify spirit. I don't think you gain a charge on that.
This is a
So-
mage thing?
Call of the Sun King is a fire mage thing. Improved Purify Spirit, I don't think it gives you an extra charge. And Purification just gives you an extra charge, right?
C.
And
It's
no
C,
15%. Yeah, I think it's C.
I think it actually does increase the cooldown purification.
Oh, 15% longer cooldown, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. It's either B or C.
All right,
I'm going with B. I think. I'm going for it. B.
B?
I'm going for C.
C?
that was
Okay.
What?
What?
All right. No more mage card for either of you. Yoink.
Six Flames deals 15% increased damage and gains 1 additional charge. All right. Well, Zico, it's been nice knowing you.
The icon
A.
for Call of the Sun. I'm A.
A. It's A. It's A. 100%. We're locked in on that one.
Yeah. It's
And
locked
trick
in.
us twice.
100%. Can they?
It's either
Okay,
D or A. It's not D. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Alright.
I was like, oh, wait, can they?
Let's go. All right. Well, that went okay. That went okay. There's a couple more of them coming on. We'll have to study up a little bit before we head into the next one. But speaking of studying up, Streamer Zone GG gonna have a difficult match coming up here. CHIBAKU TENSEI, are they gonna continue on with everyone's prediction to move on against Echo? We're gonna find out after this break. CHIBAKU TENSEI versus Streamer Zone coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're here in the lower finals, Lithy, and it's going to be CHIBAKU versus StreamerZone.gg.
Man, this is going to be such an exciting matchup. I was hoping this was going to happen because, I get to ramble about some storylines, about some old stuff, because I want to do a little throwback. 2021 was an awesome year for some of these players, for others not so much. You can see Houston, young man sitting in the corner, not having the greatest of times because this season was quite impactful for him. One of the first times he actually had to heal in the AWC, and man, he has come a long way from being the resto shaman on Blastwave Bros to taking a 2-year break after this 2021 season to just come back with CHIBAKU and start utterly dominating the competition. And back in the day, well, surprisingly, some of those healers he fought against were on the, among other people, Relza as well, so a lot of throwbacks coming in here. StreamerZone, obviously the 2021 AWC champions. I think there's a lot of kind of historical wind that blows in the same direction, and I can't wait for these teams to match up and see how this is going to go today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a banger of a series for sure. It's really awesome to see these players that have been in AWC for so long finally find a roster that kind of works for them. You know that they're talented as an individual, but you just finally, Supatees, you see these players kind of just lock into a dream team that you can tell really works for them.
Yeah, you get to see them grow up also. I remember like Peekaboo's first tournament, and he's just a little kid, the youngest person at the LAN event, and now he's like a full-grown adult, and he's competing on the move, and they're possibly winning their first championship. Like, they have not been able to win one. So these players and teams have been, gearing up for this for a very long time. There is a steeped history for them. And CHIBAKU is looking like on fire. I mean, Houston's going head to head with Lone Tar on Shaman time and time again. And even going head to head with North American Shamans as well, with the cross region event, which we had in the mid-season. So it's been a super fun year. Now, specifically for these two teams going head to head, I'm really wondering what StreamerZone are going to bring to the competition. Jungle worked for them, but it was really close. It was off the back of mistakes from Lava Lava. So are they still confidently going to be going with that? Or are they bringing in the bounce to it? Are they bringing in some type of different composition like they did against Echo? Because they went 0-3 doing that strategy.
Yeah, certainly a huge question for StreamerZone. Are they going to stray from their comfort, from what they know they are good at, or something that might be on paper a little bit more counterable to what CHIBAKU TENSEI has to offer? We're going to find out soon enough. It is game number 1 of the lower finals here. Winner of this series moving on to the European Grand Finals to face off against Echo.
And it is a little bit of a tense moment here for CHIBAKU, because the last time these two teams matched up against each other in Cup 3 of this season, well, it was actually StreamerZone that swept them under the rug. But now CHIBAKU is ready. They bring in Kroto on the Red Pally and Mercy representing on his main, the Warlock. It's the lower bracket finals. The winner gets to go up against Echo. Let's get into it.
Ooh, Kroto on that Ret Paladin. This has been the secret formula so far to the teams that are in the Grand Finals at the moment. Is it going to be the secret sauce, the secret ingredient for CHIBAKU to get through StreamerZone.gg? This is a very durable composition. And Mercy, I'm sure, is very happy to rep the Warlock. We see a freezing trap already on the Shaman. Triple crowd control. StreamerZone.gg are not playing around as they are just exploding Kroto. They get every single cooldown out of the bank. An absolute robbery on their part. Not even 30 seconds into the game.
And now they just need a getaway driver to find a safe spot from the retaliation, because Kroto has the wings popped. He's trying to get in, and another beautiful, beautiful totem here from Houston to reposition Relza and Tony into the middle of the map. And the big question for me here is, how is this Warlock gonna turn up against Jungle? Mercy has been looking pretty good on this over the last few days, but it's a different beast here, matching up against StreamerZone, because these guys are looking for setups left, right, and center, and Kasu does so much damage on this Hunter. Nice mind control coming in from Relza as well. Follow-up Cyclone. Mercy just put on ice for the moment, as StreamerZone is looking for the next opportunity here.
They have constant pressure. Kroto has to be careful. He's trying to pull back to the pillar here. along with Houston and catch a couple heals. He gets stunned around the corner. Casu is moving in. He's got Freezing Trap off cooldown. He's trying to land it. Houston knocks him away with a Thunderstorm, delaying it, but he's still in hot pursuit. He secures the Freezing Trap, and this could be devastating for Crota if they get enough damage out. A couple aim shots flying through. Mercy is peeling with fears, trying to buy time, but he's skull bashed. He can't fear anymore. Casu repositions out of range of all the crowd control and is just firing in arrows onto anybody across his path at the moment, but they did not get nearly as much as I thought they were going to from that crowd control chain. Houston fishing for hexes at the moment. He actually gets one on Casu. Tony unlikely playing D-Curse as he has to lose a lot of valuable talent, so hexing the Hunter can be a good way to peel him, but now they're switching to the Hunter out of the Hex with multiple stuns incoming, but not enough damage to really force him back. He snipes another Freezing Trap off the scatter shot. Rapid fire flying through. Croto in trouble once again. Houston goes for Nature Swiftness. It barely does anything. Croto's down to half health again, forcing Houston's hand as Ascendance fortunately procs for him during this moment to recover Croto.
Yeah, a little bit of recovery going on, but Mercy has to pour it out as well. So much pressure from Streamer Zone in the opening minutes here. Castle sitting in another Hex. Croto looking for the Repentance, actually. Can't quite connect it because Tony is there with an interrupt. Follow-up Cyclone gets interrupted by Mercy. Good Axe Toss stun there, connecting onto Tony, and Croto just looking for another connection. Has the wings running. Crusading time is what it says. Chest-Eye stun. The follow-up is good. Streamer Zone does a lot of damage here. Not quite forcing all the defensives they would like to, but Houston still struggling. Has the trinket available should he need it. Casu popping the Raw of Sacrifice as Reza pops into the Angel, will be able to stabilize his teams, and Houston, he has a tight totem that Tony is very happy to kill off right away.
All right, Croto, how are you going to survive this? It's Incarnation from Tony. Mercy gets a Doomguard proc, and Tony's on the back foot and actually can't stay aggressive. Croto snipes a Repentance on the Rep Paladin, running some Repentance tech here between Fear and Repentance. This is a long crowd control chain, but it seems like Rel's team is totally fine. Houston's into a Cyclone. They're trying to develop pressure still on a Croto, but he's got Shield of Vengeance, which they've finally broken through, so they're finally going to start attacking his health bar. But he's survived long enough that his Divine Shield is 30 seconds away. He still has a Blessing of Protection in his back pocket, so they should be able to keep this game going. A surprising amount of burst onto the Warlock, though, here in the midfield, but Tony can't really get over there. He's looking for Cyclones. He finds one on Croto. Houston had stops for that, so Croto's a little bit upset about this Cyclone coming through, slowing down his damage. Tony fakes a kick. He's trying to go for another one. He gets grounded by Houston, but he gets the follow-up clone onto Croto. Now they're setting up probably on Croto out of these Cyclones. A couple seconds away from his Divine Shield. Can they squeeze in enough damage before it becomes available? With this stun, it's 2 seconds away. They're trying to push for it with the Freezing Trap. Can they secure enough damage? They might just get Divine Shield immediately as it's come off cooldown here, as he's got Divine Protection. It's not enough. He literally just came up, and he has to use it again. The pressure from Streamer Zone is immense, but Croto manages to snipe another Repentance. This is a good opportunity to turn it around. They get a Fear out of the Repentance into a cap stun. They need to connect, though, and Casu is just navigating that pillar expertly, avoiding all of the damage, but Relza is still feared in the middle of the map into a Hex, and he's going to have to aspect of the Turtle. That fear pathing was so unlucky for Relza. Now Tony is low health as well, feared into the middle, and Relza is playing catch-up.
Yeah, great reef here from Mercy on the Dispel. They're trying to pressure more, and Tony gets another precog. Can't quite connect the Cyclone, though, as Relza goes in for the double fear. Fearing Houston out into the open. Casu finds the Ice Trap. They might be able to capitalize off this. Maim's down onto Croto. Big damage on the red, down to 20%. Houston has to Trinket Link immediately. Ascendance popped in as well. Big heals coming through, but Croto still dying. Elemental Blast is coming in, and Houston is just trying to pump as much as possible. Now they swap over onto Mercy, down to half. Can they force the wall? It doesn't quite look like it, as Houston throws in another Tide that just gets a lot of value as it isn't killed off fast enough. Shadow Fury's down onto 2. They swap over onto Casu. He has 5 seconds left onto wall. Can they take him down? Relza only has the shift. Trinket needs to come in. There it is. Void Shift in the last second as Mercy is pushing in, finds a precog and the Fears, putting a lot of pressure onto Streamer Zone here. CHIBAKU really sending the momentum right now, but Mercy has to wall to stay alive.
Oh, the Unending Resolve is over. He's still in the middle of the map. He ported aggressively to land that triple Shadow Fury. He's getting pretty cheeky with these plays, but they stun Relza. Can they get the Repentance? He's in a bash. They can't, so they secure a Fear instead. Mercy and Croto tag teaming on Relza to get crowd control, and Tony sees it. He's trying to stop Croto's Repentance here by using a Maim stun, and it looks like he's given up on trying to get it. He's going to have to get through Fade and Shadow or Death, but maybe they don't even need crowd control. It's still a lot of damage, but they get a trap in return. They're switching the pressure to Mercy. He is on the run, wrapping around the corner, trying to escape the Feral Druid, but they're not comfy. They're going to trade up Blessing and Protection to immune physical damage, and it looks like they're not getting lucky on the purges removing it. Mercy is free casting Spaming Fears. They cycle on the Bloodstained Protection towards the tail end. Now Tony switching his attention to Croto, who doesn't have Divine Shield and doesn't have Bop. It's big damage incoming. Can Houston deal with the pressure here? Tony's going to Cyclone Croto low, switch the damage over to Mercy, and continue to keep Houston on his toes. And Houston is really struggling. He has basically no cooldowns to recover right now. Mercy sitting on health, so he gets Cyclone. A full Cyclone from Tony. He goes for another one. They kick his cast. They get the second Cyclone. Mercy has to gate out of the middle of the map, but now Houston's in a stun into a freezing trap. It doesn't look like there's any way out. Croto is getting lower. Tony's trying to pick his move here. He's going to try and go for a Cyclone. He gets stunned, and they're just trying to keep Houston away, but they can't. They get static fielded back in mid. Houston gets to his team, and he's going to do his best to recover with almost nothing left.
Croto has a health stone, bubble up in 45 seconds. They need to survive that long. It's a vulnerable few moments here for CHIBAKU TENSEI. If Houston has another Tide Totem, repositions that into the middle of the map, but it's only an S for him that could really do much work. No trinket, nothing. A little bit of dangerous moments as Tony gets swapped to. He has Survival Instincts, might need to pop it in. 4 seconds on his trinket as Relza is stunned up in another Shadow Fury. Croto finds the full Repentance. Massive damage, massive pressure. Streamer Zone on the back foot. They finally get the Survival Instincts from Tony. That's a massive defensive out the window, and Croto gets main stunned up. 14 seconds on the bubble. Should be able to survive that long, but Houston in another trap. How big is the damage?
7
Chest
seconds.
Dive stun. Croto down to half. 5 seconds on the bubble. Croto down to 10%. Shield of Vengeance in the wall. Come in clutch. Houston should be able to stabilize here. Link in 8. Trinket in 15. CHIBAKU looking to have bridged the dangerous moments.
Hey, Relza, how are you going to do this? It's True Shot up for Casu. He's trying to blast arrows through onto Croto. Divine Shield just became available, and he has to press it again. It's literally, it comes off cooldown, and it's exactly when he needs it. Relza's got his team top tier. True Shot is still up. Full Cyclone from Tony. He's been doing a great job with these Cyclones. Massive pressure incoming. Houston barely gets the trinket off there with the Link. He almost got stunned on his trinket, but it might not even matter. Casu gets follow-up crowd control. He still has True Shot for another second. Mercy is spamming Fears, spamming Coils, defensive Repentance, and now Tony is suddenly on the back foot. He gets gripped back to the pillar. Houston is repositioning to try and recover Croto. He doesn't have a ton left in his back pocket. They're going to retreat away from the Hunter, try and line of sight, but Tony is not allowing that as he gets a double stun into Clone, and I think that's lights out, and StreamerZone.gg take game 1 in a surprising fashion. You cannot predict who is going to be winning these things anymore, man. I don't want to make predictions anymore. I didn't think the move could make it to the finals in North America. I know you did, but I don't know how many people expected Streamer Zone to actually get out of this lower bracket. I thought for sure this was going to be the biggest struggle for them, but they're looking so good, despite what I would think CHIBAKU, they theory crafted trying to make the ultimate jungle counter. Like, you got a pet class, really durable. They can stun on goes. You got a Rep Paladin for support against physical damage. Like, CHIBAKU really wanted this to be the perfect counter.
Yeah. The 2021 championship roster reform just looks as scary as they did 3 years ago. And CHIBAKU, well, the search for a counter comp continues. Cup 3, they fell 3-1 to Streamer Zone, and Blind Pick once again not looking too great. As you mentioned, Super, in theory, Red Warlock, especially the Demo Log, should be looking great, should be looking peachy against this jungle comp, but something's not quite working out. There's a little bit too much pressure. Is it just the timing and the accuracy of the CC, of the setups, that enables Streamer Zone to just be so overwhelming here?
I think it's more the fake casts. I feel like Tony was just able to get around Houston a little bit too easily. The grounding and the wind shears weren't as on point as they normally are, and he just found way more crowd control than he normally gets. Basically, as the shaman, you're the goalie against the druid. You're the main point of stopping cyclones from coming through. And I just feel like a couple of them got through at times where they shouldn't have. This is really unfortunate to get stunned on your trinket, but he kind of needed to trinket Link on this go. And they managed to survive it, but they can't keep Tony away. I'm wondering, could Mercy have spammed Fear more, possibly on Tony when he tries to run in the middle of the map? I guess he's worried about Croto dying. Because Tony kind of just crosses the map for free here. I guess he tried to fear him, but he got to the pillar. Actually, he's fearing Relza at this point in time. He really thought that maybe they would be safe here, I guess, but the double stun into the clone, and he's behind the pillar, so nobody can really stop him. And the positioning just got to them. And I mean, they're just doing quite a lot of pressure throughout this game as well. They kept pressure on the Ret early on, and then when they found the Warlock opportunities on the Warlock, that made it difficult for Houston to predict where his Earthshield needed to go. They were able to get ahead of that. It seems like they're evenly matched. It actually makes me wonder if CHIBAKU will go back to like a more standard comp, like their Boomkin Demon Hunter.
Might be possible. I think it's definitely manageable. Then again, this comp, they had their moments, right? It didn't look, I don't want to call it hopeless, so to say, but then again, maybe CHIBAKU has a sort of melee cleave they could run in. Maybe the Red Demon Hunter that has been so successful in NA to an extent is something that could be coming in here, because hey, we just saw Croto on the red Pally. We know that Blizzo coming into this roster in this later stage of the season is playing fantastically on the Demon Hunter so far. I would not be surprised if CHIBAKU has that ready and prepared, because hey, it's CHIBAKU. They have a comp ocean at their availability.
Yeah, and CHIBAKU, I feel like they're in the same spot as the midseason, where like they were owning it up in the cups, but then just couldn't, deliver the final nail to win a championship, that midsummer cup, that midseason cross-region tournament that we had. So I feel like this is a big tournament for them. They really want to show that they're consistent throughout the year, and they can finish it off. They can put the cherry on top and say that they are the champions. They're not switching their composition. They're going to a smaller map, which will enable them to stack up Streamer Zone. I feel like the positioning from them was really good on the more neutral size map like McGrand, where the Hunter can play max range. It'll be a lot harder for them to escape. The Ret Paladin can get in, get stuns easier onto the healer on this map. So it does make a lot of sense, but it seems like CHIBAKU are putting all of their chips in on this composition to work, because now if they lose this and they go down on match point with 2 swing match disadvantages, it's going to be hard to recover from.
Yeah, it's a tough order, a tall order, the big thing for me is just CHIBAKU. Yes, you mentioned they have been looking incredible regular season, but you got to keep in mind this is a fresh team, somewhat newly formed this year, and making it to the grand final on your first largest season 3, season 4 of Dragonflight as a new team is already a fantastic accomplishment. So from here on out, I mean, they got to dig deep. They got to bring in whatever they think can work, and they got to make it happen, because Streamer Zone, I mean, these guys have been around for so long. These guys have been so well practiced on this jungle comp, and to an extent that they just outplay their counter comps in a lot of cases even.
Yeah, I mean, they just keep playing the same comp. They refuse to change. No matter how many times Tony types up a meme and he's complaining about some other spec, he just keeps playing Feral Druid, and will just keep trying to make it work. Even despite those disadvantages, because I don't think anybody's going into this tournament thinking that Jungle Cleave is, the number one composition likely to be able to take the entire event. And they kind of got throttled down by Echo early on. So getting through Lava.
To be fair, we kind of regarded Jungle as kind of a bad comp, more or less, going into this season. So it's very surprising they're doing this well.
Yeah, the Hunter buffs at least are paying off for them. I feel like Kasu's able to carry on damage. Tony's just finding cyclones, and Rels is doing ungodly amounts of healing every game to keep his team alive throughout all of these situations. Like, Rels needs a raise right now on the healer for this team, because he's keeping them alive for like 10, 11 minutes. It's not easy to keep a Feral Druid. If you've played a healer and you've healed a Feral Druid, it's probably the most difficult class to heal in the game, and also a Hunter is also probably the second most difficult class to heal in a game. So every game he's got to heal this for like 11 minutes straight against the best teams that Europe has to offer. So definitely this team, they showed up to play. I was counting them out moving into this. I thought that they'd have a decent series against Lava. Didn't expect them to come out ahead. They came out ahead there. First game here looks so good in like CHIBAKU's counter build. If Streamer Zone win on this map on Hook Point, I'm starting to think it's possible that they could beat Echo even.
I mean, hey, if you have a season where Tony eliminates 2 Elemental Shaman teams back-to-back, basically, across a weekend, then that might just be the weekend where Tony wins AWC once again, So you can never dream too high in this situation, I think. But first, hey, you got to get through this series, and CHIBAKU is not a team that is done before the last bell rings. And a little bit of in-game adaptations. We talked about kind of the lockdown, the prevention of the CC Tony has been bringing into the game, especially on the Grand. Once CHIBAKU maybe steps up their game a little bit more, that might not even be an issue. They might be able to just take this, and Fusen, I think, is the main person we'll need to keep an eye out for in this situation. Healer versus healer, I mean, that's kind of this season in a nutshell, really, so I'm super excited to see how this second map is going, because, hey, CHIBAKU might be getting warmed up now.
Yeah, Houston's going to be the goalie for the team, and his goal is to stop Cyclones from going off, which can be difficult against Feral Druids, as he's likely running a talent when he's got Heart of the Wild. His Cyclone is super fast. It's just laser fast, so Houston really has to be on point, keeping his team alive, and stopping these laser fast cyclones from coming through that stop the ret from doing damage, or stop someone from recovering, or hit even Houston to stop him from healing. So that is the main point of contention that I'm looking at in this game, is basically Houston versus Tony, who is getting ahead in terms of either avoiding the wind shears or landing the wind shears. And it's going to be a major determining factor in which side comes ahead.
We shall see. We are on hook point. We got some big catches reeled in because this game is certainly one of them. 10 seconds to go. CHIBAKU TENSEI looking to even out this series on their pick. It's lower brackets at best of 5, and you really don't want to go down 2 in a row. Kasu looking for an opener, looking for a trap, and of course after that tons of damage. And Mercy, he's just waddling in. He's looking for a target. He wants to spread some fear and terror.
All right, Tony just staying in stealth. Kasu staying in stealth, trying to pick the angle here to get an aim shot. Tony's going to open up with a rake stun and an aim shot from stealth with a freezing trap. Insane surprise opener here. That gets Mercy's trinket. I love the positioning they had between Tony and Kasu to secure that aim shot, as well as the scatter trap. But now they've got to be careful. They get pulled behind the pillar by Houston. He's looking to lead a counter assault with that lasso as well. They're going to stun Croto to peel him away. Aim shots flying through. Now he's looking for a clone behind the pillar. Grounding totem comes down for that. They kill the grounding totem. That was great teamwork from Kasu to kill the grounding totem, I think, with his pet, so that Tony could get the clone through the pillar. And now Mercy is still the main target. They kill the healing tide totem. StreamerZone.gg looked good in the initial stage here.
Yeah, they're coming out swinging out of the gate. I mean, if you're coming off the first win on the blind pick, you'd certainly have a little bit of momentum. And with how stacked up CHIBAKU is right now, they can put out so much damage in CC easily. Lay on hands forced here from Croto as Mercy has to pass the portal away once again. And the pressure is just not abiding. It's just so much hammering in on CHIBAKU. Mercy really trying to make something work with the Warlock here. And the rapid fire from Kasu has something to say about it. Lots of damage though now on the Hunter. Tony peeling backwards, finds the main stun onto Mercy. Dark Pact broken almost instantly through that shield, and another full clone onto Houston. Mercy suffering it for a second. Might have to wall, but Houston trinket links already. 1 minute 40 in.
Yeah, I mean, CHIBAKU, they're falling behind on every front. StreamerZone.gg are so clean with their CC. They're getting so many clones. It just seems like they can't stop Tony. He's on fire. Mercy fakes his kick, though. Finds a fear on Tony. Kasu wraps around the side. Aim shot, triple Shadow Fury. Can they get the Repentance? He gets bashed on it. I don't think Croto's going to be able to find it, but Mercy does find a fear. They really need to chain that into Repentance if they can. It's into a Repentance. They get it. This is a big opportunity for CHIBAKU. Tony ducks into bear form with Bark Skin. He manages to tank it, and unfortunately the Demonology pet's actually AoE'd right when they landed the Repentance, and it broke it, so Relza can free heal. Houston knocks back, but the trap still lands, no trinket. Tony is trying to go for a clone. He's not able to, he finds it onto Houston. He's going to maybe chase down. Now it looks like they want to go after Croto. He's trying to go for another clone. He's trying to time it here, but he's not going to find it. I don't think. He's a little bit too late now on it, trying to get Houston again. He pre-bears the stun, but he's still taking immense damage from Croto with that Crusade up. Is he going to survive? He has to use survival instincts as well on top of his Bark Skin, basically just back-to-back here, as it seems like CHIBAKU are putting themselves back in the game, focusing the Feral Druid.
Yeah, Mercy finally gets to cast, finally gets to do some damage. Houston finds a Lightning Lasso on to Kasu, just keeping him away, preventing the traps from coming in, and Croto just blasting away, coming out of that Cyclone, looking for big damage. Relza has all hands on deck, half mana left only for the Holy Priest here on StreamerZone.gg, and that might come to bite them somewhat soon. Full Hodge into Tony. Relza sitting in a fear, can't do anything about it. The life swap coming in, Void Shift on cooldown now, and that's a big CD out of the window, considering he also just tossed GS at Kasu.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going here. I love these swaps on the Feral Druid rather than focusing the Hunter. Cyclone attempt. They can't stop it. It looks like actually Croto interrupts it. Houston's still in a trap though. Tony jumps over and gets another full clone. Relza deaths the Repentance, I believe, there, and breaks up that CC chain. That would have been devastating if that Repentance landed with no trinkets. So nice moves by Relza to avoid that. Croto is peeling back, trying to assist with Kasu as Kasu is pushing him by himself. He gets punished, big punish by Houston, pulling Kasu into enemy territory with that static field, but they don't even get his trinket. It's really surprising they don't get his trinket on that pull. And now it seems like he's recovering back in the middle. He's aim-shotting the Warlock. Massive damage through that Earthen. Tony's trying to find more clones. They grounding totem these ones. Tony gets feared on his clones. He's going to stun Croto. And he's looking for another clone. He's not able to get it. Good stops on these as he's trying to line of sight. He goes for clone again. They stop another clone. Super important that they keep stopping these. They fear Croto, but it's more like a desperation fear to try and get him away from stunning Relza, I think. Croto's going for Repentance, trying to fake cast a Fade or a Death in this position, but Relza has the pillar off to the side off screen, so he should be able to just line of sight them. Tony's just in bear form. What are they waiting for right now? They got True Shot. They're waiting to try and land a double stun, maybe a scatter on the ret. There's one stun. Is he going to go for the second? They scatter the ret, but no, he gets intercepted by Fuston's lasso. Really good lassos from Fuston so far in this game.
Yeah, an instant dispel on the freezing trap. You're onto Croto, and they follow it up on Kasu. GS once again on cooldown as Reza is trying to pump the heals in. Howl of Terror from Mercy here finds Relza. The follow-up was denied as Tony finds the precog and gets close out. Kasu has to trinket, accelerate just to stay alive in this situation. Lots of pressure here once again on Streamer Zone. And really, Chibaku is turning up the heat. They are warmed up, and Fuston sitting in another clone. Mercy's trying to reposition around it. Shastai stun locks him down for the moment, but Fuston getting out of that clone into an ice trap immediately. Mercy still has the wall available as well as the health stone. Should be more than fine though without proccing any big defensives. The swap over onto Tony. Bark skin is used already. Can he do something with the incarnation here? They're looking for big damage but not quite are able to really stick it to the man as Kasu gets turned it on himself. Turtle forced out just before the scatter shot connects onto Croto.
That was a big setup. Howl of Terror is an adaptation Mercy is playing. You don't typically play that as Demonology, but it set them up for a lasso, and now it's put Streamer Zone in a really rough spot to recover. They're behind on mana, behind on cooldowns. The remainder of this incarnation needs to get some value, like a Divine Shield possibly from Croto, but they don't have enough damage, it looks like. Mercy's at the pillar. Croto's line of sighting on the push pillar as well. And Fuston's is getting aggressive. They know they have Streamer Zone on the ropes. They want to get aggressive and land a Hammer of Justice on Relza. Croto is tearing into Kasu. No aspect of the turtle. Guardian Spirit comes through. He's boosted his healing on the target. Relza's still line of sighting at the fence line, trying to avoid the stuns. Kasu has to disengage back. They're forcing them back. Tony tries to find a clone. He's not going to be able to. He's got Heart of the Wild, so they're very fast. Fuston lands the Wincher into the lasso. They pull him back on the lasso. Nice catch by Relza. Really good positioning on his part, but he gets clipped around the corner by a Shadow Fury. Is he really going to die in a Shadow Fury? It's so much damage coming in from Chibaku, looking to respond with even more stuns coming through, and Fuston with the carry. Chibaku back on the board 1-1.
What a game. You can really tell that Chibaku is warmed up and ready now. The game plan swapped up a little bit. Howl of Terror actually coming in massive for Mercy. I think he found multiple situations across this game where he really just put a big wrench into the plans of Streamer Zone with that.
This was a very important game, but I will say it was still kind of close, you know, given that this is supposed to be their map advantage. At least in the initial stages, I'd say for like the first 2 minutes they looked good, but then after that they just couldn't get any cooldowns. They didn't get a Divine Shield the whole game. I think in the earlier parts of this game, if my memory serves me right, that they got a Spirit Link Totem very early on, but it just seemed like they fell off and they couldn't keep their pressure. And it's mostly, I think, Mercy playing Howl of Terror. So basically, Howl of Terror is an instant cast AoE Fear. So whenever Kasu and Tony would push in, you get a double Howl of Terror, and then they couldn't continue their push. It would just totally negate everything they're doing. Typically, you don't run that. You want the coil so that you can get like a stun into a coil. So it's a very interesting adaptation for Mercy to have that instant ability to peel and keep his team alive. But here's that final push, the cap stun, the axe toss, everybody getting stunned while the pet is doing a disco twirl on Kasu, and he is not going to be able to survive the amount of damage. I love that Chibaku also knew that they were going to win here and committed. They went all in. Croto just bubbled. Yeah. They're like, this, we know you have nothing. We're going to commit everything to be immune to damage and close this game out. A lot of teams, they can struggle with that. A lot of teams will be really good at defense, staying alive and dampening, but then when it comes to being their turn, they've survived long enough and they need to make a push, they don't make the right call. And so right here is really good awareness from Chibaku to switch gears from defense to offense and close the game out.
Yeah, I think there's very few Red Paladins at this level of play where when you see an offensive bubble, it's usually it's wasted. It's so rare that that happens in Croto. He just knew. He just knew he had to do it. He knew he was going to get the kill, and Fuston coming in with the cap totem in the last possible second here just to lock down Kasu a little bit more as well. Just a beautiful, beautiful round here from Chibaku, but of course, we gotta talk about the close quarter matchups, right? And Hook Point, I think the map itself enabled Mercy's Howl of Terror a lot more than it would be on a large map like Streamer Zone is picking right now, Maldraxxus.
Yeah, everything about Mercy's team is you want to stack your enemies up. Ret Paladins do cleave damage, Warlocks do cleave damage, they have AoE crowd control. They want to stack people up and do as much damage as possible. Streamer Zone, they want to spread out so that they're isolated and reduce that damage and that cleave damage. So big map, they're going to be able to spread out a lot more, and that's obviously why they're going to Maldraxxus Coliseum. Maybe I'm a bit surprised they didn't go to like Empyrean Domain for the smaller pillars. just for the Hunter to have more access to being able to attack from far away. But I don't think Maldraxxus is a bad option either. Maybe they're going to save Empyrean for the last game here moving into this. But compositions are unchanging from both sides despite defeat now on both sides. So this could just spin the entire series. It's just coming down to this matchup, which looks really close. And, winning the blind pick means that if it comes to a game 5, Streamer Zone will have a big map in that situation.
Yeah, so the swing map is a big thing. I want to talk a little bit more as well about the issues from game 1 that we talked about, right? And on Hookpoint, the clones from Tony are much less frequent and much less impactful, right? So the big question for me is, how's that going to continue now on Maldraxxus? What is Streamer Zone going to adjust? What is CHIBAKU going to adjust just to keep Tony in check a little bit more here?
I think the biggest thing was that Streamer Zone didn't attack the Ret. In the first game, they got bubble and then off cooldown, got bubble and then off cooldown, got bubble again, and then they went on the Warlock. Whereas in Hookpoint, they attacked the Warlock for basically the entirety of the game. And maybe this made Croto have more confidence, and he was just playing aggressive, never really had to run away at any point in the game. So I don't know if that's an adjustment maybe on Mercy's part. Maybe Mercy actually was playing more aggressive, so they were like, oh, we have to force to attack Mercy if he's going to play aggressive on top of Relza type of deal for their side. But it seemed like early game, Ret is a bit easier to kill. You can't just port behind the pillar out of line of sight of the Hunter. The Hunter can guarantee damage, but later in dampening, when the self-healing and the absorption effects of the Warlock get weaker, it felt like the Warlock became a really good target. So maybe we see Streamer Zone go back to game 1 strat. They focus the Ret out a little bit more initially.
We'll see. Is Croto the one on the chopping block, or is it going to be Mercy, or are we even going to see maybe big swaps over onto Houston? Getting the healer involved sometimes can be a little bit of a fun side project for some of these teams, but the series is evened out. We're heading to Maldraxxus Streamer Zone GG's map pick as they look for another point in this series. Let's see who can take it. Let's get in there.
An entire year of play is coming to its conclusion here today. Who is going to be Europe's champion for Dragonflight? Is it Streamer Zone? Are they coming all the way from the bottom of from the gauntlet and then from the bottom of the bracket to get a rematch against Echo? Or is CHIBAKU going to be able to snip that journey a little bit early? As we see both teams playing very patiently, or she just grabbing combat, but it's not a big consequence. He's just kind of poking Relza, probably trying to generate a couple demonic cores here, or a couple soul shards and cores. As he's moving through here, he's got his pet in the middle of the map as well. If his pet overextends, it could be bad. It could get feared, and then he can't axe toss. So he's got to keep his pet like he's moving it right now, microing it on top of Houston and Croto so that it's in line of sight to stun the Feral or the Hunter when they open from stealth. So they're taking a very stationary start. Maybe they're just going to start on the Warlock in the middle of the map. Tony seems like he wants to go for it. Aim shot, and they time it with the rake stun, so Mercy can't escape. A big blast of damage, but Houston's in the spot where he should be able to heal it. And now they've baited Croto a bit off the pillar. And Tony's trying to pull back to bait him even further, but Mercy's already summoning in 2 Fel Guards. And now he's actually gating on top of Relza. Mercy is going all in the initial stages, forcing Relza to trinket and go into angel form immediately. Mercy is playing really aggressive.
Yeah, that worked on Hookpoint. It seems to be starting to work here as well. Mercy just playing out of his mind, one fear after the other, keeping everyone on lockdown. Chastai stun now coming in. Trioni trying to connect the Cyclone, finds Houston who's sitting in the trap. Croto taking massive damage, waddling around the pillar, and needs to lay on hands actually in this situation. A big CD that's already out the window. 3 minutes cooldown and a bit for that. And Mercy now gets swapped to once again, trying to fear, but not quite connecting as Relza dips around the pillar. Nice avoid here with the line of sight, playing around that pretty well. Bash onto Houston, the follow-up CC onto Croto is a nice setup, but Coil from Mercy shuts Tony down for the moment. Still, lots of damage on the Red Pally. The Link comes out and doesn't really do anything, as Streamer Zone just kills that off instantly.
It was a nice snipe on the Link. Houston couldn't even get it to trigger on himself there. Tony into an axe toss, but he's behind the pillar. They're pressuring Croto, so he can't just kind of rampage all over them, which is a lot different than the last time. But a static field pulls Tony into the open here for Mercy to push in. Hammer of Justice, but they can't get the fear. Croto is stunned. He can't go for Repentance. Tony is cycloning, trying to play defensive here. Is he going to cyclone the pet possibly? Maybe the Demonic Tyrant? He's casting a lot of clones back here. He's cycloning the pets to reset his Feral Frenzy, which is a nice little tactic he can do, actually. It's safe to cast clones on those demons behind the pillar. He gets clipped by a Shadow Fury and takes a huge amount of damage in it, though. Casu into a Hex, but Houston into a trap. Croto on the run with that Blessing of Freedom, line of sighting the Hunter, line of sighting the Feral, poking Judgments in and out from the pillar just to avoid damage, but they catch Casu. But that life grip, Relza MVP once again with those life grips, denying Houston's lasso, pulling Casu to safety. But now Tony is left behind. They got to get ready for the hits onto him. Casu's repositioning. We see Tony retreating as well as they look to stall the game. But Houston is running in and Ghostal if they do not want to enable them to stall.
Yeah, Mercy is really on top of the enemy team right now, and you can tell that the pressure is working. Yes, Kroto is taking a lot more punishment this game around, but overall, it seems a much more even case than Nagrand did at the start of this series. Still, Mercy taking a lot of damage. Houston has Trinket in 5 seconds, just needs to keep his team alive and not get CC'd in the meantime. Earthen Wall Totem doing a lot of work in this situation as Krotos trying to catch up with Casu once again. A big Wake of Ashes here onto Tony, looking for some damage. Maybe even these survival instincts, maybe the bark skin, anything would be nice. It is the Guardian Spirit they get from Relza. Another Rake Stun from Kroto here. Tony with a good attempt here on some CC. Finds the Houston clone on top of that, even as Kroto is down to half, trying to kite around the pillar. Saves himself the need to bubble and should be fine for the moment as Mercy pushes in once again.
Tony in a bear form, taking some demons here in the middle of the map. A lot of damage coming his way. Relza off to the corner here. They kick a cast from Houston. Rapid fire following through, but Mercy soaks it with the Sacrificial Pact. And these hexes are so key. It looks like Tony might be running Decurse. That's a really big adaptation because the hexes have been slowing Cassie's damage a lot. They get a scatter on the Shaman. Big damage on Kroto as he wraps around the pillar with Earthen Wall. Now he's pushing forward. Tony in fears, getting feared out into the open. Casu trying to get back to the pillar with Relza, standing on top of the Hammer of Justice so that AoE will break a Repentance. It's a really good positioning there by Casu, but he gets pulled out by that static field, and now he's out in the open. Tony's trying to fake kicks for a Cyclone, but decides to pull away. Fear onto Relza. Looks like he deathed it. Now he's into a half fear. Tony isolated, has cooldowns to trade. He's being greedy. They stun Kroto. They Cyclone Kroto, waiting for Relza to get out of crowd control, but as it seems like Streamers On are playing a bit of a slower game, they're falling behind on mana the longer that this goes.
Yeah, they just need one moment. We've seen that again and again, how Relza is pulling off miracles in the nick of time when they're basically out of all options. That's when this team really shines. But first, they gotta survive this Hodge onto Casu, instant dispel, but the damage from Mercy is actually massive. Wake of Ashes does so much damage, and Relza is forced to grip Casu out. Kroto actually gating in, looking for the rep, getting kicked by Casu. Good eye there with the counter shot, and Tony down to half already. Barkskin is popped. He's just trying to fake clones, but doesn't get the precog. Is under so much pressure in this situation, finally able to connect the Cyclone, and Kroto might pay for it with the bubble. No, Houston Trinket links instead.
Okay, big damage coming in onto Kroto just constantly. He's down to half once again. He's trying to get back to the pillar. Tony's got to be careful. He's in bear form, looking for a Cyclone. Gets shut down by the Axe Toss. Rapid Fire's coming in on the Warlock. Casu soloing, but Tony gets caught. Massive damage coming through, and Relza almost doesn't save him there with the Void Shift, but he manages to recover. Now Holy Fire's coming in on the Warlock. They're trying to force Mercy to port away so that he can't fear their healer when they push on the Ret. Casu jumps in, but he gets intercepted by Mercy. Nice fear, denying the stun into trap, and now Tony's in trouble. He's coiled out in the middle of the map. Massive damage incoming onto him. How is Relza going to deal with this? There's not a lot left for him. Tony needs to trade. He's being really greedy right now. His healer's in a Hammer of Justice. How is he getting away with this greed? He pops the renewal, he kicks the Repentance, they break him out of CC with that Rep Paladin AoE, and they're trying to line of sight the Repentance on the follow-up. I can't believe Tony didn't Survival Instincts there. It was so close to him going down. He gets Axe Tossed on the clone. Casu is just wrapping around the corner, but if they stack up on this pillar, they're going to get AoE'd by Pets and the Ret. They land a Freezing Trap to try and turn it around into a Cyclone, but Crow sees it coming. He's already behind the pillar. They fear him into the corner, trying to deny his retreat, and he trinkets the stun. Now he's connecting massive damage on Casu and almost goes down. He turtles that static field. That static field would have pulled him into the middle of the map, and that turtle came out 1 second before it could hit him. But now Casu is popping the True Shot, dispelled out of the coil. Big damage incoming onto the Warlock. Mercy relays his port, but it's right in line of sight of the Hunter. He is disrespecting the Hunter playing like this during True Shot.
Yeah, he's pushing quite aggressively, maybe too aggressive, but gets back into the other wall as Tony is the next target. Finds the precog proc on himself, but can't really connect. Only clones off the top of that. Relza down to the last bit of mana, 5% left in the tank as Casu pops the Roar of Sacrifice just to stay alive in this situation. Houston able to comfortably top off his team in this little moment behind the pillar. Kroto getting scattershotted, maim stunned, so much CC just to get to run away from Streamer Zone here, and that's that's not gonna spell any good news for them. Tony trying to connect this Cyclone, not quite landing it as Kasu is down to half. Axe toss, massive damage following up. He's trying to get away. Relza and the Angel Form just free pumping on him. The power infusion on top of that as well. Aim shots coming through as Kroto is getting offensive. He has the bubble available, can stay on target for the moment, but it doesn't quite look like they are able to break through Kasu's defensives. But Houston waddles in, finds the full hex onto Relza, and forces his Trinket GS.
Okay, they're in a rough spot now to come back here if they're going to stay alive. They are at least even with mana, but the cooldowns are looking slim. Tony Barkskins again. He goes for the clone. He gets it. Can they turn it around? They need to drop Mercy here and now with that kick, but he's got a Hellstone. He pops it. He pops it on any resolve. Mercy is going all in with that defense, and Kasu sees it. He's just getting out of there. He's hightailing across the map to try and avoid this on any resolve, but they left Tony behind. He's going to pop Survival Instincts. Relza is in the mix. He's in a stun. No trinket. Everybody is dying on streamerzone.gg, and they have to survive for so much longer. Relza doesn't have cooldowns. Tony's into bear form. Desperation. Triple fear comes out from Relza to try and turn the tables here. Tony gets a Cyclone on Kroto, resetting that Feral Frenzy for Mercy, but he gets grappled away with the static field. They kill it instantly. Tony needs to get to the Warlock, get that Feral Frenzy up as soon as possible. They stun Houston, but they don't get the freezing trap. They're getting clapped at the moment by the amount of damage that Kroto has. Kasu is just exploding. He gets pulled away by Relza, but now Tony needs to find a way to escape. He's caught into a coil. Kroto sees him. He's tabbing over, but Kasu is being left open in the meantime. Can Kasu carry the team with rapid fires, firing on all cylinders? Relza at absolutely 0 mana. Needs 3 seconds to get to Apotheosis to get a free Serenity. Can he get to it? He survives. He's got Apotheosis. He's trying to drink. He's actually getting mana. He got a tiny bit of mana. That squeeze of a little bit of mana might just be enough juice to win this game.
Second dip of mana, he got this game already as Tony is in another axe toss. The Apoth popped in as well, free Serenities and free Holy Word healing at least for another few moments as Kroto is stunned up, has the bubble available. Mercy sitting without defensives for another 30 seconds, but has the trinket available. Houston out of mana, pops in the tide for a lot of value. It's still up, it's still getting value. 1 second onto the trinket, still sitting in a trap. Follow-up Cyclone landed by Tony as he is down to half, taking a lot of damage. Relza finds another Angel Form and good heals out of that. Kroto down to half, is getting low, pops the bubble. Crusading time is what is on the menu as Tony gets the GS, big heals, bear form, no defensives though. They're trying to follow it up. The Tyrant is just expiring, Mercy's damage falling off just ever so slightly, and Kroto finds a full repentance onto Relza. Tony leaps back in for the main stun. They are locking down the red. They are starting to actually do it. Chibaku on the back foot, full fear onto Houston. Kasu down to half as Kroto puts in the Sang for his healer. They're trying to stay alive. They're trying to make it happen. They force Tony into bear form once again. Big Link coming through once again, stabilizing Chibaku. But Kasu in this lasso, he might just fall. Follow-up call from Mercy, and down goes Streamer Zone. Chibaku grabbed the swing match.
They were at the finish line. He's got Turtle. He just doesn't have a trinket. I think Relza's trinket also came up like a quarter second into the clone. He wanted to trinket Dispel him, Exil Turtle. He lives there, and they can probably win the game off that in that last second. So in the replay, we're going to have to pay close attention to whether Relza had something to trade here, because Kasu has enough cooldowns to actually live in this position, and they had Houston completely out of mana. I think there was possibility for them to win this. This is brutal for them, considering how much they put into these final moments of the match. So you see at this point that Relza still has a trinket, but Kasu doesn't. So if he gets CC'd, he can't aspect of the turtle. So that's what they see, the win condition. That's what Houston sees in just a moment after this. So Relza still holds onto his trinket, but he wills, and that puts his trinket on a 30-second cooldown, and then they fear him into a full repentance, which doesn't end up breaking. So Kasu thinks he's fine. He's got survival of the fittest. It's reducing damage, but we're at 52% dampening. So he gets crit really hard right here. And I'm thinking like maybe he needs to just turtle right now. And Houston's like, I'm not going to let you. He trinkets out of CC, and I think he gets a lasso in just a moment here. And because of the lasso, Kasu can't use turtle. Relza's trinket's 8 seconds away. Oh, no, it's an axe toss, sorry. And then he gets coiled. So Relza's trinket is up in 2 seconds. 1 second. He literally just needed one. He can dispel that. He can exil turtle. He can live. And then Kroto, I mean, look, like Houston can't really keep going in this game. There was a matter of a second difference.
Chibaku literally kitchen sinked every single piece of CC they had there. There was the axe toss into a DR lasso, into a coil, everything just on top of Kasu, so he can't press that immunity. Beautifully done. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. You don't need to care about the Rs in that situation, and Chibaku is moving up to match point. And I'll be very honest with you, Super, I did not quite expect that to go over this well on the big map. Mercy's change of playstyle, just dialing up the aggression to, what, 15 basically? Almost carrying them here.
Yeah, I mean, the offensive demonic gateway. The first global of the game is I'm gatewaying in on top of your healer and coil fearing him. So he's giving up his escape mechanism. He's giving up his main peel to get on top of the healer and CC them. He is completely flipping the switch here, and I think it's working really well because Kuroda's having a tough time getting to Relza to get the Hammer of Justice. So Mercy is the one that's controlling the game while he's not getting attacked, and he's doing a good job of playing aggressive. That's the typical strategy: is the player who's getting attacked, they focus on defense, pulling enemies into bad positions, and then the DPS player that's not getting attacked goes all out onto the enemy healer, trying to find opportunities to control them so that they can win the game. And then you have to switch that depending on who your opponent is attacking, obviously. But I think that Mercy and Kuroda did a good job of balancing that type of trading as the DPS players in terms of keeping their aggression. We're going to Tolvaron Arena. Streamer Zone, it was so close. I swear it was like seconds away from them possibly being able to win that game right there. So they might be able to pull this back to a game 5, but then they have to win on a small map, which is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, the smaller maps definitely are not going to do them too many favors, although Hookpoint didn't look too bad. But then again, I think Chibaku, I'll be honest with you, Super, this blind pick on Nagrand is starting to feel more and more like a warm-up game, like a map that Chibaku needed to really understand how to play against Streamer Zone and figure out what really works. And now that they've dialed up the aggression, Streamer Zone is still holding on quite well, but it's not looking as clean and as concise as it did on Nagrand anymore.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think that having Mercy fearing the Priest is putting like pressure on Streamer Zone that they weren't used to now. In these last 2 games, they could kind of just confidently do a lot of damage to Kuroda. Now they're running away a lot more to try and avoid CC. So, but I can't see them. Are they really going to change their comp? Because I mean, Mage could be good. Like Mage is typically good into Ret. Mage is typically good into Demo because you can get Blizzard on multiple pets and reset your Frozen Orb. But okay, they're running it down. They tried their weird comps into Echo and lost every single game. And now I think they're just saying, all right, jungle we're either making it a do or die as jungle. Nothing else had worked. Nothing else is prepared enough for us at this level because these are the best teams remaining in Europe.
Yeah. It's certainly a very, very fun matchup. I mean, I'm having a great time this weekend. The games have been such a high level, everyone just performing out of their minds, and Chibaku, they really, really want that revenge match against Echo later today, or rather, right after this. And on the other side, Streamer Zone, I mean, they also really want that revenge match against Echo because they've been trying the entire season to beat them, and it has not worked out for them. So there's a lot of I don't know, stakes, honor, titles, prize money, of course, on the line here. And quite honestly, as much as I love Chibaku, I really want to see Tony's meme stash he has prepared for when he beats Echo.
Yep. Both these teams are big rivals, I feel like, for Echo. Like, there's a little bit of, like, bad blood between Tony, it seems, and Waz. And then Chibaku, I think it's a respect thing. Like, they just want to prove that they're better than Echo overall. So there's a lot on the line. I don't know if we have the prize pool graphic, but I'm pretty sure you're doubling your money in this series. So Chibaku are, like, 1 game away from doubling their money from getting into guaranteed second from 3rd. So that's on the line. You've been playing for the entire year. You really want to get the payout. You want to try and get that second shot at Echo to be able to take them down for both these teams moving into this. So yeah, you couldn't ask for a better kind of like qualifier leading up into that grand final. Both the teams are getting ready. They're obviously taking their time here. They want to consider everything, the strategies moving in here. They might be using some delay time possibly before getting into this game here, because this isn't just a casual game anymore. This isn't just an early cup stage or open bracket. Like, this is your last chance to prove what you've got here in Dragonflight.
I think the no more casual game trail is one I want to follow a little bit more, because once we're getting into this Tolvaron Arena, right, it's match point for Chibaku. So the Streamer Zone, they need to make something happen. And their big issue, as we just talked about, is the fact that Mercy is just incredibly oppressive on Relza, that he really just doesn't get to play the game in the way he would like to. And I'm kind of wondering, what's Streamer Zone's angle here? What do they adjust? How do they adjust their playstyle? Because they're obviously not changing the comp.
I mean, it's all about stopping Mercy. I feel like it's Kasu maybe possibly. It needs to kind of sit back a bit whenever Relza is Axe Tossed or Mortal Coiled. That's what's going to set up the fear. So saving a counter shot during that time, or a scatter shot possibly for the Warlock. Or just focusing the Warlock more. Because typically what you want to do is when one DPS is playing aggressive and pushing in, you switch to that target to force them back. and you're just constantly bouncing between the target that's playing more aggressive. But Mercy kind of knows that he's durable early game, so he's kind of taking advantage of that by just really standing on top of Relza's face for most of this game. He's moving his pet around. His pet's actually coming out of range. He can use the Grimoire Felguard and summon a second one to stun if it's out of range. He might do that right here, actually. Yeah, he's going to call in the second Felguard onto Casu, stun him up immediately, double Fellstorm onto Casu. He's retreating back in the middle of the map, but they catch Tony behind the pillar. What is Tony doing? He's all by himself. It's match point. He manages to survive in bear form. Big stun onto Mercy. Casu is ripping in. Relza immediately into angel form here, just trying to maximize his mana. That's why his first global right here is angel form, is he wants as many angels in the game as possible because it makes his healing free during its time. So Relza is 100% playing for mana.
He will need it. I think every single map so far has been going to the 8 to 10 minutes between these two teams, and Kroto immediately taking a lot of punishment. Shield of Vengeance and the wall coming through as Houston is bashed up.
It's caught
nice
again.
Caught here onto Tony. Big damage with the Wake of Ashes. Trinket grip here coming in from Streamer Zone, and you can really tell they try to get a good opener around the pillar, pressuring CHIBAKU, but now they're getting punched back like crazy and need to run.
Oh, full fear. Tony's still in trouble. The pet just cracking away at him. He's trying to frenzy regen. We're not that deep in dampening, so he's able to heal himself back up. In the meantime, Casu got a freezing trap. Casu is doing work at the moment. They stun up Kroto. Big Holy Fires, Divine Shield. Can they Master Spell? He's right on top of Relza. It's really tough. He can't fake the Axe Toss, and that Master Spell will not come through. Kroto will survive, but forcing Divine Shield is way better than nothing here at this stage, because now they're not going to be able to play with as much confidence, but this static field pulls them off the pillar. Houston can easily win the game for his team with plays like this. He hexes the Hunter, they coil the Priest. Love this cross CC with the lasso onto the Feral Druid, just taking all three players out, but Relza turns around with Double Fear. Tony gets kicked on his clone. He's back into bear form, trying to avoid that Sanctified Wrath. It'll be a lot of damage. Looks like he's possibly trying to Cyclone a pet. Taking the pet out of the game removes the Soul Link damage reduction from the Warlock, and it also gives him Feral Frenzy. So I like these Cyclones that he's just kind of spamming on pets to try and maximize his damage. Let's see what he can connect with here as Kroto's leaving the pillar.
Yeah, Kroto pushing in, getting punished. Main stun comes through, but not too much follow-up damage here from Streamer Zone for the moment. Kroto looking for a little bit of Hammer of Wrath proc connections, dropping down quite low in this offensive push here across the map as Houston just waddles after him, trying to top his Paladin off. Another coil for Mercy here, putting more pressure onto Casu. Relza into the next Angel, and as you said, Super, he wants to min-max mana. He really needs to, as he's already like 15% behind Houston. Another Tide Totem coming through. Big fear though from Relza, trying to push it really to the limit here as Kroto gets stunned up once again. Shield of Vengeance coming through. He should be more than fine as Casu pops in the big aim shots and breaks the shield almost instantly.
I mean, that was a full freezing trap, and they don't even dent a health bar. That's looking rough for the Jungle Cleave here. They're falling behind on mana, even despite Relza playing so well. He's used 2 Angels so far this game as Apotheosis is rotating. Possibly, maybe he could use his symbols a little more frequently, try and squeeze in a bit of extra mana as the only critique, but they're pushing in, man. Hammer of Justice, look at this damage. They're getting slaughtered. They're desperate. They clone the Warlock. They trap the Shaman, but they're turning it around while they push in. If they can jump on Kroto, Double Fear, big opportunity to take down Kroto. Can they actually do it? They force his Blessing of Protection. They purge it. They purge it instantly, but they're out of crowd control. Houston should be able to heal him up, and they know that. They're retreating away. They got what they came for, the Blessing of Protection.
Yeah, once again, we're into kiting mode. Tony's just trying to get out, waiting for that bark skin. It's finally coming in. And I think this is what Relza has been waiting for with the Symbol of Hope, because he wants to make sure he reduces the cooldown on those defensives with the symbol. And in the meantime, of course, that means he's bleeding mana. He needs to gain some of that back, and Kroto makes it hard on him with the full Hodge, tries to get the rep in, gets maim stunned off it by Tony, trying to find the Cyclones, but Mercy locks him down with a great Shadow Fury stun on 2 people, and Mercy gets the precog as Tony charges in to interrupt him. So much damage on the punishment now. Survival Instinct still available, doesn't quite get that out of the bear, but for the moment, now never mind, there it is. In the follow-up damage, CHIBAKU really amping up the pressure, Kroto dipping around the pillar, and it's starting to look more and more dire for Streamer Zone here by the second on match point.
Oh, but Relza's sneaking in. Oh, the pre-Tremor Totem from Houston. He anticipates Relza's movement, drops Tremor Totem to break his own fear, and now they can get aggressive, try and turn this around. True Shot's about to fade. There's the Symbols of Hope from Relza. But now he's into a Hammer of Justice, still no Trinket. Tony's in bear form with Barkskin. They kick the Repentance. Nice counter shot from Casu. Can they get more CC on Houston? They need this freezing trap. They have to land this freezing trap if they're going to still have a chance. Is Casu going to go for it? He lands it. Now they need damage, but Kroto's blocking it with the Shield of Vengeance again. They can't even break it down. The Shield of Vengeance, full fear now into Relza. Casu in trouble. Kroto is just absolutely smacking everybody. Tony fakes a kick, but now he's into an Axe Toss. He's grappled into the corner with no Trinket, into a coil, and Relza, by somehow reason, managed to actually save him at that point. They're still on the run. Kasu's trying to get behind the pillar and avoid damage from the Ret Paladin from a distance, but fears are coming through onto the Feral. Good dispels from Relza. Houston's trying to keep his team aggressive. Tony gets blasted. He wraps around the corner in bear form, but now they're on top of the gateway. They have to be careful. They may want to reposition away from this pillar sooner than later, because Croto is charging in, and he's got Divine Shield. He's going to play with confidence.
Yeah, Croto really wants to pressure them as much as possible. Tony on half HP, 5 seconds on the bark skin, pops back into Bear, trying to get out, doesn't want to shift for the lack of defensives, just to get out of the route. Mercy Trinket Gateway in, trying to pressure. Reza's drinking, got a good chunk of mana, almost even now with Houston. Great plays here from Streamer Zone. This is why they're running so much, giving Relza the opportunity to drink almost for free again and again, but Houston finds a good lasso. They just need the follow-up damage here as Kasu gets hit by the Wake of Ashes. Good coil. The big Tyrant is out, as well as Mercy is just pumping Kasu. True Shot is up here. They are trying to punch back. Full silence on Croto as the bubble available. Needs to pop it and overlaps it with the wall. The Master Spell not quite landing. Mercy shuts it down with a Shadow Fury, but Houston still sitting in a full fear, trying to kite away. Kasu looking for that trap. Can't quite find it for the moment as he's under pressure like crazy. Tony, 30 seconds onto Barkskin. Croto is striking back. Wake of Ashes. Big trap onto Houston. Has the Trinket Link available. Croto positioning himself a little bit closer. Trinkets out of the CC as well, just to make sure he can be close to his healer. Relza gets hodged. Kasu down to 20%. And the defensives come in. Houston Link's moment saved as Relza dips into the Angel.
I mean, it might not even matter. Croto is still dying. Houston is struggling. Fear from Relza. Are they actually doing it? Are we going to a game 5 at 50% health? Full trap, no trinket. If they get on top of Croto, it's lights out. Relza is there as well. Lay on hands not doing a lot at 35% dampening. They don't have enough CC, but Kasu goes down in the meantime. And again, they're so close to victory, but not close enough. And CHIBAKU get the rematch in the Grand Finals.
You can dread it, you can run from it, but CHIBAKU Tensei, they are back in business. They stamped their ticket to the Grand Final, and they want that revenge match. They want to take down Echo and claim their first AWC title in their first season as a team. What a matchup here between Streamer Zone and CHIBAKU. A fantastic performance from the jungle squad, but ultimately not quite enough. The damage and the aggression just a little bit too unbearable.
What happened to Cass in his final moments? Because I'm thinking Croto is the one that's actually in trouble at this point. Relza's in Angel form, free healing. Tony's getting Cyclones, forcing Trinkets. They fear Trinkets. Like, it really feels like Streamer Zone are in control of the game. So what happens? A Tyrant comes out, and Mercy starts just spamming Fear. Because look at Croto. He's on the run. He's behind the pillar, attacking Kasu at the same time. And they just turn it around on him. They just absolutely destroy him with the Tyrant. Just this full disrespect to the Tyrant.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that death recap. I mean, to be fair, Mercy has done some good damage over the entire game, but this much burst was a little bit out there, even for how this matchup has been going for basically the entire series, right? If we look at that recap, I mean, yeah, 300k final verdict crit at the end there from Croto as well. It's just... that's nasty to deal with. Just like everything piled on top of each other. Wake of Ashes, big crit, Mercy's damage coming through.
Divine Arbiter is an auto attack proc. So he technically Crusaders or Tubbo's rated for like 500,000 in one global.
Red Pally is fun.
Tell that to Kasu. Okay, here we go. Look at this final, man. It was a nail biter last time. 3-2. CHIBAKU really want to take this back. Waz Ret was MVP, but now CHIBAKU have seen that. They've seen the cards, everything that Echo has to offer. What have they crafted on their way back to the final? Because in that last series, the demo Ret seemed, seemingly out of nowhere, but very strong comp. And then once they figured out the strat, they were looking really confident with it. So CHIBAKU could have some other surprises to deal with this new tech from Echo.
All right, I am back. Sorry about that, but you kind of stole the words out of my mouth, Super Tees. I am so excited for the Grand Finals. I feel like, it was kind of meant to be. These two teams, they've been back and forth, neck and neck all season. absolutely hats off to Streamer Zone GG as well as Lava Lava. It's been really incredible to see them develop as a team, develop their strategies and make it all the way up here. It's been a really long road, and I really do hope that we see them come back for next season. But now it is the two Titans left. Echo, the long-standing EU champion. They've been at the top again and again and again. And then CHIBAKU Tensei, this team that we've been really getting to know this season and know what they're capable of. And we're just seeing them get more and more confident, more and more secure in their strategy, game after game after game. And now it's all coming to a head right here in the grand finals. And I could not be more excited, Lithy.
It is absolutely a thing. I mean, if you look at the record so far, the entire season, from Cup 1 to Cup 4, CHIBAKU has not lost a grand final to Echo. They've played each other twice in the grand final, and they have not let Echo beat them. So this is a tough order, a tall order for Echo. Yes, some of the lower brackets or upper bracket finals have not been going too well for CHIBAKU, but they've always come back with a vengeance. So I am stoked. I am more than ready to watch this go down. I think CHIBAKU is going to take it, but Echo, they look better than ever. This is tournament finals form Echo, and those are not to be messed with.
Nope, certainly not. We're going to head to a break, so definitely stick around. We're going to see the European region finish here for the Dragonflight season. Of course, before we go to a break, we're going to give the players some time to kind of catch their breath a little bit. And in the meantime, we're going to play a Whose Spell Is It Anyways? Guessing.
Let's go.
Let's go. We revoked 2 mage cards last round. They certainly are. I just kind of sit and nod. I'm like, yeah, all right, I'll let y'all figure this one out.
Oh,
Here's
God.
The first one.
It's so big. Look at all the text. It's a talent.
Yeah.
At the target's enemy's location, and after seconds, will do something, and then it'll do something over 10 seconds. And affected targets are also going to be slowed by a certain amount of... Sigil of Misery?
I have an idea.
What?
I have an idea. I think it's Sigil of Chains, actually.
Oh.
But...
Oh, it's there. It's not Consecration, right? There's no way.
Yeah,
Could be Wild Mushroom.
Tar Trap?
It explodes instantly.
I think it's
right.
Tar Trap or Sigil of Chains.
So what would make the difference between them? They're both talents.
Right.
So it could be both of them right there. Enemy's location. Tar Trap, you have to aim. I don't know if it says target's location with Tar Trap, because you have to aim it. It doesn't just automatically shoot it, right?
Yeah.
Like, do you have to aim Sigil? Because I think they
Hunter.
changed the sigils to automatically target now, don't they? You don't have to aim them anymore.
I think it's talent. I think there's a talent that you can cast it onto something specific, but baseline Sigil is still placing.
See, if they're both placed, that doesn't change anything.
I'm locking in Sigil of Chains. So it was my first thought before I even saw the option, so I'm gonna run with it.
Now this is probably a test against Aya's Demon Hunter card. So
I don't play this one. I don't play Sigil of Chains, so I don't know.
That's a tank one.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, we could go 50-50. One of us is right, because for sure it's Tar Trap or Sigil, but I just don't know which one it is. So, are we going?
I'll go with Sigil of Chains. It sounds.
I'm all in on Sigil. We're about to be really sad if this is not.
Oh,
it's. Oh! I lose my Druid card. What?
What?
After 1 second, I didn't think that it was after a certain amount of time. I thought it was instant. I thought Mushroom was. I untalented this thing like 3 months ago. Okay, I haven't looked at this thing in 3 months.
That's exactly why they chose it.
Look at me.
They're like, let's find the most off-meta talents and throw them in there and try and mess them up. And it's working. Well done. All right. Oh, you want to guess it?
Oh my God, what color is the mushroom?
Oh boy. I know.
I think it's D.
I know. That one
What
I know.
is it?
It's D. I'm pretty sure.
No, I think it's D.
Okay. All right.
Oh, are they Jabadians?
We got baited. It's
None
not
of them. You can't do that to me, man. You can't do that to me, man. Where's the real one? You have to show the real one to prove it. You might be
That's
lying.
not allowed.
This might be lying.
That's
Where's the
not
real
allowed. I don't
one? Where's
like
the real
that.
one?
This is so
this is like
upsetting.
getting one shot in the opener on game 5, man.
I
That's
just
not
forgot to
fair.
bubble, man.
Huh?
All right. Target with faith
Target with
in the
faith
light.
in the light. Oh boy.
What is this? A
40-yard
point?
range.
What are we looking at?
Lens. Holy Light, Fusion of Light, and Renew. The 40-yard range. All of these are 40-yard. Actually, Infusion of Light doesn't have a range. It's not Infusion of Light, I don't think.
Is this a healer?
Because I think Infusion of Light's a paladin buff when you heal, so I don't think it's that.
Infusion of Light is the crit proc off of Holy Shock. Yeah.
So I don't
Also,
think it's
can
that.
we
Write that
infer
out.
that it's not a talent since there's nothing, like, usually it's left unblurred if it's a talent? I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yeah.
I don't know if it makes a difference.
I
It might, actually. It could be Holy Light if it's a talent, but because I'm pretty sure you talent renew. No, you don't talent renew. You talent bomb? Maybe you do talent renew also.
It's renew. I think it's renew.
Target with
Zico thinks
light,
renew.
healing X amount over whatever duration seconds. Or
This has to be. I'm losing my priest card if I don't say renew. That's the problem here. I don't think this is a paladin spell.
All right, production, we're stumped.
I'm going with a random one. I'm saying Holy Light.
Okay.
Oh, it's the renew.
Oh,
Okay. I got my main in the back still. That's a relief.
nice, very nice. I want to get one of the players on this. Test them.
Ooh. That would be something.
So maybe we'll have to figure out how to do that. But either way, let us know how you did, chat. Hopefully a little bit better than us. But we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the European Grand Finals. It's Echo versus CHIBAKU Tensei coming up next. The moment you all have been waiting for, the moment these players have been working up to, all of Dragonflight is here. And there are only 2 teams right now remaining in the region, and we're about to crown our champion for EU. It's going to be Echo or CHIBAKU Tensei Supatees. It's the old dogs versus the new. Tale as old as time here. And I feel like it's such a broken record statement at this point, Supatees, but these 2 teams could not be more evenly matched, especially with how we've been seeing them play this weekend so far.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I feel like their series was debatably like the best series of the day, but then North America had some really good ones as well that were, right on their heels. So this is likely going to be one of the most exciting series you're ever going to see, which is what because you ask for anything better than that. If it's going to be the last series of Europe for Dragonflight to decide who's going to be the champion, this is one that I could see going to Game 7, as it is a best of 7 grand final, $70,000 first prize. I think you double your money if you win this series. You need to win 4 games, $35,000 for 4 games on top of what you're already getting from second. So trying to do the math on that for how much dollars per win that is, but that's a lot of money for just 4 wins here now between Echo and CHIBAKU.
Absolutely. We know CHIBAKU, they've got some veteran players in there. Lithy was talking about it a little earlier. Houston's history. We've seen Blizzo, of course, so many times. Croto, Mercy. We all know their names. But Echo, they're kind of a different story, Zeke. They've been playing as a roster for so long. They played on the BlizzCon stage. They've won so many cups together. And I want to say they have just like a little bit of an edge in terms of just veteran experience together as a roster. Do you feel like that's going to come into play here in this matchup?
I feel like for Echo, it's been about incorporating Lontar as he was their newest addition, but I feel like they've done a great job with that, and it's just about finding, their game, playing their game, making sure that they have good comps that they're running. Blind pick is going to be very important, of course, between these 2 teams. We already saw them face off in the upper bracket, and it was a absolute nail biter, 2 versus 3, game 5, like it had everything. So for me, I think whoever plays better on the day is going to come out on top. I don't think it's going to be too much about, like this team has more experience or that team has less experience. I think it's just whoever shows up right now is going to be the one who takes it. And you have to show up here. This is it. This is the grand finals.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, nothing that happened leading up to this point really matters. It's a clean slate. These guys are both on their away fields, essentially. It's best of 7 also, so there's a lot that's going to be going on within this series, Supatees. We also know that Echo has taken their delay timer during that break, so that shows us that we know they're taking this seriously. We know there's a lot of discussion going on behind the scenes, and I do wonder what that pressure is like, how these players are feeling, and how they're going to be heading into this game.
Well, yeah, they got to think, did CHIBAKU come up with something for the ret? Should we blind lock the ret? Because if they came up with something and counter us, then, losing the blind pick could, dispel the entire series. And they're actually going to mirror as Boomkin DH in game number 1. They're not bringing in Waz ret. They're not trying to counter. It's a full-on mirror. You could not ask for a better way to start the grand finals of Europe.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting things off here with a blast. I mean, look at this. We got Demon Hunter, Blizzo against Raikou, Waz versus Mercy, Houston versus Lontar. I'd say the Shamans are evenly matched. I'd say the Demon Hunters are pretty evenly matched, maybe slightly in Raikou's favor, and maybe the Boomkins is slightly in Mercy's favor. So all of these players are very evenly matched, and it's going to be about who can actually get ahead as a team right now, setting up a CC chain there potentially onto Houston. Doesn't look like they have any follow-up Cyclones there. Mercy forced to trade out his Trinket already, trying to get control over the enemy Moonkin right now. Nice wind shear coming out there onto Waz by Houston in the backline. Both Druids getting the Cyclones here. Waz actually trinketing out of the Cyclone to get the counter Cyclone onto Mercy, and Waz will be able to take him out of the game. Hopefully, we'll stabilize here. Lontar has a lot of work to do. Healing Tide gets dropped behind the pillar for Houston as Waz is getting absolutely destroyed so far by Blizzo.
Yeah, as the first wave of incarnations, I think lining up the Druid Trinket to make sure you secure damage during that moment is really important. And now we see Waz retreating away, trying to grab control with this root onto Blizzo into a Cyclone. Now it's all about who can control the Demon Hunter. Look, they're both in Cyclones at exactly the same second. They're mirroring each other one for one. Mercy Solar Beams the next Cyclone attempt. Waz repositioning back defensively. Waz is really defensive. It can be dangerous to drag the Demon Hunter on top of your healer, though. Raikou into a root in the middle of the map. He's having a tough time connecting. as they try and enable him, but then he gets bounced back here onto Mercy. Waz is down at half. Mercy is down at half. It's like looking at an identical mirror on both sides in terms of health and cooldowns. They imprison Raikou. They cyclone Blizzo, trying to slow down their assault. The Demon Hunters are going to be the main carries for the team, but Raikou seems to be struggling on the overall damage at this point.
Yeah, very, very true right now. It feels like Waz has just been kind of spending more time, I want to say, outside in caster form, and maybe Raiku's been getting a little bit more crowd controlled here, and it really is going to come down to just those small niche plays who can get the better kind of hand of these exchanges. Waz sitting through a Cyclone, finally is going to come out, goes for the bash onto Mercy, immediate bark skin coming out for Mercy here as he looks to dish out some pain towards Waz, but just going to reposition towards Houston, trying to stay away a little bit from Lontar. Nice solar beam there onto Waz. He's taking a lot of damage right now from Blizzo and Mercy. Nice wind shear coming out onto Waz as well as he does trade out the bark skin. Still not feeling too safe. He has the Heart of the Wild. He has the renewal. He has bigger cooldowns to spend, but he wants to hold on to them as both of these shamans drop an 8 of earthen walls on top of each other there at the ground.
Oh, Cap Totems onto Raikou, taking him out for a bit. I really feel like Houston kind of gets the upper hand sometimes these matchups with those Cap Totems specifically, so I'm curious to see if Lontar can answer those. He's getting aggressive. He's pushing on top of Houston. He's taking his pillar, but big damage is coming. Double incarnation possibly here in a moment from Mercy as he pops his on top of Waz. He has no bark skin. It's big damage crashing in. He tries to jump back to the pillar, but Blizzo is in hot pursuit and gets back immediately, but at the same time, Raikou is still all over Mercy. Both shamans are struggling, even with the Ancestral Guidance. Houston into a full clone. Mercy could just drop. He trinkets into a stun from Lontar. Clutch lasso there, but not enough. Mercy looks like he should recover, but getting Houston trinket on this incarn and not getting the trinket from Lontar puts CHIBAKU in a stronger position.
Yeah, and they actually got the Spirit Link there from Houston as well. So really, really good stuff right now for Echo as they look to continue this pressure. Mercy with no trinket activates the Heart of the Wild. He also has used Renewal here, so Mercy is going to be a very spicy target. Waz still has more defensives to work with. He lands a clone onto Houston. Can it take Mercy down with this nice double Chaos Nova there? Mercy walks his melee over onto Blizzo so we can get that, but still the chain continues. Mercy behind the pillar, trying to stay alive. Waz gets wind sheared there, standing in his little casting circle. It's going to be reducing a lot of those interrupts, but it does subside, and Waz does get kicked by Blizzo. Looking for the Cyclone onto Blizzo, finds it. Raikou getting mirrored on the other side from Mercy. Both of these boomkins trying to load up the next assault. Where's it going to go? Waz right now in a Cap Totem from Lontar. Big stun onto Lontar. Waz trying to deflect the solar beam, trying to stay alive here with just the bark skin. Doesn't want to use the Heart of the Wild just yet. They get a stun onto Blizzo. If they can chain it with some crowd control, this could be terrible for Mercy. He has to use his bark skin there as well as Houston was sitting through some crowd control.
All right, so Lontar's starting to get Cap Totem stuns as well. He stuns Mercy with that full clone on Houston, but it's not enough to net them a kill, and he's falling behind on mana. Lontar's mana is not good in comparison. Waz jumps back to Lontar for a moment. Mercy is in trouble if Raikou can manage to stay on target. Is he going to be able to? Waz is wrapping around the corner. Raikou is actually getting aggressive onto Houston, stunned into a full clone. Good coordination between Raikou and Waz. They lasso Blizzo for cross control. He can't peel. A Cyclone attempt by Waz. He fakes the kick, but he gets solar beamed on the follow-up from another player. Is he going to be able to get the clone? He tries to jump in line of sight of Houston. He can't get there. Houston moves his Healing Tide away so it doesn't die to the Star Surge. He sees the Healing Tide in the middle of the map. I think they're going to be able to smack that away. Incarnation is up on both sides. This is the scariest moment in a game whenever these cooldowns are active. It seems like Waz is the one taking the brunt end of the exchange as he manages to get into the darkness of Raikou just in the nick of time to soak a couple more hits. He fakes the kick, goes for the clone, gets it on Houston. They're turning it around onto Mercy. No bark skin for one more second. Can they manage to net the kill? Mercy clones Raikou away for a moment, pausing the game, but Houston's into a bash. He's trying to hold his trinket, but Mercy is getting lower and lower in this position. Raikou all over him. They imprison Raikou, stalling the assault, but a Hex from Lontar. Now a static field from Lontar, pulling Houston behind the pillar. Lontar is getting really aggressive, trying to match Houston's aggression in order to win this for his team.
Yeah, and I really think it's going to come down to which one of these shamans can kind of land those hexes, can get those setups. You're still looking for a hex here right now as well, but it's going to be onto Raikou, and it's on diminishing return. Waz is going to be able to decurse that, presumably. But Waz and Mercy, both of them taking so much damage. Mercy, 10% HP. Houston comes in, drops the Spirit Link Totem. Waz still taking a lot of damage, but Lontar's going to be able to hold on to it. Mercy dying through it right now. Huge damage from the team of Echo as Mercy ducks around the corner, and this is the first game here in the the grand finals. Both of these teams are so evenly matched. Whoever wins the blind pick could eventually just take the entire series here. So it's going to be very important for both of these teams to win it. So much money on the line. Lontar going for the Hex. Does he find it? Looks like they have a Cyclone onto Houston, going for the cross CC there. Mercy getting kicked. He's ducking around the corner, gets it pulled back here into midfield, and now wants to get aggressive, but still only on 50% HP. How is he going to stay alive? Lightning Lasso coming out there for Lontar. Houston spamming out the heals, manages to keep Mercy finally top there, and now Waz is in trouble. Lightning Lasso coming out there as well, into a Solar Beam onto Waz as well. Both of these Moonkins dealing with so much lockdown. Houston's in a clone though. Mercy gets Solar Beam. This could be it. Huge damage. There's no more CC onto Houston. No, Lontar snipes the Cap Totem. He should have enough healing here potentially to stabilize him. No, he's playing the double Cap Totem. Gets a second charge there onto Houston, but now Houston finally able to heal Mercy. But does he have any healing? He drops the Earthen Wall Totem. He's trying to keep him alive. He gets imprisoned. Huge clone on the NS. Mercy trying to get offensive, trying to get some counter pressure. That Earthen Wall Totem really carrying right now.
He can't get the Nature Swiftness off. He's still sitting with it. He might get purged on it if he's unlucky. He's still not connecting. He finally gets the heal onto Mercy. Houston is falling so far behind, but I wouldn't say that Waz is entirely safe. Innervates out. Lone Tar gets stunned on it. Mercy is on the run. They've root Raikou. Mercy is trying to duck for cover, but Raikou is still all over him. They stack up for a double stun, forcing a double trigger. He might just drop. Waz is dropping the Fury of Elune. Massive damage, but big heals. Nice Solar Beam from Waz. He kicks Houston on cast. Lone Tar's around the corner, waiting to possibly get some extra CC. He knocks them away. Back in line of sight. He static fields them out into the open, and Mercy is looking like he could drop at any moment. Houston into the full Cyclone. No trinket. If Raikou can just get there, he's gonna drop him. He goes down to Raikou, and Echo win the mirror match.
Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand final. Echo is going to be taking it here with just, honestly, they just had better pressure the entire game. Lontar never had the Spirit Link. Houston had to drop basically on cooldown Spirit Link. And just in general, I feel like Waz was able to land more Cyclones. They had better uptime onto Mercy. They were able to shut him down for most of that game. And you could tell Echo has really been working on this mirror here. It's been a very important comp for them so far in this tournament, and it is going to net them the win. But we can see exactly how it happened. So this was a little bit earlier. This was when Houston sat through that long CC chain with his Nature Swiftness. Then he connects here with the Nature Swiftness. Raikou connects back onto Mercy. There was a bit of a close call onto Waz around the pillar, but Lontar is there, heals him up. Then they get the Cyclone onto Blizzo, and that kind of allows them to start this push. Houston is in the backline, spamming heals with Innervate. Mercy with a beautiful Shadow Meld right there. Actually, Shadow Melded that full moon damage, but he gets knocked back into midfield by Lontar into a static field. So that Thunderstorm into static field combo, it just sets them up so nicely here. Waz has so much time where he can get that Cyclone, gets it off. They follow it up with the Lightning Lasso. And I feel like for me, I want to say usually Fusion is the better offensive shaman, but in this game, Lontar, he shows why he is considered the king.
Yeah, that was a really good showing from him. Damage is pretty even across the board. Both these teams are trying to play at the highest level. It's just these little clutch moments. Seeing an opportunity. Lone Tar's like, hey, I can carry the team. I know Mercy's going to run this way. I'll wrap around the corner and knock him back into line of sight of my team. Then I can pin them there with the static field. It was really important. Otherwise, Mercy and Houston would just keep running around the pillar, healing each other, and probably recover in that position. So definitely an important game for Lone Tar. And now what happens in game 2, because we're going to a small map, if Echo lock in Boomkin Demon Hunter, CHIBAKU is going to play Death Knight Demon Hunter 100%. So I kind of think Echo will pick Ret Demon Hunter here blind.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, the map is definitely kind of a deterrent for locking in the Moonkin again, but I feel like, yeah, maybe a cleave is on the menu here for Echo. Maybe some rogue Moonkin could be their blind as well. Nah, actually,
I don't know if I like in this matchup.
Probably not. They're gonna get DH Boomid if they do. But yeah, we'll see. Echo. I honestly wouldn't mind to see them lock in Judge Waz for this game. Judge Waz, and then on CHIBAKU Tensei's side, at least that way they flip the map onto their side. They are going to bring in Judge Waz and Raikou, and Lontar is going to stay on the rest of Shaman, so yeah. Okay, locking in the cleave.
The CHIBAKU, do they mirror them, or do they play DH Boomy? They're like, DH Boomy looked rough yesterday, even in NA, into Ret Demon Hunter, right, for Dippy. Like Dippy's team, you know, one of the main DH Boomy Arsham struggled with WizK's Ret So this is not a very simple thing to just like lock into. Or have they come up with something completely different? This is where possibly the consequences of showing Waz Ret here, or Judge Waz, that they have this. CHIBAKU might have come up with something entirely different. Might be some type of wizard comp, but then the map kind of flips against them. So I don't really feel like it's going to be a wizard comp. I think it's either you mirror them or you play DH Boomkin.
I think they're probably going to lock in DH Boomkin, but I feel like it's not a great lock-in on Hook Point. Yeah. I think DH Boomkin should be fine, but CHIBAKU Tensei, what about War? There's no way you're looking at Warlock into this at Hook Point.
Ooh, they're going to zug him back. Okay, I did not expect them to pick a DK into like a Ret DH. I thought this would be very difficult for a Death Knight to be able to survive, but CHIBAKU are looking to match Zug with Zug, not bringing in the Boomkin. Now okay, dude, this Echo winning game one is so important, man. It's so important that Echo won game one, because you must imagine that Raikou could pull a mage out at some point on a big map if CHIBAKU are looking to try and rely on this kind of Death Knight competition. But what if it doesn't even work? What if, like, let's say CHIBAKU win this, then we go big map, and they lock Raikou in his mage to counter the cleave, and he actually loses, and then suddenly it's like, oh my god! I don't think anything is certain. I don't want to say any of these rounds in this final are certain, even despite like map advantage or comp advantage. Nothing is certain.
I feel like nothing has been certain this entire tournament. Like, who knows? Honestly, how did we get here? Just so much. I mean, did you expect we were going to see Judge Waz Ret Paladin versus Croto DK here in this game? I certainly didn't. But I feel like Echo has a decent shot in this one. I really wonder what CHIBAKU Tensei's strategy is going to be. Probably just get as much damage as possible onto Waz, maybe cleave Lontar a bit. Just make sure that the blender is plugged in and blending. But at the same time, I feel like if they can get a good push, if they can get maybe even some crowd control onto Houston, if they can get like a Demon Hunter setup into a Hex or something, I feel like they can, especially in dampening, destroy a DK. We got... Wait, what was that? That was Dispel.
Was that a secret message?
Healing done.
Was that a giveaway or something?
Diff.
It wasn't a giveaway, by the way. Did I just miss a secret code for something? What was that? It was like dispels or healing at the bottom or something like that.
Yeah, it was Lontar had more healing and they had the same dispels. Yeah. Look at all of those dispels. Like, look at Mercy. What is
Mercy dispelling?
Waz, Blizzo, right?
Is that like shapeshift counting as a dispel or something? How does he have... There's no way he hexed 37 times.
He dispelled 37 hexes? I don't think that's possible.
The Druid one is a sus. I'm not sure about the Druid one. But here we go. We're into Hook Point. It's a small map, and they mirrored as DH Boomkin. Now there's Zug mirroring, not identically with the Ret. It's Ret versus Demon Hunter. It's the light versus darkness. Can CHIBAKU manage to pull it back with Croto on Death Knight since the buffs? Tie this series up 1-1 in this best of 7 grand final, $70,000 first prize between these teams, an entire year of play, and both of them want to ascertain that title, being the best team in Europe.
Yeah, can they do it though? This is a question of Houston already taking a lot of damage there, but he doesn't have to use his trinket. He does trade out the Astral Shift. Here comes the setup from Croto, double blinding sleet. Here comes the damage. Raiku's already dropped the darkness for this. I actually really like that. Just send the early darkness. The first setup is usually the most scary as well, so high value there for Raikou, and he gets to just stay offensive. They're all at full HP. They get to continue the blender here on to Houston, who's already forced straight out the trinket. Judge Waz, though, might be catching a sentence here as he gets gripped back into the fray, but Lontar is able to stabilize him there. That was a close call. I think he actually used lay on hands onto somebody while still dropping very low here. Triple! How is he going to stay alive? Triple stun, triple fear coming out. Huge plays coming out from CHIBAKU Tensei. Really putting in the pain here onto Judge Waz, and he's still not healthy. 20% HP. The healing tide totem drops for Lontar, and he does manage to protect it. Does manage to recover his team somewhat. Now they have been able to get the trinket off of Houston. Croto has to use his Icebound Fortitude here as well, so Echo are struggling with Waz, but they are getting big defensives as well out of CHIBAKU.
I mean, Croto's not looking great right now. He's kind of flimsy. He's trying to keep up the pursuit onto Waz. Static Field pulls Waz away for a moment to try and buy time for Houston, but he's into an imprisoned. No trinket, and Croto is floundering, but at the same time, Waz is getting critically low. He may need a Divine Shield. A Cap Totem comes in from Lone Star off to the side as well, but Darkness is protecting Croto here from Blizzo. They stun Houston anyways, but a double stun comes back from Blizzo in response. Raikou is getting cleaved into the double blinding sleep, but Waz reverses with a triple blinding light. It is back and forth, but they catch Raikou. They silence Lone Star. Sanctuary comes through. Waz removes the silence. Now Croto on the back foot. Houston kicked by Raikou, and Croto is struggling. The static field is down. Nobody can escape until that static field is killed off.
Hunt.
Croto is taking so much damage. Anti-magic shield comes off cooldown. He's got Healing Tide Totem in 4 more seconds. They grip Lone Star into their clutches, but I'm not sure if Croto can live much longer. Healing Tide is down. They stun Waz to protect the Healing Tide. A huge swap onto Lone Star, forcing his burrow. That lightning lasso from Houston got so much value on his Healing Tide Totem. Raikou gets blasted. He blurs at 10%. They imprison him at low health, and suddenly CHIBAKU, they have so much control. They are absolutely dominating. Everyone is dying. How is Lone Star going to come back from this? He is praying that he can proc an Ascendance, but it's just not coming. Raikou is low once again. Spearling does nothing. Everybody is dying. Raikou has to Netherlock. Lone Star has absolutely nothing left, and CHIBAKU Tensei are absolutely clapping back here in game number 2. Waz is forced to Divine Shield. That is everything out from Echo, and they're still dying.
Yeah, but here comes the CC chain onto Houston. Echo trying to fight back, but Lone Star is getting absolutely crushed. The beautiful Strangulate, it's immediately trinketed by Lone Star. He has a Healing Tide down. The Blinding Sleet is down. I think they killed that Healing Tide, actually. He wasn't able to place it. Nice Static Totem coming out there by Lone Star, trying to keep himself alive, but still the hunt coming in for Blizzo. And CHIBAKU Tensei will tie it up here in the Grand Finals. Hook Point delivering the pain. These cleats, I mean, look at the damage right now. My goodness. I think I saw 3 players doing 150, 160k plus. Absolute slugfest.
Okay, so in the Zugmir, CHIBAKU come out ahead, at least in this round. It's going to be 1-1. We're going to see Zugmirs probably throughout this, or see DH Boomirs. We might even see Raikou Mage, possibly. I mean, if Croto and Blizzo lock this in blind, how do you feel about like a Mage Lock matchup on Tolvaron or something like that?
Ooh, I mean, yeah, it could work. I feel like it can work, but I have some intel about the Mage Warlock, actually. They
don't want to do it?
They don't...
no confidence?
Well, the last thing I've heard is that the Mage Lock is not a great comp to be running right now.
Pressure,
as a matter of fact, you know, like, let me spew some Mage propaganda right now. I feel like Mages aren't, in the current meta, doing too hot. But
what about Fire Mage in the DK? We've seen that in NA a couple times.
Fire Mage is good into DK because you can spread Living Bomb on all the pets and just do infinite damage. But yeah, this Static Field Totem was really nice by Lone Star. Pulls back the whole team, but not enough. Blizzo connects here in a second, sends the hunt, and boom, massive dam, takes him out. I kind of liked it though. It felt like Echo had. So this is what this game felt like. It felt like Echo were winning the whole game. Then Houston dropped a Healing Tide, sent a lasso onto Waz, and then from that moment until the game ended, CHIBAKU was just winning.
Yeah, it did. It really felt like that. I mean, for like the last minute, it's just Lone Star dying. He's just doing everything that he can to try and stop the boat from sinking, but there's like 30 holes in the hull, and like he's got a bucket that has holes in it too, and he's trying to get the water out of the boat, and he just can't get it out. They're just all over him. It's completely to the end of the game. Croto's using anti-magic shield to avoid getting stunned. He just drops zone to stay aggressive and negate the wings at the same time, and they just keep gunning him down. Oh, you Sanctuary to Strangulate? I don't care. Blinding Sleet. You still can't cast Lone Star. And then I think the hunt comes through from the end here on Blizzo. Like, Raikou hunts first, and then Blizzo clutches it. It roots Lone Star from getting around the corner, and he can't escape it, and it does a bunch of damage, so he dies at the same time. And, okay, Croto on the Death Knight looking strong here in game number 2. Do you blind lock it? Do you blind lock the Death Knight? Because I feel like they look so good on this comp. I swear, every time they've played against Echo, I swear, this actually looks like their best comp in terms of like overall performance to me. They blind locked it.
Oh,
and it's a big map.
They sent it.
So is Fire Mage coming out? Is something like is something weird happening here? Because you can't play DH Boomy in this. There's no chance.
I mean, there is some options here. There's definitely some options. I kind of don't like the Fire Mage that much because you are very susceptible to also dying as a Fire Mage. I think Arcane could be decent here.
Rogue Moonkin.
Rogue Moonkin also, yeah. What about Wizards?
We talked about that. You said they didn't want to do it. That their mage propaganda spiel about
No,
the
I mean different. Obviously, I'm thinking Boomkin. Yeah, I'm thinking like Boomkin, some type of Boomkin wizard. I think they're gonna. I don't think actually.
I think they rent TH again, maybe, honestly. But then they lose their swing match if they run that back.
If they, this is. Really, I think they have to bring in Raikou on the mage. They have to. I feel like that's Arcane mage, Arcane Asa Rogue. Okay, this could work. This could work.
Right, this series is...
I don't like Arcane Outlaw. I think Arcane Outlaw has like...
Too slow.
I feel like it has... It's like... Yeah, it's too slow, and you're relying heavily on just the mage being able to like one-shot something late game. And with Outlaw Rogue damage nerfs, like I like the Asa a lot better, but obviously Asa has things that, you know, just hard counter the Asa. Like if Houston was like a Evoker, for example, probably we don't see the Asa because he can remove that death mark, but... Yeah, I think this is probably the best option for Echo, locking in the Arcane Mage into these melees. It's going to be pretty good for Raikou. He's going to have a lot of, kind of free time to cast. And we'll see if he decides to play Shimmer, if he decides to play Blinkstun. Probably a Shimmer game, honestly. There's not that much lockdown for him. And for Waz on the Assassination Rogue, of course, he's going to need to stay alive because Assassination Rogues, that's their biggest weakness right now, is that like a lot of these melee cleaves, they can definitely out-cleave them. But if they can isolate targets or even triple bleed, I don't think triple bleeding is the play, but maybe like after a Spirit Link, they can get a triple bleed down and like snowball the pressure like that. I think for the most part, it's going to be all about
that's why
isolating the DK.
I think Fire would have been better because you can triple bleed. I swear their whole team would explode. I actually think Fire can win this faster than I get like it's riskier or squishier, but I swear Fire would actually be better in this matchup specifically.
I think that Fire would win faster, but Fire would also lose faster.
And they want to play the safe one. But what if the safe isn't safe? And then they lose.
That's the risk, right? That's the risk you have to. That's the risk you're running right now. But I do feel like Arcane for Raikou is the right call here. Like Fire, if you're just looking at details, Fire for sure is always going to do better in this matchup. But I think if you're looking at like big picture, the problem with Fire is that you well, it depends, right? He probably wouldn't run Glass into this. So basically, he has less HP, but his Fireball does more damage. I don't think he would be running that. I think he would just be running like a standard combust-based like CD reset build. And I think Living Bomb is super nice. But other than that, you have less, less survivability, mainly because of Arcane Barrage. Arcane Barrage, just a spammable button that slows people and gives you like a sprint buff, basically, which is super good into melees. So I think as long as you have that Arcane Barrage, it's going to be really hard to take down Raikou.
Game 3.
As long as he's spamming it.
European Grand Finals. We're seeing almost every playstyle being thrown out here, an entire work and effort, and you can see it with how many different compositions and classes that we've already seen just in 2 games and now 3. But Raikou gets gripped in first global. He immediately shimmers back to the middle of the map, but that denies getting a sap. Houston's going to be able to grab combat, so Waz is just going to open up with Garrotes on multiple targets, get that extra bleed damage, but now they're swapping to Waz on the Subterfuge. Really good stun during that timing. They imprison the Ring of Fire into a Fear. The crowd controlling the mage. Now they stun him and grip him in, but there's a kidney shot onto Blizzo, and Lone Tar got gripped in as well into a blinding sleep. They're all stacked up. Raikou is trying to spread away, but he gets stunned on his Ring of Fire. Raikou has been taken out of the game for so long so far. Waz is getting absolutely slaughtered. He's going to pop evasion. They have to swap off that. They're trying to get back on Raikou. Houston is in the mix as well, standing on top of his team. Likely he wants to try and break polymorphs with AoE damage from the mage that are arcane orbs, so he's going to play aggressive with his melee and try and stay in range, but he's in a full blind. That forces the Trinket Netherwalk and overlap with Anti-Magic Zone. A huge turnaround moment for Echo right here.
Yeah, and that was the death mark coming out, though, for Waz. He's going to be taking a lot of damage here in the stun. Blizzo looking to hunt him back, taking him down to about 40% HP. Lonta coming out, drops the Guardian onto Waz. Lonta is playing Divine Ascension as well, so he's going to be able to fly up in the sky. Anytime he wants to get some swaps on the side of CHIBAKU Tensei, Blizzo overextending, getting caught with the kidney shot, taking a decent amount of damage there. Does have the blur available. Waz is going to be the one taking the brunt change of this exchange, and he's going to have to cloak vanish, but look at Blizzo. Blizzo, no trinket onto Execution, still has the trinket, but nice reverse magic coming out into a triple fear from Lontar. Now they're going after Croto, big damage. The blinding sleet coming out onto Waz, slowing it down for just a second. Anti-magic zone, anti-magic shell gets popped there for Croto as well, and now it's going to be Waz on the back foot. Here comes the damage, here comes the feller option. Lontar in a silence. How are you going to deal with this? Waz is just kiting it out, trying to stay alive, and if Houston still holding on to that trinket here is going to be absolutely massive. But look at the damage that Croto's taken. Raiko's in the backline free casting, getting out Rings of Fire, getting out Arcane Missiles, and now going for a Dragon's Breath Sheep. Huge pre-dark coming out though from Blizzard, but they could go after Croto. He's not in the darkness. They're not able to get the repoly maybe. Raiko does find it, and Lontar is in position for fear. He needs to go for his fast. Blizzo in huge trouble. Houston, trinket, drops the Spirit Link Totem, and now Waz is on the run, Sid.
Oh my god, but they're still just dying. Look at this damage from Raikou. He's absolutely popping off right now. He's destroying everyone, and Blizzo gets absolutely annihilated. Proc City, baby. I don't count the arcane orbs, man. I need the Sesame Street Vampire. 1 arcane orb, 2 arcane. It was like 6 of them in a row, bro. Like, what was that? What was that RNG?
That is the best feeling ever as a mage. So one of the things that's going on with arcane mages is that you have 10% chance with set bonus to, when you arcane barrage, so if you have 4 charges, you have a 40% chance to launch an arcane orb where you're shooting the barrage or like in front of you. And when you're playing against DKs with their pets, if you proc that, you barrage, and then it procs an orb, and it hits all the pets, and then you get 4 charges again, and then you have a 40% chance on your next barrage to get another, arcane orb. And look at Raikou here. So this is where the link gets dropped, and now let's count the orbs here. He's dropping the missile. There's 1, there's 2,
wait,
there
2.
is that. He casted that one though because it didn't proc.
4.
Yeah, there's a
4
proc.
arcane
That's
orbs.
4.
5.
5.
How much was another one?
6. And the crazy thing about
And then he's dead. And there's another one.
Yeah, Raikou definitely got lucky there. But the crazy thing about this is that if this happens as you're popping your Arcane Surge, which he just popped right there, and it happens when a target is in execute range, because Arcane Mage has a 30% HP execute with their barrage. If that happens, which is the situation that happens here, this is like the ultimate jackpot, like this is like everything. It's like getting 6 buffs on an Outlaw Rogue, like back in Legion. You're just gonna have the most amount of damage. You have every modifier active, and you're getting good procs. And I really like how Raikou's positioning here as well with the missiles. If you notice, before you start spamming the barrages here, there's an execute, there's another execute. Before you start spamming these executes, he's ducking in and out of the pillar with his missiles. And the reason why he's doing that is because there's a lot of ranged kicks. So you start to cast outside of the pillar, but as soon as your cast begins, you move, because you can cast while moving missiles behind the pillar. And that way, if he's going to get interrupted, they have to do it as he's pressing the missile right away. So just small little things like that is why he's able to do so much damage and just completely stomp. And those barrages are hitting hard, and this is because again, he's in execute range. So it says 41% HP, but what happens is Raikou shoots his arcane barrage. The guy is, let's say, 20% HP. He gets a heal to 41% HP. That barrage, if it's still in the air, it's going to snapshot, and it's still going to do execute damage. So that's why it looks like that, even though he is above execute range.
Hey, here we go. It's a big map, though. CHIBAKU, don't go to the small map to try and counterpick. So Echo, what do you blind lock? Because if you do RMP, CHIBAKU is going to do Boomka DH. If you do Red Demon Hunter, they're going to do DHDK. So do you have some weird comp that you're going to try this time around that's just completely different, given that it's a large map? Or do you just do Boomy DH? You can't do Boomy DH. You're going to lose to DHDK. You can't do Boomy DH. It's not an option.
What if they just send S Arcane?
Yeah, that's what I kind of think they could try. I wonder if it can beat DH Boomy. I think it'd be hard.
I think it can.
I think it can, but I also think it'd be hard.
I mean, it's a large map now, so they could go DH Boomy themselves.
Yeah, but they're gonna
either play into the cleave. Wait, you think they lose DH Boomy on this map into like DKDH?
I swear, DHDK is CHIBAKU's best comp. You can't play a comp that's weak into it. I don't think you should play something that's weak into it. I think it's gonna be really hard to come back from that. They're running the clock, dude. This is $70,000 an entire. They're actually blind locking it. They're actually blind locking RMP. So CHIBAKU, they say, okay, CHIBAKU, come at us. Like, you're gonna bring the DK out here? What's happening? You're going back on Boomkin DH?
What about Warlock? There could be a Warlock.
Dude, if
happening.
Warlock ends up being in the grand final for Mercy, he got to play it twice. He played Destro and Demo. What if it's Affliction lock, dude? No, that's not going to happen, but...
I'm so excited. Oh my god, what if we get Affliction?
Maybe a Demo lock, honestly. A Demo lock DK?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can do DK. I feel like pet classes are going to suck into this. I don't think you can play a pet class into a Rogue and an Arcane Mage. There's just too many AoE bleeds and Mirages and stuff.
I was going to say, okay, so this is actually not that bad either, I feel like, for CHIBAKU Tensei. This is a comp that... So the biggest downside of this comp is that you don't have that many ranged kicks. Like, as an Arcane Mage, this is what you hate facing. Warlock, you can never play the game. LA Shaman, you can never play the game. And DH, usually you can never play the game. Like, the whole game, you're just running. You're just running and spamming barrage and running and spamming barrage and hoping that he's going to go off you and go on somebody else. Then you come back and then you cast and then the DH comes back to you and then you're running again and spamming barrage. So that's essentially all Raikou is going to be doing with a DH in the game. But he has a great map. So this is, he can use the map to kind of drag Blizzo around corners, Frost Nova him. He can Dragon's Breath him into a sheep and take him out of the game, kind of isolate him. And Mercy is definitely going to be the target for Echo. And it's going to be all about single target setups. Now, the good thing, so the bad thing about what Echo is running is that, well, Raikou is going to get harassed a lot. And they're squishy, like Waz especially. As we saw in the last game, he basically almost died. But the good thing is that they have Shib. And Moonkins, their best defensive, I would say, is Frenzied Region. Like, Frenzied Region, it's always available on every go, and it does a lot of healing. But when you have Shiv, which is, it's like Sharpened Blade for a warrior. It basically empowers your Mortal Strike effect, which is healing reduction, and amps it up. So you have a lot of healing reduction. So you get a kidney shot, you crowd control the healer, then the healer comes out of crowd control. Maybe Mercy wants to use his Frenzied Regen. Boom, you slap him with a Shiv. The healer's going to do reduced healing coming out. Mercy's going to do reduced healing. And you can find a lot of pressure like that. It's going to make your ghost more deadly.
Well, also, Fuston picked a Shaman into an Arcane Mage. And typically, Arcane, that matchup, you don't want that, right? He's just stealing Earthshield the whole game. Should they have played something else?
It's going to be more... It's more with an Outlaw Rogue, to be fair, where it's an issue. Because usually with an Outlaw Rogue, they're also killing the totems. Like, killing... If you're spell stealing every Riptide and every Earth Shield, and you have a Rogue that's killing all the healing streams, then the Shaman does no healing. Like, he has to cast. So, it is a strategy, but I don't actually like the Shaman pick, because usually they can deal with that pressure regardless. And they bring ranged interrupts, they bring grounding totem, they bring hex, lightning lasso, just like a lot of things that can piss Raikou off, which is basically the goal for them in this matchup.
They're just going to snipe Blizzo right away to stop him from pulling Waz out of stealth. They want to protect that subterfuge on the assassination rogue, so I think that's smart. They're not going to get a sap, but they get the subterfuge opener. They're waiting for Mercy. They're trying to find him. Raikou gets stunned. They're not going to win this 2v2 while the Druid and Rogue are in stealth, though. Mage versus Demon Hunter. But they find Mercy. They sap him. That's a crazy start for Echo in game number 4. They get the Ring of Frost. This is the best case scenario, but Blizzo's there. He reverses it. Now here comes Metamorphosis. Double stun. Full clone on Lone Tar. CHIBAKU turned this on its head almost instantaneously. Can they connect enough damage? Here comes another hit. Raikou manages to blink back. He's got the altar. It's over. He's still taking tremendous pressure from Mercy's incarnation. Waz is trying to peel. He's cheap-shotting 2 targets. Lone Tar saves the day with that Angel form. Arcane Surge attempt from Raikou as he's wrapping around the corner, looking to try and prevent an interrupt on himself. He's going to use Shifting Power, get that touch of the Magi off cooldown a little faster. But here comes a lasso from Fuston in the middle of the map, forcing Waz's Trinket.
Beautifully done there. Raikou going in here, trying to shut down Mercy on those Cyclones as well. He has his counterspell ready, spamming out the heals, and they're making a switch here onto Fuston. Big damage coming out here potentially, but Raikou holding on to the death, or Waz holding on to the death mark for now. The Healing Tide Totem does get dropped and murdered here by Waz, and Waz is taking a lot of damage here. Lontar's in crowd control. He could be in big trouble. Can he get the Cyclone? Mercy looks for it. He finds it onto Raikou. Can he switch it though onto Lontar? He gets counterspell. Beautifully done there by Raikou, making sure that he gets shut down. Waz though does get cycloned himself, and now it's going to be Raikou just pushing in towards Fuston, looking for crowd control. There's a nice snowball onto Blizzo as he's out of line of sight for Fuston, and he's actually just going to attack Blizzo. They're making a swap to Blizzo. They get a full blind onto Fuston, but Blizzo just jumps over there, breaks it. He has the Nether Tempest on him, and that thing bounces around and breaks all crowd control.
That was good positioning by Blizzo. He's been doing a good job reversing crowd control, breaking crowd control, and bouncing back to his healer when he needs to. Now Mercy is faked an interrupt. He's trying to get in, but he gets stunned by Lontar, and he's met by a tremendous amount of damage from Raikou. Is he going to go proc city again? Blizzo shuts him down with a double stun, but Waz is garroting the universe. No one can cast. They're getting cleaved down. Raikou blinks in aggressively. They stun the Shaman. A big swap onto Houston. Big damage incoming. They drop the darkness. He knocks him out. Insane knockback by Raikou. They're still trying to take him out, but he's got Astral Shift. He should be able to survive here, so they're going to switch off the Shaman, go back onto the Balance Druid, try and slow down some of his aggression. Lontar repositions to the pillar so he can line his sight, but they cycle on Waz instead. They're switching to Raikou. Big Star Surge is incoming. They need to be careful about Waz re-stealthing out of a clone. They get another Cyclone, but they have to keep him in combat. Let him get a free reset with bad. They catch him in a stun. Insane swap onto Waz, catching him out of those clones with a full stun. That forces Lontar to trinket.
My goodness, Lontar in complete panic there. Trinkets, the Guardian Spirit, then he ducks into Angel form so he doesn't get CC'd on his Trinket. But here comes the damage. Full Garrett onto Lontar, or onto Houston, into a kidney shot. Lontar is standing on top of him. Does he have a fear? No, they're just going to swap and try to do as much damage as possible here. Waz with the Death Mark. There's no Astral Shift available. That Death Mark is doing a lot of work here. Raiku's going to connect now as well. Doesn't have the touch of the Magi, but he is proccing a lot of orbs. Unfortunately, Houston not in execute range is not going to be as deadly as last time. Still good pressure. Double Chaos Nova coming out. Waz in trouble here. Does have the Cloak of Shadows. Does have the evasion. Might need to make a trade. He trades out the cloak, and Blizzo gets feared. Gets dispelled. Now back onto Raikou. Mercy and Blizzo just like sharks in the water right now, just on the hunt here. Anytime they can smell some blood, they are ready to pounce.
All right, Houston still has a trinket. They all have medallions. CHIBAKU are in such a great position to keep this game going, but actually they get Houston's trinket. Oh my god, just out of the rip, Waz solo forces Houston's trinket. Now they grip him back on the lasso. Blizzo's still in pursuit. Raikou is actually root beamed out of the game. Lontar into an imprison. Waz is alone. He's got cooldowns if he needs to trade. He's got to be careful. They switch back to Raikou. Blizzo gets back on the knockback. Dragon's Breath down from Raikou. He's sheeped really far away. Lontar or Houston repositions and dispels it. Full Cyclone on Lontar. No trinket for 7 seconds. What's Waz going to do? He's getting low. He manages to vanish from sight. He's going to cheap shot a clone. Get back onto Houston. He knows he has no trinket. He wants a full kidney shot. Blizzo is there. They need to peel for Houston on this kidney shot. With no trinket, they root him. They're pressuring Waz. Double stun. Big mistake by Lontar and Waz. Huge punish by CHIBAKU as they're going to need to reposition. You can't stack up like this versus the Demon Hunter. They swap back to Raikou. Big stun lock, looking to force the ice block. And he manages to blink away from the Demon Hunter for now. That Frost Nova. Lontar's repositioning, but he can't get back behind the pillar in time. He goes into a full clone, and this could be an ice block. Raiku's trying to be greedy. He ice Novas him on the hunt. Is he going to be able to avoid a second cast of it? Blizzo ducks back in. Big death sweep, massive damage. Lontar's really struggling to heal and try and get in at the same time. He goes into the imprison. They stun Waz. Houston is ducking around the corner, but Raikou blinks in. They're going for it, but they're dying while they go for it. They have to void shift, and every second that passes, CHIBAKU are getting further and further ahead.
Yeah, Echo spent so much time here trying to set up a KO onto Houston because he had no trinket. They wanted to get a perfect setup with the Arcane Surge and just try to 100-0 him. Blizzo with no darkness there as well, but I don't think they're going to be able to take him down. Houston just positioning too good. CHIBAKU TENSEI playing their offense too good as well, and they're going to have to abandon that. That window is gone, and now Lontar is going to be struggling here with no Void Shift, no Spirit of the Redeemer, no Guardian for another 6 seconds or so. Raikou might have to pop something, but here comes the Death Mark. Mercy in a lot of trouble, but he's tanking it out beautifully in bear form. Houston is going to come out of the CC chain and connect with a massive Nature Swiftness there onto Mercy, but still a lot of damage here being added into the mix, and Raikou has touch of the Magi up, which means that Mercy's health is about to spike here. All the damage Raiku's doing gets added right there. Okay, that was a pretty small touch of the Magi, but the more damage Raikou does to the target with touch of the Magi, the more it's going to hit for. So good shutdown there by CHIBAKU TENSEI, not allowing Raikou to kind of stack that up too much.
Ooh, kidney shot on the heart of the wild. He's out of bear form. They swap to Blizzo with the Chastise. Big damage in the midfield. Is Blizzo ready for it? He blurs, and now they're getting aggressive on Waz. Static field towards Lontar, trying to stack him up. They clone Waz at low health. They solar beam Raikou. Here comes the hunt. They're looking to force the ice block. Are they going to find it? They stun him. He trinkets. He displaces back, but Blizzo is still all over him. He gets Frost Nova. Holy Fire's coming in from Lontar, trying to set up for a kill possibly. They Ring of Frost him. Shifting power. Touch of the Magi available. They've got to throw something big right now. They're starting to fall behind on all fronts, and here it comes. A big attack on the Blizzo, forcing his trinket another walk, but now Mercy is getting cheeky. Full clone. Can he clone the trinket? He's garroted. He's in position to win the game right now if he can get another Cyclone. He's not able to find it. Lontar avoids it. At the same time, Blizzo could die at any moment. Houston needs to get ready. Blizzo jumps away from the kill. Back on top of Houston. Houston needs to play on top of Blizzo. He needs to trinket Link. They have to play aggressive and just trade trinket Link in this position. If they're caught in a position where Blizzo is out of range, Houston won't have a way to save him.
Waz shadow steps to Lontar to escape, but he shadow steps right into Fuston's cap totem. But that's actually not too bad for him, as Blizzo and Mercy aren't able to connect. So now Waz on stun DR, but still Lontar with basically no mana left has a lot of work to do. Spirit of the Redeemer is available. He wants to actually pop it, I think, here. He's going to pop Symbols of Hope, try to regen a little bit of mana and cooldowns, and then potentially go into Spirit form. But Waz in so much trouble. Lontar uses the Escape Artist to get out of that. So Root Solar Beam, and here comes Angel form. He's got Guardian Angel onto Waz as well. They need to make something happen offensively on the side of Echo if they want to stay in this match. Mercy trinkets out aggressively here to go for the kill. Raikou, what are you gonna do? Lontar has nothing left to heal him with. He's spamming out the flash heals. Double Chaos Nova coming in from Blizzo. Lontar forced straight out the trinket just to stay alive. Raikou with the shifting power, trying to stay alive, almost going into the ice block there. Sub 10% HP, but Lontar does manage to pick him back up. Here comes the Arcane Surge. Raikou actually canceling it. They're going for it onto Blizzo. Big damage potential here. There's no grounding totem. Massive, massive arcane damage now onto Mercy as well as Blizzo. They need to kick Raikou, or he can just solo somebody when he has that Arcane Surge buff. It's going to subside soon. He's doing a good job trying to kite it out. Can he stay alive though? Mercy's taking a lot of damage. The touch of the Magi. The touch of the Magi is going to explode. Waz making his way to the target. Fuston now running out of mana. Waz gets Cyclone on low HP. How are they doing this? Echo actually maybe turning things around, Sid.
He lassos the Ring of Frost, but double Garrote comes out from Waz. They're throwing everything that they've got here in the final push. Can they drop Blizzo in the kidney shot? They smoke bomb him. It's all or nothing. Fuston blocks it with the Spirit Link. Raikou is hovering with a sliver of health at this point, being so greedy on the ice block. It's just 2 Star Surges and he's dead. Cyclone and Waz, big swap to Lontar possibly with the Chaos Nova. They clone him off. They go back onto Waz. Blizzo with an insane setup. He comes out. He's got Cloak. He trades it right away to try and finish off Mercy. They drop the Darkness to block the execute. They gouge up Fuston for a fear. Lontar's in position, but he gets denied by the Imprison. Insane imprisoned by Blizzo, but Mercy is still just dying through the darkness. Everybody is dead at this time. Mercy falls first. Waz can fall at any second. I cannot believe it. Echo are actually doing this. Blizzo is stunned up. He can't finish him off. Waz repositioning, Houston trying to carry it through, but I think it's more than over at this point. Ice Block going to trade. Blizzo doesn't want to give up, but I think Echo have done it. I'm pretty sure they're moving to match point at this point. They've got everyone fully recovered. Blizzo has no damage increasing cooldowns. Lontar's getting mana. He's got just a tiny... This should be over. This should be a tap out at this point. They're trying to fear him. They're trying to stay on target, but I think it's over. And they actually did it. I thought they were done for. They had 0 mana. CHIBAKU were swarming them at around every turn. I thought for sure they were going to lose this game, and they win it in the final hour.
Unreal performance coming out from Echo, and this is why you can never count these guys out when they play the RMP. They are just so clean with it, especially there in the end, managing to get that Arcane Surge off, getting so much damage off, really turned the tide for his team there, and Lontar, of course, keeping them alive in this position. So this was a really close call. This is when basically everybody's thinking, okay, Echo are done. Like, there's no way. They got no mana. Lontar is stunned. Raiku's stunned as well. He's probably going to have to ice block here. Goes for the shifting power, manages to get back there, and with that alter time cancel, he had a little bit of HP, get a blink back, and then here at this point, Raikou just getting a lot of pressure over onto Blizzard. Fake casts shock there, I believe, from Fuston, gets the precognition. Waz, of course, getting a lot of pressure with that smoke bomb, and that Death Mark really doing work. This deep into dampening, Death Mark plus Shiv, it's really hard to recover from it, just because Death Mark also lasts for such a long period of time. They blind Fuston, then they go for the gouge onto his trinket. Lontar moves in for the fear, and then he gets imprisoned, and you think, okay, well, Fuston's going to have time here to avoid some crowd control, but he gets feared. Raikou gets the follow-up Sheep. They have the touch of the Magi. They have the damage. They have the power infusion. They have dampening, have everything working in their favor, and Echo are able to clutch it out. Unreal.
What a crazy game. They actually just played it out. Like, look at this. But they're all dead. The entire replay is just Raikou almost dead, Lontar kind of dying, Waz getting set up behind the pillar constantly, and then the smoke bomb at the end. I'm wondering, did he need to link the bomb? Is this like a respect thing? You know, like, could he have gotten away without linking it? I don't really know. I mean, it's such a tough moment right there. Like, they get Link into darkness literally like 2 seconds later, and the death mark is ticking away, so I feel like it's fair, but how does he die, man? He dies through darkness. I think it's because the bleed ticks are just, there's so many hits that the darkness isn't really doing a lot. That gouge, but then the imprison, like, oh my god, it was wild on both sides. He shears Arcane, he tries to slow it down, but he can't get away from the fear. Just a DR'd fear into another one, and he even breaks, but it doesn't matter. Oh.
Yeah. That's the worst thing about the orb barrage. When you cast a sheep and you arcane barrage and it procs an orb and it hits the guy that you sheeped, it's really annoying. But if you're on top of the guy that you sheeped, like Raikou was there, there's a grace period actually when you sheep people where you can do damage on them and it won't break. And yeah, it looks like CHIBAKU Tensei, they're setting up for a cleave here. I think Echo just lock in Arcane Asa again, dude. Like the easy clap.
Yeah, dude. Imagine this whole time they've been trying to get Boomkin, and they pull out Ret Paladin, and they try everything, and then they win his RP anyways.
Imagine that, dude. Half the players on their team rerolled Boomkin.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They literally re-rolled to every possible alt, and then they win his RP anyways. Like
they're like, yeah, we need Outlaw Moonkin. Chan, you're gonna have to play it. Yeah, we need DH Moonkin as well. Waz, you're gonna have to play it as well. Finals, yeah, we don't need Moonkin. Let's just play RMP. RMP is back. RMP is back.
Dude, watch North America mirrors this, and we see them move. Just play RPS anyways the whole time.
The move could play this. The move have Ceralium. They could play the same thing.
Okay, Echo, time's ticking away here. It's match point. They're doing it. They're doing his RP.
Yeah.
The entire season they've been trying to re-roll, and then in the grand finals, anyways, they're gonna play RP. Oh my god! And now CHIBAKU, they're gonna DK. You have to DK on this map. I don't think you play Boomkin on this map. Maybe you could. Maybe part of the reason they couldn't win is because Echo was able to run away so far.
Do they not have an LA Shaman on their team? CHIBAKU.
Blizzo, I don't think does.
I don't think anyone plays Ellie. This is actually the perfect team to play Arcane.
Okay, so they just want a small map so they can't run away. CHIBAKU are going to play an aggressive game, and that is risky. When you're on match point, $70,000 on the line, an entire year of play, you pick the aggressive map. I mean, sometimes you got to take a risk.
To be honest, I feel like for CHIBAKU, this is playing into their strengths. They are an aggressive team, and I think that this is not a bad pick, right? Because this is a comp that can win against the RMP, and it can also win against Judge Waz. It can win against like some of those cleaves. So for CHIBAKU, you're basically in a do or die position right now. You have to win every single game with one comp because you're like, you know what's going to happen if you blind lock the cleave and there's a large map. Like this has got to be your like all around best comp. But to do it against Echo, man, like maybe they can pick it up here on Dalaran in Game 5, but Game 6, Game 7, those aren't going to be on your map picks, CHIBAKU. Those are going to be on Echo's map picks. CHIBAKU Tensei versus Echo. Match point. Echo, winner of the cross-region tournament, looking to take another AWC title here as well. Can they do it? They're just one game away from doing it. CHIBAKU Tensei standing in their way. Blizzo, Mercy, Fuston, they need to make it count here on Dalaran Sewers. They need to find their pressure, they need to find their setups, and they need to somehow find the win, Sid. Can they do it?
Okay, this is it. Who's going to be Dragonflight's champion in Europe? CHIBAKU, can they win 3 games? Echo just need 1. RMP is looking so good for them. They're absolutely blasting off. They're going to grab combat right away from Blizzo. Waz is moving closer. Mercy is out. The cheap shot Blizzo. But Lone Star's already into a clone, so this is not a great start for the RMP. They bash Waz into a double cap stun. Massive pressure coming through from Fuston. He's lobbing in Lava Burst. He's really trying to get aggressive. CHIBAKU are taking a lot of risks going to Dalaran Sewers and playing aggressive like this, but I think that they need to. Echo were just able to stall the game out for so long until they inevitably won. So now they're getting aggressive on Fuston, but a big blast! Where is this damage coming from? Raikou down at 10% almost immediately as he's trying to get back to the pillar. Lone Star has been free casting heals and it's still not enough. He mass dispels the Cyclone. Finally, Raikou is back to full health for a moment. Mercy fakes a kick, gets a clone on Waz. He's pushing in towards Lone Tar. Wants to find a clone, but that waterfall is protecting Lone Tar. He's so happy that waterfall came down right now so he can line of sight in the middle of the map. He's going to pull Waz back around the corner and try and reposition. Now Waz pushing in. Who's he going to go with the next kidney shot? Is it Blizzo? I think they might be baiting Blizzo and making a swap to him here. They chastise stun Blizzo. They hold the kidney shot. But Mercy has been left open for some time. Waz step kicks over, but he's got the casting circle. It's not going to last long. He actually takes both kicks with the casting circle. That's really important. There's no interrupt, but maybe it doesn't matter. Raikou is destroying them. They turn it around with a triple stun into a clone. They switch the clone, and Raikou is getting ravaged. Lone Tar has to trinket. And in terms of offense, CHIBAKU look really solid.
Yeah, they're just matching aggression with aggression. Normally, Mercy will be playing defensive during these moments, but he's just trading cooldowns and staying on top of his target. And I really think that's what they need to do. Just try to limit Raikou as much as possible. Nice solar beam there onto Raiku's cast. Going to take him out of the game for a considerable period of time as Lontar and Raikou trying to reposition away from CHIBAKU TENSEI here. And here comes Waz out of stealth, double Garrote. He's going to have that empowered Garrote out of stealth. Blizzo, meanwhile, taking some damage there in a chastise stun, but without Waz there, he's going to be able to recover. Full Fear connects there from Lontar, and here comes the damage onto Houston. Waz on a solo mission. This is kind of what started the spiral in that last game. A setup like this where Houston he just respects Trinketed super early. This time around, he's going to tank the damage, trade out the Astral Shift, and just try to just survive. But he does manage to fake cast the kick. Actually pops the Spirit Walker's Grace there for a kind of kick immunity. Gets blinded on it. Mercy could be in trouble here. Do they have any follow-up CC? Raiku's pushing in. Can they find the sheep? He blinks actually to avoid the Demon Hunter Fear, but they're not able to find anything. There's a gouge, and Raikou is going to just abandon that push with the rest of his team. But the damage is done. They're able to get some of those cooldowns and then run.
Metamorphosis, Static Field, stacking him up for Houston. Big damage incoming, and Lontar sees it. He blocks it with the Angel Farm. He's immune to CC. He's free casting. Even with free casting, he's struggling. Raikou and Waz are just dying. Healing Tide down bottom side, away from Waz. Really good positioning from Houston on that Healing Tide. Lontar's moving in. Is he going to go for the Psychic Scream? Raikou gets stunned up. Big blast of damage. Doesn't want to go down without blocking here in the Grand Finals. It's very tense. Tons of pressure. Casting Circle down for Mercy. He's going to be looking for some CC very soon as he stuns up Waz, forcing his Trinket. That's a big one, forcing his Trinket. Can Waz get punished for this? He's taking so much damage. His Vanish is up in 1 more second out of the stun. He's got Vanish. He's trying to go for the kill with the death mark, but he might regret it. He's so low at the moment. Lontar is really struggling to heal him, even with the Guardian Spirit. They kick Lontar. Finally, he's recovered. Triple Garrote coming up from Waz. He's setting up to win this game. Kidney shot on Houston, but he pre-Earthen Walls. It's tanking so much damage. He clips a Ring of Frost, but it breaks to the bleeds. But Raikou is blasting. Look at Raiku's damage again. They're stacked up on the pillar like dominoes, and Raikou at any moment can knock them all down.
Yeah, Raikou has an Arcane Surge in the back pocket as well. Blizzo pushing in here, trying to shut him down for a second, but Raikou, he's getting distance. Can he get the Arcane Surge? He's trying to fake cast it, knows that Blizzo can Fell Rush and kick him in the animation, so he has to preemptively fake cast like that. Not able to get it off. He gets Cyclone, gets timed out, but now here comes the Arcane Surge. He's going to get this one off onto Mercy, and here comes the damage. Arcane Blast, Arcane Missiles is going to buff his next two Arcane Blasts. He has Presence of Mind. He has 2 big Arcane Blasts right now that he could send. Blink CS, but he misses it, unfortunately for Raikou, and he's going to be stopped in his tracks here. Mercy with another beautiful Cyclone. Here comes the triple Garrote. Here comes the damage potentially from Echo. Waz trying to set it up. Kidney shot onto Houston. Can he get a sheep onto that? Raikou blinks over to try to find it. He gets it. Blizzo kicks too late, but the reverse magic is available, and he is going to remove it there. Ooh. Houston getting an Ascendance proc as well, and now Raiku's on the back foot, Sid.
Nice Nova on Blizzo, but he charges in. Ring of Frost around the corner. Blizzo dodges it, but they're stacked up on top of Lontar. Raikou knows that. He blinks back in midfield. They're pressuring onto Mercy. Houston's getting aggressive. He's taking the enemy pillar. He's got to be careful of the Psychic Scream. He gets full feared with no Tremor Totem. Big play by Lontar on match point. Massive damage coming in onto Mercy, and he can follow him on full polymorph. And Raikou, I think, is stunning. Darkness comes through. Mercy is praying that he does not die through this darkness right now. He clones Waz. No Trinket. Can Lontar Master Spell? He's in Angel. He's not going for it. Mercy, man, he is praying right now that he didn't die right there. Another clone onto Waz. Mercy is still not recovered, so he Cyclones Raikou. Houston needs to heal Mercy, man. He's been half health for like 30 seconds now. He's trying to get him back into the fight and get aggressive. Waz has Trinket. He's just playing right on top of him. Double Garrote. They're stacked up again, and Raikou is ready to let it rip.
They have Death Mark available, and they're gonna send it. They have Blind as well. There's a gouge onto Houston. Houston has his Trinket, but where's the damage from this Death Mark? No one is taking damage. Mercy just able to walk off with that pressure. Here comes the Arcane Surge. Raikou gets a precognition. Here comes the missiles. Here comes the big blasts. Massive damage from the Arcane Mage as he altered times back there to his original location. Cloak of Shadows. Here comes the Touch of Magi as well, and it's gonna be a big one because this one is powered up by the Arcane Surge. Houston in a cheap shot. Beautiful thunderstorm there onto Waz, trying to slow down the damage a little bit. Ring of Frost on one side, Ring of Fire on the other. Raikou doing what he can from a distance, but now here comes Blizzo with the hunt. Huge damage with that I-beam. Waz getting gripped back to Lontar. Blizzo in a gouge. Waz just trying to retreat, trying to get some bleeds up, trying to shut down Mercy as well here on the Druid. He gets a kick there, but he is in that casting circle, and now Echo is in shambles. Full Cyclone connects onto Lontar. They're trying to go for the kill, but Mercy, he gets smoke bombed. No way! Houston coming in with the Spirit Link, and I've seen this movie before, Sid.
Oh my god, they're so close to it. If they can hold on, they're going to take the championship. They got the Link out of the way. They punish Mercy for his aggression. He's trying to find Cyclones. He Cyclones Waz downstairs. They're all over Raikou. He's got Temp Shield, though. It's soaking the hits. He's going to heal it back. He sheeps Blizzo out of range of Houston. If you're Houston, you are stressed. You basically have nothing to heal through this. It's 31% dampening. He's caught in a gouge. Blizzo is trying to carry the team. He's going after Lone Star. Now he's coming back and Waz full lasso. Houston is trying to save the day. They static kill him behind the pillar, and they're going for it, but Lone Star is there. Void Shift redirects the health back to him. Blizzo has to give up that chase, but he walks into a full fear. Off in the corner, he gets dispelled. They Cyclone Waz on low health, and CHIBAKU, man, they are sweating. They are sweating right now. Arcane Surge comes out. Touch of Magi is available. Mercy has cooldowns to trade. The Barkskin, the renewal, grounding totems down. He Ring of Frost. He missed the Ring of Frost. He missed the Ring of Frost. It's a big opportunity for Houston. He repositions back behind the box. Mercy is going to Barkskin to touch the Magi. Massive damage is crashing in on both Waz and Raikou, and it's up to Lone Star to save them.
Can he do it right now? 35% dampening. Lontar in angel form, spamming heals onto his team, but I don't know if he can keep Raikou alive. Blizzo's damage is so high. Raikou using the greater invis there just for a damage reduction. They're trying to buy Lontar a little bit of time, but a beautiful capstun, and they swap over to Waz in the lightning lasso, and here comes Blizzo with the follow-up triple Chaos Nova. Mercy now in a kidney shot. They need damage. They need offense. Things are spiraling out of control here for Echo. CHIBAKU Tensei have every trinket. They have spirit. They have every cooldown they need to survive this game. And right now, Lontar is struggling. Waz down to 50% HP, does catch a big heal. Lontar ducks around the corner. Symbols of hope coming out here as Raikou now is getting absolutely best. Surely that's got to be the ice block here for Raikou. No, so the Guardian blocks the kill. And here comes Waz with the death mark. Here comes the touch of the Magi. Here comes Echo's damage. Is Houston ready? They have darkness to trade. Last time it wasn't enough. They need to make sure that they trade it in time. Blizzo is here. Will he drop it onto Mercy? He's not using it. And Mercy is taking so much damage as Waz Shadow steps over to Houston to start harassing him with the crowd control. Mercy in execute range, and finally the darkness gets dropped by Blizzo.
6 seconds to heart of the wall. Double stun from Blizzo. They can get the ice block here. I think they're so close to it. Lone Star is almost completely out of mana. Mercy fakes the kick here. Nice fake cast. Waz in a clone. Static Field is chasing down Raikou, looking to close out this game, and now they cycle him. They swap back onto Waz, but Mercy has not fully recovered. Houston stunned on his Innervate. Kidney shot, but it doesn't matter. He's still got cheat death, but he might just die through it. It's so much pressure from Blizzo. He's right on top of him. They're so close to victory, but he gets cheap shot at 1%. Is Waz actually going to turn this around at 1%? Garot's come out. He's on the run once again. Is he going to go down or is he not? Full Cyclone should secure the deal here. Waz will fall. CHIBAKU are in it, but they are going to have to work for this grand final.
It's not over yet. CHIBAKU Tensei strikes back here on Dalaran Sewers, but that is not how you want to win on your map pick, on your counter pick. That was way too close. However, they did start to kind of change up a little bit in the matchup. You know, Houston was being a little bit better, I would say, with his cooldown management, able to keep them going for such a long time. Had his
how'd they not win
this
here?
Was close. This is such a close moment right here. Just anything on Houston, if they have a knock for Houston or anything there, it's just over. But he manages to get there in time. That Dragon's Breath, if it just connects a little bit later, at least it will be Houston's trinket as well, and you can kind of chain the momentum later. But they actually get nothing out of it. Houston saving the day with a huge Spirit Link on that smoke bomb. And then I feel like they did some good recoveries, like especially Lontar, keeping like this. Waz was 1 HP there. He Guardians him and then he Void Shifts him, and I'm pretty sure it was before it proc too. So Lontar really clutch plays there, and then here again trying to keep Waz alive, but it's so hard at this point. This is when Waz comes out with the Shadow Dance cheap shot onto Blizzo, but he can't do anything out of this. He can't get a sheep, he can't get a fear, he can't set up anything offensively. Houston still has his trinket, and at this point Lontar gets cycloned. Waz falls, but honestly I feel like Echo, they have all of the options now, right? CHIBAKU Tensei, for them, we already know they're 100% going to lock in DH Boomy Shaman. It's a given. They have to do that. And Echo, they know that CHIBAKU Tensei has to do that, so they're probably going to lock in a small map. And for Echo, they have so many options now. They can run Judge Waz again. They can run DH Boomy themselves. They can run RMP. They just have so many options. And that's why these first games are so important in these series, because I feel like if you figure things out within the series, but it costed you a few games to figure it out, that's when it can be too hard to actually turn things around. But CHIBAKU Tensei, not out of it yet, 3-2. It is, best of 7, so it's still a match point here for Echo.
Okay, a million ways to die basically for Echo here, as they've got every composition under the sun right now to establish their empire, reestablish their empire, and continue their persistence, with Lone Tar substituting for Meh this year as the healer for the roster. It kind of looked shaky a little bit early on as they were trying to find their identity, but now they're looking like a fully fleshed out team and ready to go. And CHIBAKU are the one who are going to have to level up to match them. They've done it here in this game, but it was dicey. It was close. They came out bloody-nosed, sweaty, just they're drooling a little bit. Like it's like this is not a good way to come out of that game, knowing that you need to win 2 more, not on your map pick, and anything could be released by Echo. Like, this is rough, dude. But CHIBAKU, they can do it. They're capable. They just have to keep it together, and they're doing Boomy DH blind. Echo, I think they're gonna RMP, bro. I think they're gonna win. If they win, they're gonna win its RMP.
Yeah, I'm getting some like Rocky vibes, you know, when you're talking about that. That what was his name? Ivan, I think, the white dude, the big Russian guy. I feel like I'm getting the same vibes here. Like CHIBAKU Tensei, you got away, but it wasn't clean. It's time to call Adrian and run it back here, because they're gonna need to do it on Tolveron Arena. You can see Echo; they are setting up something disgusting right here. But why did they pick? Wait, why did they pick Tolveron Arena? I thought for sure they're gonna pick a small map here.
Well, they want RMP on a big map, I think, so they can kite around.
They want RMP. Wait, is RMP their best answer now to this?
After all of everything that they've done and everything they've concocted, RMP was just actually their best option the whole time. That's what I'm saying, because it doesn't make sense to play anything else on this map. They're gonna mirror them. They want to win the mirror to win the whole thing.
I mean, do you think that they think RMP is a worse matchup? Or they just want a mirror just because?
I mean, it's probably both. It's probably both. You get to win the mirror and RMP. They probably think RMP is a bit weaker, so.
They already won the mirror, though. They have nothing to prove.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's $70,000 for first place.
There's still another game.
What are you guys doing?
They're playing around with this game is what they're doing. They're making this entertaining for the viewers right now is what they're doing.
I mean,
they want to win this and firmly establish they're not only the best Boomkin DH, they're the best RMP, they're the best Cleat. They want to win as every comp that they have, okay? They're trying to get an achievement.
Hey.
There's some sort of unpaid prize pool meta achievement for them that they want to win with every comp that they have, so that Waz can be like, I'm a Boomkin AWC champion, Rhett AWC champion, Rogue AWC champion. It's like, you know, like when you make like 10 of an alt, you list yourself as like 12-time rank 1. That's what they're trying to do right now, okay? Dude,
that used to always get on my nerves. I was like, bro, it's one a season. I don't care if you played with the same people, 10 different... don't get me started on that. But yeah, Echo going for some type of achievement here. And, you know, as one of the viewers with, you know, a front row seat to the show, I can't complain, you know. I appreciate it. Echo. Run back. We don't mind watching the mirrors. I personally don't mind watching the Arcane Mage, especially in the hands of Raikou. And these guys are just one game away from knocking CHIBAKU Tensei out of the tournament and robbing them of this final. But CHIBAKU Tensei, they did win that last game, and I don't feel like you can really count them out in the mirror. It could go either way. So we could be heading to a game number 7 potentially here if CHIBAKU Tensei can deliver the pain here.
All right, is it going to be enough? Waz stepping up to the plate on Boomkin. I'm wondering if it's too much switching, you know? Like, it's a lot of, like, brain gear swapping to be like, all right, mage buttons, now I got to remember Demon Hunter buttons. Like, that's a lot of switching. It might come back at them. Like, they were warmed up in game 1, but now after playing, you know, 10-minute games as RMP, like, that's a long time to not be playing that class. You might be not in the right mode to be able to carry this through. So CHIBAKU might have a shot. I say map obviously even, considering we're in a mirror. $70,000 on the line. Dragonflight European Champion title on the line here. Echo risk it with the mirror. Can they pull it off?
All right, mirror, mirror on the wall. Who blasts the hardest of them all? Is it going to be Raikou? Is it going to be Blizzo? Is it going to be Waz? Right now, definitely Waz is feeling the pressure as he does take an initial chunk of damage, but he does manage to get the precognition. Looking for the Cyclones. Gets grounded there by Fuston, but does find it onto Blizzo. And Mercy could be in trouble. Here's the bash onto Mercy as well, but no crowd control onto Fuston just yet. Raikou not able to get over there. Stuck in that imprisonment. Lightning Lash coming out for Lone Tar onto Mercy. Waz now in a fell eruption as well. Gets knocked out of the Earthen Walls defense there, so nice little min-maxing as Waz waddles his back way into that one. Here comes the fear. not going to be hitting anyone there, I guess. And Waz going to be just getting topped by Lontar. Healing Tide Totem was dropped there for Lontar as well. So I would say so far, no one has really a lead. Both Demon Hunters have used their trinkets. Both Moonkins are about the same at this point. And it's really going to be about who can get that first season chain. But there's the clone onto Houston. As Mercy finds one onto Lontar. And Waz is going to trinket here. And I think that because Mercy got his clone after, it means that he's going to be coming out ahead in this exchange. And they will get Waz trinket and they will get a low Cyclones in.
All right, they're back in it here. Medallions forced equally on both sides. Raikou into a full Cyclone. Big opportunity to push Waz over. Can Blizzo connect the damage? Here comes the hunt incoming. Another big connection. Is Lontar going to be able to deal with this? He's sweating. It's match point. $70,000 on the line. If you get Windshield one time, it might be game over, but he get a full clone on Houston. They're turning up the heat onto Mercy. He's back into bear form. Forced to frenzied regen. Ducking in onto Waz. Bashing him with no trinket. Houston's getting aggressive, but Lontar knocks him away. Houston gets bashed up by Waz, but he's getting low on health with that Fell Eruption. Big Star Surge is coming through. Lontar gets a Riptide, gets Waz back to full health. It seems like Mercy on the back foot, possibly both Boom gets in trouble here. Waz gets low once again. Houston's right on top of Lontar, ready to win him. He pulls him into the mix with the static field, stacking him up for massive stuns potentially. There come the stuns. There comes the clone. Waz in so much trouble at the moment. He's being so greedy with this Heart of the Wild. They're going to drop Darkness. Raikou doesn't trust that Waz will survive. He's still getting lower. He's still greedy with the Heart of the Wild. He could go down here. We might be going to a game 7. Lontar has to link. But now Houston into an imprison, and it's match point for them. They cannot afford to choke. Blizzo drops the Darkness. He might just die through it. This is such a tense game. Mercy gets cloned at low health in the Darkness. He trinkets it so that Houston can top him with the Healing Tide Totem.
Beautiful work here. CHIBAKU Tensei are going to be able to get slightly ahead there, holding on to their own Spirit Link and forcing it from Lontar. Now Blizzo trinketing out, getting aggressive here onto Waz, doing tons of damage, but Waz is going to get a precognition and get some Cyclone, slowing Blizzo down, and Mercy could be in big trouble here. Big heal connecting there from Houston's Nature Swiftness, but Mercy still down to 50% HP. Raikou looking to maybe set something up there. They get a Chaos Nova onto Houston. He's behind the pillar, stuck there with Lontar. They might actually kill Mercy right now if Lontar can make some moves there around the corner, and he's gonna pull him back into a cap totem right there. Lontar making MVP plays, but Mercy able to live lord it up. But here comes the beam as well onto Mercy from Waz. He gets a Cyclone onto Blizzo. Can they find something onto Houston? I don't think Raikou has any stuns to set up Waz right now, but the beam does connect there onto Waz. They got a nice route there onto Blizzo. Blizzo now connecting back onto his target. Nice backflip on the Hex there, using that glimpse to avoid a long crowd control chain there. Blizzo's gonna get a lot of uptime because of that.
Oh, Mercy into a lasso from Lontar. Houston's bombing in heals, but it's so much damage. I can't believe he risked that healing wave. It's such a slow cast, and now Raikou jumps over for a stun. Houston trinkets in a panic to get a big heal. Mercy's back up into the fight. They need aggression here. They need to force Waz's bark skin again. They need to force his trinket. Maybe you could swap Raikou. No trinket behind the pillar with a lasso, but he's on cap stun. You can't do that now. He's on DR. Mercy is afraid, bro. He is hiding behind the pillar. They are scared of losing the game, and if you're playing scared, it means Echo will have confidence, and I'm not sure if you can win playing scared. They get the full clone on Lontar. They're trying to turn it around. Waz gets beamed. Big Star Surge is incoming. Static Field pulls Waz away from Lontar into a lasso around the corner. And Waz fakes a kick. He's looking for a clone of his own. He's not able to find it. Looks like he got grounded. Is he going to get it? He gets a clone out here onto Blizzo. Both Demon Hunters and clones. Waz getting blasted down by Mercy. He repositions away from Raikou, but Raiku's immediately back on target. Waz is getting low once again. No bark skin available. Blizzo's all over him, but he's going to pop Heart of the Wild. Incarn coming up from both sides, and this is the scary moment in the game, but Mercy shuts Waz down, cloning him, and then cloning his trinket. Do they have a stun for Waz? Raikou actually trinketed as well. Big opportunity for Mercy here, but a Hex on Houston is putting him behind into a full clone. Nice CC chain between Lontar and Waz. That forces Mercy to bark skin. He's on the run. He's dashing around the corner to avoid Raikou at all costs during this moment. Waz is right on top of Houston, looking for crowd control, trying to find a Cyclone. He gets wind sheared. Houston needs to reposition. Waz is still right next door to him. He knocks, and he gets the clone, but it's on DR. That's a big moment for Houston. He's immune to Cyclones basically now. He should be able to heal Mercy or drop the Spirit Link Totem if he needs to, and then they can get aggressive onto Waz.
Waz, what are you going to do? He's stuck in a bash right now. Raikou in a clone. Waz taking a lot of damage. The Solar Beam connects. There's a cap totem. Massive damage coming in there, but Lontar has the response. Manages to keep him alive for now, but still a lot of damage coming out as Blizzo finally does get cycloned. Waz now looking for the opening. Houston is off clone DR, but still doing a great job. This line of sighting. Waz now in huge trouble. Lontar forced to trade out a trinket on the Cyclone there. Has the Spirit Link Totem. Might have to use it, and he will draw. Oh, actually, no. It's just the Ascendance bombing out out heals in the backline there. Still a lot of damage coming out there as Mercy now getting Cyclone on lower. Two beautiful Hex onto Lontar out of the CC, and that is going to force the darkness from Raikou as well. CHIBAKU Tensei are battling it back, and we might be going to game number 7. Mercy don't need to survive right now. He drops the bark skin. He has the renewal. He pops that as well. Mercy recovers, and now they are one setup away here from taking down Echo.
All right, CHIBAKU, can you focus up here? You got Essence Break, Hunting 30, Incarnate 19. They're so close. Waz is almost going down in the last, so they need a little bit of control on Lontar. He's free healing in the backline. They need just something on Lontar, anything, a Fell Eruption and Imprison, literally anything, and I think Waz could die in this moment. Mercy gets solar beam by Waz, but Waz is just dead. They don't even need CC. He's just dying to damage. They bash him. Mercy's in position. He gets the clone. Full clone from CHIBAKU. Mercy is gunning for the kill at 30% health. Can he manage to pull it together long enough? He gets another Cyclone, but Lontar slips the link in between the Cyclone chain. But Waz is still on the back foot. Lontar is struggling. He's got Ascendance, but he can't even get him above 50%. They imprison him. Waz is on the run in cat form, trying to heal himself. Lontar is trying to get there. They are so far on the back foot. Lontar needs big heals. He needs them right now. His Healing Tide Totem comes up in 4 seconds. 3 seconds to his Healing Tide Totem. It looks like they're starting to come back into this game, but he's in a stun. Blizzo's still right on top of him, ready to kill that Healing Tide. Oh, but he gets cloned. He can't kill the Healing Tide. Incarnation comes out from Waz, and Mercy needs to be careful.
Beautiful chain there, finally getting some control over onto Blizzo. Is going to allow Echo to recover here, but they are still heavily far behind. Mercy, though, very low on HP. They got a Fell Eruption onto Fuse. Can he get the Spirit Link? He manages to get the Link, and he trinkets on that chain as well. Echo manages to tie up the score here with cooldowns, but still, the next push is going to be for CHIBAKU Tensei. They're going to have a bit of a lead. Blizzo trinketing out of a Cyclone aggressively to try to go for the kill, but he gets imprisoned by Raikou. Raikou now stuck in a bash. There's the beam coming out onto Waz. Mercy pushing for the win. There's the I-beam. Huge damage onto Waz. They got nothing left. Anything onto Lontar, and Waz will fall, but they are not able to find it. And instead, it's going to be double bash coming out here. Huge knock. Nice precognition. Waz not able to find the Cyclone. Houston grounds it, and now Waz is on the back foot. What is he going to do? Mercy could fall. Waz could fall. Both Demon Hunters sitting in crowd control, but it's going to be Raikou who comes out first, putting up the pain onto Mercy as he ducks around the corner. Beautiful lightning lasso coming out onto Blizzo, slowing him down even further. Mercy on 10%. Echo pushing for the win. They want this finals. They get the full Cyclone. Waz looking to close it out. Can he find the Recyclone? They survive. Beautiful Chaos Nova coming out from Blizzo, and now they're reversing the pressure back onto Waz. Lothar's out of crowd control, but dampening is so high. Can he keep him going, Sid?
41% dampening. If Blizzo gets there, he dies, but he's rooted. They solar beam the clone. Blizzo gets there. Lothar has nothing. His Ascendance procs. He gets a proc of a Riptide. He is so happy camper right now, but he gets stunned. He might need to trinket this. It's big damage coming through. Double cap stun comes in. Out from Lontar. He pre-caps his own stun. A crazy play by him, but he gets cloned. He has to trinket the clone. Barkskin might not be enough. Waz is getting crushed. It's Incarnation, and I think we're going to a game number 7. It's so much damage. How is he alive? He jumps to Lontar. He gets kicked by Blizzo. They're still all over him. Star Surge after Star Surge, but he is defying death time and time again. Healing Tide Totem comes down for Lontar. They're on the run. They wrap around the corner, and I cannot believe this. Waz is actually alive. He gets a second chance. Incarnation up for Waz on match point. $70,000 on the line, and Confused and do it again with 0 mana. Can he pull it off? He gets cloned by Waz. They secure it. Star Surges are coming in, and Echo are your European champs, unless Blizzo here manages to pull off a 2v3. They're pretty close to it, but with Nature Swiftness, I think Waz is coming back into this game. Double stun. Blizzo wants to go for it. Hex! Oh my god, there's no way. Did I call it too soon? Did I just caster curse this?
There's no way to get the lightning lasso. They don't play with the D-curse, but Houston gets kicked by Raikou. They go for the fear. I think Lontar's got him, but they need to find some pressure on the side of Echo. They need to clone Blizzo here. He's doing way too much. Raikou, or Waz has Heart of the Wild up. Surely it's enough. He has Barkskin active as well. There's no way he dies through all of that defense. Lontar, though, with no mana left, maybe Blizzo can actually do it. Lontar's dropping very low from the damage, but Raikou as well trying to solo Houston on the other side. I like this. You can tell this is a little bit of PTSD right now. Raiku's like, okay, I'm going after the Shaman right away. If the 2v2 starts, I want to be ahead. And they're doing it. Echo, ladies and gentlemen, are the European Dragonflight Season 4 champions, winning the cross-region tournament, #1 in the standings, and winning this tournament as well without dropping a single series. Give it up.
Just an incredible performance from Echo over the seasons. They've been the champion for so long in this region, and they're proving why they deserve to end the Dragonflight expansion just like this. We're going to see how those final moments went down right now.
All right, so there are so many moments like this. Like here, most people who watch this game are thinking it's over. Waz is gonna die here. Like there's just no way, right? But look at Waz. He goes for the Cyclone. Blizzo misses his kick. Then he goes for the Glimpse. Then he gets the Cyclone onto Blizzo. And this is when the healing tide is down. Do you see that? You see that totem right in front of Blizzo, just pulsating, just healing everyone? And he's just sitting there, forced to watch it on a front row seat. That really is the moment where Echo are starting to recover. And man, Lontar, he's been getting a lot of flack this season. Here, look at Mercy as well. Like, there's just no way he can survive that. Houston with absolutely zero mana. He had NS up, but he just couldn't even send it because he had no mana left. But, you know, a lot of people, I just want to say this, a lot of people called out Lontar when he joined Echo as like kind of, you know, the weak link. He's replacing Meh and stuff like that. But I really feel like both times this man has been in the finals, he has clutched out the game-winning performance. Like every single time they're in the clutch. He did it in the cross-region tournament. He got them the game-winning play against Liquid. And now again against Echo. I swear, if there's any other Shaman on this team, they are all dead. This is not supposed to be possible to live with no cooldowns. There's so many moments where Lontar just has no cooldowns and he's just keeping them going still, and also outmanning Houston in this situation when they're both tied on healing. So just being a little bit more efficient, just small things like that. This is why Lontarino is the king, and I'm happy to see him perform. I'm happy to get to see him on his main class as well, and Echo looking just as bulletproof as ever.
Oh my God. I wanted the game 7. I'm being real. I wanted the game 7 a
Me
little
too.
bit. Like every single game is so close between these teams. But hey, at least we've got North America. It's not over. We still have North America.
Yeah.
And I feel like every series there could be just as close as this series. So I hope you guys are ready. I hope we brought our lozenges for our voice or something. Like, it's gonna be, we're just gonna be cracking and squeaking and sound like we're in elementary school by the end of the day. Because I think every game could be this caliber.
I'm not gonna lie, my ears are ringing a little bit from you guys getting so hyped about that match. But I mean, it was completely warranted. It was a really exciting series, incredible way to end the season for the EU region. Of course, we are going into NA, but let's take a look at the bracket for this weekend. Of course, Streamer Zone GG crawled their way out of the gauntlet. Unfortunately, got knocked out by CHIBAKU, the favorite to win the EU region, but they all came together in a nice rematch in the finals, and it was Echo that ended up winning that series in the end. This has been a difficult team for Echo. I know that Lontar, I hope we get an interview with Lontar actually, because I know he was talking about on Twitter how they had a strategy for CHIBAKU, and I do wonder what that is, because it clearly worked, Supatees.
Oh my God, it did. It was so, it got them to the grand finals in the first place, because you never know what could happen to the lower bracket. And then they ended up just going RMP anyways. They just ended up going RMP anyways for most of the series.
Whatever it was, I think they abandoned it.
Yeah, it was like, oh, Judge was now RMP. And then they mirror them. They beat them twice in the mirror in this series. So if it wasn't clear after the first game winning the mirror, they're going to make it clear with the second win here. To say that they were the best one. We saw a Zug matchup. Like this final really had like almost everything that you could ask for from competitive WoW Arena, just packaged into one best of 7. So I don't think that you could ask for a better way to conclude Dragonflight for Europe here. And yeah, I'm really excited for North America to see what kind of caliber that the matches end up being like over there on that side, especially now they've seen the EU play out and they've seen like the compositions, and some of those teams have some of those options. Are they going to take them, sprinkle on something different? Is it going to be a North American twist? There's a lot of unanswered questions that you need to stay tuned for the rest of the day.
Yeah, there really are. We're trying to get an interview with Echo at the moment. Sounds like they're not responding, which I can only take as that just means they're celebrating. Cheering. They're probably jumped up, punching like some chairs. Yeah. I don't know. Exactly. I'm not sure. We'll keep everyone posted. But while we get that sorted out, we'll keep everyone in the loop on that. Let's talk a little bit about NA. Of course, congrats to Echo. Incredible season by CHIBAKU as well. I do hope they come back for the next expansion. But we're moving into North America after this. We've got 4 teams over there. Liquid versus VOIDGG. That's going to be our first matchup of the NA region. And Supatees, I am fully with you. I feel like EU has been a day of twists and turns, and I can only hope the same for this region. Zico, curious as to what your prediction is for this region.
Well, let me tell you. So you guys heard that right. Aya said the next matchup is Liquid and Void, and as you guys can see by this bracket,
that's a lower bracket round.
That's the lower bracket. that's whoever loses that is last in the tournament. They are 4th place. So whoever wins that is going to then go on to fight Le Pomp, and then whoever wins that gets to join the Move in the grand finals. And I got to say, the Move yesterday, they looked like the old Move, the unbeatable kind of machine that just they're on the healer the whole game. They're swapping around. They're getting all this pressure. And they managed to beat basically their 2 like kind of biggest ghosts of the past, like this entire season, to secure that spot. So they're just going to be there enjoying, watching the action. And Liquid Void, my prediction for the record, Aya, because you did ask about that and I kind of spaced out.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You got excited.
Winning.
Le Pomp.
I put Le Pomp as first and Liquid as second, and that can't happen. Only Le Pomp or Liquid still have a chance of winning that, because the Move has yoinked one of those final spots.
Yeah. Only Lithium Venruki can be right. Everybody else is wrong.
I feel like you can be half right. I don't know.
Half right? Is that extra? Okay, I guess.
I mean, you have to guess. You have to guess
you're
2
coping
things
right now with me. You're coping right now. Liquid have to go all the way from the bottom and win for us to get a half a point. You're coping with me, I think.
Whoa. Well, listen, I'm just trying to be on your side, okay? I think I make the rules here, okay? I say you can get half a point. But yeah, either way, let us know in chat who you think is going to be winning for North America. I was trying to say, okay, Sid, you and I had, yeah. Hey, I guess I'm coping for myself then, because we have the same predictions. Yep. But well, you know, the only one that's really kind of breaking from the norm, I think, is Ven. He's got VOIDGG up there, which I think is a perfectly fine choice as well. You know, they did have a really good cup number 4. This is a team that just kind of at the last moment really started to count. Zico started clicking, started finding what works for them. But they're in a pool of some really challenging and competitive teams. Fisher, we're almost done, bro. It's almost chill, bro. But yeah, VOIDGG, how do you feel like they're going to do today?
I mean, yes. So for me, the reason why I didn't put Void in my prediction is because I think that when Void plays to like their potential, when Void plays their best game, I feel like they are the best team. But the problem is, they're either playing on that level or they're like a little bit behind. So they have a little bit of inconsistency issues. We have seen them kind of struggle in the cups, and then we've also seen them just completely dominate and not drop a single map in that last cup. So I think Van's prediction was probably based on that kind of heading into the tournament. Don't want to put words in his mouth, but it makes sense. They are, you know, a team that has kind of been looking better and better as well. So I feel like Void, it depends. Which Void are we getting? Are we getting the Void that is kind of struggling against all of the top teams, or are we getting the Void that just dominates the entire competition? Because if we get that Void, they could absolutely still win this.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's something that a lot of these teams in the regions that have kind of been struggling with is like the consistency from week to week. It seems like it's just the standings have been all over the place, at least the finishes for the individual cups.
Yeah, I mean, everything has been close, I think. I feel like no team is safe ever throughout this entire year, which is really exciting. I love how the compositions have also unfolded. It seems like there's always a new comp or a new spec that's been popping up throughout the season. Right when you figured it out, like I feel like a lot of teams are expecting Rogue Moonkin Preservation to be kind of like the bulletproof comp. We're sending this is winning everything. And then it's evolved to the point where Liquid are playing Moonkin Hunter and DK Rogue. Like, they were the trailblazers of that comp, making everybody think that's what you needed to play. And now here we are. They're playing Death Knight Rogue. Like, what happened, man? Like, this has been crazy.
It's been very crazy. But let's take a break from the chat about NA. We've got Waz here on the line. Hello, can you hear us? Hello? Oh, yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Well, I mean, first off, obviously, congratulations. How's it feeling for your team? You disappeared for a bit. Were you guys celebrating?
Honestly, it's so hot in my room, and I was scared because I couldn't open any browsers, so I just restarted my PC. Because when we faced CHIBAKU last series, my PC died after one of the games. So
oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's the weather. Yeah, my PC, I think it overheated or something. So yeah, I just instantly restart PC.
Perfectly acceptable. So, I mean, my first question is, we saw Lontar on Twitter talking about your strategy going into CHIBAKU, who, like, at least from our perspective, seemed like a big rival for you guys, like a difficult team, a matchup for you. Sorry. Talk to me about the strategy going into that team.
Honestly, they're such a hard team, especially right now, and you kind of want to avoid usually playing mirrors. But we kind of knew that we were a bit screwed, and we kind of had to come up with something that wasn't a mirror, because a mirror can go anyway. Even these games now, they were so close, like it's down to the wire. And then we were wargaming Cedu's team in the middle of the night, 3 a.m., and we feel so bad. We're like, we're gonna lose to CHIBAKU if we face them again. And then I'm like, guys, should we try to play red one game? It used to be good into it. Let's just try it. I haven't played any red. Let's just try it. And we're like, whoa, it's insane. Let's try it again. And then we kept winning them. And we're like, wow, maybe we're onto something. And then we did 8 war games more. And we're like, we found a comp we can at least play, you know? And so it was very random.
Then you abandoned it in the finals. What happened there?
Well, in the final, we just try to play on maps, right? And we knew they have these cleaves. And red is usually the king of cleaves, like in a mirror, clean mirror. But my God, the Death Knight blasted us out of the arena. Like, that class is crazy right now. Like, we had no clue who's going to win a mirror. We just played on the map, hope for the best, and yeah, they won the clean.
We had no clue as well, just saying. Like, one moment it looked like you guys were owning, and then the next moment you guys were all dead. So it was fun to watch that game. But for me, I got to say, I love watching Arcane Mages. You guys locked it in. You guys locked in the Arcane Asa. You had your whole team reroll Boomkin just to go back to RMP. How did it feel to get to play your Rogue, and how did it feel to get to play some RMP again?
It felt great, honestly. It felt good. Not really. We didn't expect to play RMP, but then Riker ran and made a call. Guys, I swear, let's go RMP. And we were like, yeah, you know what? It's good into these kind of DK comps when you play Asa. And I was like, let's try it. And we did it, and it was good. And then on Dalaran, I don't know what's wrong with my stuff, but I couldn't walk to the left. If you watch back the bot,
you can never move.
And no, I sometimes after a clone, I can't move my character. I don't know if it's a bug in game or if it's my stuff, but I couldn't walk left, so I just kept running into a wall, and I think we actually lost the game because of it. Because we had a moment where he almost died, and I couldn't move. I could only move with my mouse clicks, so it was weird. I don't know. I'm not sure what happened that game.
Well, you guys looked phenomenal on it either way, and yeah, we're gonna need to hook you up with a PC or something. I guess maybe you guys want a lot of money,
and
maybe,
a keyboard.
Maybe you could get one. A keyboard?
Maybe.
What is it?
Yeah, we're gonna a new keyboard, new PC, and some AC. I think for before the next season with your prize pool money. But Super D's
and we're gonna get Cedu a chair.
Yeah, all those things. Yeah, we got a nice little shopping list for you guys.
I don't know how much time you've had to pay attention to the war within, with how much prep you've been doing for the current tournaments, but is there anything you're specifically excited about for the next expansion?
I forgot what they're called. Hero talents, right? That's what they're called, the new talents? Mm-hmm. I'm excited for that. It's always nice to have a new twist on things, but honestly didn't look much into it right now, but they look really cool, the hero talents.
Awesome.
Okay, I have one question as well. Well, actually, it's two. So first, I want to ask you about NA. Who do you think? Do you have a team that you think is gonna win NA? Do you have somebody that you think is a favorite?
Honestly, the move is looking insane. I don't know. I didn't expect them to go so far, and then they played even our comp yesterday. I mean, I don't know if you can call it our comp yet, but that was at least good adaptation. If they didn't plan it until they saw European games, they're looking insane. Obviously, they're in the final already, but. When I work in Cedu, I mean, they have scary comps. They have a lot of comps, super diverse, and if they play good, I think they will win the tournament, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah, and that's actually the second thing I wanted to ask about. With Cedu, I feel like you guys in the past, you guys used to be sister teams as well. So I feel like you guys have kind of built up a good relation. And since there isn't too much EU versus NA things happening, do you find that this is a team that you kind of can go to and get practice with, and maybe even sometimes discuss the strats or the meta with these guys?
100%. That's literally exactly how we are. Me and Trill, we're messaging each other about specs, talents, Shadow Flame Enchant. If the ring is worth it, there's a fire ring we all use, an outlaw.
Yeah.
Damage tricks, and then of course Cedu and Sam, and Mess. I've been close friends with all of them because of all the lands we went to together. But we always discuss stuff and help each other. We work in a lot the last 2 days.
Awesome.
All right, well, I think that's all the serious questions we have for you. I don't know how much you've been able to watch the broadcast at all, but we've been doing this segment where we're We're guessing spells
doing
based on
this?
just a little
Oh,
bit of
yeah, true.
information.
Oh, we're doing this.
So we're gonna fool you.
Is he
can
losing
you-
his rogue card after winning?
I will see. Can you see this, Wes? The screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. This is all on you.
Oh.
We're not saying anything.
Oh my god, I mean,
I'm so sorry.
there's no way.
Zeke
Wait, can I
said
see
you guys
the-
can help.
Are we helping?
Isn't, okay,
Yeah,
there's
go
4
for it.
options.
Wait, is this a
Surge
dragon
forward.
riding ability? Whirling Surge is a dragon riding
Wait,
ability.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is Whirling Surge.
I mean, I would say number
Well,
2
how
or
we
3.
get
Most likely, I
Literal
would say
world
3.
champion
Whirling
on, and then
Surge.
we can do dragon flying abilities.
It's
You're
not
locking in
time skip. It's
Whirling
not
Surge?
time skip. It could be wild charge, and I'm about to lose my druid card again, man. Like what?
Nah, there's no way it's
There's
wild
no
charge.
way. You just played druid, surely.
Yeah, no, that cannot be. It must be 2 or 3. What is number 2 and 3? Is it both dragon spells?
2.
Dragon riding.
They're
Yeah, they're
dragon
both
flying
dragon. The
abilities.
first one's the weak one. It's like your 1 keybind that goes like a little fast, and then the third one's the one where you spin and you go really fast and you dismount somebody.
You do a little
It's
flippy.
gonna be number
The
3.
tooltip?
Number two is a bait because it says surge. It must be a bait.
Yeah, but it doesn't say dismount.
Oh, it's-
people.
True.
I don't know if there's enough on the tooltip to say dismounts in that little.
Yeah,
area.
no, you're right. I think you're onto something. Actually, I'm leaning towards 2 now as well.
Okay.
Maybe the bait is that it's too obvious, so there's no way we're gonna pick it, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be wild charge.
And
mean,
what if
super
it's
easy
none
to
of them?
re-roll.
What if it's none of them? It could be none of them. They've done that to us.
They have.
Nah, I'm locking in number 2 as well. I think you convinced
Okay.
me.
Okay, number 2. Search
Number 2.
forward.
I'm locking in number 2 as well.
Oh my god,
There's
it's
no
not-
way.
No,
There's no way.
Oh
dude.
man.
I even play this class, man.
Oh, see, we've revoked your card now, Az. Welcome to the desk.
Yep.
The first thing I say is there's no way it's time skip.
Hate him. Man. All right. Well, I think that's it for us. Any last words, Waz, before we let you go?
Well, thank you to Echo, of course. All the fans in chat, we love you all. I appreciate everyone, and of course, the discussion whether me or Chance should play Boomkin. Honestly, if you ask me, I would want him to play Boomkin just because he practices it more. But right now in this moment, we just have too many games together, me, Raikou, and Lontar, so it just makes more sense in the moment. But maybe next season.
Right.
Who knows? Who knows?
Okay.
I appreciate you clearing that up for us because that
I know it's been an
keeping me up
ongoing
at night.
discussion. Yeah. It's not an
All
ego
right,
thing,
well,
guys. It's yep.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, and congrats, and we'll see you next season.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Wes.
He's dealing with so many issues. Keyboard.
Sounds like us with our tech setup. Everyone,
Oh
even
my
the players
gosh.
are having a tough time.
Wait, it's so true. Yeah, for context, like I think every single one of the casters, a couple people from production have had like weird tech issues this weekend. So something's going on because it's affecting the players too. But either way, we are moving on into the North American region. Sounds like Waz is confident that the move is going to be potentially the winner here. I mean, they are right now in the grand finals. They're waiting on an opponent. We've got couple games to get through before that. The first one being Team Liquid versus VOIDGG. So the wait is over. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to head into North America. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. If you're just now tuning in and somehow missed the European finals, it was Echo that took that first place finish. Now we're heading over into North America event. It's Team Liquid facing off VOIDGG. You are the only caster that predicted VOIDGG in first place.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about it while I was on break, and it is one of those things, right? Like I've been talking about Void for a really long time, and they finally had that kind of breakout performance I was waiting for, because as like individual players, they were some of the best in the entire game. They practiced a lot as a team, and they finally had their moment. They ran through an entire cup, not losing in a single series. So I had high hopes for them here in the finals. Unfortunately, they find themselves down in the lower bracket against Liquid. But I know we were just talking about they have a lot of momentum going up against Liquid into this matchup.
Yeah, they certainly do. You know, VOIDGG had an incredible performance last week, Lithy. We know that they finished in first place. They seem a little bit they had the power of the mothers, though, and it's no longer Mother's Day weekend. So how do you feel like they're going to do this weekend against Team Liquid?
Who knows, maybe that Mother's Day power still lingers a little bit. I mean, that was an incredible week, right? 16-0. They didn't not just drop a single series, they didn't drop a single map that entire series weekend. They 3-0'd and 4-0'd Liquid twice, basically, and that's just so much momentum that you're bringing into this series, and when better to do it than right now, right? It's the lower bracket, it's the first round, you have a grueling day ahead of yourself if you make it, and I think especially Sidu, he's coming in with a little bit of a fire in his belly because they were not happy with yesterday.
Yeah. Certainly we're not. Liquid Sidu saying final day of practice, going to give it our all. Tomorrow we make the most insane lower bracket run the world's ever seen. Do not retweet this if we lose first round. Thank you. All right, well, chat, you've got your instructions. But it could certainly happen. I mean, it's got to be a kind of a tumultuous place to be in, Ven. You know, you're down there, you're facing elimination. It's the last cup of Dragonflight. There's kind of everything's going against you. There's the prize pool. I mean, what does that feel like as a competitor?
I mean, it's tough, especially when the competition is so high. I had a chance to sit down. Well, not really sit down with him. I messaged him on Discord, and we were talking a little bit.
Metaphorically, I get it.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking, and he was basically saying this tournament season is one of the hardest to pick in blind comps. So, like, that game number 1 on the Grand against basically every team is so incredibly difficult to call because everyone can counter each other. Everyone's capable of running so many different compositions. And I mean, yeah, to answer your question, it's a difficult spot to be in, especially in this tournament, because if you like VOIDGG and Liquid, they have to go through each other. That's already, you know, a potential grand final matchup. After that, you have to go through POMP, and then you have to go through the Move, who has just leveled up to, like, I don't even know. They're playing absolutely wild. So it's going to be a really difficult road. North America is insanely competitive, but I think whatever team rises to the occasion is the one that's going to win today.
Yeah, I think so too. It was kind of, I think it was Supatees or maybe Zico saying, these games just run together. It's been a long day already. Saying like, it just depends on who shows up that day. Like, it seems like sometimes it's a bit of a coin flip. Like, did it click that day? Was there synergy that day? Was there not? Team Liquid, VOIDGG, they're both capable of making a lower bracket run here, Lithy. And I think we're only going to really know until we get to that first game, we get that blind pick, and we actually get into the arena itself.
Yeah, I think Zico just beforehand hit the nail on the head, basically, right? We had so many questions about Void. When would this team finally click? Because, as Ven, you just mentioned, right? This is, on paper, an incredibly stacked roster. So many just insane performers on their respective classes. And honestly, at this point, on whatever they pick up, really, right? We saw Kelvish swap over from Rogue to Mage and play that as if he has played it from the dawn of time onwards. So, overall, VOIDGG, they had a lot of questions to answer. Last weekend, they really came into their own. It was all the way through Boomkin Rogue mirror matches between these two teams last weekend, and now we're bringing in Sidu on the Preservation Evoker and Kelvish on the Red Pally.
I think Liquid won this blind pick. I think Void, if they knew what Liquid was going to run, they would have ran the mirror match with the Holy Priest. So I'm wondering what VOIDGG was afraid of. We'll have to wait and see how they end up doing here with Kelvish on the Retribution Paladin, but things are looking good in the opener here for Liquid. They have an amazing start here on to Nick, who's going to get gripped back to the pillar, Kearney in the Spirit of the Redeemer, doing what he can to keep him alive, but Liquid is looking like they are willing to play very aggressive here in the early stages of this match.
Yeah, absolutely, but the clapback is about to come in. Nick goes hard with the meta, does a good chunk of damage, but Sam, of course, he gets a precog, finds the Cyclone off of that, sleepwalk onto Kearney, great setup onto Calvish here, trying to get the damage in. Low clone, or rather half HP clone for more pressure, swapping over to Nick, the blur already run out. It's looking dicey at the moment as Kearney is trying to push in and keep up. Full fear onto Trill, now needs to pump in the heals as they swap over onto Sidu, massive damage on the Evoker. This is the melee cleave that's so good. Edge just running dragons down, and they are making the best of it as swap over to Sam. He's forced into bear form and bark skin. VOIDGG clapping back very effectively.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great push on CD. They get Rewind, Trinket, Obsidian Scales, Renewing Blaze, basically everything. In the meantime, though, Liquid getting a lot of pressure here onto Nick and Calvish. He drops the Darkness, but they both just charge out of it. Kearney right now into a gouge. Where is the crowd control? Can Samayam find the Cyclone? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to, but if I was Sidu, I would be worried. He's playing very far away, keeping hots on himself. He's got the Emerald Communion if he needs it. Liquid doing a good job defending the Evoker for now and continuing this push here onto Calvish. Full stun on Kearney into a full clone. Beautiful setup. Easy divine shield there, and they might get more here by swapping on a Nick.
Yeah, Kearney is still in the gouge. He's trying to do something here, but it takes a few seconds. Mana-wise, he's winning. Swap onto Sidu. Massive damage, down to 20%. They swap over on him. The rescue, not quite enough to get him out of the danger. Sam actually getting feared off the back of that, but Sidu recovers. Big heals coming through. Emerald Communion not even having to be used. Scary seconds, but they hold on. Now, once again, Calvish under pressure. Kearney in another sleepwalk into the follow-up Cyclone. Calvish doesn't have a bubble, just needs to stay alive as they're running for the pillar, running for the hills as Sam pops his incarnation. Big orbital lasers coming through and pounding Nick so far down the alley he has to nether walk.
Yeah, Calvish, Nick, and Kearney going to be hiding behind the pillar, trying to avoid the damage here from Samayam, but Trill is just keeping them stunned and keeping them on the back foot. CD looking good, but unfortunately his nullifying shroud has faded, but we'll see if Calvish and Nick are going to be able to capitalize or if they're just going to topple here at around the 2-minute mark in the game. They're going all in on Sidu, immediately respecting it and trading out the Emerald Community. Does not want to mess around. A good push there by Void, but Liquid stays in it. And now it's going to be their time to strike back. However, Samayam on the back foot, taking quite a bit of damage in bear form, camping it out, trying to avoid. Beautiful interrupt there by Samayam onto Kearney, making a swap onto Calvish. Full stun on Kearney, sleepwalk. Great setup here by Liquid, but I don't know. I think Calvish is going to be able to hold on. Divine Protection, is that going to be enough? It looks like it is, and they're just continuing this push onto Sam. I think he could be in trouble here.
Yeah, no Emerald Communion. This is dicey. Sidu getting feared, but finally he's out of this. He's still rooted. He can't fly in. Sam's still 1%. The rescue! 1 HP! How does he live? How does he live that? There is no way Sidu saves it. Now the smoke bomb coming in. Trill trying to put more pressure onto Calvish, but Sam not out of danger yet. Trying to get the Cyclones in. Calvish down to 20%. Liquid striking back with a vengeance. Kearney in a Cyclone. Sam still alive, still kicking. Sidu flying in once again. The in-cap follow-up. Sam is really just kiting away behind the pillar. Nick cheap-shotted up Trill with a blanket CC peel, trying to make something happen. Kearney pushing in for another fear, but Sidu gets the shroud in, immunes the danger, and Sam gets another precog proc and brings in the Cyclone. It's a storm of vengeance as Calvish is the target. Root Beam sending him straight to hell, and Liquid fight the blind pick.
Yeah, great setup there by Liquid at the end, but I can't help but call out Samayam lived at literally 1 health. Like, he didn't. That was so incredibly close. I mean, anything happens. Any little crit, any amount of damage, VOIDGG wins this game number 1. So, Liquid, they get the setup, they get the win, but that was about as close as it can get.
Oh my god, that was illegal. I mean, this was literally was on hooks illegal. That is, you're not supposed to live on that little HP. But Sidu makes it happen. He brings in the rescue just in the nick of time. They keep each other alive, and Liquid pull out the win on the blind pick. And with that, Void's win streak against Liquid, at least, is broken. And overall, Van, I mean, you kind of called it, right? The blind pick was in favor of Void. Liquid just playing better. And if we look at this, like the peel from Trill is essential, and Sidu literally getting the shroud in the millisecond before Kearney is in range for the fear.
Here's the final setup of the game. Kidney shot on Kearney. Sidu is in position. And they get the stun. I think they overlap it with the solar beam. So stun, solar beam. Calvish doesn't have access to his Blessing of Protection. I think he could have trinketed. Like, that was really close. If he used his trinket and used Blessing of Protection, I think he had his Shield of Vengeance. Like, I kind of feel like Calvish had answers there to actually live. The Solar Beam might have just tripped him up, though, when he was stunned and he couldn't access the Blessing of Protection. But very unfortunate. Sam barely holding on just moments before this. And even after that, they continue this push. Look at Sam. Look, he's just so low on health. That Verdant Embrace comes in. But it's just the consistent setups from Liquid that ultimately pull them ahead in this matchup. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is the matchup that VOIDGG wanted, because VOIDGG, they have been beating Liquid just in a mirror with the Holy Priest, right? So yeah, I don't think that this is what they were looking for. I think they ran this as some sort of cleave counter, and Liquid just kind of came ahead in the mind game.
I feel like there's an angle where Liquid was expecting Void to run the DH Boomy, and Void was expecting Liquid to bring in DK Rogue. They're kind of, I don't want to call it the Liquid trademark Boomy counter, but to an extent it has been. And maybe out-mind gamed themselves a little bit because they didn't see Liquid trying to run Rogue Boomkin. One way or another, this brings us to, of course, the next map. It's going to be Ashermane's Fall, picked by VOIDGG, and we're off to the good old race of what does Liquid lock in and what is Void's blind pick, or rather counter pick in this situation. And we talked about it a little bit just now, right? Especially this season, counter picking is so important.
Yeah, I think Liquid, I would not be surprised if Liquid locks in something okay, they're going to lock in this. So I think this is the matchup Void wanted to play into. This is what they wanted to run the Rep Paladin into, as typically Rep Paladins are really good in these kind of cleave matchups, but Liquid's going to throw them a little bit of a curveball and say, okay, let's see what you got. Try the Assassination Rogue on Holy Death Knight. We'll see you on the Holy Priest. Lord Mez is going to be tagged in here for game number 2, and that leaves VOIDGG some options. I think more than likely we see them run the same thing here.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid looks locked in today, right? The setups on game 1 were incredible, and if there is something that Mez brings to the table once he makes an appearance, it's that these setups just get even more on point, even more structured, and usually, I mean, hey, triple grip into a Blinding Sleet or a Dragon, that's Mez trademark at this point, right? So I think Void has a tall order to fight here. It's going to be a tough one, but I do think Red Demon Hunter is going to be a decent pick into this. Then again, it didn't go too well for Waz in the Grand Final against the DK, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what they do, but they're going to be definitely revealing a lot of information. I think today we're in for some surprises. I mean, we saw it in Europe with the RMP being locked in and that being such a crucial point for Echo to actually win. I think these teams are saving stuff for the finals, and I think it's going to be a day of surprises. Void has about 30 seconds left here. They picked Ashermane's Fall. What kind of composition are they going to be looking to set up? And okay, I wouldn't have guessed this one. They're going with the Ret Rogue. All right, Retribution Paladin, which makes sense. Good into the cleave. But I don't think this is a guaranteed win here for Void.
I think it's on the same level as the blind pick, right? It's in theory good, but in practice you just have to play it and you have to win. And hey, Waz mentioned it, the DK just basically booted him out of the arena. So this time around, I'm curious how Calvish is gonna stand up to Mez, because in terms of experience, I mean, Mez is... If you think DK in the AWC, the first name that comes up for everyone is Mez, I think. And Calvish on the Red Pally might be well versed on the class, but I think Mez definitely has the experience edge here.
Yeah, I think so. Mez has been playing Death Knight before Calvish was even born, I think. So it's been a long time as he's been a competitor. Calvish kind of the new kid on the block, the young gun, coming in on the Rep Paladin, really strong at multi-classing though. And I think Calvish, I can confidently say Calvish is one of the best World of Warcraft players for PvP in North America. So I think he's going to be looking good on the Ret, hopefully. But we'll see. This is their counter comp, right? So if this doesn't work out, things are not looking good. They only have 2 more chances. This is a best of 5, an elimination series. We talked about it. It's going to be a long day for either one of these teams. Liquid, if they want to have that dream run they were talking about, CD wants to have his opportunity to play against Absurge in the finals. They got to get through Void first. And I mean, even if we look at their recent history, Void is still way ahead over Liquid over their last couple of series.
Yeah, I think current standings are 7-1 in favor of VOIDGG if we just look at last weekend and this weekend. So a little bit of a kind of backlog that Liquid has to go through to even out the score. But honestly, Ven, I mainly want to catch your thoughts on Nick's Assassination Rogue in this matchup, right? Because, yeah, we've just talked about the Red Paladin versus the DK. What's the Asa mirror going to look like here? Which comp just actually takes away more from having this Asa Rogue?
I feel like if I was a Holy Priest healing against an Assassination Rogue, I would way rather have a Ret on my team, trading out things like the Blessing of Sacrifice, the Blessing of Sanctuary to remove stuns, that Blessing of Protection to completely mitigate a setup. Yeah, like, Mez is going to have some tricks up his sleeve with the anti-magic zone, but I just don't think it's even close to the same level as the Ret Paladin. So I think in these cleave matchups, Mez might be bringing more overall pressure. He's going to be able to mix things up with his Strangulate. And I will say, I feel like one thing Liquid did really well in that last matchup is they kind of mitigated Calvish's ability to help out on that Ret Paladin, right? They were overlapping the stuns with the Solar Beam, so he couldn't actually do anything while he was caught in the stuns. And I think if Liquid brings that same kind of energy where they're making sure they cross Calvish every single time, they're putting a silence on Kearney or a stun on Kearney, then there are opportunities for them to push through and maybe cause an overlap, and that's what they need to get a win.
Yeah, these overlaps, I mean, especially when the pressure is high, that's when these happen more and more, especially towards the later stages of the game. I think dampening is also going to be a bit of a topic here. Not necessarily always the first thing you jump to when it comes to these melee cleave matchups, because usually someone just gets mowed down in the first, 4 minutes, basically, but I feel like the overall pressure is a little bit more in the favor of Liquid, just running this more rot aspect with the Unholy DK. So, in terms of mana, I do think that ultimately Sidu might pull ahead over the course of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. We'll have to wait and see. Like, for Mez, I mean, he's a veteran at navigating these situations, but I feel like one of the main defenses for that Death Knight is going to be, the Death Strike to keep himself alive. And if he's getting shivved during those moments, it could absolutely be a nightmare. But these teams taking their time to get into this second game here. But we'll have the game available very shortly. Obviously discussing all the strategies, making sure their gear is perfectly set up. Maybe quickly making a dwarf, Death Knight for the Assassination Rogue, making sure he has that available.
Yeah. How quickly can you set up a character? That's the question. Kind of speed running the whole AWC tournament setup. I mean, these guys have been doing this for so long. I think that's like a 2-minute deal at this point.
I mean, it probably takes a little bit longer than that, but Liquid is taking some... yeah, Liquid's taking some delay time right now, which they're entitled to. Just probably talking strats. What do they want to do? Making sure everything's fine-tuned.
It's actually interesting because I don't think the delay timers and this really sitting down, strategizing, talking about things with the teams is something we get to talk about rather on broadcast too much, right? Because oftentimes it's we're running it back, we're getting into game, don't worry about us, guys, we're blasting. And in this case, there's a lot you can talk over, right? And you've competed yourself. Like, what's the kind of stuff these teams talk about before they get into a match like this?
Well, sometimes they'll just get into the game right away, like you said, and that's because they've already talked about the matchup for such a long time. But here, this might be a curveball. Maybe Liquid was not expecting this, so they might be talking about how they're going to, crowd control Calvish if they decide to go after Nick. What exact strategies they're going to try to implement and try to play out the game in their head the best they can and try to come up with an option. But the gates have opened. The game has started. Sap coming out onto Calvish as Trill is moving forward. A little bit of an Assassination Rogue twist coming in from some of these players here today. Groat onto Mez, as looks like Nick is going to be opening up onto the Death Knight.
Yep, the first Rogue to open gets cheap-shotted. That is the rule of the AWC, and Trill falling into the T. Kearney getting gripped in. Mez already looking for the setup. Trill taking massive damage, though. Calvish with the Wake of Ashes coming in massively. Sidu getting Garrote silenced. Trill dropping down to 20%. So is Mez. AMS popped, and for the moment he's fine. Sidu ascends to the skies to heal his team, and should be fine for the moment. Now the Angel follow-up. Everyone getting topped off on the side of Liquid, and here come the Slappy Hands. They're looking for a push on Void.
Yeah, Abomination's Live going to be gripping everyone in right now as Mez is going after Kearney, but Trill's getting absolutely crushed. trades out his trinket and the Cloak of Shadows. Sidu is really struggling, but look at VOIDGG. All 3 members are just outright dying. This is going to be a really fast game. Pressure's high for both teams. Trill could easily fall here. Sidu has the Void Shift if he needs it. And at the same time, Nick is getting low. Luckily, he has that Cloak of Shadows. Fan of Knives coming in. Everyone's getting bleeded up. Everyone has diseases. Calvish is just bouncing around. And this is just all-out madness in game number 2.
All around diseases, everyone looking pretty sick. If it's good or not, that's for you to decide. First of all, though, Calvish drowned on 20%. Kearney needs to bring in the heals. Calvish is very worried about that bubble button. Might have to pop that in. Blind onto Sidu. The follow-up onto Trill forces the evasion. So far, so good as Calvish bops and gets that perched immediately. Never mind, he pops Kearney, trying to keep his healer in the game, but Mez finds the blinding sleet. Calvish gets to recover, and for the moment, pressure down low, especially on the side of Void, as they trigger some big defensives on the side of Liquid. Sidu even popping in the Void Shift, still sitting in a fear. It's a bit on DR. Mez trying to make things work, down on 20%. The grip back in, the smoke bomb coming through. Calvish just gets it executed. Absolutely insane burst coming through from Liquid. They go up 2 in a row.
Yeah, the smoke bomb comes down, and Mez is able to snipe him with some Death Knight damage. Liquid, they came to play. They're up 2-0, winning this match. I mean, this puts them in such a prime position because this was the counter comp. This was VOIDGG. This is their counter comp, and it didn't work out. Liquid played this one out beautifully. Sidu playing the Skyward Ascension, getting up into the sky, bombing out heals, kind of staying ahead of the damage. There's a really nice play here, so we can see exactly what happens. Okay, so these are some of the final moments where everyone's kind of rotting down. Mez is causing a lot of pressure here on the Kearney, and Calvish actually is forced to use the Blessing of Protection. So he used the Blessing of Protection on Kearney. Kearney doing what he can to just heal, but unfortunately he gets corroded. There's a Blessing of Protection. Now they turn their attention onto Calvish. This double blinding sleep from Mez is absolutely insane. Kearney can't top himself off in that Blessing of Protection. Calvish is getting low. You can see Trill and Mez both rotting down, but CD flies up in the sky once again, just able to freely heal. No one's going to be able to interrupt him. And it's at this point where they're able to just snipe Calvish. A smoke bomb comes down from Trill. Mez saves his burst and is able to just pop it right now. So he gets gripped back in, smoke bomb comes down, and Mez catches him before he can get out of that smoke bomb.
Yeah, the apocalypse damage is just absolutely disgusting. Well played by Liquid. I mean, high pressure match from start to finish. It's like, what, 90 seconds on the dot, basically? And it looked like at any point someone could have flopped. And quite honestly, I'm not quite sure how much longer Liquid could have stayed alive coming out of this situation. If Calvish could have lived there, if Mez didn't get that grip into Smoke Bomb, that might have gone completely different.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like everyone at this point is just running on fumes, right? Like, look at Kearney. He has the Void Shift and Trinket, but so does Sidu. He's got the Void Shift and Trinket. So in terms of defensive cooldowns, it's fairly even.
Right here.
Yeah, okay, so there's the Void Shift coming in from Sidu. So it is a little bit of a scary moment, but it's hard to say who was really ahead. Mez has some cooldowns to trade, but kind of just the nature of this matchup. But I know one thing. One thing is for sure, Liquid is going to be really happy to win this matchup. And this is something I didn't expect. I really thought in a mirror match like this, the Ret Paladin would have a clear advantage. But on Holy Death Knights, they are not looking too bad. They did receive some buffs, and thank goodness that Liquid has Mez on. You know, he's been sitting on the bench. It's been Coach Mez for a little while, but he shows that he is still here to play.
Look at that damage. 40% to 0 in half a second. Big Apocalypse. And of course, massive Kingsbane burst actually from Trill. 350k crit. Yeah, that's disgusting. And Void is also not too happy with the Red Paladin in this situation. They're immediately swapping over to Tiger's Peak and Rogue Boomy. And with this one, they have a really good track record against Liquid, but not against Mez's DK. So, back to the discussion. How good is the DK counter into VOIDGG after all? And is VOIDGG another one of these off days? Is this another 40% performance Void that we're seeing this weekend?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, VOIDGG, this is the composition that they went on an absolute rampage with last week in the 4th Cup. So is it too little, too late? That's the question, right? Like, are they going to lock this in and just win 3-0 and come back in the series, get the reverse sweep? Or is Liquid going to shut it down right now with Trill and the Assassination Rogue, Mez on that Unholy Death Knight? I mean, time will tell. I feel like This comp that Liquid has is a Boomkin Slayer, and the only saving grace for Nick is going to be Calvish. Calvish on Outlaw is going to have to come in. He's going to have to have really well-timed dismantles, really well-timed cheap shots, gouges to free up Nick and allow him to actually get out those Cyclones. Because getting trained by an assassination rogue who's kidneying you and garroting you and kicking you and gouging you, and then you have a DK, it can be really, really difficult. So we're going to see Nick need to get loaded up with precogs. He's going to need to get help from Calvish. And if they can get that, I think they will be able to turn pressure in their favor.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be an intense one. And VOIDGG, I mean, this is basically we know this is a counter against us, but we're just going to outplay you kind of pick. I'm almost starting to feel like this is a Void that's starting to run out of options, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, this is not a bad option, though. This is the composition that they just farmed everyone with last weekend in the Cup. So I wonder if they kind of got ahead of themselves. They outpicked themselves by not just playing this. Like, why didn't... My question is this. Why didn't Void lock in this composition in the blind? What are they afraid of? What is it they're afraid of? Like, why did they play the Rep Paladin? Because they didn't need to play Rep Paladin last week. So what is it that Liquid has that makes them so afraid?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it with the blind pick, right? I personally think it's very much just the DK Rogue that they thought they could beat, not necessarily easily, but more convincingly than with the Rogue Boomy. And, well, basically now we're coming to the case of, is that actually the case, or is the Boomy Rogue actually better, despite Void's expectations? But hey, I'm not in the players' heads. I can only theorize out of my own knowledge, and I might be wrong.
All right, here we go. Game number 3. Liquid just 1 away from getting a chance at La Pompe in their next series. VOIDGG, they have to win 3 in a row here. Are they going to be able to do it? If we see them at full power, it's definitely possible. Tiger's Peak going to be the battleground between these two teams, and it's going to be a difficult road. We've mentioned it. All they played for the whole year kind of on the line here in this tournament, so taking all the time they need to get into this game, but the gates are going to open in about 10 seconds here, Lithy.
10 seconds. It's a match point game for Liquid already. Sidu was pretty bummed out about the day yesterday, and you can tell that today they're playing with a whole new level of passion, a whole new level of fire. And maybe it's actually going to work out to 3-0 VOIDGG. We'll find out in a second. Calvish is already looking for the opener. Nick getting himself in position. Lightwell is down for Kearney. As Trill and Calvish are just sneaking around each other. Let's see who is the rogue to open first, but generally, Liquid, a lot of patience opening this game.
I think Trill will likely wait. Calvish moving forward. He gets the sap, gets the cheap shot. They are all in position to follow up the chain, but a full blind comes in. Did he death that? I think Kearney actually got the Shadow or Death on the blind from stealth. I mean, I can't believe that. What a heads-up play there by Kearney, avoiding that crowd control. Full gouge coming in, and they're just all over Nick. Let's see how defensive they can keep Nick here in the opener. He goes for a Cyclone. Mez decides to just trinket out of it. They want to get aggressive. They want to keep up this pressure. Dismantle coming in. Trill at the same time, though, taking a heap of damage, but they are just going all in. Liquid is getting aggressive, and they take Nick down through the heels. The Spirit of the Redeemer of Kearney, it's unlikely in this position, but if Kearney gets crowd control, this is when Liquid could potentially pull ahead.
Yeah, Deathmark not used yet. Trill is holding on to some of that more spicy damage for another moment. Shadow Dance available as well. Might be able to turn it around in just a second. They're waiting for the DRs to roll around. Nick gets blinded down to half HP. Kearney grips him out. Mez looking for another Death Grip back in, but for the moment, Kearney gets to top him off. Innovate popped in as well. Free mana for the Holy Priest on VOIDGG. And for the moment, the Boomkin stabilizes. They're looking for the Cyclones. Nick is trying to fake cast, but Liquid not falling for it for the moment. They're swapping over onto Calvish at least a little bit. Mez dotting everyone up. They are starting to rot away. And Trill is just looking for that setup. Full fear onto Sidu now, though. The GS is in. The Lightwell is doing work. And Sidu is just greeting this. It's looking great. But in comes the Solar Beam. Trill down to 10%. Needs to cloak out. They were greeting really hard there.
Yeah, the Phantom Knives coming in. Trill getting Rupture on everybody. Garrote's on everybody. Full kidney shot on Calvish. Here comes the Smoke Bomb. Can they take him down? He's got no Trinket, no Cloak, no Vanish, and he might just drop. He gets out. Cheat Death did not proc. I can't believe it. That was a Guardian Spirit there by Kearney. A great attempt by Liquid, almost taking Calvish down. And now they're reversing the pressure here on a Trill. At the same time, Nick is continuing to rot. Kearney struggling. Sidu and Afir, both teams exchanging blows, exchanging crowd control. Full clone on Maz. Trill still incredibly low. Can they take him down in the gouge? Sidu has the Void Shift, but opting not to use it. Liquid recovers, and they're continuing their push on Nick.
Yeah, full blind onto Kearney. That gets trinketed immediately. He needs to keep Nick up and alive. 15 seconds onto the Spirit. Chastise stun from Sidu. Can they follow it up with a little bit more? No, but the grip comes in from Mez. Slappy hands are in. Nick is suffering so much damage now. Heart of the Wild is in. Void Shift as well. The Fear follow-up from Sidu hits too, but they're pushing them to the absolute limit. They might just take them down right here, right now, as Nick gets kicked on the clone. Mez is sticking to the target. Apocalypse in 15. That's the big burst for the DK. They're just waiting. They're biding their time, looking for the opportunity, but Nyx finds the precog who doesn't quite land the clone, decides to jump away, and now finally takes Mez out of the equation for a few more seconds. Pressure calming down, Calvish getting feared off by Sidu, and he now gets kidnapped up. A little bit of a go from VOIDGG. They're trying to make something happen. Even Kearney going in for the fear. Sidu sitting in 3 more seconds. AMS popped by Mez. He is death striking to victory as Nick gets targeted with the incarnation going. Trill is the big one to take down. He has nothing left in the tank. Trinket just used. Mez taken down as well. It's so much pressure onto Liquid, but Sidu is keeping them alive here for the moment, Ven.
Yeah, definitely is. Gurney, look at, he's struggling so bad. Nick might fall. Liquid could do it. 3-0 over Void. They were 0-7 in Cup 4, but they battle it back with the vengeance. Lord Mez tagged in on the Death Knight, and they do it, eliminating VOIDGG and earning their opportunity to go against La Pomp. That was quite a performance by Liquid.
Wow. I did expect Liquid to come in swinging, but this oppressive, oh my goodness. I mean, the Red Pally did not quite work out. Mez had the upper hand there, but even this matchup, this looks like VOIDGG did not stand a chance, not even close.
I mean, this was just one of those games where Nick just had such a difficult time actually getting out the crowd control, and this is what I was worried about. See Sidu pushing in, getting the fears on Kearney, just keeping him on the back foot. And it's at this point where Kearney really doesn't have many cooldowns left. They make a great attempt here on Mez, but he has his anti-magic shell. He's got the anti-magic zone, and they're able to push, continue the pressure. Trill's actually incredibly vulnerable in this position, but luckily for Sidu, he's still got plenty of mana, plenty of cooldowns. They're able to stay in the fight, and it's just an overwhelming amount of damage that both the Assassination Rogue and the Unholy Death Knight are able to put out. Nick trying to do what he can to get out Cyclones, get precogs out. Mez uses Dark Simulacrum. I think he actually steals a Cyclone there in that final moment and isn't even able to use it. But that's just an added level of annoyance that they have in this matchup. I mean, if you're a Moon Kitten, it's so tough. You're playing against Trill and Mez and Sidu, all three of them playing at such a high level. So many tools to disrupt you. And then on top of that, even if you get a precog, you still have to fake out the Dark Simulacrum from Mez, which is just the cherry on top.
Boy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I had nothing else to say about this. This is a wrap-up present with a pretty bow on top, Aya.
It's true. Team Liquid, a very clean 3-0 VOIDGG. I mean, you could tell just in their gameplay alone that they really, really wanted this. We know in their interview last weekend that they've been fighting so hard this entire season to get this far, and they should definitely be proud of themselves considering where they came from, where they started, and where they ended up in the season. I really hope that this is a team that we continue to see grow and develop, because it's really been so fun to just watch them go head to head with teams such as Team Liquid. But it wasn't enough for them today. That is the end of the line for them. So they'll be finishing the season in 4th place. Team Liquid moving forward, going to be heading into the lower semifinals now against La Pomp. This is a team that has been the favorite for quite some time for a lot of players. It's pretty high stakes matchup as well. Ven, winner of this next one moves on into the finals.
And I wonder, I mean, are the moves just waiting right now in the grand finals, just waiting to see who they're going to be playing against?
Oh yeah, I saw this tweet. This is Max. He's at the facility because the arena team is at the facility, so they're saying everything so loud and multiple times because the difference between comms in like rating and PvP is so different.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I mean, if you're just tuning in to somebody playing Arena and listening to their comms, you're going to hear things repeated multiple times. Full kidney, full kidney, full kidney.
Kill,
I kicked him. You know, I don't know where that all started, but it's something that pretty much all the players do. So, yeah, from an outsider looking in, it is cool to see them. Look at them all together here. Lands up in the Liquid facility. They're looking good here. They want to have that dream run through the lower bracket. This is a great start. 3-0 on the day. Mez being tagged in, being the hero for their team. And we were always wondering, like, where is Mez? When are we going to see Mez? And he picked a dang good moment to come in for the team.
Yeah, he really, really did. It's definitely paying off right now. So we are going to head to a break. When we come back, it's LePump versus Team Liquid. Before we do that, we're going to be playing another spell guessing game. Let's check it out.
Let's go.
All right, here we go. Let's see what we can do. All right, whose spell is it anyways? Let's see what information we get. It's been getting more and more difficult as the day goes on, or as the days go on.
It's true.
But
honestly,
Rob for it.
The dragon riding bait for Waz earlier was nasty.
Here we go. 40-yard range. Places a ward on an ally that blank, spell, blank, damage, and then blank 30 seconds. What do you think?
So it's not Holy Ward, because Holy Ward doesn't do any damage reduction or anything along the lines.
We need the clues. We need the multiple choice here to start deciphering what exactly it is going to be here. All right, Ward of Spell. Oh,
maybe it's Blessing of Spell Warding. Yeah. Whoa, we're getting 5 options now? Oh,
yeah,
boy.
5 options.
Okay.
Let's go. Spell warding sounds right, because 30-second forbearance, right? So it's like
30 seconds forbearance.
That's where the 30-second comes in. Holy Ward is also could be a 30-second thing that absorbs a spell, but it doesn't do anything with damage, I don't think. So
yeah, no, it doesn't have damage reduction. Ward of Salvation.
What is the and then? And then what? I don't know.
And then preventing the use of any other abilities that would cause forbearance for another 30 seconds or something along the lines. That's my take.
One.
It could be it. I don't know. We'll have to wait.
It's Blessing of Spell Warding or Guardian Spirit. I'm locking in Spell Warding, though.
All right, we're locking in Spell Warding.
Okay.
We've committed.
Spell Warding, final answer.
Okay. Prayer of Mending.
Wait, what?
Womp womp.
What? Oh my god.
That was a hard one. All right, that was difficult.
I'm getting my priest card revoked here. That's not good. Well, there you go.
All right, what do we got here? A blank can use to return to blank. Using blank will return you back to... Oh, this is like...
Back to the Future. Oh, wait. Sorry, wrong game.
I feel like it's Teleport Moonglade. It's either Deathgate or Teleport Moonglade.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been playing a little bit of Death Knight, and I know that if you use the Deathgate, it takes you to
that's true.
The DK starter zone, and then you use it again, and it will return you back to where you were. But I think
but
Moonglade
Teleport
does the same
Moonglade
thing.
doesn't do that.
No, it doesn't? Okay.
I think it just teleports you to Moonglade. They might have changed that over the years, though. I think it's Deathgate as well.
That was so handy
I
in
think it's
Legion,
Deathgate.
gotta say.
Final answer. Are you putting your Death Knight card on this one, Aya, or what?
Yeah, I'll put it in there.
All right.
Oh god. No! Okay. Okay.
You got it. Nice.
Yay.
Lovely.
Saved.
Lovely.
Saved.
Yeah, nice. Nice catch. All right. Well, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we've got more gameplay coming up next. It is LePump versus Team Liquid right after this break. everyone. We are in the North American semi-finals here. It's Team Liquid versus La Pump. We saw these two teams face off against each other earlier this weekend, Super Tees. It was a nail-biter. It was a Game 5. It was a long and tough series. But now here we are again with the rematch.
And it could go a lot of different directions because Liquid are playing really weird stuff. I mean, they just won with Death Knight Rogue. Mez seems really warmed up. It's entirely possible that they start him in their starting lineup. But if La Pump know that he's coming out in the starting lineup, they might play some type of cleave, which could be really difficult to deal with. So there's a lot of mystery in this series to be resolved. We saw Hunters coming out from Trill in this type of matchup as well in the past, but maybe if La Pump expect Hunter, they might have some surprises for that. Although it seemed like they didn't really have an answer. They tried Fury Warrior in the cup stage. That didn't work. So Liquid will probably start with Hunter Moonkin, is my expectation.
Hunter Moonkin, a new composition we've been seeing coming out of Team Liquid, has worked, has not worked, sometimes Lithy, but this is a team that's kind of been full of surprises, Team Liquid that is, and I would expect them to do well. You know, they lost earlier, of course, against La Pump, but this is a team that just bounces back, it seems like, every single time.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the game for as long as Liquid has been, right, you're almost immune to the pressure, especially once you get knocked down. These guys always come back so much stronger. Lower bracket final? No problem. Liquid comes back and sweeps you off the table in the grand final afterwards. They have done it time and time again. It's gonna be the same case here, at least the potential is there. Then again, La Pump on the other side, they look absolutely incredible. KZ Fox maybe showing all those new Red Paladin kids how it's done against the DK. We'll have to see. I'm super hyped. Last game yesterday, English is a hard language. Yesterday it was a 5-game nail biter, almost got the 2v2s in once again. It's gonna be an absolute blast of a series.
Yeah, certainly will. And, you know, Team Liquid, they've already played a series. They're a little bit warmed up. If they win this one, they're going to go against the move. Super Tees, how important is momentum on a day like today?
I mean, if you can get 3-0, 3-0, you want that because you want stamina. Like today is a game of stamina for Liquid coming from the bottom of the lower bracket. The less games that you can play to get there, the better overall for you because you are going to get fatigued. A lot of these games can go 10 minutes, maybe even sometimes pushing 15 minutes. So if you've got 5 games of 15-minute games, and the move are just sitting fresh. Maybe they threw a couple of war games. They're relaxing. You don't really want to be that many games in, especially as you get older. It's something that I've noticed. Like, I feel like I've got a time limit on how good I can play. It's somewhere between 3 to 5 hours. If I try and push it past that mark, I start playing like 20% worse, and then it gets increasingly worse as time goes on. So I think for a team like Liquid, you know, I know they're all getting up there in age. Like, they need to get games done quick and try and get to the finals, I think.
Oof, hopefully they're not listening right now and let that get to their head a little bit, but it seems like we're going to get this game started. Oh, just kidding. We're going to see some graphics. I thought we were thrown at the gates. I got really excited, but we can take a look at an overview of La Pump and Team Liquid as well. You know, that we've got quite a range of comps that both of these teams can play Lithy, which I just feel like that makes the blind pick so important, especially when it ends up going to a game number 5. You know, you don't want to lose that first one because it's just going to set a really bad tone for the rest of the matchup, and it's harder to win that swing match.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's the big thing we've been talking about all weekend. It's so hard to blind lock comps and be effective with it this season. And overall, I mean, we just see it in the rundown, right? A lot of Red Paladin comps that work really well for the Pump. On the other side, Liquid, they rely a lot on the Rogue, on the Boomkin, but generally a little bit more spice and variety to their lineup. But honestly, in terms of comps, they both have something to beat each other with. They both have some good staples. They both have some experimental things to bring to the table. So, quite honestly, at this point, I have no idea what the blind pick is going to be.
All right, well, here we go. La Pump, Liquid, facing elimination here. They don't want to end the day. They don't want to end in third. They want to make it all the way for a chance to play up against the Move, who's been sitting nice and comfy in the NA Finals slot, waiting for an opponent. It's game number 1, La Pump versus Team Liquid.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay, they expected something weird to come out from them because I don't think they want to play a Fistweaver into a Boomkin. It can be really rough. with the Cyclones and constantly having to get close to the fray. KZ Fox already sapped, cheap shot, solar beam. Everybody is CC'd. Clean start for Liquid in game number 1. Looking to close this one out quick. They get the die by the sword for the Warrior. They swap off that. Cheap shots come through. Looks like Sanctuary connected from KZ Fox, but it's 2 medallions. They got the Ret Paladins medallion and the Warriors, so they both can't escape the next crowd control chain, which is likely meaning that Zhang will need to respond. But in the meantime, they're getting aggressive, and they're really pushing the pedal to the metal here onto Sam. But he manages to recover. Seedu's getting into position for the next attempt here as they cycle on the Ret Paladin. That Warrior is going to be the target full blind, and they have to be careful how they respond to this situation. It is a lot of damage, and Zhang trinkets just in the nick of time. That's 2 setups. We're only 40 seconds into the game, and they almost have a checkmate position. It's KZ Fox. He can Divine Shield and Blessing of Protection, but maybe he's going to have to do that right now because Zhang is almost dying on this swap. Liquid are absolutely on fire.
Yeah, it's insane. Liquid coming out, storming, and they're really trying to send it home. Sam with another great jump. Oh, Seedu taking him away from Zhang, trying to keep up. Mana Tea popped in. Nice cancel on the cast there. Shaylun's Gift doing a lot of healing, topping everyone off as Zhang goes back in for more. Sam stunned up in the leg sweep, looking solid here. Sticking to the target, at least for the moment. Big Blade Storm, the damage is going to come in. Defensive Fear, or rather Offensive Fear coming in from Existence. He's looking for some more damage as Sam gets the Cyclone onto Zhang. Bob onto Existence, quick reaction. KZ Fox not taking any chances, as also the Dwarf Racial comes in for Existence, just cleansing off any bleeds and anything that doesn't need to be there. Sam continues to be the target, but generally, Zhang and Le Pomp in general running low on all kinds of defensives. They're looking for some plays in the last minute, but Liquid could take this any moment.
He's going to have to Divine Shield Zhang. Actually, Sanctuary before the go. This is kind of bad. Existence, he has no trinket for this if they CC Zhang. They get the Sleepwalk. MVP play by Seedu. Do they have enough damage to drop him? They need a little bit more. They're squeezing it through. They might be able to get the kill. It's not enough. Solar Beam gets freedom, but the Cyclone from Sam onto Existence at low health. This is critical, denying his recovery. They're switching some pressure. Kidney shot, no Sanctuary. They follow it up. He might just die through die by the sword. Zhang has to trinket. And Life Cocoon in every single setup from Liquid is so good. What is their next response? I mean, Divine Shield is the only thing they have, but KZ Fox doesn't have Lay on Hands or Blessing of Protection to combo with it. So Existence might be done and dusted here pretty soon.
Restore is the only thing they have left in the tank, and with a good swap onto Zhang, that might be forced out as well. Full Kidney Shot. KZ Fox continues to be the target. Bubble is still available if he really needs it. Sanctuary as well, and they connect onto Sam once again. Nice kick, at least attempted here. The Cyclone's not coming through. Another Storm Bolt. Sam taking so much damage with the Wake of Ashes. Seedu pulls him out once again. Nice Wild Charge coming through. Repositioning across the map. Full Arch onto the Dragon though. Massive pressure onto Sam, but he gets away. Renewal is invested, and they're fine for the moment. Zhang gets cycloned up. Existence in a cheap shot. Trill looking to close the door here, but it's not quite working out. There's the bubble from KZ Fox. They're trying to pressure it, but now they're completely out of lifelines.
All right. Clone at low health. Zhang can't fully recover with the fist weaving. These clones from Sam have been looking so good. Now full clone onto the Ret Paladin. Seedu is hovering in. He's getting ready possibly for the Sleepwalk that could win the game. Sam jumps away, trying to kite and get some distance. There's the cheap shots, setting up for the Cyclones, but Sam gets feared. He has to trinket it. Big Solar Beam, massive swap, and KZ Fox drops. Ret Warrior Fistweaver is not going to be enough, and this is what Liquid need. They need speed. They need to get through this lower bracket as fast as possible so that they can remain mentally sound here for the Grand Finals, because otherwise the day is going to get really long for them.
It would be indeed, man. I think that was the fastest opener we've seen all weekend. Liquid really just running at them. And quite honestly, we've theorized so much about this blind pick. Red Warrior was the last thing I was expecting from them. And I think Liquid got very, very lucky with this blind pick matchup.
Yeah, they were expecting Mez for sure on the side of Le Pomp. This was supposed to be like a counter DK type of composition. And Liquid thought that they would know that because they just played it. So they picked something else. And this is why you can't play the Ret War Fistweaver into this type of comp. The Rogue just makes it really easy for the Boomkin with all the stuns to guarantee the Cyclones. And if the Cyclones are coming through as the Fistweaver team, you can't recover. It's low clones like this one that Sam gets with the fake. Like Zhang's Fist Weaving healing is a very limited time where he can get a lot of healing out. So if he's cloned low, he can't recover, and then they switch it over. That target's just remaining low forever. So now they clone the Ret Paladin, so he's not getting AoE healed by the Fist Weaving, which is putting a ton of stress on Zhang. He's also getting cleaved down a little bit, and then they can just make the swap off the clone with a cheap shot. And Sam gets feared here, which was good by Existence, but he's got a trinket. Trill has a trinket, and they know it's game over because they have nothing left in this position. So they just go all in. Seedu's disintegrating, not healing. He knows it's done, and they get the clone just for good measure as well towards the end of it. So that was really clean from Liquid. Like, they have polished up a lot, I think. from yesterday moving into this tournament, because in the last cup, they struggled with Void, and they've struggled with LaPomp historically, especially in the upper bracket. They really struggled with them. So this is a very important win. They're looking like they're on fire so far in this series, but game 2 is, I think, going to be a totally different matchup. We're going to Hook Point, and what are you going to lock blind, Liquid? What's it going to be? Are we going Rogue Moonkin? Are we going DK Rogue? Are we going Hunter Moonkin? What are we doing, Liquid?
It's Hook Point, so I feel like Liquid just running it back is a pretty good decision here. Sido locking in the Evoker, though, so an opportunity for LaPomp to just bring in a Druid of their own. I mean, Dippy is sitting on the bench.
Yeah, I think a Demon Hunter Boomkin Shaman is probably the go-to for them here. I don't know entirely if the map actually helps Liquid or not, or if it even helps LaPomp or not, but this is the matchup that LaPomp have been winning. And then it was this comp that Liquid got Mez in to try and counter. So this is a series that could have just been decided right there on the blind pick, because this is going to bounce back and forth. I do think Liquid still have a chance, though. I think that the Demon Hunter is still pretty susceptible to possibly dying in a stun. So this is a big advantage to Liquid in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, generally, these two teams have been going head-to-head, have been trading wins and losses back and forth, right? I don't think any, or most of these series they've played against each other were clean sweeps. 1 or 2 were, but generally, they've played a lot against each other over the course of this season, of this year, actually, rather. So they know what's up, they know how the other team plays, and it's very much just about how well can you perform in the arena itself. Hook Point, you just mentioned it already, right? I think it's almost a little bit better for LaPomp because Existence is going to have a little bit of an easier time sticking to a target and bringing in all the damage. But then again, on the other side, it makes it easier for Trill to just blanket CC everything, right?
Yeah, the gap closing is about equal. I want to say it's probably a little bit more favored to the Rogue, but it's also harder for Sido to avoid Root Beam because he doesn't have as much range to see the Boomkin running at him. So usually you anticipate it like, oh, the Moonkin just wild charged and he's moving in my direction. He's going to Solar Beam me. So I can press Obsidian Scales or Deep Breath or Hover and then try and avoid it. Whereas on Hook Point, you might just already be in range, so you don't get a lot of time to react to Dippy's movement. That will be like the big test. If Sidu can avoid enough Solar Beams, I think they can win this matchup. It's probably not favored, but they can win it, which is just going to be better for them, right? Like winning the blind pick was the important win, because then moving from this point, they just have to be careful about map selection, because if they pick a map where they're setting up their DK Rogue, but they pick a big map, that could actually come back to bite them. So that's a little bit, that's after this game, obviously, depending on the result. But they do need to be a bit careful about maps. We've seen other teams on their map selection have it flipped against them, where they're like, oh, you picked a small map, so we're going to lock in a cleave. And then suddenly they can win a counter matchup that's typically not in their favor. So something to consider. But this matchup is really, I think, about Sidu. If he can avoid crowd control and keep his team offensive, I think they can definitely win.
No, definitely, I'm with you. I mean, Sidu has gone on record in the past tweeting out that playing Evoker into Boomkin is just a miserable experience, really. It's doable, he's won games like this, but it's never been easy, and especially because you need to be in the head of the other Boomkin. And if you're talking about good Boomkins in general, I mean, in NA, who do you call but Sam and Dippy, right? These two have been playing at the very top level of the class, of the spec, the entire season basically. And going head to head here once again, Dippy has not lost a single game against Sam's Boomkin yesterday.
Looking to take the crown here. I mean, Sam's got a BlizzCon championship on Moonkin. Like, as if your team Liquid, I'm honestly surprised they're not the ones playing Demon Hunter Boomkin Shaman. That's their BlizzCon championship title comp. Like, that's their staple comp. I'm really surprised to not see them be the ones actually playing it, and they're actually the Rogue Moonkin team instead. So if they're going to know anything on how to beat this, it's going to be them. This has definitely been a good meta, I think, for Sam since his pickup with the Boomkin. Oh my god, that was 5 years ago. that was a long time ago here, but a lot of Boomkins have been catching up to him in that time from 5 years ago. Like every single team, like VOIDGG, Nick the Druid is a top-ranking Moonkin on the ladder as well in tons of different brackets. So people are starting to catch up. You know, you got to stay competitive. You got to keep that edge. You can't let it kind of dull down over time. You got to be razor sharp here for North America's finals.
Razor sharp indeed. But hey, competition breeds success. That's usually the thing. And if you're on top, if you have some good opponents to play against, that makes you just that much better. Let's kick it off. Liquid leading this series 1-0. And of course, on the other side, LaPomp, they want to come back swinging after that blind pick loss.
See what they can get done here. Sam dodges the AoE from stealth. They get a sap. This is a clean start. They haven't found Dippy yet. Dippy's playing very patiently at the moment. He disarms Rogue, instantly dispelled by Sidu. Immediate reaction time on that. It barely even existed. Now here comes the stun onto Trill, trying to peel him away on his opener. It seems like they're attacking Zhang, trying to flip that small map in their favor and actually kill the healer, maybe snipe off the healing stream totems. Trill is still really going after Zhang. It's forced his Astral Shift, his Earthen Wall, and his Ancestral Guidance. But while they've been going on the Shaman, Sam has been left open as well. They get a clone on the Demon Hunter. They're going all in. I can't believe it. Liquid. They get his Trinket. They get his Nature Swiftness. This aggression from Liquid is unprecedented.
Yeah, it's massive damage. Sam still down to half, though Sido is sitting in a Cyclone. Root Beam is available in 8 seconds. Dippy might probably be looking for that, and Sido needs to be really careful. Gotta watch the Obsidian scales there as Sam is down to half. Once again, Dippy looking for the clone. Gets kicked on it. Good reactions here by Trill, shutting that down. Here's the Root Beam. Sido did not pre-immune the silence and will be sitting in that for a few moments, but Trill blanket CC cheap shots just to shut everything down while Sido is unable to heal. Another bash follow-up here by Dippy, trying to lock Sidu down even further, but Zhang is suffering in the meantime. Down to half, Liquid with good pressure, getting the Ascendance and Ascendance proc rather, and the Tide Totem out. Zhang just trying to stay alive, but it's so rough.
Oh my god, he's just dying through everything. Darkness, he gets knocked out of darkness. What is this damage? What is this damage coming out of Liquid right now? This is a completely different team. They get Spearling Totem. They kill it before Dippy can get inside. And they are just ramming down Zhang. There's nothing he can do about it. Cyclone onto the Demon Hunter. Where is this pressure coming from? They're still right on top of him. Sidu finally into a Cyclone, but Existence gets cloned back by Sam. Trill into the Imprisonment. They're trying to get pressure. They're just not finding it onto Sam. He's been in melee range of Zhang this entire game. A full kidney shot. Everyone is CC'd. Existence trinkets out to try and help, but he trinkets into a root. Sidu deep breaths in. He's getting ready to get aggressive. Big damage coming up from him. Ascendance from Zhang as he's trying desperately to hold on to his Astral Shift. It's 2 seconds away, but guess what also is 2 seconds away? Incarnation of Sam. And if he is not quick to the trigger on this Incarnation, he could just evaporate.
Yeah, Iron Nerves. Zhang has been untouched most of the weekend, and now he is actually the big target. Double the Chaos Nova stun from Existence, but he gets kidneyed on the swap. Cyclone, triple DR on Zhang. He is still alive and kicking. Ancestral Guidance is coming through. Big heals tossed in. Existence stabilized for the moment. They swap over to Sam. One down to 10%, and Sidu pops the Communion, barely keeping him alive, but they have so much damage through it. They in-cap Sidu. Reversal does nothing, and LeBomb take the game.
Oh my god. Zhang he had nothing left, and then they just threw everything. I don't know if they were just storing up all the damage in the entire game for that one moment, because it felt like they weren't getting anything done for most of this game. And then in one fell swoop, just knock Sam over. We're tied up. It's 1-1. LePomp are not going out of this without a fight. But that was crazy aggression that Liquid displayed here. I think that has a lot of possibilities as a blind composition for the rest of the series. And they don't have to rely on it, because now they can go to a big map. Or actually, this is where picking the maps I was talking about is important. I think they should actually pick a small map and bait LePomp to pick the Cleave, or to pick the Boomkin, so that they can play the DK Rogue. This is where map selection becomes really important. But look at this pressure they had in Zhang. I thought he was done here when Dark came down and he got Typhooned. He's on the edge of the Dark and he gets Typhooned. I thought it was over. And he gets kidneyed again. That full moon must have got soaked. Existence did so much right there to buy time for Zhang. Triple stunning all of them. The darkness on this go. And then here again, he gets incredibly low and almost dies while Sam's faking all the kicks and the Demon Hunter's cloned. And you're thinking, how is he going to survive at this point in the game? Sam's just running right on top of him. They clone him low, and then they swap with the clone. And watch what Sam does. He actually clones Zhang's trinket. So he gets blinded half, and he expects him to trinket and clones his trinket. And it almost kills Existence with the clone on the trinket. And then he gets rescued in, but then he just dies. What happens to Sidu? He gets cloned. Oh, that's why his rewind does nothing. When you get Cyclone and you come out of rewind, it literally doesn't store any of the healing or any of the damage. And then he gets imprisoned, so his communion doesn't heal. So the clone prevented his rewind, and then the imprison prevented his communion. That was really good by them to be able to prevent the mechanic. He had two major mechanics he could have used there that he couldn't use with how they played their crowd control.
Was a really offensive play there from Liquid. I mean, Sam literally just trinketing there. Might have saved his life if he had it later on, but then again, there was so much damage, and having Sidu locked down like crazy, I don't think he can do anything else than he already did here with the Frenzied Region. There's a lot of healing coming in just from himself, but it's just too much damage. Nothing you can survive.
Going down around sewers is smart. You want to bait LePomp to play Boomkin DH here, and you need a small map to do that. If you pick a big map and they pick it, you might lose. This is smart from Liquid. Pick the small map, bait them into Boomy DH. And now if you're LePomp, it's I don't know what you should blind lock, because Red Warrior Fist Weaver is not going to work. You can't do that. You could try Ret DH if you're really afraid of DK Rogue. You've got to take a swing match at some point.
But then again, if they lock Red DH, Liquid is just going to run the DK anyway, right? They've already beaten Void and Calvish on the red.
Yeah, but I feel like LePomp might be a little bit more experienced than Void, to be honest. I also think that they have the Shaman healer as well. But LePomp also lost the DH Ret Mir in the upper bracket to the first day WizK Ret, so who really knows at this point? They're taking their time to really fully consider their options. It's just Boomy DH on this map. I guess it's a blessing and a curse because you get the knockbacks. Maybe this actually isn't the best map pick. There might have been a smaller map without the Z-axis. I think that like Typhoon can actually be really detrimental on this map, especially against a melee cleave. So this might come back to bite Liquid a little bit depending on how they play the map. But LePomp can either do Red DH or Boomy DH right now, and it depends on which matchup they're more confident in. I feel like I'm more confident in their Red DH blind. Just having seen the DK Rogue off that last lobby with Liquid and Void, it seems like Mez is ready to crush some skulls here, and Kroto's DK as well in EU. I mean, Waz even said it in the interview, like their DK Demon Hunter was the scariest thing I've ever seen. So like these DK comps, you gotta be hyper aware. They're not doing it.
Definitely.
Oh, here comes Mez, dude.
Okay.
Mez is coming out, dude. Mez is coming out.
Lock in the DK Rogue. We're going farming. It's gonna be a bloodbath, I'm pretty sure. I mean, what do you possibly do on the side of LePomp, right? We saw in the matchup against Void, Nick just really struggling, especially the Tiger's Peak game was, I think, very indicative of how this might go.
Yeah, it's just a lot of bleed damage, which cuts through the bear form armor. Unholy DK's counter self-healing with their mechanics as well with the Crypt Fever. So when you trigger that on Apocalypse, any healing you do triggers a big hit on yourself. So it's nice just counter tech to Moonkin. It's a really good tech comp by Liquid overall to come up with this Assassin Rogue and Death Knight. Honestly, Assassin Rogue with any combination. We saw in EU, right? Assassination Rogue Arcane. Assassination is kind of an up-and-coming spec for trying to be like this counter to Balance Druids. So Liquid are still taking their time, though. I thought this would be a quick lock for them.
Yeah, Liquid... I mean, talking about the game does not exhaust you as much as actually playing it. So strategy is in place. I guess there's a good chunk of matchup stuff they will be wanting to talk about, especially considering they've lost so many games against LePomp over the course of the season. And this is nothing they want to take lightly. It's the grand final spot on the line, right? We're talking about big money. We're talking about the difference between 30 to 40,000 for the second place and the possibility of $70,000 for that tournament win on the line. And of course, Sidu really wants that rematch, or actually the first match of the season against the Move, wants to go up against Absturge.
Yeah, he wants to take back the crown here, reverse the memes in their favor. But yeah, I expected this. This makes a lot of sense. It's really good counter tech. It's also really good into Shaman. Shaman struggled to heal through this. You've got Death Grips to reposition enemies as well. You can switch Shaman with this comp. You have a lot of options. The only problem with it is if LePomp can stay alive, I think they can win on mana. So LePomp is a game of defense. Just survive, try not to stack up, try and fake the kicks as you can. It's difficult with the Garrotes and Grips and Blinds and everything else that's going to be coming through your way. But if Dippy can get the clones, LePomp can stay alive. I foresee a possibility that they win this on mana.
It's definitely a possibility. I mean, then again, if we're looking at Zhang's performance over the season so far, right? Whenever it came to matchups that we were expecting to be really draining on the Shaman, Zhang has been just outperforming expectations again and again, right? So in this matchup, I'm curious what he can do. He certainly looked really strong over the course of the season. Especially, I mean, Hookpoint also, he was trained the entire time and did not really break a sweat. It's maybe a little bit too far, but he looked good.
I don't know if he didn't break a sweat. It looked kind of like another kidney shot and he might be dead. It was getting pretty dicey for him.
No worries.
this composition is probably even harder to heal through. So Existence has to do max pump as always. His imprisonments and defensive stunts have been really key though. So I'm expecting him to be able to kind of carry this game in terms of defense when it comes to his role and his position. I really like the way that he saves CC when his teammates don't have cooldowns to trade, so that if he's got a stun, rather than using it to do damage, he'll sit on that stun for an extra 20 seconds to stop the enemies from their attack. So just slowing down his overall aggression to try and find that window to deny his opponents is super important in a matchup like this, because Liquid are going to play around kill windows. They're going to death grip you in with Shadow Dance, triple Garrote silence, bleed everything, try and AoE you down. If you can get away from that AoE and survive, and you'll be good for at least a couple of seconds before Mez probably starts tearing into you again and starts popping the wounds, and you start not having too great of a time. Also on Dalaran, there's Z-Axis, so Mez can take advantage of it as well. He can death grip people downstairs. I've seen Death Knights do that, but Dippy can also jump up on the Z-Axis. So Typhoon and jumping, there's going to be a lot of gymnastics, I think, in this game.
Definitely a lot of gymnastics. I mean, the Demon Hunter has a little bit of an advantage here, but overall, I mean, I'm a big fan of this map. It's one of the big staples and always fun to watch, at the very least. So let's see where this is heading. It's a, I want to say, a little bit of an advantageous position for Liquid coming in on their map pick with their countercom to the Boomkin. And the Pomp, well, they have to prove that delay timer was good enough for them to find a solution to their issues here.
All right, let's see. Gate's about to open here. Dippy playing Fairy Swarm. He actually played Starfall. Oh, I think he might be playing Starfall.
Oh.
He just switched it to Thorns. I think Thorns is way better. That's what I was looking at his Fairy Swarm. I'm like, really think he should play Thorns. If he's playing Starfall with Thorns, because he played Starfall in this matchup yesterday, he ended up dying, but he was doing a lot more damage and he wasn't playing Thorns. So he's actually made that adaptation. He could be. I'll have to wait until he starts combat here, but they're just starting right away on Existence, and Dippy is trying to get there because he's getting blasted.
Oh
It's
my
another
God.
walk. Trill is just CCing the healer, and Mez and Sidu own Existence. They get his nether walk in the opener, maybe even more. Trill is sapping Zhang multiple times. This is a terrible start right now for Lapop. Double Garrote from Trill from stealth as well, looking to ramp up. He gets stunned by Existence, who's popped his blur. Here comes the Incarnation. Dippy's playing at the pillar, trying to line of sight, now getting gripped into the fray. Blinding Sleep. Triple damage coming through from Trill. They drop the Darkness. Existence is just immediately trading Darkness and trying to stay aggressive, but it wasn't Deathmark. So now he's down Darkness. He has no Blur. He has no Nether Walk. He is looking pretty fragile at the moment.
Yeah, what a wild opener from Liquid. They really have no time to waste here. Trill and Sidu taking a lot of damage, though. Existence really is on the hunt for some kills. Dippy playing low ground right now, trying to get the damage in. Full frog onto Mez as well, as Existence is the next target. Smoke bomb on the kidney. He has nothing. He has nothing. They just need to bring in the damage. Apocalypse gets popped in, but Zhang has a little bit too much healing in his pockets to keep his DH alive. Swap over onto Dippy. Mez grips him back in the meantime. Sidu under fire, gets stunned up. Dippy taking so much damage. Zhang really needs to work overtime to keep his Boomkin alive here.
Oh, he got kicked by Mez into a kidney shot. Dippy's so greedy. He barskins way too late. He's almost in execute range for the assassination rogue. He pops the Heart of the Wild. Frenzied regens come through. He's got Thorns up. That's redirecting them off of him and onto a different target. It's Sidu's mana. That's the name of the game. Dippy's team play to survive. Run Sidu They're swapping to him. Big swap. Oh my god, tons of pressure. Sidu is struggling. Solar Beam comes in. He might just die. He pops the Guardian Spirit. He's trying to stay aggressive. They root up the DPS. They hex one, but here's another kidney shot onto Dippy, and Existence comes back with a lasso, but they grip him into a triple blind, a triple fear out from Sidu, but they need more damage. The CC is good, but the damage is not there. They try and blast Trill off the side. Dippy's trying to run out of there with the wild charge, and he actually roots Mez downstairs with the Typhoon, but he's still actually just dying. What is this pressure out from Liquid? He could just fall at any moment. Is Zhang prepared for this? He gets put into a stun. He's likely going to have to use a Spirit Link Totem. He's so greedy with it, finally pulled from his pocket, but Dippy didn't even heal that much with it. Trill is going for the win still.
I don't think Dippy was even in it. They're just forcing down 10%. Zhang has nothing left in the tank. No grounding totem to help him out. Dippy goes down, and Liquid will just steamroll here them.
Okay, Trill is ready to play here. Trill is ready to play, dude. That was some tactics mixed in with Zug. Okay, like the start of that game. We got the little handshake there as we zoomed in. As he punching the chair? The chair is quivering right now. That chair is so afraid. That chair remembers, okay? That chair is scarred and traumatized by the last time Sidu was sitting in it. I really hope they gave him the same chair. And, like, you know, they're one win away now from getting into the grand finals, looking for that rematch, trying to get in there, or a chance at the move from the past. And yeah, they're doing it. They're making the run for the lower bracket. I really like that opener. The saps with Trill just babysitting the shaman, and then Mez and Sidu going after Existence and put Existence in this really weird position where he was down a bunch of defensives, and they stayed in it. Even despite Sidu falling behind, his whole team being dead, they continued to play aggressive. They kept pushing the pace. I love that Sidu pushes in here, tries to continue the chain to keep them stacked up as long as possible so that he can get bleed damage, fan of knives, just hit as many people as possible. This nice little Typhoon trick here with that root on Mez. I was actually thinking Dippy would recover as a result of this, but Mez just gets right back into the fight, and Dippy's health never goes up. This has been really good counter Boomkin tech. And that's been the question for the season is, can you either re-roll to a Boomkin or come up with counter tech? And this is Liquid's counter tech.
And then Dippy wild charges out of the link, I think, before it ticks properly. It's just a little bit of an unfortunate overlap. Zhang getting CC'd up right afterwards. Trill was so ready for it. Liquid just... They look oppressive, to say in the very least, right? Even that game on Hook Point, yes, Le Pomp won that, but I don't feel like that looked convincing. Liquid just looks so much better in this series overall so far.
It's just unfortunate that they can't blind lock it, because Ret Warrior will destroy them. And that's why the blind pick was so important. So I'm expecting Liquid, they're going to blind lock that Moonkin Rogue. They had a strat with running down Zhang, and it was looking really good. And if it doesn't work, it's going to be a game 5 where you get to play this comp, and this comp looks really fun. You're just AoEing the whole team. You're just killing everybody. This looks really fun with the DK Rogue. So I'm thinking that they're pretty happy with the current situation that they've got in this series. It's tough for Le Pomp to come up with something, whether it's change in play or change in comp, because they're on match point. They could be knocked out of the tournament. I'm sure they're not unhappy with the third place finish, considering, they just came together this year and have been trying to make a run for it. But they also have beaten these teams in the cup stage, so it is possible for them. Yeah. So they might feel a little cheated if they can't get a little bit closer to pulling off this win, but likely going to a small map here, I think. Oh, actually, okay, so they're going to a big map. Wait, what is it? So they're gonna bait Boomkin Rogue with the big map and then play Boomy DH. That's what they're doing, I think.
Might
they're
just
gonna mirror
be
them.
the case.
Oh my god, we're gonna have a rematch. Oh no, they're not. No, they're not. Wait a minute. Do they have DKDH? I can't remember if Le Pomp have DKDH. I don't think they do.
I don't think Le Pomp does. Existence plays Warrior and Demon Hunter mostly. I wouldn't be surprised for a melee expert like Existence to have that DK in the back pocket, but they haven't shown it so far, and I feel like there would have been a few opportunities to bring that DK in at this point. So I think Mirror, highly likely. Maybe Sidu wants to kind of warm up his Shaman game before they go up against Absturge. It would be, honestly, it would be the cherry on top of a season of unfortunate events for Le Pomp, right? They miss out on instantly qualifying for the top 3 for the finals by a single maps, like 8 championship points. They make it back from the gauntlet, and then they fall flat in the lower bracket finals against Liquid. It would be a heartbreak for a team that has been trying so damn hard, but if you're up against a titan like Liquid, they stumbled yesterday, but oh my god, they are on fire today. They got fury in their blood.
Yeah, they are looking really good. I'm hoping this is a mirror, but Le Pomp might have some sort of counter tech. I'm trying to think if there's anything like Red DH Fistweaver. I mean, we saw Red DH as the counter pick to it before, but if they bow down to the mirror, what does that say? Because they've been the main Boomy DH team of this season, I would say, like even more so than Liquid. So this is kind of Liquid saying like, hey, you can come at us. Like, you gonna take that mirror for match point, or what's going on here? Like, do you want to try and prove that you're the best Boomy DH Shaman, or are we going to take our title back of that from 2019 on the side of Liquid? Oh, they're doing it.
Who knows? It's the mirror. It is the mirror.
Okay.
Who is the best Shaman in NA? Is it Sidu? Is it Zhang? I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, we're gonna have an answer, but for now, we got a preemptive decision here on Asher Vane's Fall. I'm so excited for this. This is going to be so much fun.
I mean, if the mirror is any at all exciting as the EU one was, this is going to be electric between these teams. Big opportunity for Liquid to just close this series out. I think this actually was more heads up than doing the Rogue Boomkin Evoker, considering how quickly it spiraled out of control for Sam. So just do the mirror. I mean, you've got Trill. This guy does top damage no matter what class he's playing, so put him on a Demon Hunter. I'm sure he's going to be able to keep pace with Existence on Le Pomp, and then Sidu, of course, on Shaman. Been a legend on that role for years at this point. And then Sam versus Dippy. You really couldn't ask for this series to get more interesting than this. I want to get in the game. Jump in there. I don't know if the players are taking some time trying to delay. Maybe they want to talk this through, but we all know how this is going to play out. They're going to train these Boomkins from start to finish. Whichever Boomkin fakes more clones is probably going to end up winning. So who is the pre-cog king? Is it Sam? Is it Dippy? Because somebody's got to get that crown.
Someone, yeah. Whoever it will be, that's the big question. A little bit of delay timer coming in once again. There needs to be a bit of a conversation had on the side of Liquid. Just understandable. I mean, you've been doing so well. You've been bringing in so much fire into this series. You want to make sure you're pre-planned as pre-planned as possible going into this mirror matchup, because I mean, I'm getting to the point where I would start to almost put Zhang on the same level of Shaman as Sidu, at least this season. Not overall, but this season. Maybe at least the past few weeks.
I mean, we won't have to take our word for it, right? He's got a chance right here. Like, he can provide the cold hard facts if he is the best Shaman right in the series against Sidu. This is the best situation to try and assert that level of dominance on their side. I'm super excited for this. Oh my God. I'm trying to think, like, what does Liquid feel about this? Because they haven't been playing this comp a ton. I feel like most of their practice has either been as Boomy Rogue or as Rogue DK with Mez, and whereas Dippy's team is like almost exclusively practicing this. They have to be really ready and raring to go. But maybe Liquid got practice from Waz. They said that they were working together. You know, EU versus NA collusion, trying to power each other up, and it worked for Echo because they found out that ret comp. Maybe Liquid have powered up as well from those war games.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised because Liquid has been looking damn clean this series. 10 seconds, then we head into Asher Maiden's Fall. The gates will open with Liquid on match point. Grand final spot on the line. Le Pomp's tournament life might just come to an end here for Dragonflight. Let's get into it.
Oh, Dippy's not... Sam didn't go in stealth. They're just going to get to attack Sam for free. Dippy's getting a free clone from the start of this game. Sam's trying to jump back, but now he's caught into a stun. This is not a great start. He's going to bark skin, but everyone is CC'd because he didn't start in stealth. Solar Beam comes down into Dippy at least, locking him on his cast. Now Sam's trying to find a clone. He's trying to fake through the kicks of existence. He's not finding it at the moment. They imprison, but here comes a lightning lasso onto Dippy. Big turnaround from Sidu. Zhang pushes forward into position. Earthenwall Totem is down. He's trying to stay aggressive. Multiple Star Surges incoming into Sam. Sidu repositions, but he walks into a stun here from existence. He's choosing not to trink it, but Zhang goes into a full clone. Dippy could be in trouble. It's match point. All of the pressure is on the Pomp to win this.
They gotta stay in there. Dippy down on half. Zhang has the tide rolling, finds a lot of value, but Dippy still getting taken lower and lower. Gets a precog prog. Doesn't find the connection with the Cyclone though, and Dippy takes even more damage. Trill really sending him right now. 9 seconds on the Essence Break. If Dippy doesn't recover here soon, it might get dicey. Zhang finds the lasso. Trill locked down for the moment while Sam is sitting in a Cyclone. They swap over on the Boomkin. Massive damage. Sidu needs to work and is not even in range for a link. Sam gets a precog, finds the clone. Zhang in trouble. Doesn't proc the trinket, has the link available, greets it out, and Dippy is fine, dipping around the corner.
Oh, Sam on the back foot now has Barkskin being greedy. Frenzied regen. Sidu's confident to keep him up without using Barkskin, but Static Field pulls him possibly out of line of sight. Trill eventually retreats away from the crowd control, but I think Dippy faked the kick. No, he didn't. Sidu lands a lightning lasso. Sidu's been getting a lot of lasso value in this game. Definitely keeping them ahead. A full clone off that triple stun, and Dippy Barkskins. He might die through it if he gets a bit unlucky. Gonna pop a disarm onto the Demon Hunter, try and stall out. He fakes a kick. He's going for a clone. He gets it onto Trill. No grounding available. He's pushing up on Sidu. Sidu can't line of sight. Full clone. Big pressure. Sam now on the back foot. Darkness comes down, but Sam's not in it. He tries to charge back into it with the Barkskin. Manages to get there. Both Boomies are faking kicks left and right. They both want that title of Precog King.
Yeah, maximum possible precog uptime right now, but Sam is sitting in the Cyclone for a moment. Dippy gets CC'd up, big damage. Trill once again coming in with the meta, with the I-Beam, big damage with the Essence Break. Dippy dropping further down, Zhang sitting in the bash. He doesn't want to trinket. The follow-up fear is good from Trill, but he's still greeting it. He's still biding his time. Ascendance comes through, big heals. Dippy topped off as they swap over onto Sam. He gets inlined with the Solar Beam and completely locked down with the lasso afterwards. Dippy just free casting Rafts, trying to get any piece of damage in. Yes, Sam, so much damage! Sidu needs to get in for the link, but he just doesn't! He just turns around and walks away from the game. It's over, and Le Pomp even out the series.
Oh my God, where's the replay on this, man? He was not expecting Sam to go down that early, and Dippy did a lot of damage in this game over Sam. If the DPS meter down there is accurate, we're going to wait for the score screen overall, but oh my God, absolutely killed in the mirror. Now, they don't have to win a mirror, right? They can countercom. What if Ego gets to them?
They can countercom now,
What if Ego gets to them, though? There's no way this can be an Ego team. They've played way too many tournaments experience to have Ego get to them. If they locked in a mirror again for the blind, I would be so just like astonished. But Le Pomp assert dominance here. Like this was a dominant display on their part in terms of turning this around and the amount of pressure that they got. And Boomkin can just die in this mirror at any moment when a Demon Hunter is on them. It's just so much damage. So they Cyclone Sam. That sets up a stun onto the Shaman. Then they come back. They wait for the Cyclone to end. Sam knocks them away. And what exactly happens here? So there's no Earthen Wall for 12. Incarnation comes out. He doesn't have grounding. He doesn't Healing Tide. He NS guidances, and he thinks that's enough, I guess, on his own. There's a lasso from Zhang. No one can stop it.
I think he tides late.
He still hasn't tied. Okay, so he tides here. Actually dies through Healing Tide. He just didn't expect him to die through Healing Tide, is what that is. I mean, he's got guidance and Healing Tide. That's literally like the most HPS you can do as a shaman. They actually just out-damaged guidance and Healing Tide. He wasn't even thinking that he needed to link there. I don't even know if I would have thought that I needed to link there. They legitimately out-damaged like some of the highest HPS you can do in that moment as a shaman.
You can see the moment of hesitation where Sidu is running up, considering if he should link, and then he turns around, decides to pop Ascendance instead because Sam gets a tick of a big heal, but immediately drops down to 1% again. Sidu pops the Ascendance, and it's too late. Sam dies. It's just a game of millimeters, such a split-second decision, and in this case, I guess the link would have been the correct decision, and Sam just dies.
He didn't want to overlap. Like, typically you can Healing Tide, it lines up with Incarn, he's got guidance. Like, I actually can't believe they outdamaged that. I cannot believe they outdamaged that. It was great. His Ascendance up too, I think. Like, his Ascendance either used it or it procced. One or the other. It's Healing Tide, guidance, and Ascendance. Like, you can't do more healing per second. And I'm pretty sure you got a Riptide off. They did so much damage to Sam in that one moment in time. We're just watching it a third time around. Poor Sidu, man. It's just chat's going after him for not linking it. Just have to watch it 3 times. Look how low Dippy was getting in some of these positions as well. It really felt like Dippy was struggling throughout the earlier stages, but it just takes one good push, one good Incarn, one good connect that you can't peel, and just absolutely drop. Like, I want to see the death log on this. What was Existence's damage output? Like, was it like a 400k death sweep or something? Like, he's getting Wrath casted on him, death sweep, Essence Break, Star Surge, and then another death sweep, I think, and another Star Surge. So this death log's probably gonna be crazy, but it seemed like Sam, at least on the overall damage, he kind of struggled with keeping up.
I mean, look at Dippy, 3.5 million more damage than Sam, so that speaks of volumes. Although Trill was doing pretty good.
Look at his heal. He died through that, bro. He died through a 130k Earth Shield hit, 140k Healing Tide tick, 250k Unleash, and a 100k Guidance tick. He died through that. That's what I'm saying. That's the highest health per second you can do, and they killed him through it.
That's like 800k healing in 3 seconds, and he just doesn't live. That's insane.
Multiple ticks of Tide. It wasn't like he put it down and didn't have a chance to trigger. It was literally multiple ticks of Healing Tide that they just killed him through. And the Pomp are not giving them the Boomy DH matchup. They don't want that Rogue DK. So now Liquid, you're on a small map. I think they might have messed up the maps. Because now if they play Boomy Rogue on a small map, they might lose to the Cleave. It's possible.
It might be. We had similar concerns about Dalar and Suas. Ultimately, Liquid played that really smart and just overwhelmed Existence from the opener outwards, and quite honestly, I don't think that's going to happen to him again if they play this similar on Blackrock Hold, but the arena certainly is interesting. I'm expecting nothing but Lord Mez to make another appearance here.
Really?
I don't see a world where Mez is not swapped in here.
I don't know, DK, I feel like this is like one of LaPomp's like counter Cleave comps typically, but we did see Krotos DK tear apart Wazaret. So I wouldn't completely count it out, but I think the Assassination Rogue is a bit of a liability in terms of survivability. I think it's probably too easy to kill. I think Outlaw Boomkin Prez is safer overall. You get the Shroud for all the instant CC. Shroud's really good against this comp with the Ret Paladin. It just delays the stun for so long. You don't have to worry about the Solar Beams. You get extra damage. To me, it's Boomkin Rogue. Prez makes the most sense, but on the small map, LaPomp might be able to mix it up, do something wild. Possibly maybe like even swap Sidu at certain points in the game. So Liquid are running the timer down on this one because this is such an important game. It's game 5. They had the map advantage, they had the comp advantage, so they must have expected this possibly as an option. Do they have a comp prepared for this? And yeah, it's gonna be the Rogue Boomkin Prez. I think it makes sense on their part. They can get triple CC.
Yeah,
Sidu's immune to CC, so they're running it back with mains. They've set the stage. Now they just have to deliver.
You just have to deliver. That's the big point. Let's see if they can do it. I mean, on Hookpine, they ran down Zhang, and it looked really effective. Do you think that's a similar game plan they could be running into this one?
With the Red DH, I don't think says much. I think that it's you CC the Red on the go and try and kill the Demon Hunter or the Red. Either one that you're sending. I think it's probably you're going to go after the DPS. You don't have to like overextend as much, I think, with this one. It's going to be LaPomp that are coming towards you. If you stack up on the Shaman, I don't think you're gonna be able to kill a shaman with the ret support and then a demon hunter just completely destroying you the whole time. I think it's way too risky. I think it's a kill the DPS game. Maybe you can hit Zhang at certain points if he doesn't have a trinket or if he's in a really bad spot, but definitely not. I don't think it's definitely not a train the shaman game for them.
All right, it's coming down to the wire. Liquid not sitting with the ego, so that worry we can toss out of the window, luckily, because there's a grand final spot on the line. The match up against the Move, who have been looking absolutely insane this weekend out of nowhere. I mean, I had faith in them, but I wasn't really expecting them to do that well. And honestly, in this lower bracket, this is not the matchup I expected to find in this lower bracket final, right? Liquid against Le Pomp for me was more or less the grand final I was almost expecting. And we're getting that a little bit early here, and I couldn't be more happy about this. Like, this is maximum stakes. There is so much on the line. They're giving it their all. It's going to be so much fun.
Are you rolling back your prediction then? You predicted the Move to make it to the final. You thought this was going to be the final?
No. There's a distinct difference between what my heart tells me and what the stats and the facts tell me.
Okay.
I'm always going with my heart when it comes to
voting
predictions.
with the heart, but the stats say possibly otherwise here. But only one team can advance. It's the grand finals for North America. Who's going to make it there and claim that first place, claim $70,000, claim the title? The Move haven't gotten a title in their entire career, and they're one of the longest standing teams in this entire game. So they really want to prove that they can take one of those championship titles, but Liquid want to steal that opportunity. Le Pomp want to steal that opportunity. We're seconds away from the gates opening, and there is no going back.
Cheer for the teams, cheer for who you think will take this, because in a few minutes it is gonna be all over. KZ Fox returns. He's looking for another finals appearance after that solo shuffle tournament in NA that he got the victory on, and Zhang is immediately the target. Wall and Ancestral Guidance forced out. Sam sitting in his stun, but Sido is in the fray as well, looking for big heals as KZ Fox is taken down further. Sam down to 20%. Barkskin forced so much damage here in the first 30 seconds, and now there's the meta from Existence.
Okay, Existence getting low at the same time, almost dying through Blur, and I feel like they poked Zhang in the opener to like bait him into using a lot of cooldowns because they trained him that other game. Now they're CCing him, making the swap back with the full blind. Sidu's lining up damage. They could swap to Existence. He's critically low. He's in the darkness. He might die through it. They're just trying to cut him down through darkness, almost dropping, but Zhang stabilizes him. They got through KZ Fox's trinket though, so he's definitely a target in the future. Sidu gonna rescue Sam, but he dies through it. The shield gets broken immediately. They Typhoon the ret, they clone the Demon Hunter. Sam is on the run, trying to get back into the room, but Sidu gets grappled into a root by Zhang. Sidu can't get there. They punish, they land the double fell eruption, and now they're looking to get back onto Sam, who's trying to come back to Sidu, but he's taking a lot of damage in exchange. This is tons of pressure on Liquid to come out ahead, but they've set it up. Triple crowd control with the stun locks onto KZ Fox, but he's got defense. He turns it around. Double blinding light, getting back on Sam. Sam fakes the kick, but it might not even matter. He gets grounded on the Cyclone. He goes for another one. He gets shut down by the fell eruption, but I think he got a pre-cut proc as well, so he should be pretty clear through most of the kicks at this point. He gets a clone on the Ret Paladin, slowing the game down for Sidu. But he's put the Ret Paladin on Clone DR before Avenging Wrath, which could be dangerous.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that Crusade. KZ Fox can bring in a lot of damage with it. In the meantime, though, Sam is doing his best to kite away. Trill looking for some blankets as he set up. Cheap shot onto Zhang. They're going onto KZ Fox. Can they get a bob? Can they get a blood bubble?
Oh.
There is the bubble on the root beam. Beautifully done. Liquid get a big defensive. The gouge follow-up on Zhang is there as well. Bubble runs out and KZ Fox is still low. Zhang needs to start pumping as they swap over with the cleave onto Existence at least a little bit. Sam still kiting away. Sidu rooted by that Earth Totem. And the follow-up is not looking too peachy right now. Le Pomp on the back foot.
All right, Zhang's got to get ready here. They have no darkness, no divine shield, so it's his save, but they're also getting aggressive at the same time, keeping Sam on his toes. He's popped that heart of the wall. He's bolstered his defense. There's the kidney shot. There's the bash. They need Zhang in something. They're not putting Zhang in any CC. They're just trying to power down KZ. They get the full blind now in the follow-up cheap shot. Can they drop him here? They're so close to getting into the grand finals. KZ Fox trades, but they're killing him through a deep breath from Sidu. Whiffs. He doesn't hit anybody, but he may have been trying to immune a CC at the same time. Maybe he didn't want to put them on DR. That actually might have been really smart for him to miss the targets, to not put them on stun DR there, just trying to avoid a CC. They get a clone on KZ Fox. The cheap shot, the Demon Hunter, big swap over. Another clone comes down. Zhang gets a Nature Swiftness. They clone that, swapping back onto the Ret Paladin, but there's a healing tied down, so they likely need to be focused on killing it. The Solar Beam Zhang on the lasso. Clutch Solar Beam from Samayam into the cheap shot. Sidu in position, looking for a sleepwalk. Where's the Tremor Totem? He's fake casting it. Rescue coming out onto Sam, but it looks like he got clotheslined by a double stun. And they're trying to come in here and peel farm. Hammer of Justice going to connect. They could swap the Sea-Doo. They're cleaving 3 targets at the moment. Sea-Doo's mana not looking spectacular in this position and could become a liability in the future.
Yeah, it's not looking too good on the blue bar. Sea-Doo on full stun DR at the moment, looking fine, but Trill is looking for the cheap shot setup and the full kidney onto KZ Fox. Where is Sam's damage? Sea-Doo finds his full sleepwalk onto Zhang. He has Trinket Link available. KZ Fox taking a lot of damage, pops in the wall. The shield is ready now as well, and here comes the Crusade. Wings proc or not, it's going to be a lot of damage. Sam suffering. Renewal is available, and Sea-Doo is pumping him like crazy. Has the Immuning Shroud up, so can dodge away from the CC, and KZ Fox is still taking so much punishment. The full bash coming in. Another darkness dropped in. And he's cloned! Zhang gets cloned, but the darkness is gonna save their life anyway. LePomp hold on with a little bit of luck.
Blinding light on Sea-Doo. Sam falls behind. It's match point. LePomp might have a chance to actually take this game back. Barkskin comes up in 1 second. Sam needs to get ready. Rewind does nothing. Sam is still just dying. He's being greedy. They cycle on the red. He's trying to run away. He manages to get away with the greed for now, but it's costing Sea-Doo so much mana to heal through this onslaught. He's now down to what, like 15% remaining mana in this position. He's caught in a root. They swap back to Trill with the lightning lasso. Big damage from KZ Fox onto the rogue. Sea-Doo clutches it back with the Verdant Embrace, but now he walks into a Hammer of Justice. Existence is still just trying to power down Sam in the midfield. KZ Fox is just battering away at Trill, trying to line of sight Sam, but Sam gets in there, oppressing Roar into the blind, but it breaks. The blind breaks. They follow it up with a cheap shot. Is it going to be enough to drop him? DR Sleepwalk. Can they drop him? Can Liquid do it? They're so close to the win. He's dying through Blessing of Protection. Link comes in, but Existence isn't there. It's only a 2-player Link. Zhang pops Ascendance. He's trying to power up for the Hail Mary. They're going to throw everything that they've got at Liquid here in these next couple seconds, and it needs to work.
Clone! The clone is in. Existence is CC'd. Swapped over on KZ Fox. The Crusade does nothing right now. Great in totem here from Zhang to get everyone together, but Trill finds the kidney, gets the immune immediately, just getting out of that with the Sanctuary. KZ Fox, great awareness for his healer here, there, and Sea-Doo needs to find some more CC. KZ Fox taking a lot of damage, but for the moment, the worst is over as KZ Fox is just pummeled with Star Search after Star Search. Bubble back up, finally. A lifeline. Netherwalk available for Existence as well. So LePomp probably safe for the moment, and Sea-Doo is running out of mana. Sam down to 20%. Great Chaos Nova coming in. Sea-Doo looking for more heals once again. Emerald Communion is on cooldown. They don't have anything left in the tank here, really. Renewal and Barkskin in a few seconds. They swap over onto Existence. The cheap shot is in. Zhang pushing in for the heals. So much damage on the Demon Hunter. This could just be the Netherworld, the last lifeline. Zhang is in a full clone, and they're trying to send him down. Existence is immune for a few more seconds, but Zhang needs to heal him up. There's nothing left in the tank now. Existence could die at any second as Sea-Doo gets hodged up. They're trying to run down Sam. Once again, the totem comes through. Zhang gets gouged, and Trill is trying to swap over Liquid in the final minutes. They need to make something work right here, right now, Super.
Oh, they cloned KZ Fox low, denying the Avenging Wrath. What's Sea-Doo going to do, man? He's just totally He's trying to do what he can, but it walks into a triple stun. Existence is powering up somehow, someway. LePomp, they've survived long enough. I think they've made it through the gauntlet. They're desperate. They blind the Demon Hunter. Existence is not falling for the bait. He holds his trinket. He wants to make sure that he can trinket a stun. They're going for the kill, and I think this is it for Liquid. Sea-Doo needs to pull off a miracle. They're swapping to him. He has absolutely nothing left. He trades out Renewing Blaze. Somehow, someway, Sea-Doo does it. He actually does it. He tops himself off. They're going for the kill on KZ Fox. They clone Zhang's trinket. Sam clones him at the last possible second. They need more damage to take down KZ Fox. They get the gouge from Trill. More damage. They need more damage. They go for another clone. Where is it? Do they have it? Are Liquid actually going to do it? As Sea-Doo pulled off the miracle and survived. He
does the dark!
Done it! They're going to the finals.
There is no way Sam has that Typhoon ready in the darkest hour, in the dead of night. There are only a few things that are secure in NA. It's Death, Texas, and Liquid versus the Move in the finals.
And every time that chair quivers even more. The other chairs have been talking. They know what's going to happen here in the grand finals. That chair is like, yo, bro, you want to switch spaces? He's looking at Trill's chair. You want to trade right now? Like, this could be rough, man. I thought it was over. I thought they'd made it through. He was totally They're all dead, but Sea-Doo pulls it out of nowhere. That was like Mr. Pandaria vibes. Everybody's dead. 0 mana. He stays alive, but this time he also wins.
Why is he not wearing shoes? I shouldn't question anything. There's clearly a method to the madness. It works out in the end. Team Liquid taking that dub, head into the finals of one of, I think, maybe the hardest fought victory of the day here. We're going to see those final moments right here as well, Sid.
Oh my god, look at this replay. They're all dead. Look at Sidhu's team. How does he manage to pull them back? He does an instant cast Spirit Bloom, I think. And that heals everybody with Verdant Embrace. Yeah, he did a tip the scales with Verdant Embrace. So it healed the whole team, duplicated the healing, and he got one last big heal before he was totally out of mana. And then he does damage at the end of the game, I think, as well. He gets in position here on KZ Fox. Maybe just auto attacks him. I don't even. Yeah, he disintegrates him. He starts doing damage. Yeah. He starts adding, and then there's the darkness, and here comes the knock. I am the one who knocks, and both Sidhu and Sam knocked
both of them.
I am the one who knocks. Says Liquid. Tossing them to the side, getting in the grand finals. Oh my god, dude.
Absolutely beautiful. Honestly, this has to be one of my favorite series of the weekend. That was fantastic.
Yeah. No, I'm with you for sure. Super exciting to see. It's only going to get better from here as well, because now it is the two biggest names in North America. They're coming together in this next up series. I feel like that was, I hope Team Liquid takes a little bit of a breather after that, because that was a really long, a really intense series. And you were talking about them before, Supatees, before we went into that series, how grueling and taxing those types of games can be.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot. They put heart and soul into that series to try and get out of that. All four players very critical and important to getting through this matchup. If Mez wasn't there, LaPomp could confidently use their DH Boomy, I think, throughout the series. So really important that Lord Mez was able to step into the ring. They get the rematch. Classic North American rivals. The move versus Liquid. Absterge is rewriting the memes that LaPomp put out through the best shaman, and now he's got through Zhang. Now he's trying to go through Absterge to rewrite that meme a little bit here in the finals. And this series could be absolutely insane with the compositions that both teams have available to them to see the way that it can play out. It could be absolutely crazy. We haven't faced the move yet this tourney season. No better way to end. Wait, the whole season they haven't? Really?
Yep.
Oh
they haven't played
God.
each other a single time.
Think about.
Oh my god, we don't even know how this is gonna go.
That just makes it even better, because I mean, obviously you can prepare for this, but I don't know if they would give each other war games either. I'm not sure how that would work, but I feel like we're going into uncharted territory here, Lithy.
Oh, even more uncharted than usual, because this is not just Liquid versus the Move that haven't seen each other in the entire season. This is Liquid versus the Move with Ceralium instead of Jellybeans now. So it's a whole new team. It's a whole new ball game. It's going to be super exciting. And oh my god, honestly, quite honestly, yeah, I'm done with casting for the day. You guys can be a little bit Liquid biased to even me out, because oh my god, the Move is going to do it. I believe, I have faith in these guys. They are going to crush Liquid. It's going to be an absolute banger, and I'm so here for it.
Yeah, I'm here for it as well. We can see the journey that we've had this weekend with this region. We started off with 4 teams. Now only 2 remain. LaPomp, they were the team that bumped themselves up here from the gauntlet. Their journey ends now, but that was an incredible season from them. Cannot wait to see what that roster is capable of if they come back next expansion. Liquid came up from that lower bracket. They are now up here against the Move, and it's the Move versus Team Liquid. I mean, 2 of the biggest names in NA. I've already said this, but I'm repeating it again just to get it in your head. I mean, these are just teams that are a household name. And we couldn't end this way. I'm just excited to end the expansion this way, because it's going to be just a banger of a series. I just know it. We're going to let these teams take a little bit of a break, get a breather. The chair needs a little bit of a breather too. So in the meantime, while we let those players get ready, we're going to do a spell game. We're going to do some guessing here. Just take a little chill pill for a second before we get into the real matches.
I think the chair needs to call its relatives to let it know that it might not be making it home today. This is it might be a rough ride for the chair's family, but
it made me feel bad for a chair.
Yeah, man,
poor little guy.
Oh, don't do this again.
Oh, come
You just found a different version of it now that's green polka dots and yellow polka dots, purple polka dots and blue polka dots. I have to remember what polka dots this thing had. If it's none of the above, I'm gonna get really mad. Oh, there's the chair. Can we get a cell phone for the chair? Can he make a call? Because I don't know if he's making it out today.
Okay?
It might be rough.
Say nothing, chair, if you need it.
Which one would it be? If I was an art designer, right? It's a purple mushroom.
Right.
Typically green and purple, right? That's why the Hulk is green with purple shorts. So typically green and purple go
for
together
sure.
if you're an art designer. So I think it's A, based on like classic color coordination. But
Okay.
if you were gonna try and be hipster and go against it, what would be the least matching colors or something?
I
trying to
think
look at-
I think it's gonna be white because they didn't want to overload the color scheme of this picture. I think it's C.
Yeah, C. I'm going A just because I
going
think that they
B.
copied the Hulk. I think it's the Hulk mushroom.
A. Okay. I'm going B just because it looks.
If it's
great. I don't
none,
know.
I'm done playing this game. If they, okay, what's C?
Huh?
Oh,
Don't want to
nice.
overload the
Let's go.
sensories.
Okay.
Nice and
Alright.
nice and chill color. I wouldn't eat the mushroom anyway, but it looks good.
Yeah, that
Okay,
might be.
so increases
business.
the blank your spells by up to a certain percent based on the current health of your target. Low health targets take something more damage or something maybe? Or maybe high health targets take more damage? Increases the range of your spells?
Based on the current health of your target.
Oh,
I think it's
yeah.
mastery deep
It's-
healing.
Yeah, it's shaman. It's the shaman mastery because Lightbringer is increased healing based on proximity for paladins, and Giant Killer is the devastation evoker.
Oh, maybe it
mastery?
could be though, because they
It's
do more.
first
Yeah,
memory?
I think that one's more damage at higher health targets. So I think it
Okay.
could be Giant Killer or Deep Healing. I don't think it's Life Breaker. I don't think it's Life Breaker. But I could see a world where it's Giant Killer, but why would it not be Giant Killer?
Giant Killer has an extra life, an extra line about the 80% mark, where the mastery is stops being efficient
Okay,
or
so
something along the lines.
we're locking Deep Healing, Mastery Deep Healing.
I'm locking deep healing.
B.
I have no idea what the mastery lifebinder
BB.
is. I think that's preservation evoker, but
Okay, I think we're guessing B then.
If it's not B or D, then my life is not real. It's AI generated. It has to be
Oh,
B
no.
or D, but I'm thinking it's
That's
B.
fair. Okay.
Oh my god! At least it's one of
no
them.
way.
You
At
threw
least
it
it's
in
one
at
of
the
them.
end. Yeah. That
My life
counts,
is
for
real
sure.
at least, but I'm still a loser. So now my life is real and I'm a loser.
Whoa.
Okay.
You know what, Sid? I don't want to hear that kind of self-talk. We gotta lock that up. Posy vibes only, okay?
Hey, if
Alright.
at all I baited you into it, and I'm dropping my evoker card. Not that I had one to begin with, but
Does anyone? Oh,
yeah, who plays evoker? That's a good question.
There's a couple out there, but all right. Anyways, we're gonna head to the finals. Well, first we're gonna head to a break. Then we're gonna head to the finals. It is the Move versus Team Liquid. The moment you all have been waiting for. We're gonna head to a quick break. We're gonna get these players ready, and we're gonna hop into the series. It's the Move versus Team Liquid coming up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the last series of the entire expansion, and it could not be two more deserving teams. It is the Move versus Team Liquid, a clash of two NA Titans, Benruki.
I mean, I really can't wait for this one. Liquid with an amazing performance. Sea-Doo gets his chance at Absurge in the Grand Finals. You have two of the favorite teams in North America going head-to-head, and I feel like this is just all too perfect. I can't wait for this.
Yeah, certainly is. The Move have been, and Team Liquid have both ramped it up recently. They played incredibly well this entire weekend so far. It was Liquid that battled it out from the lower bracket. The Move kind of had a surprising performance, Zico. They really turned it on this weekend.
They definitely did. I mean, yesterday I don't think I've seen them look as good as they did yesterday, but was that just yesterday? Or can they keep that momentum now? Because they're going to need it. They've been sitting cold the entire day, just watching the games, trying to find out who they're actually going to be playing. And now they finally have an opponent here in Team Liquid. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they've been playing the whole day. They've been, getting their hands warm. They could also be exhausted, though. They could also be a little bit fatigued. That Game 5 against Le Pomp, Sea-Doo looked a little bit sweaty after that one. And I definitely would be, too, in his shoes. Actually, he had no shoes on in his pants, in his chair. But yeah, if I was Sea-Doo, I would definitely be sweating after that one. But that's why these guys are so good. They have the experience, right? They're going to take a minute to just reset and get ready. And the Move versus Liquid, we have been blessed by the script writers this season, for sure.
I want to know, this is one thing, I don't know if we've talked about it too much, but Liquid, a big part of them winning both series today was their blind pick, winning on the Grand Arena. They are just winning the mind games. They're getting that advantage in game number 1. And I kind of want to know, what the process is for them, because it seems like they are just getting that edge, getting that advantage on the Grand Arena. We'll see who comes out ahead between these two teams. But, yeah, this blind pick is really interesting to me, Aya.
Yeah, certainly. This is going to be a really important one. This is best of 7 as well. The biggest decision comes right now. These players are making behind the scenes before the gates open. It is game number 1, North American Grand Finals to finish off the Dragonflight season. It's the Move versus Team Liquid.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the big show, the Move versus Team Liquid. And guess what, Ven? You have been talking about the blind pick getting very spicy in favor of Liquid, but the Move are bringing in the Wiz Ret. Once again, a big reason why they're even in this Grand Finals. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, full blind on Absurge immediately as Liquid is getting an aggressive start. Peekaboo is just going to trinket, glimpse, blur, try to slow them down and just get this pressure rolling onto Sam-I-Am. Both teams come out of the gate swinging here. Sam-I-Am going for a cyclone. It gets interrupted. Great job there by Absurge, but they're going after Absurge. He needs to be careful. See, throwing into big fire breath at the same time. Sam-I-Am is getting low. Pressure's high for both sides as they trade out defensive cooldowns to stay alive.
We are 30 seconds. Hold that thought for a second. Peekaboo is getting absolutely melted in that cheap shot. Can he stay alive? Netherwalk is available. He's going to pop it. He had no trinket for that. That was so close. I can't believe Sturge doesn't link there, but he keeps it calm, cool, and collected. And he's going to be able to hold on to his Spirit Link. He might need to pop it right now, actually, as Peekaboo is still not out of harm's way. Hammer of Justice connecting here onto Sea-Doo as they look to get a swap onto Sea-Doo, actually. Big damage connected. They root him. Beautiful roots coming out there on to Sea-Doo by Absurge, but he is going to trade Renewing Blaze. He's going to trade his Obsidian Scales, and now here comes another setup onto Peekaboo.
Yeah, beautiful interrupt there by Absurge, slowing down the sleepwalk coming in from Sea-Doo. Let's see what goes down. Peekaboo is going to be very vulnerable, though. He's got no trinket, but Sam-I-Am still under pressure. Big setup, bash into a Solar Beam onto WizK. Where's the follow-up? Peekaboo doing a good job surviving for the time being. Absurge preemptively trading out that Astral Shift there. Interrupt here onto Sam as WizK is under fire. He's got the Divine Shield if he needs a big hunt on Sam, though. Both teams getting crazy. Darkness drops down. And it will be Sea-Doo who rescues Sam, but now Trill has been left behind with barely any defensives left. He could be vulnerable. They make a swap on Sea-Doo once again. The Move really mixing it up and going after all 3 members of Liquid.
I feel like Sidu made a little bit of an error there. Samayam got the Cyclone onto Wiz, so Sidu was only being attacked by Peekaboo there, but he still trades out the Emerald Communion. Could come back to haunt him later. He still has the Trinket Rewind, but WizK is dropping incredibly low, and he will trade the Divine Shield at 10% HP. I was going to say 30 seconds in, and we're already seeing people basically dancing with death, but not even 2 minutes in, and basically these guys are running low on cooldown. Samayam, what are you going to do? Trades out the Bark Skin, has the renewal in his back pocket. WizK getting aggressive, but he doesn't have Divine Shield. He gets met by a Kidney Shot. He's going to trinket that out and continue the onslaught here with the Avenging Wrath, doing a lot of damage onto Trill, but Trill is going to shadow step back into the midfield, swapping to Absterge. Absterge taking a lot of damage here, almost going down. The Sanctuary is beautiful by WizK. He drops the Spirit Link, he gets around the corner, Healing Tide is down, Trill is there to snipe it, and he's all over Absterge. Absterge could just go down in this next Kidney Shot then.
Yeah, there's no cooldowns left for the move. Liquid is one good setup away from closing it out. Cyclone on WizK. Where are they going? Peekaboo's kind of that last defender. He's got his Trinket. He's got to get the pressure rolling and try to get Liquid on the back foot. They're going after Trill. He might just get soloed here by WizK. They're on Sam now. Sidu has a lot of catch up ahead of him. He's opting not to Trinket out of this stun. I'm really surprised to see it, but ultimately the greed will be good. He holds on. He recovers Sam, but for how long? Still just getting destroyed here by Peekaboo and WizK. They're going for the setup. They get the sleep on Absterge. Pre-Tremor Totem by Absterge gets him out of that sleepwalking, but it's not enough. WizK falls. I can't believe it. Liquid continues the chain of beautiful Tremor Totem by Absterge, but they just keep on going. Liquid is a machine, and they claim game number 1.
Liquid are dialed in right now. They are showing the move. Listen, we are not afraid of Wizred and Peekaboo. If you guys want to take us down, it's going to have to be something else. Maybe the RPS. But wow, what a game. They get the Sleepwalk, they get the pre-Tremor, and Sam is like, hold up, I have a Cyclone. And then they just win anyway. So Team Liquid looking absolutely bulletproof here in game number 1. There was, I feel like, not really that many close calls. Like there was a couple close ones onto Sam, but they always had cooldowns to trade, and a lot of these situations are going to be like very spiky in damage when you're dealing with the Rets. But you can see here, beautiful setup. They get the Cyclone onto Absterge there after they bop the blind, which forces out not only the Blessing of Protection onto Absterge's blind, but also Wiz has to use his Divine Shield. And then here, after Absterge barely survives, they go once again, launching another attack onto Wiz, stun him, do some damage, and then they immediately Cyclone him, swapping over to Peekaboo, and then Trill gets Lightning Lassoed here by Absterge, and they're doing good damage onto Trill, but he trades out the Cloak of Shadows. The Samayam is low, trades out the Heart of the Wild, trades out the Renewal. Pretty close call here, but Sidu doesn't want to trade his Trinket because he doesn't have that Communion. If he Trinkets, he's in a KO position, so he's just going to trade out all of the DPS cooldowns there. Then they get the Tremor there on the Sleepwalk, and at this point, it looks like it's going to be fine. Absterge is out of crowd control. Wiz is still like 80% HP, but then he gets gouged, and then Samayam comes in, half clone, and then the damage connects, and then it's just good night.
And there's nothing really anyone could do. I mean, it's so unfortunate. When we look at the replay, when WizK had to use his Divine Shield, he literally had 1 second on Desperate Prayer, as well as his Shield of Vengeance. So Divine Protection and Shield of Vengeance were almost available right before he had to use that Divine Shield. So it was so close. Liquid getting those cooldowns at basically the exact perfect moment, but it will claim them game number 1. And I have to wonder, do you think that this was the blind pick that the move wanted here?
No, I think that the move wanted to run this into Trill MM Hunter maybe. Or, I don't know actually. I don't know. I feel like it's not. Like on Nagrand Arena against Rogue Outlaw, against Outlaw, Evoker, and Boomy, I feel like it's not that great of a match. But maybe, I guess we'll see. I think Team Liquid are just going to blind lock the same thing, right? Just go Outlaw Boomy again. Maybe DH Boomy, but I don't think so. With the move kind of showing that they have some answers for that, I feel like Team Liquid just locks in the same thing.
I think so too. I'd be really surprised. I can't think of anything that the move has that just kind of counters the Outlaw Rogue Moonkin Evoker. So maybe they play. The only thing that kind of forces Liquid off of this comp is a mirror with a Holy Priest, which is something that the move can run. Maybe we say RMP. Is there any shot that we see surround him here from the move? I mean, a possibility. I kind of doubt it, honestly, but it is a possibility.
I mean, we saw it in the EU final. It could happen. Has Serena been playing a lot of course, he's been playing. He's been playing everything. They could definitely send some. I don't know. Do you think Arcane Asa could be like sleeper? I feel like it looked kind of decent, but I am afraid of the Assassination Rogue in that case. Personally, I think we're seeing RPS. I think we're going to see RPS because this is what the move. I think they beat Void with this, so I feel like their RPS. They have a lot of confidence in it, and I think that they can pull out ahead with it. I don't think it's bad to pick RPS in this matchup.
I just wonder if the RPS is going to struggle against the Preservation Evoker. That's the only thing that I can really think of, is that they're afraid of the Preservation Evoker with that composition. But we'll have to wait and see what they are thinking. If they lock in, the thing that'll tell me, if they lock in WizKale and Ret Paladin once again, I think that's just going to be the series. Like that, they're just going to run those two comps, and the move doesn't have anything else that they can run. But we'll have to wait and see what ends up happening. But a great start here for Liquid, getting the Grand Arena out of the way. Ashmane's Fall going to be the map here for the move. It's just so crazy to think that the entire season, all 4 cups, comes down to this moment between these two teams. I'm excited to see what the move goes with here.
There's just so much history between these two teams because these are probably the 2 longest standing teams now in North America. They've been, a team, a roster for such a long period of time. And I think it wasn't in 2018 when we had the NA versus NA final, and that was Team Liquid versus the Move, mains versus mains. Team Liquid and Sea-Doo winning BlizzCon that year, and the Move got second place. So this is another one of those situations, right? You're in the grand finals of the biggest tournament, and you're losing again to Team Liquid. We cannot have this happen again. We cannot have history repeating itself. It is time for the Move to just dial in here, and you're absolutely right. This is the matchup that they wanted on Ashmane's Fall as well. Game number 1 didn't look that good, but there was a couple of mistakes happening in game number 1. A few overlaps, things like that. Could have been a little bit cleaner defensively. They had actually a really bad opener too, with Pika almost dying. So I don't know if they can clean that up a little bit. There are some win conditions, but at the same time, I feel like the POMP also tried this, and
games are close though. Every game has been close. Like, this has never been a blowout, right? Like, Liquid is winning this matchup, but it's a narrow margin. Like, I saw that final game between Liquid and LaPomp, and it was a close call for sure. So I wouldn't count the move out just yet.
I wouldn't count them out, but that I feel like that can go either way. What I'm worried, I guess I'm just thinking a little bit ahead because I'm worrying for the Move, right? Like, what are they gonna do? So that's just best case scenario here for the Move. They take this game, they win, it looks good, and then they have to lock in blind. What are they going to lock in blind? Because I feel like this is not something that they can get away with blind locking into Liquid, but maybe.
What would Liquid run? Like, what's the counter for Liquid against this that we've seen so far?
I feel like DH Boomy is pretty solid into this.
DH Boomy?
I believe more in DH Boomy than...
Wait, isn't... Like, the thing is, like, DH Boomy, isn't that why this comp was invented? Like, isn't the Ret Demon Hunter, like, it was invented to slay DH Boomy?
Was it? I think
so, yeah.
Wasn't it DH DK that was invented to slay Boomy?
No, I think it was this. I mean, this is what the move used to finally beat LaPomp, right? It's what Echo used to finally beat Chibaku Tensei. So
maybe
I think that... I don't know what else Liquid would really have, and that's why I get the feeling that we might just see this matchup for the rest of the series.
What about Samayam? You know, like, we see him always on the Moonkin, but he does have another class that he can play, which I think could work in this matchup as well. A little Arcane Mage action.
Samayam. The last time I saw Samayam on a mage, I can't even remember. That's not. There's one thing I am certain of. There's one thing I'm certain of. It's Samayam will not be playing mage in this tournament. If that happens, yeah.
Does the Move know that though? I guess they do because they just blind lock it. Yeah, that's interesting. So he's not been keeping up his mage, huh? He's opted for the Moonkin. I feel like it's a pretty general consensus. But then Raikou pulls up the Arcane Mage and is taking games in EU. I don't know. It could be one of those cases where people are a little quick to write off things. You know, I said it earlier as well. I was like, yeah, Mage is you know. But 2 seconds later, it looked pretty good. So I don't know. I feel like it's good to have it. I think that maybe for the future at least, that's probably something Sam wants to incorporate because he is one of the absolute best when it comes to playing that mage. So having that extra version, like I feel like the whole reason why Trill started even playing Rogue was so they could have Rogue Mage. So it is interesting to see just how much Liquid has had to adapt to the meta, but now it is the move who has to adapt here in game number 2. Team Liquid coming from the lower bracket, and they are ready to claim this final then.
Here we go. Game number 2 between the Move and Liquid. The Move going to be locking in the exact same cleave composition, believing in WizK, Ret, and Peekaboo on the Demon Hunter. Getting aggressive early on. Trill goes for a gouge just to slow down Peekaboo into a full Cyclone. A great start here for Liquid. Let's see what cooldowns they can get out of the way. Root Solar Beam here onto WizK. They make a swap onto Peekaboo, really mixing it up, but not finding the follow through. There's just not enough damage to really force anything from the Move.
Wiz actually trinketing, dropping a Sanctuary as well. So he's not going to have that defense available. So they're able to get something out of that. But Sidu needs to be very careful. Almost just getting soloed here by Wiz. But Peekaboo is there. Or sorry, Trill is there to cheat some Wiz. But Wiz is just caught in no man's land. And he has to bubble. He has to trinket. We're 45 seconds in then.
Yeah, I mean, he's got no cooldowns left whatsoever. It's going to be up to Peekaboo to drop a Darkness. It's going to be up to Absurge to keep him alive. The Move, they need to find pressure. They need to get Liquid on the back foot, but it is a struggle. The Cyclones from Samayam are just so incredibly clutch. Full Cyclone on Peekaboo. WizK once again under fire. Full kidney shot lands. Trill looking to get crowd control on Absurge. He gets out into a cheap shot. Is there follow-up? WizK might just outright die. Gouge out of the cheap shot. Trill being an absolute hero on that road.
Beam.
Darkness drops down. And it looks like WizK might be able to survive a Cyclone slowdown healing here from Absurge. He's got the Spirit Link Totem, but right now, Liquid is just running circles around the Move.
Liquid are dialed in. They want this grand finals, and they are looking absolutely insane right now. Absurge with no trinket, WizK with no trinket bubble. Peekaboo is the only one who can save the day, but he has no darkness. Trill getting caught behind the pillar. They need pressure onto Trill right now on the side of the Move, where this game is just going to be over before they know it. Trill is still very low. Nice imprisonment there onto Trill. He trinkets out offensively to go for the kill onto WizK. Can they find the Cyclone onto Sturge? They get it. It's an oppressing Roar Cyclone. That thing is going to last forever, but still Wiz is out of danger. He gets around the corner, and they are forced to swap to Peekaboo. That was the oppressing Roar. That was the kill setup. Trill trinketing offensive, and they don't get the kill.
Peekaboo getting low. Needs to be careful. Is going to glimpse back to safety, glimpse back to his team, and he holds on to the blur. So defensive cooldowns available for Peekaboo, and he can make a push, but Trill under fire. Big solar beam on WizK once again, taking a huge hit of damage. He's got his trinket almost available to Blessing of Protection, but opting not to use it. Absurge has him and will keep him alive. Full stun now onto Sidu. Peekaboo trying to create some pressure here onto Sidu. Can they take down the Evoker? WizK's low. Either one of them could easily fall. Blessing of Protection trades for WizK. Gets purged off by Sidu. A beautiful fire breath. WizK's on the run, but Sidu's trying to take him down. Spirit Link gets sniped. They take down the Spirit Link, and WizK's still in trouble. Liquid just going for it. I feel like either one of them could fall at this moment. WizK, how are you still alive? The bash comes in. Samayam doing everything he can to secure this kill, and somehow, some way, the Move survive, but they are in shambles.
The Move are in shambles. Peekaboo trinkets now to try to get some pressure over onto Samayam, kind of defensively and offensively. He backflips to avoid the Cyclone, but here it comes. Samayam gets him in the middle of the map in a Cyclone. Nothing left for Peekaboo. He could easily get swapped to, but at the same time, Trill is dying. Nice rewind there by Sidu right before that Hodge connects, but they're going to swap to Sidu, and Sidu, what are you going to do here? It could be an Emerald Commune coming out of Sidu. He's being a little bit greedy there, but the Obsidian Scales comes out, the Verdant Embrace, big living flames as well, and Sidu is going to be able to keep his team in the fight. Trill now trading out the evasion, wants to push in behind the pillar, but the Move kind of sustaining themselves here behind the pillar, just hugging up and just getting damage out from range, not really allowing these 3-2-1 setups to happen, but here it comes. WizK pre-freedoms, the root solar beam of Samayam, and I think it could be enough. I don't know, he's still caught up in stuns, trying to get around the corner. Absurge still in a Cyclone. He has to run back to him, but if he does that, he runs back into Trill. He trinkets out, he hodges Trill, he gets instantly trinketed back. Trill going for the kill. Samayam in the meantime also taking a lot of damage from Peekaboo on the Demon Hunter. The move are trying to play their way back into the game, but they are so far behind. Sea-Doo has low mana. That is one of the saving graces here for the move. Bubble has rotated back up for Wiz. Darkness back up for Peekaboo. And that super scary moment, I feel like the move, and especially Absturge, have kind of powered through it.
Yeah, the move, I don't know. It's a miracle that they are still in this game, but they find themselves in an actual good position now. WizK, all of his cooldowns have rotated back up. I think Peekaboo is going to be the most vulnerable. Needs to be careful he doesn't overextend. He's just going for it, though. Going after Sam. Can they take him down? Sea-Doo's almost burned through all of his mana, but he does have the Emerald Communion if he needs it. WizK's got his wings up right now, putting out a huge hit of damage onto Sam, who is on the run. He's afraid. Bash onto Absurge. You're going after Peekaboo. Full Cyclone onto Absurge. Peekaboo just so low on health. He glimpses. Can he survive? What is he going to do? He pushes forward to continue the damage onto Sam. I'm trying to get him to play defensive, but he's got 1 second on Blur. Cyclone comes in. WizK's low. He's got the Divine Shield, Divine Protection as well. The move, they're going to keep making a push. They're going to make the trades. The hunt comes in. Can they possibly take down Sam?
Can they do it? Peekaboo doesn't pre-blur that kidney, and he's forced to trade out his trinket now. As a result, Wiz is taking a lot of damage here, but Samayam is the one I'm really worried about. He has a precognition, but he can't use it. Ducks into bear form, almost going down there. Heart of the Wild coming out for Samayam, goes for the Typhoon knock, gets a big frenzied region, and now they're turning the pressure onto Wiz. He's forced to bubble. Peekaboo's in a Cyclone with no trinket, no blur, and no nether walk. They could easily take down Peekaboo. They could also easily take down Wiz. Samayam is pulling Wiz into Narnia right now, and they might be able to take him down. Sea-Doo pushing in. He can easily get a sleepwalk out of that one. Absol actually looks like he's going to be on division return, but I think that's going to be it. The Bash connect, the Cyclone connect, and Team Liquid are 2-up in the finals.
Oh my goodness gracious. What a great start for Liquid. The beginning of the game, they got everything from WizK, everything from Peekaboo, everything from Absturge, and somehow the move they held on, absolute miraculous play at the end of it all, though Liquid, it does secure a kill. And I think a lot of that is just, I loved Samayam's positioning at the end of this game, just dragging as far away as possible, bringing WizK into the open, bringing Peekaboo into the open. Absurge was left behind with nowhere to really run and hide, and the CC just ended up being completely overwhelming.
I really feel like this map backfired super hard. Look where Wiz is right now. He's in no man's land. Like, sure, Absurge is sitting through crowd control, but still, it's for him to run out there, he's gonna get crowd control. Like, look, he's in the middle of the map to try to get to Wiz. He's kind of forced to do that because the map is so large. Here's another setup where, like, we're 2 minutes in, and this game was just so explosive, really. Sea-Doo almost going down here in the swap, but I gotta commend Sea-Doo as well in these situations. Most Prez evokers are gonna panic. They're gonna, trade out Communion. They're gonna trade out Rewind. Not Sea-Doo. He's keeping it for his team and just using his own personal cooldowns. The Spirit Link here. Peekaboo almost didn't get in there, and the game was just almost over here for Wiz. And meanwhile, Abster is just sitting through an Infinity Sea. Like, look at every single one of these clips. The clip starts, Wiz is a 1% HP, but then here they do get a lot of good pressure onto Sam, but that's where the positioning becomes really awkward. Every single time Sam is getting focused, he's just like, yeah, the red palette, come with me, yeah, all the way out here, thank you very much. Now Absturge is kidney shot in the middle of the map, and finding follow-up crowd control here is pretty easy, but this was a bit of a miscommunication there. They Cyclone and Sleepwalked Wiz, but doesn't matter. Samayam pushes in, gets the DR Bash, gets the full Cyclone, and in general, this was a Samayam game, 100%. We don't want to see him on the mage. He's doing perfect on the Moonkin. Just keep that up. Keep spamming those clones. Keep getting those precognitions, and things are going to look fantastic here for Liquid. Going to Tiger's Peak.
I have to sit here and shout out Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo is playing a phenomenal game. Look at his damage contributed to Peekaboo. He did more damage than Trill. He did more damage than Samayam. Like, he is pumping on that Preservation Evoker, and that's what makes Liquid such a threat. Not only can all three of them set up beautiful CC chains, but Sea-Doo is just, he has his timings down so well. It's one of the good things about Sea-Doo. They practice so much. Like, they put in a lot of preparation. You can see here the kind of the final moments. Trill doing a little bit more damage than CD, but still, you're seeing, pumping 520,000 damage, disintegrates, living flames, and I think it's just Sea-Doo has such a good understanding of the game. He knows when he can play aggressive. He knows when he can instantly top someone off. He knows when it's their setup and not to worry. And he's able to risk it and make these really great offensive plays.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why the Prez Evoker also really just suits his playstyle. Like, I feel like Absterge has a similar playstyle, but with the Shaman, it's not about raw damage numbers the way it is on the Evoker. It's much more about like getting people out of position, getting a good lightning lasso on somebody who's trying to push in and get crowd control on you, and kind of reversing it when he's out of position, stuff like that. But for Sido on the Evoker, it's just full Zug. But if you're zugging too hard, somebody's going to die because you're not healing enough. But Sido, he's got that balance down, and having a third DPS on your team during every single go is definitely very potent. But also, these things are happening. Ooh, the move are okay. They're locking in the Holy Priest mirror, so they're going for that root beam advantage here in this comp. So the move are mixing it up here in a big way. Gonna bring in Wiz on the Balanced Druid up against Sam, Peekaboo versus Trill, and Sturge versus Sidu on the Holy Priest. So they're gonna have the advantage here on the side of the move, compositionally at least, because Absterge is gonna be a gnome, and Sidu, he is a Drac tier, and they're tall.
This is going to be an interesting one. I feel like the move at this point, their plan has backfired. Like, I think they wanted to go with the cleave into this, and it just isn't working out. The games are looking kind of one-sided. Like, there's moments where the move are kind of coming back, but Liquid has a lot of control in these games. So they're going to go for the mirror match with a little bit of an edge. Like you said, having Absurge on that gnome is going to be allow him to get out of those root solar beams. This is something that Liquid has struggled with in the past, but seeing some of the tweets that Sidu put out, like, I feel like he's still relatively optimistic about this match. Like, he thinks they do have a shot in it. So it's not going to be completely one-sided. And I think if Liquid is playing as well as they are, like, they can definitely win this one. This is scary for the move.
Yeah, the move are definitely feeling the heat right now. Having such an insane performance yesterday, and then now Liquid are just dialed in right now. I feel like they need to do something. They're going to try the Holy Priest. They're going to try the mirror. In theory, it should work, but it all comes down to how much have they practiced, because you can lock in the best comps in theory, but if you haven't got the reps, it's not going to matter. Team Liquid, we've seen they have the reps. Their setups are crispy clean. They're always getting triple stun, sleepwalk, cyclone, bursting one guy down. So their setups, we know they're going to be clean. The move is going to have an easier time landing setups because of the root beams, but still, that's not a free ticket to winning this matchup. And also, I feel like with Mez in the wings, dropping 2 games early to Liquid,
that's the problem.
That is a big problem. Yeah. I'm worried about their blind lock. I'm really worried about the move's blind lock if they win this one.
Yeah, because you do that assassination rogue, like, just Liquid having this composition and then just a cleave to counter you is an absolute nightmare to deal with. So I bet Liquid's feeling very confident right now, but the move, we've seen them come back from worse situations. They had such an incredible performance yesterday. They can replicate that. They can definitely come back in the series, but it is not going to be easy. What a great final so far. I mean, these games have just been so close. Tiger's Peak going to be the battlefield for game number 3. And a lot of this matchup does come down to how much can they crowd control Sea-Doo. They want to make sure they're getting the root solar beams. It's just going to be about really, really clean setups. And the Outlaw Rogue, like, whenever, even just casting these games, the amount of crowd control that's going out, it's like, sometimes it's jarring. It's like everybody's cheap shot, everybody's kidney shot, everybody's cycloned. Like, there's a lot of crowd control that comes in, and it's just about who can execute that crowd control, find those burst moments just a little bit better is more often than not the team that does come out ahead.
Absolutely. It's going to be about getting those triple CC setups going. It's going to be about shutting them down as well, of course. And Wiz on the Moonkin, I feel like Wiz right now, he's been put in a pretty tough place here for the move. He has to be their Shadow Priest MVP. He has to be their Red Pala. He has to be their Moonkin. He's really trying his absolute hardest here to grab a win here for the move. Absurge going to be bringing in the Holy Priest, which he has been looking great on as well. So I definitely don't want to count the move out here. I think they can definitely get a win here, but it is still a tall order. But don't worry, we are not on match point yet. This is a best of 7, which means one of these teams has to win 4 games. Team Liquid right now looking for their third. The move looking to deny. Tiger's Peak will be the battlefield. Mirror with a little bit of a twist. Who is going to take it? The move versus Team Liquid, game number 3.
Yeah, Liquid is hot right now. They had to win 2 series already today. Incredibly close games. They're up 2-0 in the finals. They definitely have the momentum going into this third game. The move is going to have to kind of find their footing here. Trill does manage to find a sap onto Absurge. WizKay and Trill right on top of each other, though, as everyone's kind of just in stealth. It's just Absurge versus Sea-Doo in a 1 versus 1. Both balanced druids, both rogues, sitting in stealth. And Sea-Doo's not going to commit to using his cloak, so his nullifying shroud isn't going to be used just yet, as Absurge would obviously just dispel it. So he's going to have to wait. And yeah, it's a bit of a 1v1 right now between Absurge and Sea-Doo.
But I think Peekaboo, he almost ran into Sam earlier. I think he spotted him for a split second. And we'll see. Right now, it's both the rogue and the druid of each team are like moving perfectly away from each other on one side each. But they are moving together as well. And there used to be a logic behind this when you play double stealth comps that if, for example, Sam gets sapped, Peekaboo's going to be on global, and then maybe Trill can find him and sap him back. So that's the mind game. Or if Trill gets opened on, Sam can maybe open on the enemy rogue. But I don't think there's too much going on of that. That's more classic mind games. But Peekaboo not able to find him. Trill almost. Oh, I think he spotted him there. How did he not see him? He was literally on top of him. But the eyes are going to spawn right now. The eyes, who is going to take it? Sam takes one of the eyes. Sturge takes the other. And he's in angel form already. I feel like that is a bit of a misplay from Absturge. That is very premature here. But the opener is going to commence. They get the root solar beam onto Sea-Doo. Absturge already forced to leave the Spirit of the Redeemer. And now he gets met with a kidney shot. Full blind onto Trill. And they find follow-up onto Absturge. He's ducking around the corner. Doing a good job. Nice quell there by Sea-Doo onto Wiz. They're swapping to Sea-Doo. Big damage here with the incarnation from Wiz, but he gets Cyclone. Cyclones immediately onto Wiz there. I think he trinketed out of it though. Sea-Doo still able to just tank that out with the Obsidian Scale and the Renewing Blaze. They don't get the trinket. They don't get anything. And now Wiz is in huge trouble. Sam looking for the Cyclone. Finds it onto Absturge. Wiz already in shambles here. Having to duck into bear form there. Trading out a little bit of cooldowns from Absturge with that Guardian Angel.
Yeah, Absurge has no trinket. He doesn't really have many cooldowns left. If Liquid can find a good setup, they might be able to take down WizKay. No trinket, no bar skin available. Cyclone here onto Peekaboo, and WizKay is on the run. Liquid is playing these games just so much more aggressively than the move. They're just keeping them on the back foot, which is something you really don't expect. Normally it's the move. They're the ones playing aggressive. It's the move keeping their opponents guessing, but it's opposite in this particular series. Once again, WizKay under fire. Full sleepwalk here onto Absturge. Kidney shot on Peekaboo. Liquid once again mixing it up, but WizKay denies just a little bit, finding that Cyclone on Sam, finding that Cyclone on Trill, and slowing down the offense of Liquid just a little bit. Now making a big setup here onto Sea-Doo. Can they get his trinket? Peekaboo's going for it. Cheap shot into kidney shot, but unfortunately, Sam is there to back him up, and Sea-Doo doesn't have to really use anything.
Yeah, another setup onto Sea-Doo where he doesn't have to use anything. He's going to have his Obsidian Scales rotated back up in 15 as well. So Sea-Doo definitely not going to be a great target for the move. And instead, it is going to be Liquid looking for the opening here. They get a fear onto Trill, though. Sea-Doo now in a kidney shot. The move trying to fear Trill and go after Sea-Doo. But again, they don't really get too much out of it. Now Sea-Doo looking for the sleepwalk out of the gouge, and he finds it. Wiz in a lot of trouble. There's the cheap shots coming out from Trill. Tricks of the trade as well onto Sam. Huge damage. It might just be it. Full bash onto Absturge, but he does get the Guardian. The Lightwell, no, Wiz is lining it, but it manages to top him as that Lightwell doesn't heal through pillars. Needs to be very careful about that. But now another swap here onto Peekaboo. WizKay hitting through a Cyclone, and Sea-Doo is there as well, adding in a lot of damage to the mix. That's going to be Wiz Heart of the Wild, and I feel like Team Liquid are just owning right now.
Yeah, they are looking really good. WizKay is low, but they're striking back. Sam in some trouble. No crowd control on Sea-Doo, though. That nullifying shroud is just going to keep him free from crowd control and allow Liquid to remain aggressive in the match. But Sea-Doo's struggling to heal right now. Sam taking a lot of pressure here from Wiz and Peekaboo. Full gouge finally lands into a full kidney shot. WizKay, can he land the Cyclone? No, I don't think so. But they just decided to go after Sea-Doo to get the Obsidian Scale. So some defensive cooldown is going to be rotating out here for Sea-Doo, but it looks like Liquid will stabilize, and now they're making a setup. Full stun on Absturge. They're going after the Priest. Can they take him down? The Solar Beam's there. Do they have the damage? They almost 100 home. I can't believe it. Absturge stays alive. Doesn't have to trade out the Void Shift. That was such a close call.
Absterge just on 1% HP when he came out of that beam, but he does manage to stabilize himself. He's got that Apotheosis, but he gets Cyclone on it, and now Wiz could be in trouble. Cheap shots coming out onto Peekaboo. They're actually swapping to Peekaboo in a smoke bomb. How are they going to deal with this Sam-I-Am? Getting a fake cast there, I believe, as well on the Solar Beam, but he does get Cyclone, and he's not going to be able to find the Cyclone onto Absterge, and that means Peekaboo will recover, but Team Liquid really mixing it up here, going back and forth between the Moonkin and the Rogue and the Healer, but Sam-I-Am right now in a lot of trouble. Sidu sitting through that bash, going to get any follow-up out of that bash. It doesn't look like it. Sam-I-Am gets kicked, and they do find the Cyclone there onto Sidu. He's forced to trade out his Trinket. Finally, the move are getting some big cooldowns for themselves. Peekaboo now sitting through a Cyclone, but the damage is already done. But here comes Team Liquid, full Sleepwalk onto Absterge. WizK in bear form, preemptively tanking this one out. He's going to get Cyclone. They want to go after Peekaboo now, but it's going to be Peekaboo actually who strikes first with the cheap shot onto Trill. There's a kidney shot now on to Sam-I-Am as Sidu is just free healing in the back. It's not going to be too much. I think actually I saw a blind there. Some kind of crowd control broke on Sidu. Maybe it was a gouge, but either way, he's going to be completely fine, and it's going to be Wiz and Peekaboo and the rest of the move on the back foot. Absterge shooting through a blind into a cheap shot. Can they find anything else? They get a quell onto WizK. Peekaboo is just on 10%. Wiz is on 10%. Sturge, what are you going to do? He gets the Guardian onto Wiz, but Peekaboo still with no Cloak of Shadows, with no evasion or vanish. Could be a very spicy target. They kidney shot Sidu. They cheap shot Sam. They go after Sidu. Emerald Communion trades for Sidu, and now I am so scared for the move, Ben.
I'm scared for both of these teams at this point. 31% dampening. It is ramping up. This is the incarnation for WizK. Sam-I-Am falling behind, and Sidu needs to play catch-up. Does manage to top off his team. Double stuns coming in. Cyclone on Absterge. Peekaboo's in a lot of trouble. He's got the vanish. He needs to get out of the stuns. He trades it immediately. WizK trades out the Bark Skin. The move using every defensive cooldown that they have, and now they're turning around the pressure onto Sam, but he gets Cycloned. Great job there by WizK. They're turning the pressure onto Trill. Both teams mixing it up, going after all three targets, keeping them guessing, landing the crowd controls. Peekaboo gets disarmed as he tries to continue this push onto Sam, but doesn't look like he's feeling too confident to do it. Liquid's going to be playing defense here a little bit. Sidu holds on for his Nullifying Shroud, trades that out, and now I think it's going to be Liquid looking for an offensive move.
Yeah, and that was also the root solar beam there for Wiz, so another 20 seconds before that's going to be available. Sidu can play with confidence right now. Trill, actually Cloak of Shadows, gets kidney shot on it by Peekaboo, into a cheap shot onto Sam-I-Am. Peekaboo trying to strike first here, but he gets caught up by the Sleepwalk. Trill stuck in a Cyclone, stuck in a Fear, stuck in a Chastise, stuck in all the CC in the world, but here comes the kidney shot. Sidu's in a blind, Sam-I-Am is low, but at the same time, Peekaboo is in that kidney shot into a cheap shot. Trill trying to go for the kill, but Absterge ducks into Angel form. Looked like Trill actually blinded there, but wasn't able to connect it to his target, and now as a result the move are going to be completely fine, and Peekaboo actually looking for another setup onto Sidu. Don't think they have the damage just yet. It's rolling in a little bit late. Do they have a restun? They do, and I think it's not going to be enough though. Sidu is going to be able to tank that out. He has a rewind available as well as the Renewing Blaze, and he's going to trade out the Renewing Blaze and top himself.
Ooh, Peekaboo low on health. He's got the Cloak of Shadows. He wants to go after Sam-I-Am. The Cyclone lands into a Fear. Nice crowd control by the move. It's going to be Barkskin on Sam. At the same time, Peekaboo is low health in his Cyclone, but he has cooldowns to trade. I think Peekaboo should be completely fine. Stuns coming out. Trill looking to set up the team. Do they have a follow-up? It's a full Cyclone on WizK. They're going after Peekaboo. Needs to not play too greedy here. Straight out the Cloak of Shadows if he needs to, opting not to, and now they're making a setup on the Rogue. Trill's under fire all of a sudden. Sidu's really struggling here. Both Rogues in trouble. The stun goes out onto Peekaboo. He's got Trinket. He pre-evasions. Unfortunately, that's not going to do much when he's in a cheap shot. The move, they smell blood in the water. They want to go for a win. Absterge is almost completely tapped on mana. They need to win right here, right now. Can they do it? The move looking to put a point on the board. The rescue comes in from Sidu as well as the rewind, but Peekaboo is just all over him. The damage is overwhelming. Sam is just camping it out in bear, praying that Sidu can keep him alive. A big Spirit Bloom comes in. Liquid recovers, and let's see if they can reverse the pressure. Absterge has no gas left. There's no mana here, Zico.
Yeah, 25 long seconds for that Spirit of the Redeemer as well. Sam-I-Am kiting it out beautifully in bear form while Sidu is sitting in those crowd controls. Trill is going to be the target. Defensive blind coming out onto Peekaboo as they make a swap onto Wiz. Can they find a follow-up Cyclone onto Peekaboo as well? Take him out of the game a little bit longer. They could even swap him. They disarm Trill, and they are looking for Sam-I-Am on the side of the move. They get the kidney shot onto Sam, and here comes the Trill. Beautiful kidney. Smoke bomb coming out. Absterge is there to deflect it, though, with the Guardian. Peekaboo trades out the Cloak of Shadows. He gets gouged on it, and now here comes Team Liquid. What are you going to do, Absterge? As soon as that Spirit of the Redeemer fades, I don't know how VOIDGG is going to survive. Look at Sidu spamming the damage. Living Flame, disintegrate. The beam comes out onto Sturgy. He's got no healing left. He has a Void Shift, and that is it. Kidney Shot coming out onto Sidu into a full Cyclone, but they are trying to get a drink with this. Nicely done. Getting a little bit of mana at least, and Wiz has a little bit left in the tank to work with, but Sam I Am could just go down right now.
They're gonna do
it! They're going for it! They kill him! VOIDGG is gonna be able to survive as well. He still has Heart of the Wild. There's no way he dies here, and the move against all odds. They get the tiniest little drink there. They find the setup, and they make it happen. They are locked in. 2-1 now for Team Liquid in this series.
Oh, what's going to happen here? Looks like Trill will fall, and the move, they do it like you said. Look at VOIDGG's damage. I mean, it was just... Oh, no way. Are they actually going to do this? Hold on. Trill's done it before in the past. He's got no cooldowns. It's very unlikely they're going to pull this off. And it looks like Trill will fall, but Liquid is not a team to give up. They're willing to try to go the distance. I was saying, VOIDGG, look at his damage. He put out a crazy amount of pressure on that balancer. The move, to me, felt like they were on the back foot for a lot of the game, but they were able to recover, and they managed to find that counter pressure and eventually secure that win. Things were not looking good. Absterge went into the Spirit of the Redeemer at the end of the game. I mean, we're going to see it here in the replay. It's just close call after close call. This is much earlier on in the match when you can see Absterge. His mana bar is still looking healthy, Zico.
Yeah, this was centuries ago, and Absterge still had mana left in the tank. But yeah, there was some good setups here to get the bash onto Sidu. This was a close call on kind of both druids, but Sam I Am definitely feeling it in this exchange, and they do manage to survive that one. And here comes that crazy moment in the end. Trill drops a smoke bomb onto Peekaboo. Absterge ducks in, goes for the Guardian Spirit, and at this point, Absterge ducks into Angel form. And look at his mana. He's got no mana. He has free healing when he's in this form, but as soon as he comes out of here, he has a Void Shift, and that is it. So they really need to make their health pools count here. They get a nice beam onto Sam I Am. This case still dangerously low on HP, and Absterge just has complete confidence in that light well to keep his team alive. As soon as that Kidney Shot comes out, Absterge comes in, drops a Shadow Fiend, and starts adding in the damage, and they're able to take Sam I Am down. Sidu with no Emerald Communion. No, actually he has Emerald Communion. Oh, that was a late Emerald Communion by Sidu. That was a really late Communion, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the game comes down to just these little decisions, maybe making a little bit of a mistake, but the move going to be happy to put a point on the board, but they are in a tough spot. Liquid, they have lots of opportunities here to go for a counter comp. However, I feel like this composition that the move is bringing, it's well-rounded, right? Like, I don't think there's anything that's just going to completely destroy them, and I think that was a really impressive game. We're going to Dalaran Sewers. So what do you think Liquid's setting up for here? We're going to Dalaran Sewers. This is one of the smallest maps in the game. I think they might want to cleave.
I think there might be somebody by the name of Lord Mez who could be making an appearance here. And this is where because I've been talking about it, best case scenario, right? The move, they manage to clutch it out. They get the dub, and then they're going to have to blind lock something into Liquid. I don't know if I blind lock Moonkin Rogue here. I feel like you blind lock Moonkin Rogue, it's Dalaran Sewers, you're going to go up against Mez, and I feel like that could be a very scary situation. Pick your poison. Do you want to play RPS into Moonkin Rogue? Or do you want to play Moonkin again with their Rogue into DK, I guess, is what they're gonna run, or maybe Asa Rogue DK. I don't know. They have a lot of scary comps on Team Liquid, like a lot of scary cleaves that they have the air fryer cleave, you know, that's basically made to eat up these boomkins.
I really don't know. They only have a few short seconds left to pick it here. It's going to be a long road. Let's see what they decide to do. Are they going with the balanced druid? Once again, they are. So lock in the same composition. I think they have to. I think if I was in the Moose position, I would do the exact same thing. You just have to kind of feel this out. Because to me, if they want to come back in the series, they're going to have to win a matchup with this. Like, there's just no way. So you might as well get it out of the way early on, see how it does feel, and whatever alleged counter that Liquid has. But I do think we're seeing Mez here.
I think right now they are sounding the horns down like in the Ice Crown Citadel, and they are making a call for Mez. They're lighting up like the Lich King symbol in the sky, and I think Lord Mez is going to be taking a summon here. I don't know. They have Hook Point as well. I'm curious why they didn't go to Hook Point on the side. Have we played Hook Point? No, we played Asherman's. Yeah, we've only played like the large. Yeah, it's only been the big map, so we still have Hook Point as well. Maybe they're saving it for later in the series. Maybe they don't feel too pressured just yet. The move getting their very first win in this finals. Team Liquid are going to be taking their sweet time here as well to decide what to lock in.
There he is.
There it is, the Asa Rogue DK. Yeah.
As man, we've been waiting to see him for such a long time, and he finally gets his opportunity. Unholy Decay gets a little bit of buffs, and they have this composition that is really threatening. I mean, this basically just eats Balance Druid alive, and one of the reasons for it, I mean, we've kind of talked about it a little bit today, but just think about it. If you're WizK, this is what you have to deal with, okay? You got to deal with Garrotes, multiple Garrotes coming in from Trill. You have to deal with Kidney Shot. You have to deal with Kick. You have to deal with Gouge. You have to deal with Mind Freeze. You have to deal with Death Grip. You have to deal with Anti-Magic Shell. And then if you happen to get through all of that, you know what Mez does? If you have a precog, he puts a Dark Simulacrum on you. So if you do cast a Cyclone, he's just going to yoink it and then Cyclone your healer. So there's a lot that Liquid can do. And I feel like for WizK, it is a very difficult spot to be in on that Balance Druid. Especially because such a big part of Balance Druid's defense is their high armor. And guess what doesn't care about armor? Bleeds and magic damage. And that's exactly what Liquid has.
Yeah, there's just a lot of things that are not going to be going WizK's way. Tons of micro CC, tons of stuns, grips. That's one of the worst things about DK. Like you fake cast a DK and then he like pet stuns you and then he grips you and he blinds you and you get a bomb.
I didn't even mention the pet. Yeah, that's like the third.
Yeah. There's a lot. There's definitely a lot. All right, and this is the Magic Snowball tech. Your spells and abilities have a chance to pelt your target with a magic snowball, causing enemies to take frost damage or allies to receive healing. So this is obviously some of the tech that we have seen kind of creep up. I think actually Team Liquid was the first team to run the snowball tech in these tournaments. And then I think a lot of rogues, ironically, are copying Trill.
It happens. It's got to be someone that does it first, and Liquid is normally that team, honestly. They're one of those teams that's willing to sit down on the tournament realm, experiment. I mean, Trill is no stranger to that, you know, doing the Race to World first and the Mythic Dungeon Invitational. Like, he's willing to just figure out every little min-max he can in order to squeeze out as much damage as possible. And it's big. Liquid is just, they're that team. They've got everything. They're the full package deal, right? Like, they have so much experience together. You know, they have the PvE experience of Trill, all the arena experience for years. It's a really difficult thing to beat them when they're locked in and they try as hard as they do. Yeah, and I don't know. They're gonna have to do something here. They're gonna need to do something. There is so much on the line. $70,000 first place, $40,000 second place. It's a pretty big chunk of money just for winning this series. What is that, a 30K swing for whatever team comes out on top here? Just a lot of money to be playing for. So both of these teams are going to be taking their time, making sure that everything is ready to go here for the game. We got the move striking back after Team Liquid taking a 2-0 lead. Now the move are looking for the equalizer. This is a very important swing match. The most important of the entire year. Their entire year, entire everything is coming down to these games here in the finals. Can the move bring it back, or is Team Liquid's cleave going to absolutely destroy WizK? A blind coming out early onto Sidu as Mez sets up the counter blinding sleets. Trill as well with a blind onto Abster, so the whole map is just blinded right now. But finally, everybody comes out of CC. Fear coming out into Kidney Shot onto Sidu. The slappy hands are out for Mez as he looks to start the pressure onto WizK. And both priests just going to be sitting in their Spirit of the Redeemer, just spamming flash heals, staying ahead of the damage. But as soon as that's gone, as soon as the priests are susceptible to crowd control, this is when the game is going to get crazy. Stun on Absturge. Mez and Trill are rotting down right now, but I think it's going to be WizK in danger. Trades out the bark skin, trades out his trinket, doing everything he can to stay alive and just keep himself in the fight and allow them to get some momentum in the match. A full fear on Sea-Doo into a Cyclone. Nicely done there by the move. And they're actually starting to get some pressure rolling here onto Mez. The anti-magic shell. He's got no anti-magic zone. Can they do it? The full kidney shot lands, though, and this is where the pressure starts really ramping up for Liquid.
Yeah, WizK, what are you going to do right now? He's feeling the heat. He's got no bark skin. A Guardian Angel coming out there from Absturge as he does manage to... Actually, he gets feared by Sea-Doo, so not really managing to keep WizK alive just yet. He's not out of the woods. Ducks down to the bottom half of the map, still at 50% HP. Oh, no, he fails to jump back up. WizK is in so much trouble here. He's out of line for Absturge. He's going to get gripped back. Absturge running in to save his teammate. Gets a double fear as well. Actually kind of good that he failed that jump because now all of a sudden the move are getting a little bit of pressure, but still it's going to be Sea-Doo recovering his team. Peekaboo sitting through a cheap shot. WizK trying to survive the assault here from Mez and Trill. Mez actually popping the Icebound Fortitude right now, getting very aggressive over onto WizK. There's the kidney shot. Here comes the apocalypse. Here comes the damage. Trill gets defensively blinded by Pika, but is it going to be enough? Absturge forced straight out the Void Shift. He gets met by the Garroth into a full cheap shot. Absturge has no trinket, but Trill gets couch. He trinkets out for another cheap shot. A very aggressive trinket there, honestly, onto Absturge. Sure getting a little bit too excited there, but they are going to be able to get that trinket. They are going to be able to continue the pressure. WizK dropping very, very low. Absturge with nothing left. Still a long time left on that Spirit of the Redeemer. He's trying to reset some of his cooldowns. Gets a flash heal off. He has the Guardian Spirit. Might have to pop it immediately as it comes off cooldown, and Wiz is going to be able to stay alive, but for how long? That Spirit of the Redeemer is available for Absturge, but he's stuck in a blind. Can they continue to chain and get the gouge out of it as well? Wiz on 1% HP, and that is it. Good night for the move. Team Liquid are now up 3-1. The move on match point.
Liquid is completely dialed in, and they have a lot of wiggle room in this matchup. They're up 3-1 right now. They got the compositions to do so. What is the move going to do? But we can unpack this game. And honestly, at the beginning of the game, the move was looking good. When WizK has his Incarnation up and all his defensive cooldowns, it seems like they can exchange blows. But as the game goes on and WizK runs out of those cooldowns, it just seems like Liquid slowly but surely pulls out ahead. The Assassination Rogue with the Unholy DK just doing a crazy amount of damage. And Liquid is dialed in with their setups, and we're seeing really cheeky plays where Mez will grip Absurge in, and then he'll get chastised into a fear. So just like really closing that distance, not allow Absurge to play at range, and I think Mez is having a really good show.
Yeah, I mean, Lord Mez has just never looked better. I mean, this kidney shot, it's so dirty. I mean, Absurge, he trinkets out, he gets the Void Shift, he gets Garrett, he gets swapped too, and then they get right back onto target. Lord Mez, he knows when the kill is coming, and he's got the Abon Limb ready to go. He's got Anti-Magic Zone rotating back up as well, and these are all cooldowns that DKs like to use to kind of stay on target. You just want to pop them and just stay in the fight. Anytime a DK has to leave and go to the pillar, that's when things can get problematic. And then of course they get the blind, they get the gouge. Mez is there just doing work. I think he had a power infusion there as well. Yeah, Sea-Doo hits him up with the power infusion during that attempt as well. So Mez, he's gonna have, you know, just insane fast globals, insane damage output with that buff. So really solid stuff from Team Liquid, and this is kind of what I'm afraid of, right? For the move, I feel like you don't have too many great options on the blind, and that is because Team Liquid, they seem to have so many meta comps right now. They know how to play the Boomkin, and they know how to play against the Boomkin. And I really feel like that's the most important thing so far this weekend.
They're just a team that's willing to put in the work, and it's paying off for them here in the finals. They're one away from winning. I mean, Liquid, they're looking unstoppable here. What are they going to do? Look at the end of this one. Look at how much damage Mez was able to contribute to this kill. We're going to Imperial Domain, and Liquid locks in their patented Boomkin Outlaw Evoker. And the move, they have no options. This is exactly what they need to do, but it was close. Let's be honest, it was still close between these two teams with these comps.
It was extremely close. It was like 57% dampening or something, and Liquid, they had the cooldowns to trade still. Got caught a little bit off guard when dampening gets that high. Can be kind of hard to keep track of everything. And they did fall, but they could definitely close it out right now, 4-1, or the move is going to have a tall order ahead of them. Because if the move wins, we're probably going to hook point. And on hook point, facing that same thing, I don't know. Like, I feel like the move, they're going to just need to focus on this game right now, get the win here, make it look a little bit cleaner than their other game that they won, and then take it from there and just full send RPS. I think that that's probably the best line of playing now, because I don't know if I want to see Wiz on the Moonkin into that DK assassination again. We have seen Team Liquid take out just all the Moonkins in the tournament. They've really been just frying chicken this whole weekend and serving some as well.
Yeah, it's got to feel good. Liquid utilizing all 4 members. The move right now, they're 1 away from being eliminated in 2nd place. They have to win this with Peekaboo on the Rogue, WizK on the Druid, and Absurge on the Holy Priest. Close calls, going to Empyrean Domain, a nice large map. This is going to be the selection of the move. This is exactly the composition that they wanted. This is the map that they wanted. They just have to execute. What do you think the big difference is in this matchup? Like, what do you think is going to allow the move to actually win? What can they clean up? Because I know they did win on Tiger's Peak, but is there anything you think that they could have done better?
I don't know how much I like the Sea-Doo swaps, to be honest. I feel like that's the one thing. I feel like they try to go after Sea-Doo a lot, and I don't think it's a bad idea in of itself to, test the waters a little bit, see what happens. But I feel like all of those setups, they never got like an Emerald Communion out of it. They never got like Sea-Doo's Trinket because it was super scary into like a rewind. There was never a moment where we allocated all of this, resources to trying to take down Sea-Doo. And I just felt like it never paid off. Sea-Doo was just on the ball every single time, ready with the Renewing Blaze, ready with the pre-Obsidian scales and things like that. So I feel like Sea-Doo, he's not been a great target. I think instead, try to just work on the setups onto Trill and Sam, focus on that, and if you're going for a healer swap, I want it to be one of those situations where Sea-Doo has no Trinket, he has no Emerald Communion, and you have Incar. If you have a situation like that, by all means, go for it. But unless a situation like that presents itself, or if Sea-Doo is already like low from like rot pressure or something, and you swap him when he's already low, situations like that, it has to be an extraordinary circumstance for the moves Sea-Doo goes to work out for them. That's what I feel. And they're going to need to make it count right now. Let's see if anybody will slip up. The pressure is on. This is it. The last tournament of Dragonflight. Whoever wins this will be the Dragonflight champion. And right now, Team Liquid are on match point against the move. Just need to win one more to win all of the money and the titles.
It's been a long day for Liquid, but they are looking good. Stun on Trill early on. Absurge trying to shut down their opener. WizKid gets a full Cyclone here onto Sam. Root Solar Beam on Sea-Doo. This is the scary moment. Sam I am in a Cyclone. Who are they going after? Just nobody's really taking damage. They didn't accomplish too much in that Root Solar Beam. Sam I am taking a little bit of pressure, but Sea-Doo easily stabilizes his health. Now full Cyclone on Absurge. Sam I am sneaks in the crowd control. WizKid just going to bash up Sam I am and run away. He could be doing what he can to peel the situation, but both members of the move are rotting down. Absurge in the Spirit of the Redeemer can go for the Divine Hymn, and this will be an opportunity for him to top the team. I think he should easily keep them alive, but the crowd control is going to start landing. Absurge gets put into the gouge. I think he actually deathed that one. Really nicely done there by Absurge, avoiding that gouge, and now the move is looking to strike back with this blind.
Yeah, the move, looking for follow-up CC, gets the cheap shot onto Sea-Doo, but I don't think they have too much to go after that. Maybe a gouge from Peekaboo, looks for it, can't find it onto Sea-Doo, and they're actually just trying to swap to Sea-Doo here, just trying to tax his mana maybe a little bit, but not really going to net themselves any cooldowns from that. Sea-Doo going for the Sleepwalk onto Absurge. Wiz is already in bear form, realizing the danger that he's in. Sam I am actually get met with a kidney shot. Double Fear coming out onto Team Liquid. It's a good situation, 3 versus 1 crowd control. Sam I am surely is going to have to pop something. He pops the Bark Skin, and Sea-Doo comes out of the Fear, manages to give him a nice Verdant Embrace as well, keeping Sam nice and healthy. Still early on in the match, Wiz is in a kidney shot, Absurge is in a cheap shot, but they're not able to find a Sleepwalk there onto Sturge. A Trinket, actually something. They did get, I think it's maybe a Cyclone. Yeah, they got a Cyclone, and he did Trinket that. So another great push here for Team Liquid, nets them another big cooldown, and I feel like they're working through these cooldowns, and the big saving grace for the move has got to be these Root Solar Beams. They need to connect a Root Solar Beam onto Sea-Doo and find pressure.
Yeah, big Dream Breath there on Sam I am. Trill low on health. Liquid's looking to get a setup here, but a Double Fear from Absurge shuts it down a little bit. Full kidney shot on Sea-Doo. They're going after Sam. Actually, no. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication. They do find the full Cyclone on Sea-Doo. Couldn't they get his trinket? Sam in some trouble here. He's getting low on health. Needs to be careful. Sea2 greeds it. Doesn't use this trinket, but Sam is still just barely holding on. He has to play catch-up. Rescue comes in. He's in bear form. Heart of the Wild. Sam holds on, but that was a very close call. Good push there by the move.
Yeah, Root Beam connects onto C2, and that's going to be the Emerald Communion as well. Beautiful chain coming out here from the move. They get the CC, they get the Cyclone, and they get the Root Solar Beam. But now the swap onto Absterge. It looks like C2 wants to do it, but it doesn't look like Sam and Trill were on the same page here. But C2 might just solo him. Absterge dropping very low there, but will recover. I think he actually did use his Desperate Prayer in that exchange, so he's going to be fine. But Sam now taking massive damage. There's a full fear, there's a full bash. And
there's a
gouge! Gets into a full Cyclone! How is he going to be able to stay alive here? The rewind is available and used actually, but Sam is Cyclone. C2 gets Shadow Step kicked. 0.1 by Peekaboo. The Boy Wonder pushing for the move. They want to get this win. They're not done with the season just yet. They want to stay in this final. The move looking to pound back, and they are getting a lot of cooldowns there. Emerald Communion out of the way. C2 with no trinket rewind, and guess what? Wiz has Incarn in 50 seconds. They could definitely get a KO with that.
Backs against the wall. The move strikes back, but Liquid going for the win. WizK getting low. No trinket available. Absterge is forced to make the trade, and they are just swarming right now. And it looks like Liquid is going to play a little bit defensive here, but that was a really, really close call. Let's see what the move is going to be able to do. They need to try to find pressure, but Liquid is not giving them any opportunities. Absterge, I don't know if he was trying to sit down for a drink, but his mana is not too bad. It goes into the gouge. WizK still a little bit low on health. Peekaboo getting swapped to. He has his trinket if he needs it. Vanish coming up in just a few short seconds. All back and forth between these two teams, just nailing their crowd controls, and there's so much on the line here.
Yeah, and WizK still feeling the pressure as Absterge is sitting through crowd control. Absterge kind of stuck in that Root Solar Beam. Doesn't want to use his Escape Artist as it was overlapped with a Kidney Shot, but he is going to come out, and here comes the setup onto Sam. Sam actually trinketing out there, or actually no, they was just a DR stun onto Sam, but he does get a precognition, and C2 avoiding some crowd control there with the Deep Breath, or at least trying to. Sam now still at 50% HP. C2 has a lot of work ahead of him, manages to keep himself up though with the Obsidian Scale and Removing Blades, but Sam is so low. Full gouge onto C2. How is Sam going to stay alive here? Cheap shot to follow up with the gouge. Can they get the Cyclone? Whiskey's going for it. He gets precognition, but it's going to be onto Trill because C2 ducks away, and C2 manages to recover Sam yet again in another scary situation. C2 has his trinket, but no rewind, no big heal to kind of combo with it, and he has Emerald Communion coming up in 35 seconds, so that window for the move to kind of close out the match is definitely getting slimmer and slimmer.
Yeah, Cyclone coming in from Sam but doesn't look like it's going to land. Full kidney shot here onto WizK. Liquid trying to end this game. A full stun into a full Cyclone on Absterge. WizK is getting low. He uses the Bark Skin. He's in Bear. I think he's going to be able to survive. And Absterge actually trades as well. He just trades out his trinket. Spirit of the Redeemer comes in. And once again, Sam and C2 are just going to run away. This hit and run strategy from Liquid is working out nicely. They get their crowd control. And then immediately C2 and Sam just run away. And they're just soloing Peekaboo. They actually force out the Cloak of Shadows. Big setup here. C2 getting incredibly low. Might just go down. The move is trying to battle it back. They get the Emerald Communion out of the way. A great push there by the move. And they keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, and these Root Solar Beams are absolutely devastating for C2. He's now caught up in the full fear. Sam, what are you going to do?
Fire!
Cheap shots are coming in. Holy fire. The rescue comes out. C2's in a blind. Sam gets the clone onto Peekaboo. C2 comes out of the blind and still gets met with a gouge. Abster's loading up a mind control right now onto C2. Full kidney shot connects. Full holy fire. There's the damage. And the move, ladies and gentlemen, are taking us to game number 6 against Team Liquid. The CC chain is endless. The pressure is endless, and they are dialed in. WizK's damage is endless. If you look at details, why is this guy tripling everyone's damage every class he plays? Somebody check him, PC.
The move, they are battling it back, and this is exactly the finals you want to see. Beautifully done.
Yeah.
Here comes the meme. Yeah, WizK, I don't know what it is about this guy. He's on Rep Paladin, he's on Shadow Priest, he's on Balance Druid. He's just doing 50% more damage than anyone else. It's insane to see.
Perfect title for that clip. WizK is the GOAT on every class he plays. And I mean, we haven't really seen him too much on the Moonkin. It's been more about his Shadow Priest. It's been a little bit more about his Ret Paladin. But Wiz, he's just got that deep champ pool. He knows how to do damage. And this swap on the C2 was disgusting. They get the Root Beam on top of it with a stun. C2 trinkets, and he drops the Emerald Communion. So here, C2 goes from having every cooldown to having nothing. And now here comes Absturch. He gets a full fear. They go after Sam I Am. He's in a cheap shot. He pre-bears. He bark skins. Plays it out well defensively. He should be able to survive with that. They give Sidu a little blind there. They continue the chain onto Sam I Am. He runs away. They get the Cyclone onto Peekaboo. Sam I Am keeps running. They get the gouge onto Sidu. And this whole time Sidu's just trying to play the game. And he can't. Kidney shot out of the gouge. Then Holy Fires. Big Dam comes in. And even Absturch is standing there on top of Sidu. He's like, oh yeah, you remember how you've been spamming Sleepwalk on me? Well, how about this? How about I spam some mind controls right now on my priest? And he gives Sidu a little bit of his own medicine there. And the move, looking solid. Honestly, I feel like, again, you know, I'm a little bit worried about their blind pick. But let's just cherish the moment here for a second, because I feel like if the move led with this could have been a completely different series. Both of these teams really showing how versatile they are, how good they are, and every player is really digging deep into his pockets to try to find ways for the team to win.
Whew. I mean, what a close game this was. Sam I Am in the end of this replay just having to play so defensive, and the crowd control from the move is looking good. They are not going to give up. They battle it back. And they are still with their backs against the wall. It is Liquid's match point, but this is certainly a good position for the move to be in. But now it's going to be Liquid's map pick. It's going to be Liquid's composition pick. And what is the move going to do? Yeah, like any ideas? What are they going to do? Yeah, like part of me feels
Personally,
like I feel like they're going to put Surge on Shaman. I don't know why. But that maybe that's crazy. Like Shaman. Yeah. Chaos.
Am I seeing this right? Nokudon Proving Grounds. We're going to the Proving Grounds for a potential last game of the expansion?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It could be a final, you know, a fitting final game. fitting final game for
Battleground.
Dragonflight, yeah. This map does not get picked very often. Like, what do you think the thought process is?
I think, yeah, actually, that's a good question. I don't know what the thought process is here. I mean, we're probably going to get corrected by production, but I'm pretty sure this is the second time ever that we see this locked in on, like in a tournament on broadcast. So this is not something that teams opt in for. We'll get some confirmation on that. But yeah, I mean, the only thing I can say about Nokudon Proving Grounds is that I like playing here on my mage, and I hate healing on this map, especially healing melees. I hate being Sidu on this map right now. Like, it's the worst thing. I can never heal anybody, you know?
Well, there's lots of so I think what might be going on here is this map has a ton of really cheeky line of sight points, like really annoying line of sight points. The reason why you hate healing on it, I think, is because your team is getting dragged around. And I kind of wonder if that's something that Liquid's going to try to play into. Like, Ez is a master of finding those death grips and just getting them out of line of sight. So maybe he's just trying to play a map that has as many line of sight points as possible. Just going to be gripping, you know, WizK behind the pillar into a stun, into a smoke bomb. I think that might be the idea here.
Yeah, so in Season 3 and Season 4, this is the second time we see this map locked in. So we did see it in Season 1 and 2, but in Season 3 and 4, this is the second lock-in. And you're absolutely right. There's a lot of kind of weird line of sight points. There is a little bit of ZY axis as well. And I feel like it's nice. The one thing that's nice and really unique about this map is it reminds me in a way about Mugambala a little bit. You know how that center pillar on the bottom ground, like in front of the starting rooms on Mugambala, how it's like actually really annoying to catch people who are going for the big laps around that?
Yeah.
That's the same thing with Nokudon Proving Grounds. I feel like if the move can play that game where they're just trying to run a circle around, I guess, like the big fence in the middle, I feel like that could be good for them. Or if they try to just run a big circle in the entire map.
I wonder how well WizK is going to run circles against an Holy Death Knight Assassination Rogue, though. like that might be the hardest thing ever.
Yeah, he's going to need to get away somehow. Like, they're going to need to do something. And I'm surprised. I thought we were going to get to see an RPS game based on how that last game went, but maybe because it's Nokudon Proving Grounds, they're like, well, at least it's not Dalaran. WizK is not going to have to jump back up from down below. And
was it completely hopeless? Like, do you think Dalaran was hopeless for them?
Yes.
Yes? Oh, man. Okay. All right.
Dalaran was a pretty, brutal stomp. Do you think it like they could have brought it back there?
I don't know. I think Liquid has crafted a very good composition into what the move is running, but there's opportunities, right? When you are playing a composition like Moonkin Rogue, you always have a chance to win. Like, you can do those big extended goes. And I think that incarnation window is just going to be so massive. And the only problem is Liquid is so good at just following the script, dropping the zone, protecting. But this is once again match point for Liquid. The move looking to tie it up, and Liquid looking to close it out here on potentially the final game of Dragonflight Arena. See what goes down. Peekaboo moving forward right now in stealth. Trill as well, going to be holding on to that sprint, just playing it patiently on the Assassination Rogue. Saw basically WizKid getting trained down on Dalaran Sewers. Let's see if they do it again. They're going after Sea-Doo. It's an all-in, but Trill shuts it down with Cheap Shocker Row. Full blind on Abster, taking full control of the situation.
Beautiful stuff here, and immediately Cedar's going to duck into angel form, just trying to deal with that initial pressure and also avoiding some crowd control. Now he's going to be met with a blind as soon as he comes out, so this is Peekaboo getting a nice go here onto Trill. Actually, Trill forced to trade out his trinket and his vanish, now going after Peekaboo. Peekaboo's taking a lot of damage here, and Mez is building up the pressure onto Wiz at the same time. Now Trill is going to have bleeds onto Peekaboo, he's going to have bleeds onto Wiz. Absurd now in Spirit of the Redeemer, spamming out the heals, trying to keep Wiz completely fine in this situation, but Cedar's just on top of his team. Very interesting positioning here coming out from Sea-Doo as well, as he looks, maybe he wants to wait for Mez to grip somebody in and try to be ready with the fear, but I'm not sure. Sea-Doo's going to be met with some crowd control standing there in the middle of the map. Abster's now pushing in, gets the fear onto Sea-Doo. Trill with no trinket, gonna pop the evasion, but can they get the stun through the evasion? They get a stun onto Sea-Doo. It's triple DR though, unfortunately, and here comes the smoke bomb onto Wiz. Massive damage! Wiz is just dead! Team Liquid do it with an insane smoke bomb play. What?
That was absolutely insane. We've seen that trick once, we've seen it twice, and I think that's the third time they pull that off. The smoke bomb apocalypse coming in from Mez and Trill. They win this series against the move. They battled it back from the lower bracket, and they just put on such an incredible performance here today.
Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome Team Liquid as the Dragonflight champions. Yes, there it is. Huge punch. KO coming in from Sea-Doo. It's a crit. He's even talking some shit to that chair. He's stepping on. My God, Sea-Doo, calm down. You won. You didn't lose. Relax.
Wow, what an amazing performance by them. You can see just how happy they are. They did it again. I mean, this is just unbelievable. This team, they come together, they put in the work, they were prepared, and they had a bad start yesterday. Going down to the lower bracket right away, they kept it cool and managed to make it back.
It was the fate of the chair. Man, you knew it was coming as well. Team Liquid, they fought a lot of battles this season, not just in the arena, but outside as a team. There's highs and lows with this team, and they finished it where it really counted, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we got to see this kill again. So this is not one of those kills that you kind of expect to happen. It's still very early in the game. There's still a lot of cooldowns. Wiz recovers. Sea-Doo gets cheap shot, and you know, they're trying to set up onto Trill and get some good damage rolling. I think they got a CC onto Sea-Doo. Yeah, they got a full chastise fear, and at this point, the move are actually getting really aggressive. Trill is worried for his life. He evasions here to try to avoid the kidney, because if he gets kidneyed, it's going to be really bad. And then here comes the smoke bomb. Here comes the apocalypse. Here comes Lord Mez, and Absturge is in. He's so far away. There's no way. Like, that smoke bomb ends by the time he gets there, and as soon as he does get there, guess what? A little blinding sleep, just to make sure he can't use any void shift. He can't use any of those priest life-saving buttons. And Team Liquid, in basically a minute, grabbed this last game. Absolutely insane.
Yeah. It's an amazing performance here by Liquid, and I feel like Mez, actually all four members of Liquid, showed up in a big way here. You know, the compositions that they had prepared, the way they played it, it was very well executed, and you can see here by that final setup once again. I mean, we called it out. We'll call it again. Kidney shot comes in. There's a smoke bomb apocalypse. Absur's doing what he can, but Mez is there with the clothesline, and unfortunately, it is not enough for Abster to get off his trinket. He got garroted on his trinket anyways, so that was just a complete overkill there by Liquid.
also feels a bit tragic for the move. You know, you guys mentioned earlier they've been in this position before. They've fallen second place to Team Liquid, you know, at BlizzCon in 2019, I believe that was the date. Maybe it was 2018, but you got to feel a little bit bad for them. They've really, really ramped it up. They've had an incredible weekend. They were just night and day. I mean, even Waz was like, this team is on fire, but Team Liquid was, you know, just completely outperformed today. They battled it out from the lower bracket. They made it all the way until the end. This is the last time we're ever going to see them in Dragonflight as well. So really just an incredible way to end the season, Zico. And it just makes me more excited for next season, next expansion. We've got these new teams. You know, we've got LaPump, we've got VOIDGG over in EU, we've got CHIBAKU, TENSEI, we've got Lava. We've got these new teams that have just exploded in both regions, and it makes me really excited for the future of AWC.
Yeah, I mean, me too. There's been so many new teams kind of rising in, and even a lot of these like old, long-standing teams, to see them still together, making like small, adapting, you know, with the little small details. It's been awesome to see, and in general, just beautiful stuff coming out from the players. Everybody who competed, massive shout out to all of them for just putting on such great games for us to watch, because these has been some of the just most intense games that I have ever watched. Just in general, this entire year, it's been, you can't count anybody out. Like one cup, Unitas looks like they're not even going to be making it to the gauntlet. The next time they look like this could be a contender for the whole region. Team Liquid falling off a little bit, bringing it back from the lower bracket, the move being completely counted out before this tournament, and then coming in and making it so dominant in the finals. It's been awesome. It really can't predict any of these teams. And LaPump as well. Like LaPump, I didn't think they were going to be here either like 2-3 weeks ago, but they showed up big, so it's been awesome.
Yeah, it's a little depressing on Twitter, you know, on these types of days when the teams get knocked out. You see all the players being like, oh, you know, GG's, we did our best. And you just, it's a moment like this, you want everyone to win, of course. But only one team can win. Two in this case, one for EU, one for NA. We've got Echo and Team Liquid, so kind of a, you know, classic way to end the year, Ven.
Yeah, I guess so, right? At the end of it all, I mean,
we've gotten full circle.
It's so interesting too, because I think in our predictions, not a single one of us predicted Liquid to win, and not a single one of us predicted Echo to win either. Which is like, we should know better. Shame on us, honestly. Really that just goes to show you how crazy. Okay, actually, Subtees and Aya predicted Liquid to win. There you go. Okay, so don't look at my predictions, but yeah, here we go. First place for Europe as well. None of us predicted it. But Echo, once again, proving why they are such a dominant team, and Liquid doing it again, just putting on quite a show in North America. So, yeah, it just goes to show you the level of competition, because throughout the cup stages, it really does feel like every single week there's a new best team. And it just goes to show you how much work these teams have to put in to get the right compositions, to get the right strategies, and put all the pieces into place for the finals.
Yeah, we can see a look at the bracket for North America, the journey that Team Liquid took. They got knocked down by LaPump. They beat VOIDGG down there. They beat LaPump in the rematch, brought back up to fight against the Move for the first time ever this season, and beat them 4-2. We're working on an interview as well, I believe, with Sam IM. We'll, of course, keep everyone updated on that. But, I mean, what are some of the things that we want to ask them, Ven? Like, I feel like there's so many questions right now we could talk to them about.
Yeah.
Oh, he's here. Oh, we don't even have to do that. Hello, Sam.
Hello, how's it going?
Yo, congrats.
Been lied to.
Thank you. Yeah, I know you guys are probably used to the Doolander, but you know. Oh.
This is so awkward. I don't think he's here.
What? No, I hear him.
You guys hear me?
Really?
I hear him.
You guys. You guys go ahead. I can't hear him at all.
Nah, Sam, you know,
sorry.
We always get to talk to Sidu, bro. It's fine. Now
yeah,
all the mages are broing it out here on the... Well, you're a bit of a boomkin, but man, your boomkin looked absolutely insane, Sam. Bro, how are you feeling right now? You must be just ecstatic.
Man, I'm sorry if I talk a little too fast. My adrenaline is like pretty through the roof right now, but I mean, I'm on top of the world, man. We left the apartment and we're walking to the venue, and you know, I said 10 games, guys. We need 10 good games, and you know, we got it. I mean, it was 11, but 10 wins, and I'm just so happy. Honestly, I prefer it to be this way. You know, it's a lower bracket run. We had to beat every single team, and we feel like we truly deserved it.
Yeah, that's a great point. You had to beat everybody. There's no one who can say you didn't deserve it. You got lucky. You dodged this team that could have beaten you. There's none of that. You guys proved to everybody you can take down everybody, and it must be a really good feeling, because I can imagine yesterday you probably didn't feel too good after how things went.
It wasn't the greatest feeling. You know, we thought that if we made it to the finals, we would win. We honestly believe that the move is our easiest matchup. You know, it's just Boomkin Rogue Priest is a really good matchup into Boomkin Rogue Prez. I'm sure you guys saw it. You know, Dippy's team is very hard. Boomkin DH won in EU and it got second in EU as well. So it's like we had really hard matches against like the teams that were the best at those comps. So we were really, you know, praying to whoever's out there, because a lot of our matches today were like the blind is so important. If we don't win the blind, we can't counter with cleave, and it's just we really needed to win the blind both series, and we did. And then I said it before, we all agreed if we make it to the finals, we're gonna win, and that's, you know.
I wanted to ask you about that, because that's something I talked to Sidu about. He said the blind pick is really important, more than ever. And I want to know, maybe you don't want to reveal your secrets, but like, what is your process for deciding what composition to run when it feels like it's a coin flip? Like, is there a process you guys have?
We honestly, we have a note, you guys can't see, but we have like a notepad, and, you know, we fight these teams every single week for months. So we kind of understand how they want to do their blind pick. Some teams are pretty consistent. They'll play like what their bread and butter is, or some teams will, you know, they'll war game to warm up and then log off right before the game, then swap over. So we kind of just understand what patterns these teams have in a way, and we kind of base it off that.
Nice. That makes a lot of sense. I also wanted to ask about Mez, because Mez has been, you know, one of those players, a veteran. He's been around for a long time, but he's been riding the bench for a while. Like, I gotta ask, like, how good does it feel to you know, have him in there and be like such a clutch player for the finals?
As soon as we win, I'm the first one to go up to him and I hug him, and I just say I'm so proud of you. Like, I didn't, you know, our main comps are all around Boomkin Rogue, and I really thought, you know, it would be me in the finals, like winning every game or playing every game, but I was on the bench, and it's a nerve-wracking experience, honestly. I'm like watching, I'm like trying to close my eyes, I'm like, oh, and it's just I could not be more proud of Mez. I could not.
Do you yeah, absolutely, about Mez, by the way, but do you also kind of contribute to the comms when the other guys are playing? Like, for example, in that last game, do you maybe highlight something that they might have missed, like, oh, this guy's no trinket, or something like that?
Sometimes I do in the games, but I mean, the matchup that we played today with Mez, it really was nothing that needed to be said. Sometimes I'll talk about Lightwell positioning, because obviously you have to be in range or in line of sight of Lightwell. So I'm like, if he has Lightwell on this side, you know, we'll try and kite around, make them play on our side, you know, stuff like that. Sometimes I'll call out my teammates' defenses if I feel like they don't know what's up, or if it just came up and we're in like a really tricky situation. But I mean, other than that, I mean, and the matchups that they played today, they had it under control the entire time.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, you guys really worked well together, for sure. That was a great run from you guys. You definitely didn't disappoint with that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's the plan? Also, sorry for not being able to hear you. I can hear you now, so if I cut you off, my bad.
No, totally fine.
I'm curious, Sam. Now that you're in the off season, what's the plan for you guys? Just gonna relax?
We're gonna wait for War Within, definitely. I mean, I know Beta's out, or Alpha. We're gonna log on that. We're gonna play it. We're gonna take it easy for sure. You know, it was the last tournament in Dragonflight, but I mean, Kawhi, LG, whatever you want to call them, it's just they gave us so much motivation. They really showed us that you can go back to back. Same with Echo. Like, they showed us that it can be done, and you know, it really gives us motivation to play harder, play more, because if you want to be as good as them or better, we have to put in the same time and more. So I mean, I'm really happy with the back-to-back, and I want to go for the third one. So I'm not going to really stop. I want to gas pedal as long as I can, as long as we can, you know.
Yeah,
I actually wanted to ask about that exactly. So that's the goal. You guys want to go run it back, stay together, and keep competing together and try to get that back-to-back.
Dude, yeah, I don't want to be known as just a BlizzCon champion, an AWC champion. I want to have the most, you know. As a competitor, I want the most. So we go until we crash, or we go until we made history.
Love
I
to
like
hear
that.
it.
Okay, well, I have another question. Production has put something together. You know, your fifth member of the team, the chair that CD keeps punching. We have a compilation of that. Any comments on what that's about?
The other ones, you know, they did some time in the hospital. You know, they recovered. They're back in the office, but unfortunately, I think this one is it's not coming back. It's not coming back. You guys probably didn't see it, but maybe you did see it, but it hit the concrete, and let's just say the armrest is no longer with us. It's completely
I saw it fly off right there.
Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
it's shattered. It's shattered. So that one, we'll see what we can do, but most
There it is,
likely it's R.I.P.
Oh, no.
R.I.P.
Wow, that's a risky move
Max is
too,
there in the
'cause
back.
That's a
like, "That's
glass
coming out of your paycheck."
wall behind
You have
them.
insurance.
That was
Yeah. I was in
Good one.
disbelief when he did it.
amazing. Can you see the screen, the clips that we were playing? That feeds into my next question.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna quiz you. We did this to Waz, so you're on the spot now. Yeah, I'm so sorry, bro. It's
Okay, what can you do?
It was in the social contract when you checked it. But we're gonna play Who Spells It Anyways with you, and we're gonna test your knowledge a little bit. These guys are
Oh
allowed to
man.
know. Yeah, we'll see. We
I'm-
should have gotten
I'm-
Thrill for this maybe, but
Yeah, I'm the worst person on this team to do that.
oh, perfect. Can't wait for this then. Oh, they blurred out a lot for this.
Ooh.
No cheating,
get-
by the way. I see you looking around. No help.
I get like, do we have like any lifelines, any hints, anything at all? Because I mean,
We're
I
gonna
feel
get some multiple choice here for you.
okay,
All right.
okay.
Okay, so something around an alley for the next something 50%, something 8 seconds.
I feel like if he wants to phone a friend.
I think I know what it is.
I think
It's
I
time
know what it is
dilation.
as well.
Oh,
It's time dilation.
That's what I would say too. That's my
Alright.
guess.
Yeah.
D final
Same.
answer.
Am I am? Does he get it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's go.
We'll
Let's
take those.
go.
We'll take those.
Well done. We're doing.
All right. We got another
Okay.
instant 1.5 minute cooldown for 15 seconds blank, single blanking. I don't know what that G is, but nearby friendly target for some sort of percent of the damage done.
I'm seeing
Oh,
0%. I don't know any spell in the game that does that. So. Oh, I have a lot of chance. I have a lot of options. Okay.
Oh, I know actually what it is. I know what it is. I actually know what it is.
Oh, this is tough. It's either Nature's Vigil or it's Vampiric Embrace.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's VE.
Ancestral Guidance?
It's not Nature's Vigil. I play Boomkin. I'm locking it in. It's Vampiric Embrace.
Oh boy.
Ancestral
We take the
Guidance.
Boomkin card away from
I'm-
Sam. That would
Oh,
not be good.
might be Ancestral Guidance.
I'm going Nature's Vigil
Oh, it's
Resto.
Vigil.
Yeah.
I play
That is so
Balance
embarrassing.
No.
That's so
Guys,
Druid. There's a
embarrassing.
championship with a Balance Druid.
I mean, if you want me to know, then you got to buff the talent, guys. The talent's dead. No one plays it. You got to, it's just,
Hey, my Resto Druid plays it, okay?
dude.
do we
I'm
revoke his-
He's also
do we-
1600 rated.
Do we revoke his card? I mean, he just won.
guys. I'm
think-
Clone City. I'm not Nature's Vigil City. It's all I know is Clone, man.
I think Sam
True.
gets a pass here. It's an immunity if you win a cup. So, all right. Well, that's all the questions that we have. Sam, do you have any final words before we send you off?
Yes, I want to give a shout out quickly to my family. My mom watches every single tournament. She's watched every tournament for a really long time. Whenever we were screaming when we were winning, I know she was screaming too. So she's my #1 supporter. Got to shout her out. Like, yeah, I know she's wearing the jersey and all that. So for sure, I want to give a shout out to Team Liquid, obviously, for hosting us and even allowing us to have this opportunity. We have so much insane support behind us that we're allowed to just completely lock in for whatever we need, and they're amazing. They're obviously super awesome. I want to give a shout out to Fadia. It's her birthday in a few hours, so yeah, and
Happy birthday.
a big shout out, yeah, happy birthday, and a big shout out to Drake, Prev, Stretch, all of them. Last night after the tournament, they logged on and they started wargaming the move. They do it every time. I get it. It's a competition. Every single season, man, they're wargaming. They don't even play in the tournaments, and if anything, it gives us more motivation to win. Because I get it, they're friends and all that, but I mean, it's just every season. So that's all I gotta say there. Thank you guys for giving us some motivation, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, congrats once again. We'll let you go, and we'll see you in the War Within.
See ya. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Sam.
Later.
Man. Wholesome. Alright, so I feel like we can feel a little bit better now about getting these wrong when even Sam I am is getting them wrong.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Too bad. It's hard.
Yeah.
No one's going to get them all.
Alright.
It's hard
well,
with tooltips.
It Yeah, and they blur out so much, and it's like hard to know the context. I don't know. Maybe it's just copium on my end, but either way, that is it for us. That's it for Dragonflight for AWC. I'm just gonna go around. Ven, any final thoughts? Favorite moment? Little goodbye message?
Whew. A favorite moment. I mean, there's too many. This whole weekend has been amazing. All the cups have been great. It's just, yeah. We said it once. We'll say it again. All the players and teams that consistently sign up and put on a show for us. It's just amazing. So thank you. All the people that are constantly tuning in, everyone behind the scenes, all the amazing people that I get to cast with, including you, I, and Zico, Lithy, Super Tees. It's great. So shout out to all of them, and big congrats to Echo and Liquid on their win.
Absolutely. Zico, final words?
I mean, Ben took all the good lines now. I'm going to have to... Nah. For real, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here and breaking down a lot of these games in Dragonflight. I think it's been... Yeah, it's just been awesome. Honestly, I don't think I can say anything bad. Like, every season, I feel like the competition got better and better and better, and the games have been insane. The players have put on a great performance. It's just been super fun. I'm just happy to be here, and yeah, thanks to everyone who makes it possible, for sure.
Yep, I share the same sentiment as you both, so I really hope that we continue to see these players come back with the same rosters. It's been so cool to see them develop, and of course, everyone behind the scenes working so hard, and all the fans for being so passionate. So with that, we are going to sign off. The next time we see you, Great Push is coming up as well. I believe it starts June 29th is the Proving Ground, so definitely tune in for that. If you'd like more information on some upcoming content here on the WoW Esports channel, follow us on Twitter, subscribe to us on YouTube, and also follow us here, of course, on Twitch. So thank you guys so much. We will see you next time, and good night.